Just now, you were hit by a car and thrown hundreds of meters, and unexpectedly obtained the magic cultivation system. However, when you woke up, you found yourself still in the modern world, but the low-level system stubbornly insisted that this was a different world, and was ready to help you cultivate into a supreme mage in this realm. So you sought out your childhood friend, hoping she would help you in your cultivation. All your classmates thought you were truly crazy, but only you knew that this would be the key to becoming stronger. As your head quickly tilted to the side, you easily dodged the flying exam paper. Ding! The host successfully evaded the attack of Zhao Yutong, the direct disciple of the second peak of Rongyang Immortal Sect. Points plus 10. I'm leaving. Zhao Yutong saw you not speaking and started to leave. Wait a minute. You quickly glanced at the system interface taskbar. Can you teach me? You opened the exam paper. Looking sincere. I haven't been to class these days. I can't understand any of these questions. Zhao Yutong turned to look at you, full of suspicion. Can you understand them just by going to class? You pretended to want to cry. If you don't want to teach, it's fine, but can you not be so discouraging? So, Zhao Yutong moved closer to you, explaining the questions, not expecting you to answer, but at least hoping you could understand them. If I start taking extra classes every day now, is it still possible? You asked. You'll have to start from the content of junior high school. Have you not studied at all in the past 2 years of high school? You thought for a moment. Actually, I've always been serious. Zhao Yutong looked up at you, very surprised. You felt as if you had been hit by 10,000 tons, compared to others who played every day and had terrible grades. What was even more despairing was that you were studying every day, yet your grades were worse than those who played all the time. You fell into silence. You sneak a peek at the system and notice a small progress bar behind task 2. At this moment, the progress bar is already full. Ding! The host successfully coerced Zhao Yutong, the second peak direct disciple of Rongyang Xianzong, to assist you in your cultivation. Task completed. You can obtain the Heaven-tier Demonic Cultivation Secret Book Heavenly Demon Bliss Technique. Do you want to receive the Heavenly Demon Bliss Technique? You are not in a hurry to receive it. You first close the system interface, then look at Zhao Yutong again. Her delicate neck is fair, her hair falls from her ears to her shoulders, and her cheeks are flawless. The thin little girl you once protected has grown up after all. Zhao Yutong lowers her head, her voice barely audible. Are we really so incompatible? You suddenly retract your gaze from her, lower your head, and your mind goes blank. Zhao Yutong puts away her own pen and notes, stands up, and walks out. You raise your head, glance towards the living room, and quickly open the system interface. Heavenly Demon Bliss Technique. Receive. The Heavenly Demon Blissful Technique in the system interface turned into a beam of light, rushing into your brow, exploding in your mind. This is the Heavenly Demon Blissful Technique. You look at this otherworldly demon monk cultivation system, pondering the Heavenly Demon Blissful Technique that surged into your mind. You confirm once again that this is definitely a villainous cultivation technique. In this other world, am I designated by the system as a villain cultivating evil techniques? This Heavenly Demon Blissful Technique first absorbs a large amount of spiritual energy, forming demonic energy in the body, and after reaching a certain level of cultivation, it must start to balance yin and yang. You look again at your background introduction. Disciple of the Mirage Sea Realm Demon Cult Joyful Sect. This parallel world is very likely to really exist. In that parallel world, there is indeed a demon monk, surnamed Zhang, whose name or dharma name is Woyong. The task of forcing the female disciples of the immortal sect to help me practice is probably not that simple. I am a proud demon of the joyful sect of the demonic path. Is it really just to teach me to do homework by kidnapping a beautiful disciple of the righteous path? But it cannot be denied that at least in this world, doing homework is considered practice. So, Zhao Yutong teaching me to do homework is also helping me practice. Even though the original intention of the system is definitely more intense. The information injected into the brain includes not only the techniques themselves, but also many introductions. You further search for the additional knowledge in your mind. It turns out that the cultivation techniques in the alien world are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Those lower than the yellow level are considered inferior. And there are also better ones than the heaven level, which are absolutely rare and precious treasures that are hard to come by in 1,000 years. In other words, is the Heavenly Demon Bliss Technique you obtained basically the highest level technique that a demon cultivator in the alien world can obtain? This system is really generous enough. Your mood is very excited. According to the introduction, this magic skill is divided into 9 levels in total. Once you complete the first level, you will have the strength of 1,000 caddies. When you reach the second level, your perception of your surroundings and everything around you will be greatly enhanced. When you reach the third level, you will be able to release your mental power. Even if you are sitting still, You can observe every detail within a radius of half a mile. If you can cultivate it to the third level before the college entrance examination and apply it in the exam room, almost no one can discover it. Although it is a waste to use such shocking and vulgar celestial demon skills in cheating in the examination room, it is a waste of talent. But for you, now the sky is big, the earth is big, and the college entrance examination is the biggest. The sky darkens. You closed the door of your bedroom, sat cross-legged, with your right foot in a cast. Luckily your knee can still bend. Your right hand struggles to bring the casted right foot over. A bit difficult, but you manage to do it. Following the first step of the heavenly demon bliss technique, your thoughts flow, breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Like this, you remain motionless until midnight. In the darkness, suddenly, you open your eyes, and there seems to be a sharp light in your eyes. Your eyes reveal a fierce light, and at this moment, you seem to have been influenced by dark magic, harboring the magic scripture, with a rising killing intent. Slightly parted lips coldly utter disrespect for the universe. Does our world have spiritual energy? There is certainly no aura in this world. Just think about it. If there was an aura, demons and such would have run out long ago. It wasn't that Zhang Wuyo didn't know this, it was just that he had previously refused to think about it. It's just a matter of having to be forced to recognize reality now. He fell back in anger. Ouch, 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 ouch. Sitting up again hurriedly, the wound was tugged and he grinned in pain. Zhang Wuyo slowly stretched his legs forward. He lay down and practiced in reverse, walked around and practiced, and it's useless. There was no so-called aura entering his body at all. If I had to say, at the end of meditating and exhaling just now, the whole person didn't seem to be tired, but also a bit more energetic. But was that because of the benefits of this meditation and exhaling, or was it just a mixed feeling at the moment? It would be really hard to tell. Besides, it doesn't seem like the world is devoid of pure meditation, exhaling, or meditating. But without the aura, no one can really become immortal or a Buddha on the strength of that. Even if this demonic powers spitting method is slightly so useful, that's not enough to get yourself an undergraduate degree on the entrance exam. Zhang Wuyo got out of bed, leaned on his crutches, and went to the window. Pulling back the curtains, he looked out at the darkening night. A darkness. This really is. No light at all. Obviously all enjoyed the treatment of the protagonist, with the system and the heavenly rank gongfu that cultivators in other worlds could only dream of. And that's how it turned out? Still in pretty good spirits, he simply turned on the light and took out a math paper, analyzing and judging the answers. So that's what? What's all this about? Is it true that it's still more straightforward to get a dirt bike? Although he couldn't read all of the science subjects and basically couldn't remember the arts, he learned until the next morning. And there's nothing sleepy about it. It was as if I had actually gotten a good night's sleep during those hours of meditation last night. Wanted to take advantage of this spirit and get out the English words to memorize. After reading about 10 of them, I started to get sleepy. Memorizing English words is decidedly hypnotic. He was pretty sure it wasn't physical sleepiness. Rather, it's the swelling of the head triggered by the fact that the words feel like a twisted worm burrowing straight into the brain. We are obviously Chinese. Why do we have to take English in the college entrance exam? There's something wrong with this education system. In the end, Zhang Wuyo insisted on memorizing for 2 hours. As for how many words he actually ended up memorizing, he didn't even dare to think about it. At lunchtime, Dad Zhang Tao also came back from the store. I want to go back to school tomorrow, Zhang Wuyo said to his family. What's the rush? Zhang Tao said. You still need to take your time to nurse this leg. Going back to school so soon. What if you hurt it again? Mom came out of the kitchen with the pork chop soup. It's senior year. Where is the time to rest? The doctor also said that it's not a comminuted fracture, so it's not a big problem. If you don't go back to school, what if you can't keep up? Zhang Tao said. This can't keep up even after going to school? Mom blared at him in a bad mood. How dare you say that? It wasn't you who told your son from a young age that it didn't matter if he could read or not, and that it was okay to be happy. That made his grades turn out to be like this. Zhang Tao did used to say such things all the time. Lao Deng himself is not very educated, but also listened to the experts of the happy education. Reading is useless theory. Since elementary school, other parents every day to catch their children learning to make up, but he is the opposite, afraid that their children are not happy to learn. When he was in middle school, Zhang Wuyo was called by the principal for beating up the guys who were bullying his classmates. After all, the other person made the first mistake, and it's not impossible to take it lightly if the parents talk nicely. Zhang Tao, in order to stand up for his son, slapped the table on the principal, which in turn made things worse. The principal is furious and says that in this way, the child is afraid to be suspended from school. He pulled his son along. Suspension is suspension. During the 3 months that Zhang Wuyo was suspended from school, he didn't bother with him. allowing his son to play outside every day and make some unsavory friends. By the second half of the third semester of junior high school, Zhang Useless was able to put in all his effort and finally rubbed the edge to get into high school, purely due to his own quick awakening. To the second year of high school, Zhang Useless found himself completely unable to keep up. In fact, also more or less in the heart complained. Why in the smaller time? Parents do not in the learning aspect, to help him grasp more strict? Other kids are hard pushed to take extra classes. His family isn't rich, but his parents would rather give him money to travel over winter and summer breaks, and his classes never take a day. Then he slowly got over it himself. Listening to his wife's complaints, Zhang Tao said with a stiff upper lip, "If you can read, you can read. If you can't read, you can't read. If you really can't go to college, what's the difference between his family and his family? The most is to stay at home to help watch the store. You're just dying for your son not to leave, aren't you? Let him watch the store for you so you can go play mahjong, right?" Mom muttered a few words and then looked at Zhang Wuyo. "Although studying is important, don't force yourself too much. It's still the body that matters. Resting at home for a few more days doesn't really matter." Zhang Wuyo gave a smile. Yes, he still wants to work hard on his grades, wants to get an undergraduate degree, wants to go to college, but if he couldn't do it, at least, he still had this family and his parents who had always taken care of him and cared for him. Zhang Wuyo was glad that the dump truck didn't send him away. Perhaps, after going to the other world, he could really rely on the system to rise brilliantly and embark on the path of dominating the world as a devil and a Buddha. And staying here, he's just an average guy with lousy grades and no specialties. But just so he wouldn't break the hearts of the two oldest members of his family, he had to stay. 2. After eating, he propped up his crutches and limped toward his bedroom, deciding to go ahead and memorize his vocabulary. Even if he was a salted fish, he was a salted fish with a dream. But the good thing is, even if he is a salted fish and turns over, he still has a home. By the next day, early in the morning, Zhang Wuyo went to school after having breakfast at his house. As a result of this journey, the system popped up warnings like crazy. Chapter 4, Young Yang Immortal Sect's Second Peak? Warning, it has been noticed that the host is approaching the main stronghold of the Young Yang Immortal Sect's second peak. The host, as a monk of the Devil's Weiqi sect, is about to enter the righteous Xianfeng. Please take care to avoid it. The host is only 300 meters away from the second peak of the Young Yang Immortal Sect. The host is only 200 meters away from the second peak of the Young Yang Immortal Sect. Danger! The host is only 100 meters away from the main base of the righteous path. Please have the self-consciousness of being a devilish villainous demon monk and urgently avoid the situation to avoid throwing yourself into a trap. Zhang Wuyo looked at the system interface as red warnings kept popping up, powerless to spit. Finally, the taxi stopped in front of the second high school. Zhang Useless paid the fare, got off the bus on his crutches, and looked up at the name of the school. There is a teacher on duty at the gate who is monitoring the students entering and stopping those who are not in uniform. School uniforms are inherently unattractive and not many people want to wear them if they don't have to. Zhang Wuyo couldn't do anything about it, so he took out his school uniform from his school bag and draped it on. Detected that the host is on a dangerous undercover mission, disguised as a member of the righteous sect, attempting to penetrate the main peak of the second peak of the Young Yang Immortal Sect. Mission release, successfully infiltrate and enter the mountain protection boundary of the second peak of the Young Yang Immortal Sect. Upon completion of the mission, 50 system points will be rewarded. That's good. It's a pretty self-correcting system. Many students around them, like flowing water, poured toward the campus. Zhang Wuyo leaned on his crutches and walked towards the school gate step by step. This student, the teacher guarding the door called out to him. Zhang Wuyo turned back. Why did you stop me? Did I not disguise myself well enough to infiltrate? The teacher on duty looked at his school uniform simply draped over his shoulders, and then at the crutches he was propped up on, waving his hand. Forget it, go inside. Zhang Wuyo walked through the school gates. Ding! The host has successfully completed the infiltration mission and entered the Immortal Gate boundary. Points plus 50. The host has successfully penetrated the inner workings of the righteous path after disguising and sneaking around. Issuing a new mission, without resorting to any means. Successfully forced 20 female disciples of the second peak of the Young Yang Immortal Sect to help the host cultivate, time limit of 3 months. For each female disciple of the righteous path forced to help the host cultivate, points will be awarded 10. Upon completion of the task, a gold-colored card will be rewarded. Zhang Wuyo saw that the total number of points in the lower right corner of the system interface had become 60. I still don't know what I can do with the points, but they will be useful in the future, right? But this golden card, does it mean it's guaranteed to pay out? From the soles of his feet upwards, Zhang Wuyo surged with excitement. It was known that the probability of that heavenly demon extreme merit was of little use, so maybe this card draw out of gold. The things drawn out could really come in handy, even if it doesn't necessarily help you improve your high school grades. It may also be worth a lot of money and can help you get rich and famous quickly. Or maybe, can pump out a sister heartsease? Of course, it only says it's out of gold. It doesn't say which pool, and it's likely that the draw is just the poo pool. That's not bad to draw a Jin but long out. Zhang Wuyo entered the second classroom. The class, one by one, greeted him. You really came to school on crutches. Ha! The one who spoke was his desk mate Qian. Or what? Chang Wufei sat back, letting his crutches rest against the table. His position, center. Typically, the poorer grades in the class have been thrown to the back of the line a long time ago. But although Zhang Wuyo's grades are poor, but the class is still peaceful. Although listen to froze or doze, but not noisy, but also not be driven backward. If I were you, I would definitely take this opportunity to rest for a few more days. Qian vertical sighed. I'm really fed up with being nagged every day to use my energy. When he entered high school, Qian Er's grades were, well, kind of in the middle of the pack, but by sophomore year, some grades were steadily rising and some were steadily falling. He's just the kind of guy who has steadily declined, to the point where he's, more or less, giving himself up. Though, even with his self-loathing, his grades were better than Zhang Wuyo's. Zhang Useless, the small girl sitting at his front desk, turned back. A few days ago, someone from the police station side came over to the homeroom teacher, as if it was about you. What the hell is going on? Zhang Wuyo shrugged his shoulders. Don't mention it. Didn't I save that little boy crossing the street then get hit by a car myself? Then my dad approached the little boy's family and really just wanted them to prove that the reason I was injured was because of bravery. The police station side said that as long as that family member helps to prove it, the police station can give a certificate of bravery. We were just trying to make a note in the college entrance exam file, in the comprehensive quality section, and the family was dead set against it. The security footage was taken over to prove that if I hadn't rushed up there, that little boy would have been screwed. You know what the family said? Said it's not like they asked me to save the boy. There was an old woman in their house, and she said something about how she was lucky her grandson was okay, and that if I hurt her grandson, she'd have to come after me. My dad was so angry. He wanted to drive another dump truck at them. Then it got so bad that the police were called, and the police station asked the school to send someone, along with the parents, to talk to the family. It was only at the end that the family was willing to help give a certificate. Qian vertical cursed. Asterisk. What kind of people are these? That's why you should never be a good person these days. You should have let their son get hit by a car and die at that time. Zhang Wuyo was helpless. How could I have fought so much at that time? It directly rushed up. The smaller girl at the front table said, luckily it's okay. That family is afraid you'll get hurt badly and rely on his family later, right? Zhang Wuyo rolled his eyes. Who knows? We didn't ask them for medical expenses either. And we went with the school-level insurance. He took out his paper and said to the girl at the front table, by the way, I don't know how to do a few of the questions. Can you teach me? Let's see. The smaller girl moved her butt and turned to face him. Isn't this the physics paper that was handed out yesterday? Why do you think I can do these questions? Turn back again. Zhang Wuyo hurriedly said. Then teach me English. Your English is better. Taking out the English paper again. The smaller girl took a pen and began to teach him. During this process, Zhang Wuyo looked at the system interface. In the box in the corner of the taskbar, there is a small extra line. You are forcing Zhu Xiaoying, the female inner disciple of the second peak of the Yang immortal sect, to help you in your cultivation by demonic means. There's a little progress bar behind it, which is moving forward little by little. Yesterday's system prompt said that Zhao Yutong was a direct female disciple, and now this prompt said that Zhu Xiaoying was an inner female disciple. Was this because Zhao Yutong was in the key class, Hongji class, while the second class was just a parallel class? Zhang Wuyo pondered. It's this so-called magic trick. What the hell do you think I'm doing with her? Chapter 5, Lesbians helped me cultivate. Halfway through the little progress bar, the English teacher came over to schedule morning reading. Zhu Xiaoying turned back again. When the first class was over, Zhang Wuyo took the time to continue to let her teach herself. The host has successfully forced Zhu Xiaoying, the female inner disciple of the second peak of the Yang immortal sect, to help you cultivate. Points plus 10. Zhang Wuyo secretly counted the time. The little progress bar went full and it took a total of 15 minutes. Zhang Wuyo felt slightly troubled. Originally, I thought that it would not be difficult to find 20 female disciples of the immortal sect to teach myself, but it's not as easy as one might think if it takes 15 minutes each. Zhang Wuyo tried, and then asked Zhu Xiaoying to teach herself, but sure enough it didn't work. Nothing changed in the taskbar. The female disciples who have already helped him in his practice are worthless. Is this abandonment? Zhang Wuyo looked at the words open a harem in the system introduction. I have no choice but to continue for the sake of my sister Xinhai and Chief Chinhip. Zhang Wuyo took a chemistry paper and turned to the girl in the back seat. has this question been explained before? I've been off for days and I can't read against the answers. Can you teach me? Chen Vertical followed and turned around. Ah, I can do this question. Let me teach you. Get the outta here. First of all, the system mission says female disciples. Secondly, Zhang Wuyo didn't want the system to misunderstand his proclivities, and felt that male disciples were fine, so he would issue some force male disciples to help me cultivate quests in the future. What use would you be? Zhang Wuyo slanted a glance at Qian Ji. She's at a much higher level than you. No, right? She didn't score a few points higher than me in chemistry on her last monthly exam, did she? Qian Vertical screamed. But that's something that people's female classmates love to hear. Immediately taught Zhang Wu Li. It's only 10 minutes total between classes, plus the occasional bit of free time given during class. Zhang Wuyo asked for advice 4 times before he let this female disciple finish her progress. Points plus 10. The time for morning exercises, since they are already seniors, can be dispensed with. Zhang Wuyo changed the language again and looked for the female classmate in the front left to teach him. Now, Money Harp hadn't said anything. Xu Xiaoying in the seat in front of him glared back at him. Zhang Wuyo understood what she meant. I'll sit in front of you and you get the guy next to you to teach? That's probably the idea. But there is no way. Played with the woman. The equivalent of throwing the rags on the side of the road. System is the meaning of this. Why do they call it the demon monk system? Because it's morning exercise time. The classroom is longer. Wait until this third female disciple finished helping him with his cultivation. There was still a bit of time left, so Zhang Wuyo propped up his crutches, limped, and changed his roles to ask Xu Xiaoying's front desk for advice. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xu Xiaoying took a black water pen and started poking the table. Poke him to death. Qianji stirred up trouble. He just thinks you're not up to par and not qualified to teach him. Rather limp around you and find someone else. I'm brainstorming. Zhang Wuyo laughed gleefully. Ask more people for advice. Think from multiple perspectives, and you might be able to improve. It just so happened that Chen Ming, the squad leader, was passing by. What don't you understand? Sit over there and I'll teach you. Zhang Wuyo hurriedly said. No need. First of all, the class president is a man. And secondly, this fourth female disciple has not yet finished her progress. It's fine. It just so happens I'm free. The squad leader tugged at him, trying to pull him back. No, really. Zhang Wuyo continued to ask the female student at the front table for advice. You don't want to stand in the way with a cane, do you? The squad leader said. It makes it look like everyone is bullying you. It's fine. You go about your business. Zhang Wuyo said. I'm fine. I just want to ask her to teach me. The third class began and this female disciple was only a third of the way through her progress bar. After class, Zhang Wuyo had to continue to support his crutches and go up to her to ask her to teach himself. It made that female classmate wonder if he was interested in her and was deliberately looking for an excuse to hit on her. By fourth period in the morning, for the second half of the class, the teacher gave them time to study on their own. Zhang Wuyo looked back and looked around. After a moment's thought, he took his exercise book, propped himself up on his crutches, and, step by step, went to the empty seat in the back left corner of the class. Why did you come over? The boy at the table hemmed and hawed. Couldn't hold out much longer. Came over to sleep? Zhang Wuyo said. Do you think I'm you? I'm a good and diligent student. Touching the arm of the girl in front of him with his pen. When she turned her head, Zhang Wuyo held the exercise book. I don't know this question. Can you teach me? Thanks to Zhang Wuyo's usual helpfulness and better connections, that girl naturally did not refuse. Chen Er and Xu Xiaoying turned back and looked toward Zhang Wuyo who had found other female students to teach him. What is this guy up to? Xu Xiaoying asked. Who knows? Money Harp was also confused, waiting for the fifth female disciple to finish her progress. This class is also coming to an end. Zhang Wuyo walked back with his crutches propped up again. The boy next to him looked at his back inexplicably. He had thought that Zhang Wuyo had come to accompany him. You kid, you specialize in finding girls to teach, right? Qian Er saw through his mystery. One isn't enough. You want several more? Zhang Wuyo was serious. You think I'm you? I'm all about studying. Nothing else but studying. Money Harp laughed. Study my ass off. I'm too embarrassed to break it down. Zhang Wuyo asked. What else do you think I'm doing? Stamp collecting. Qianjia sneered. Is it that you want to find a chance to touch the small hands of all the girls in your class before graduation? Get close to as many female classmates as possible, and see if you can date several girls in your class at the same time. This way, you can use it for boasting in your future life. Xu Xiaoying glared back at Zhang Wuyo. You boys are disgusting. Asterisk. Zhang Wuyo shouted. Can you guys stop ruining my image as a diligent and studious person? In your eyes, I'm that kind of person? The school bell rings. Zhang Wuyo looked at Qian Ji. Did you eat in the cafeteria at noon? No. Money erected. I rode my electric bike and went home to eat. What's wrong? Zhang Wuyo said. I also want you to stop by the commissary to help me buy a loaf of bread, so I can make do with it for lunch. With this look, it's not too convenient to go to the cafeteria. Xu Xiaoying turned back. I'll go buy it for you. I didn't go back at noon. Thanks, Zhang Wuyo said. I'll give you my money first. No need. Xu Xiaoying didn't take it. I'll bring it for you after I eat at the cafeteria. It's okay to be late. There's no rush, Zhang Wuyo replied. When Xu Xiaoying left, Zhang Wuyo propped up his crutches, went to the restroom, and came back to study himself for a while. After 20 minutes or so, Xu Xiaoying came back and brought him bread and coke. Zhang Wuyo wanted to give her money, but she refused to take it. Forget it, I'll treat you this time, Xu Xiaoying said. Alright then, next time I'll treat. Zhang Wuyo didn't make any pretense. Just at this time, the English class representative, Li Qingyue, also returned to her class and passed by on the other side. Zhang Useless hurriedly took out his English homework. Li Qingyue, I didn't understand this reading question. Can you teach me? Xu Xiaoying, who had taken a seat at his front table, looked back at him. Chapter 6, Want me to kill to silence? Zhang Wuyo sat on the seat of the money vertical and put the bread and coke on the left side first. The seat next to Xu Xiaoying was empty, so Li Qingyue sat there and began to teach him. Zhang Wuyo's attitude was sincere, and Li Qingyue taught him with great dedication. It was just Xu Xiaoying slanting back at him from time to time. Zhang Wuyo finished asking a reading question and realized that the small progress bar related to Li Qingyue had not yet finished. Teach me this question too. He hurriedly pointed to another question. He waited until the English class representative, Qingyue Li, succeeded in helping him to cultivate. After Li Qingyue left, Zhang Wuyo went to get bread and coke. Two small hands flashed ahead of him with a brush, grabbing the bread and coke. This is mine. Zhang Wuyo looked at Xu Xiaoying. Xu Xiaoying grunted. I bought it. With one hand, she ripped open the bread bag and took a bite, opened another coke and drank it to himself. This, Zhang Wuyo was dumbfounded. In the first class of the afternoon, Animerecap looked at him who was lying down breathlessly. What's wrong with you? Wasn't you quite energized in the morning? Don't mention it. Zhang Wuyo rubbed his starving stomach, already disabled, now had hunger and cold. During class, Zhang Wuyo forced himself to pull himself together and write the newly issued paper. As he wrote, he remembered something. Chen do you think that the reason why I didn't cross over is because I saved the little boy who crossed the street? Money Harp didn't look up. What? Zhang Wuyo said. Think about it. In many novels, being hit by a dump truck would lead to crossing over, right? In the early days, there were also many instances where the protagonist tried to save a small child, resulting in being hit by a dump truck, and then crossing over. But it seems like all they save are little girls crossing the street, and because I save little boys, the crossing doesn't work? Money Harp said. There's no such thing as crossing over. Besides, little boys are more useful than little girls. Little boys can be used to bomb Japan. Little girls will just wail. Zhang Wuyo stopped his pen, thought for a moment, looked up and said, but little girls can help me cultivate when they grow up. A little boy won't be able to. After all, I'm not a priest? Money Harp twisted his head to look at him and took out his cell phone. Hello, FBI? There are perverts here. Qianji of course did not know that Zhang Wuyo was actually serious. The system decided that he had crossed over, but he just hadn't. Then there must be some variable in this. Is it because it was a little boy crossing the street that was saved? If it had been a little girl crossing the street, the crossing would have been successful? Forget it. Don't think about it. Zhang Wuxi writes furiously. Qianzhang heard the scraping, rubbing, Blackwater pen against the roll next to him and turned his head to look, seeing that Zhang Wuyo drew a big rose in the answer area. What? Don't know how to do it? Want a female classmate to teach you again? Money Harp, do you know what the biggest difference between me and you is? What is it? I'm vainly seeking guidance. You're nasty inside. Zhang Wuyo turned his head, looking for the next female disciple of the immortal sect who would help him cultivate. Qian took his chemistry paper and touched Xu Xiaoying's arm forward. Xu Xiaoying turned back. He gave you flowers. Qianzhang showed Xu Xiaoying the rose drawn on the roll. Xu Xiaoying picked up the black water pen and poked it hard. The flowers are broken and the rolls are torn. Afternoon classes are very tight. There wasn't much free time that Zhang Wuyo could use to find female disciples of the immortal sect to help him cultivate. By the time school ended in the afternoon, only 9 female disciples of the immortal sect had managed to help him cultivate during the entire day today. In the system interface, the points in the lower right corner rose to 150. Zhang Wuyo thought about it and thought it was okay. The time limit given to him by the system was 3 months. Almost half of it was done in one day today. We'll pick up where we left off tomorrow. Zhang Wuyo propped up his crutches and exited the classroom. Useless. From the doorway of the next class, came Zhao Yutong's call. Zhang Wuyo turned his head and saw Zhao Yutong carrying a pink and white school bag and walking towards him. Her shoulder-length short hair and just the right fit school uniform made her whole person look fresh and pretty. Although she was already a senior, she didn't do what everyone else did, either just clutching a few books and papers or hanging her book bag over one shoulder. Instead, as a normal student would, she carried her pink and white duffel bag over both shoulders, behind her back. Somehow, this obviously normal practice, in turn, made her unique among the students coming and going. My mom just got off work. She'll pick me up at the school gate. Why don't you come back with us? Zhao Yutong said. Good. Zhang Wuyo naturally did not refuse. The two of them went down the stairs together and headed for the school's entrance. I heard that you've been working hard today, specifically looking for female classmates to ask for homework advice. Walking down the road, Zhao Yutong turned her head to look at him. Who told you this? Zhang Wuyo was surprised. He quickly glanced at the red system prompt that suddenly popped up. Warning, the host's behavior has aroused the alertness of Zhao Yutong, a direct disciple of the second peak. In order to ensure the host's infiltration mission in the righteous immortal sect, please kill and exterminate him quickly. Mission issued, successfully silence Zhao Yutong. Upon completion, earn 50 points. Time limit, 36 hours. Zhang Wuyo tilted his head. Extermination? As for that? Besides, Qian Ji, Xu Xiaoying and the others saw him asking those female students for advice on their problems today. Why is Tong Tong the only one who needs to be silenced? Although the quests issued by the system had a time limit, and were able to receive rewards for completing them within the time limit, but it doesn't say what the penalty is for not completing the task when the time limit is reached. Zhang Wuyo directly closed the quest interface and ignored it. Do you really want to kill someone for the sake of the points that you don't even know what they're for? If he really kills someone, he can't get away with it. It's not like this is an alien world where murder is punishable by law. It's just that I haven't had a class in a few days and I don't understand a lot of it, so I'm looking for more people to teach me. He smiled and said, It's nothing. Zhao Yutong looked at him again. I'm right next door. If there's anything you don't understand, just come ask me. Zhang Wuyo nodded. Aha, no problem. But last night Tong Tong had already helped him cultivate, and the system didn't recognize it. There wasn't much Zhang Wuyo could do. Of course, if you really want to talk about it, Zhao Yutong is always number one in the yearly section. In the second form, the performance of the ambitious class is also far better than that of the parallel class. After all, the students of the second middle school, originally in the midterm examination, was the results filtered once again? The midterm examination results are better. All went to the City Key First Middle School. At least half of the parallel classes in the second high school don't want to get into undergraduate programs based on the results of the past few years. In this case, instead of going and asking the other women in the class to teach him, it is indeed better to look for Zhao Yutong whose grades can be compared to those of the experimental class of the first middle school. The problem is, time is really running out. On the one hand, Zhang Wuyo no longer thought that he could go to undergraduate school by himself with normal efforts. On the other hand, he didn't want to see the incident where Zhao Yutong helped him every day during the midterm exams and she herself was affected by it happen again in the college entrance exams. Anyway, finish the current task of these 20 female disciples of the immortal sect helping me cultivate and get that golden card. Get out of the gold first. Chapter 7 Eating the grass by the side of the nest and then nibbling on the flowers by the roadside. When they left the school gate, they met Zhao Yutong's mother, Zhu Zhangwen. Xu Zhangwen drove a white small car, which was bought early and slightly vintage. Auntie Zhu is a very smart and capable person who works in a hospital. Although the two families were across the street from each other, and Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong were considered childhood friends, they actually didn't start to get acquainted with each other until they were in junior high school. When he was in elementary school, all Zhang Wuyo knew was that there was a very introverted and silent skinny little girl across the street. That's the way it is in the city. Even neighbors who live across the street may not really be considered acquaintances. It wasn't until later on, when that happened that the two families really started to get acquainted. After that incident, Xu Zhangwen felt guilty about her daughter, because at that time, she, who was always busy with her work, realized that her daughter had been bullied at school, and to Zhang Wuyo, her impression became favorable. Not a great student, but certainly a good kid. The white sedan entered the neighborhood and Xu Zhangwen held the car upright. The three chatted as they entered the elevator. The whole building had 20 floors, and they lived on the 9th floor. By Auntie Zhu. After exiting the elevator, Zhang Wuyo waved to the mother and daughter. The elevator doors closed again, slowly, behind them, and the lights inside faded. When Zhang Wuyo reached the entrance of his house, the sensor light above automatically lit up again. Zhang Wuyo took out the key, opened the door and entered the house. Back, from the direction of the kitchen, came the sound of Mom's question. How was your class today? That's it, the cliched as hell question, and the cliched as hell answer. No surprises, but peace of mind. After dinner, Zhang Wuyo studied in his room. Mom, give me your cell phone to use. Zhang Wuyo called out towards the outside. I'll ask someone about their homework. Zhang Wuyo also had a cell phone, but it was a pure feature phone. This is not because the family does not buy him a smartphone, but he himself is afraid that once he goes online, he cannot control it, swipe the video to chat, and the time is wasted all of a sudden. He envied the guys who could swipe their smartphones and play games every day and still get really good grades. But if you can't do it yourself, you have to stay away. He wanted to try, through the cell phone, is also able to let those female students help me practice? If that's even possible, that's fine. Quickly, Mom brought her smartphone over. Zhang uselessly boarded his penguin and, through his cell phone, sent a message to a girl in his class who had good grades but often swiped her cell phone. He tapped the topic of tonight's homework and asked the other man for advice. The person sent him a download link for homework help and told him to check it out himself. If it was that easy, why would I be looking for you? Zhang Wuyo had to exchange a cup of milk tea for the other party's online teaching. He proved to have wasted a cup of milk tea for nothing. Even with voice chat on, there was no response from the system taskbar. It's not face-to-face. The system doesn't even recognize it. Okay. It's also just a matter of waiting for tomorrow's site and continuing to find someone to teach. Still haven't gotten much out of it. Can you teach me more tomorrow morning at school? He sent a message across the room. Make an appointment in advance. A black question mark came back from the other side. You'll explain tomorrow, right? I can't understand the teacher when she explains it. Please, I owe you an extra cup of milk tea. The opposite party sent a shocked emoticon. Are you deliberately finding excuses to bring me milk tea? Are you interested in me? Don't flatter yourself. Shrimp head girl. I'm just looking for someone to teach me. It's okay. I almost thought I was going to have to steal a man from the class next door. It's just as well it's not. Shrimp head man. Exit penguin and return your smartphone to your mom. When he went to bed at night, Zhang Wuyo continued to meditate on the bed according to the opening chapter of the Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss Gong's exhalation method. Tried it the last 2 nights and it does indeed manage to be invigorating. The next day, but whether it was psychological, or whether he was already young, this he was not sure. Anyway, try it every night. What if you do suddenly absorb the aura one day? It takes 4 hours, or 2 hours, to run through the 1 week of heaven. Although there was no flow of chi formed by Reiki running through the body at all during those 4 hours, it is purely in simply breathing and meditating, imagining that there is a spiritual chakra flowing through your body. But after opening my eyes at 4 a.m., it did seem like I'd had some deep sleep, and I wasn't sleepy anymore. So he got up early in the morning and read. It's all useless, but useless work is also work. In the future, you will at least be able to console yourself with the fact that it wasn't for lack of effort on your part, but purely for lack of talent. Zhang Wuyo opened the system interface and looked at it. If I really traveled to the other world, would it be a scrappy start as well? Although the talent is extremely poor, the root bone is insufficient, but by relying on the Heavenly Devil Extreme Bliss Gong, all day long, picking yin and replenishing yang, constantly replenishing the root bone, all the way to soar, shocking the immortal and devil 2 paths, and finally became a world-defying devil Buddha. Zhang Wuyo closed the system interface, looked at the English words in his hand again, and began to miss the dirt bike. When it was light, he went to school and first asked the woman he had made an appointment with last night to teach him. Before and after, she was allowed to teach for 15 minutes, until that little progress bar went full. It's not worth it for that milk tea, the female student exclaimed. It has the feeling of being a cow to a cow. Don't look down on oxen. The perseverance of an ox in plowing a field is the envy of all men in this world. Zhang Wuyo was proud of being compared to an ox. The class flower next door has been eyeing you for this very thing? The girl was thoughtful, considering whether or not to steal a man from the class flower next door. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing with her. Zhang Wuyo himself could be a flowery mouth, but he didn't want to involve Tong Tong in this. Of course, it wasn't that he was being a mouth breather with anyone. It was just that this girl was already mouthing the words of a tiger a lot. You have nothing with her? It's true. You boys only have the toughest mouths, but not when it comes to the real thing. Zhang Wuxi can't fight it off and shifts his position. Looking at the taskbar, he still needed to find 10 more female disciples to help him cultivate. The remaining 10, however, are not so easy to find, because the second class is supposed to be a physics class. There are more boys. Several of the girls in the neighborhood had already helped him with his practice, and the ones who were more familiar with it had sought it out. Even if they are in the same class, not everyone knows each other that well. Next, one can only be cheeky and catch one, and it doesn't have to be from your own class. After the rabbits have eaten the grass in the nest, they can also steal some of the roadside flowers next door. At the end of class, he was in the hallway, catching one and asking for advice, The class next door is the experimental class. And the girls in the experimental class are all elites, so it's reasonable to ask them to help him cultivate, right? Isn't it more proof of my unashamedness that I didn't learn in the hallway and chase down the other class to continue asking for help? Relying on this brazenness, he managed to get 5 direct female disciples from the next class to help him cultivate. Just about every time he chased into a class, there was a girl staring at him, and he didn't even dare to meet the other's eyes. Tong. After school in the afternoon, he braced himself on his crutches and managed to catch up with the other. Did Auntie drive to pick you up today? Yes. Zhao Yutong tensed her face. But what does that have to do with you? Chapter 8 Getting the Golden Card. Zhao Yutong carried her pink and white duffel bag with her. Striding forward, in a flash, he left the disabled Zhang Wuyo behind. Serious warning, the host's behavior has aroused the strong alert of Zhao Yutong, a direct disciple of the second peak. In order to ensure the host's infiltration mission in the righteous immortal sect, please kill and exterminate him as soon as possible. Mission, successfully silence Zhao Yutong. Points 50 upon completion. Remaining time, 24 hours. Once again, the system popped up with a warning. Zhang Wuyo took a quick look at the quest bar. Yesterday it was just alert. Today it's strongly alert. Looking at the previous quest, there are still 5 female disciples of the immortal sect short of obtaining the golden card. No choice but to continue tomorrow. With a taut face, Zhao Yutong made her way out of the school gates and found the stopping point for her mother's minivan. Useless didn't come? Ms. Zhu Zhangwen asked casually. He's busy, don't mind him, Zhao Yutong hummed. Xu Zhangwen gave her daughter a suspicious look. Getting into the car, the small car drove away from the parking space. As Zhu Zhangwen drove, she asked, "What, a fight?" "No." Zhao Yutong paused and then asked with great reluctance. "Mom, I'm the one with the best grades in the whole year section, right? I'm the first in the whole section," Zhu Zhangwen said. "Yeah, what's going on?" "It's fine, I'm just casually asking." Zhao Yutong leaned her right hand against the car window and supported her face, her eyes looking out the window at the pedestrians who were constantly backing up. Her face was dark. Ms. Xu Zhangwen was so baffled by her daughter that she could only have a word for it, saying something like even so, she can't relax. Zhang Wuyo didn't get a ride, so he could only limp out of the campus by himself and take a taxi outside. Another night passed. The next day, as soon as class was over, he stood guard in the entrance hallway, looking for as many people as he could to help him with his practice. It was just that the next class, Tong, was also always at the doorway, staring at his back with that resentful gaze. The system taskbar frantically popped up a warning to kill and kill as soon as possible. Zhang Wuyo tried hard to pretend that he had no idea that Zhao Yutong was far behind him. He seized every opportunity he could, not sparing any female disciple who might help him in his cultivation. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he manned up. It felt like 1,000 needles and thorns in his back. The warning alerts from the system had reached the point where they were popping up like viruses in a frenzy. By the afternoon, he finally managed to get the last 5 female disciples to help him finish practicing. A golden card, like a shooting star, fell from the sky in his eyes and landed in front of him. The host has successfully forced 20 female disciples from the second peak of the Yang Immortal sect to help you cultivate, earning you a golden card. Whether or not to use the golden card to extract props such as martial arts codes, divine weapons, magic weapons, etc. Yes/no. Zhang Wuyo breathed a sigh of relief. He turned off the system interface first. Next to him, Qian Er said, "I finally see it. In fact, you're deliberately trying to piss off that childhood friend of yours in the next class, aren't you? It's obvious that your childhood friend's grades are number 1 in her section for the whole year, but you just don't go to her to teach you. If you don't go to her, you have to find other girls to teach you in front of her. You're just going to green her in public, aren't you?" Zhang Wuyo looked down as he worked on his newly issued physics paper. After filling out the single and multiple choice haphazardly, go to the big questions that follow. "Well, I can't read this question, so I'll go straight to the next one." "Great, I can't read this question either, so let's move on to the next one." "Well, these questions are unintelligible." He began to draw flowers in the margins. "You think I'm as bored as you are? All my thoughts are on my studies right now." Money Harp turned his head and looked at the roses he had drawn on the roll. Then he continued to look down and work on his own paper. "You know, the girl who took the initiative to run to teach you just now. Her name is Yao Shuaqin, and her grades in the Hongji class. She always stays around the 2nd or 3rd place." Zhang Wuyo thought for a moment. "What's wrong? That girl is usually so high-strung. She doesn't even talk to boys. Why do you think she suddenly came to teach you?" "She did it on purpose." Zhang Wuyo raised his head. He didn't have much of an impression of that Yao Shuaqin before, much less a word. At that time, there was still one last person missing, and the girl suddenly came to help him practice, and he was quite grateful to her. Only halfway through, that manky feeling disappeared. When I looked back, Tong Tong was gone. Zhang Wuyo tapped on the system again and looked at the completed quests. The cost is a bit high, and I hope this gold card is really worth it. Right now, there's only one entry in the unfinished section of the taskbar for the time being. That is, the mission to silence Tong Tong. This mission is not destined to go through. Forget it. He turned off the system again and continued to draw flowers until the physics teacher started talking about the problem. After school in the afternoon, I didn't even see Zhao Yutan's shadow. She was gone before Zhang Wuyo even left the classroom. Zhang Wuyo propped up his crutches and walked on his way out of the campus. Students come and go, some energized, some downcast. On the basketball court, the bam of basketballs crashing into baskets was incessant. Outside the school, instead of calling a cab, I walked to the intersection after the turn. Several students were already smoking cigarettes in front of the small store near the school entrance. They pushed and shoved, and one of them staggered in front of Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo gave him a look. "What are you looking at?" The boy stubbed out his cigarette and glared at him. Zhang Wuyo raised his cane. The other man next to him hurriedly dragged the boy aside and out of the way. Only then did Zhang Wuyo put down his cane and continue forward. "You're looking for death. Going to mess with him?" Another person saw that the boy who was pulled away was not convinced and hurriedly advised. "Do you know who that guy is?" "Who is it?" the boy asked. "Zhang Dafan. When he used to be a junior high school student at Shaoyang High School, he fought 1 against 3, knocking all 3 guys down with his fists. He also kicked that girl who bullied his girlfriend and almost broke her foot. Very ruthless. He used to be the school bully of Shaoyang Middle School. No one dared to mess with him." The boy shrank back, and when he saw the crutch-bearing teenager in front of him look back at them, he hurriedly averted his eyes, not daring to meet their gaze. Zhang Wuyo turned back again and continued forward. He was also quite speechless about being called the school bully when he was in middle school. From start to finish, he had only fought that one time, kicking the junior girl who was bullying Tong Tong to the point where she was holding her legs and crying in pain, and beating 3 of the girl's lickspittles to a pulp. That girl and her 3 lickspittles were all over the school and not many of the students dared to mess with them. But it's also just loud and unexpected and very unplayable. After Zhang Wuyo was suspended, he originally thought that they would continue to retaliate. Turns out the guys got someone he knew and bought him a meal. Then he became, inexplicably, the school bully of the day. It's just a good thing. First go to the park and draw gold. Chapter 9, The Supreme Dragon Slaying Sword. Zhang Wuyo came to a deserted part of the park. It wasn't very dark yet. There was a haze in the west, and the moon was just a pale, hard-to-detect silhouette in the sky. There is a bamboo forest around it and a river in the distance. There is a path up a hill with a gazebo on the hillside. Zhang Wuyo opened the system interface again and used the gold card. At this point, he was kinda hesitant deep down. What if we really drew Heartsy or Gumhipmaster? Will I apologize to Tong Tong for taking her back to the Golden House? He had never been so anxious since he was a kid. A golden meteor that crossed his eyes. After the golden light flashed, a golden shadow of a sword appeared. Acquired golden props, Supreme Dragon Sword, Supreme Dragonslayer Sword, Mirage Supreme, Treasure Sword to slay dragons. Grade, Heavenly. It is made of 10,000 years of iron, mixed with dragon crystal and candeline dragon lin. It specializes in the dragon race, and is also effective in killing demons and devils. 6,000 years ago, the human world's supreme sacred candle emperor personally built this divine weapon to kill the demon dragon Mirage King and save the human race. In the following 1,000 years, the Supreme Dragonslayer knife was the most precious treasure of the empire, and the one who holds the Supreme Dragonslayer knife is the Supreme Mirage Sea Lord, who commands the world, and no one dares to disobey. 500 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Slaying Sword disappeared. Now it reappears in the dust. The golden blade shadow flew towards the system's item bar. Tap the item bar. Zhang Wuyo saw that the item bar itself was a number of side-by-side squares. The squares are dark in color and all seem to be in an unusable condition. Next to the props bar again, the originally blank props bar has an additional sword pattern. That precious sword had a golden body with a hilt covered in red dragon scales. It automatically rotated with his intention. Zhang Wuyo reached forward, and in his mind, he mumbled, Supreme Dragonslayer Sword. The treasure knife pattern disappears from the props bar. In front of him, there was that extra killing aura of the Supreme Dragon Slayer Sword. The moment the sword was in his hand, he knew it was bad and immediately let go. Boo! The Supreme Dragonslayer Sword smashed into the ground with a shock. Dust flew up, and the ground cracked out ripples in all directions. Zhang Wuyo was shocked, and his entire body fell backward. He sat on his butt on the ground and froze for a long time as he looked at the Supreme Dragon Slaying Sword that had smashed to the ground. Picking up his crutches again, Zhang Wuyo climbed up and propped himself up on his crutches. He looked down at this majestic Supreme Dragon Slayer. The gold-colored blade was chilled by the light of the setting sun. The red dragon scale hilt was like a fire dragon that would take shape and fly away at any time, and it was horrifying to look at. The supreme dragon slaying sword smashed into the earth, and the surrounding soil and rocks sunk. Zhang Wuyo bent down, stretched out his hand, and gripped the hilt of the sword. It's great, can't hold it at all. This knife is feared to weigh several thousand pounds. Zhang Wuyo once again looked at the item bar introduction in the system. 10,000 years of basalt iron casting. If Zhang Wuyo was really a demonic monk who had practiced in other worlds, or if he had cultivated the extreme bliss heavenly demon technique to the first level and practiced the power of 1,000 pounds, that should be picked up. But there's no aura in this world. Soul, if you asked me to carry 100 pounds, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk very far. You want me to pick up the sword that can smash a hole in the earth and stone with its weight alone? Mirage Supreme, the precious sword slaying the dragon. No one dares to disobey the world's orders. Good, good, good. I'll be able to easily dominate the other world with this knife, won't I? Provided I'm in an alien world. This crappy system with me. It's true that sooner or later I'll have to go crazy one. Zhang Wuyo thought that, if he couldn't, he could take this knife and sell it. There is no doubt that this treasure knife in this world belongs to a unique, sold to the Middle East oil tycoon, may be able to sell hundreds of millions, but he doesn't have the access. When he started doing business in the future, and had real access to the great Middle Eastern tycoons, he might be able to sneak this knife out and sell it for a big price. Now, however, he's just a high school student. Might as well let me draw a Jin leader. He muttered. Really, it's better to draw a 77. With a slight movement of his mind, with a brush, the precious sword turned into a golden light and flew into the props bar. Zhang Wuyo continued to check the system interface. This props bar is next to the square grid that is grouped together in the item bar. The many squares of this item bar should be able to be used to put things in, right? But why are they all dark in color? Perhaps gaining more points later would allow these dark squiggles to, well, actually do something? He reassured himself. For now, this whatsoever extreme bliss heavenly demon technique and supreme dragon slaying sword were good, but they were useless to him who had not traveled across the world. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and looked toward the setting sun that was gradually sinking in the west. LOL. Brace your crutches under the cackle. Home. After a few steps, another thing came to mind. He raised his left hand, pointed his finger toward the distance, and silently recited in his heart, Supreme Dragon Slaying Sword. The Supreme Dragonslayer sword instantly appeared where he wanted it to appear before descending downwards. The moment it was about to land, Zhang Wuyo retrieved it. After trying a few more times, he realized that he could indeed rely on his mind to make the Supreme Dragon Slaying Sword appear where he wanted it to appear. And even from a distance, you'll be able to take it right back to the props bar. This feature seems to be somewhat useful, but it's hard to say exactly what use it could be. It's probably one of those kind of useful, but not very useful kinds of usefulness. It occurred to Zhang Useless that his own mom often saw those advertisements when she swiped short videos. All those things advertised seem to be of great use to families, like some kind of egg beater, juicer, far infrared physical therapy device, etc. When I bought them, they all seemed to work, and they all ended up eating dust in the corner. His old Dan also bought a treadmill, and when he bought it he said he could use it for fitness and use it every day. It ended up sitting there for 2 years because it was just taking up too much space and just let the rag collectors carry it away. Now this feature, it's pretty much the same thing. For example, if you see a murderer, just let the Supreme Dragon Slayer fall on his head and smash him to death. When you see a vehicle that is rampaging and jeopardizing public safety, smash into its front end to forcefully stop it. You don't say, it's really working. But I'm just a high school student now with a few months to go before my senior year. It's bad enough to get hit by a dump truck once. Can that happen every day? Forget about it and keep it in your collection for now. When you get out of society later and have access, see if you can get in touch with the Middle East oil tycoons. Sell them as a mysterious collection, and get rich and famous straight away. Leave the park before you call a cab. Zhang Wuyo returned to the neighborhood, but did not rush home. He felt his pockets and had some money on him. So, he went to the supermarket first and found the snack section. Compare that to the future contact with a Middle Eastern oil tycoon who becomes obscenely rich by selling mysterious otherworldly collectibles that actually turn into tens of billions of dollars. It's more important to go cozy up to the childhood friend next door first. Chapter 10, Exterminating a Childhood Friend. Ding dong, ding dong. Zhang Wuyo carried his school bag and rang the doorbell for a while. The light at the cat's eye flashed, and quickly the door opened. Useless. Zhu Zhangwen pushed the door open and shouted at him. Auntie Zhu, there's something I don't know how to do and I want to find Tong Tong to teach me. Come in. Auntie Zhu fetched his slippers for him and called toward her daughter's room. Tong Tong, no need to come looking for you. In Zhao Yutong's room, no one responded at all. Did you two have a fight? Zhu Zhangwen asked to Zhang Wuyo. Not really. Zhang Wuyo scratched his head. It's okay, You go in. In Zhu Jingwen's eyes, Zhang Wuyo was also a child he had watched grow up since childhood. Zhang Wuyo came to the door of Zhao Yutong's room and probed inside. Zhao Yutong turned her back to him and wrote her homework on her desk, not even looking back. In Zhao Yutong's room, a 1 meter and 2 wide single bed was covered with a pink mattress, and a cute bear tied with a pink flower knot was placed at the head of the bed. There were bookshelves next to it, and the shelves were filled with books. The desk is against the window with greenery in the corner. The ceiling light at the top has a 5-petaled, flower-like shade. Zhang Wuyo remembered that the light in her room had 3 colors, bright white, warm white and warm yellow, which could be adjusted according to demand. Zhang Wuyo wasn't quite sure if all the girls' rooms were this tidy, but at least that's what Tong Tong's room looks like. During the second semester of the second year, Zhang Wuyo was still in this bed, sleeping with her. At that time, the two were already very close. That night, Tong Tong's mother was working late and couldn't come back. Just as the whole building had a power outage again, Tong Tong was scared and called him over. Of course, the two were also young and nothing unhealthy would have happened since it was just a matter of one sleeping at this end and the other at that end, chatting for a long time. At dawn, Zhang Wuyo himself was fine, but he realized that on the other end, Tong Tong was hugging and nibbling on his feet in her sleep. Tong Tong. Zhang Wuyo came next to her and moved a stool to sit down. Come over here and do what? Zhao Yutong rasped, obviously still angry. Zhang Wuyo put his crutches aside and placed the book bag he was carrying on his lap. He opened his book bag and, from it, carried out snacks such as chocolates, jellies, sesame seed candy canes, and sandwich cookies. This sesame sugar gourd but bought outside the supermarket. He came out of the supermarket, just saw someone picking a sugar gourd stretcher passing by. Zhao Yutong then looked at the snacks, placed in piles in front of her. It's my bad. Zhang Wuyo sincerely apologized. What does it matter to me if you're good or not? Zhao Yutong tensed her face. Don't you have many people to teach you your homework? What's the point of coming over to me? Actually, I'm not looking for them to teach me. It's a ritual. Zhang Wuyo began to make things up. I saw on the internet that if you find all 20 members of the opposite sex to teach yourself how to study, you'll be able to get good luck in the college entrance exams. I wanted to give it a try. Zhao Yutong straightened her small waist and twisted her head to look at him. Are you stupid? You believe this? It doesn't necessarily work if you do it, but it definitely doesn't work if you don't do it. Zhang Useless said. It's like worshipping the Buddha before the college entrance exams. Although it may not necessarily be useful, you have to go and worship it, right? Zhao Yutong looked at him like he was an idiot. Just for this, you went around looking for girls to teach you? Zhang Wuyo said. What else? If it's really just about studying, and you have better grades than all of them, I can just look for you, so why go to them? Zhang Wuyo took out a box of pineapple jelly. Don't be angry. I'll make amends to you. Come on, eat this. Zhao Yutong felt that although his explanation was silly, it seemed quite reasonable. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense at all. She cocked her head, her anger subsiding a bit, and took the jelly, ripping its face open. Zhang Wuyo found a small plastic spoon and handed it to her. Eat more, there's more here. That kind of inexplicable thing, what use can it be? Zhao Yutong advised him. Spend more time on your studies and stop doing that kind of weird stuff. Zhang Wuyo sighed. With a score like mine, only this kind of weirdness can possibly help me, right? Zhao Yutong scooped the jelly with a small plastic spoon. The thing is, this stuff doesn't work either. Zhang Wuyo thought back to the Supreme Dragon Slayer knife and thought that she was right. It's really useless. At least, it won't come in handy for the college entrance exams that will determine his life's destiny. Either that, or suddenly have the Supreme Dragon Slaying Knife appear out of thin air during the college entrance exam to attract everyone's attention. Cheating on your own while you're at it? But now the entire exam room was monitored. So even if the strategy of attracting the invigilator's attention worked, you couldn't cheat. When Zhao Yutong finished eating the pineapple jelly, Zhang Wuyo took out the sesame sugar gourd again. This one is also for you. I bought them at the entrance of the neighborhood, or the old granny who used to sell candy canes. I remember you quite like to eat it. After you eat this candy cane, don't get mad, okay? Zhao Yutong slanted at him without a good look. Who has time to be angry with you? Say that. But take the sesame seed candy cane anyway. Zhang Wuyo also opened his school bag and set the papers that were handed out during the day on the desk, joining her in writing her homework. As he wrote, he stopped and froze at the blank space in front of him. Ding! The host has successfully silenced Zhao Yutong, the first female disciple of the second peak of the Yang Immortal sect. Mission accomplished. Points plus 50. Every 300 points can be exchanged for a random card. Whether to exchange, yes/no. Zhang Wuyo turned his head to look at Zhao Yutong next to him. At the moment, she was wearing goose yellow ducky pajamas and a pink hair band on her head. There was a button unbuttoned on the collar of the nightgown, and the collarbone was delicate under the white, pink neck. Further down, the tantalizing curves floated, the brisk waist was slim, and the legs were together. She held a sesame candy cane in her left hand and a black water pen in her right hand, biting into the sesame candy cane while carefully writing her homework. The red sesame candy cane, delivered to her rosy, fragrant lips, went in and out in a tantalizing way. Sensing his gaze, she turned her head. Again, it was hard to talk because he had just bitten an iced gourd down, so he just looked at him with a questioning look. Zhang Wuyo smiled a little, withdrew his gaze, and lowered his head, appearing to be reading the roll questions. It was actually looking at the system taskbar that only he could see. An extermination mission, just like that? Well, just tell me if she was silenced? Also, it turns out that the points are accumulated and used for card draws? It's of the same nature as the raw stones of a certain game. And that game was 160 raw stones for one encounter's edge. My crappy system. It's 300 points for a random card? Although the points, random cards, and whatnot, just sounds corny, but it's always nice to know what the points are for. Chapter 11, A Childhood Friend Has Become a Zombie? Zhang Wuyo had originally planned to ignore this task of killing and exterminating people. Anyway, it only says there's a reward for completing it. It doesn't say there's a penalty for failure. But it didn't occur to me that just by taking an ice candy gourd and stuffing it into the mouth of a childhood friend, this extermination mission was accomplished? Strike that. 2. He clicked claim. A card appeared in his props bar. A very plain card with a pattern of stars and a blank perimeter. Zhang Wuyo was in no hurry to use this random card. He closed the system interface and began to do his homework in earnest. If there was something he didn't understand, he let Zhao Yutong teach him. Although there were quite a few things he didn't understand, Zhao Yutong taught him very patiently. The two were happy and got along well. It was only when it was almost 12 o'clock at night that Zhang Wuyo left. At this hour, Auntie Zhu has also gone to bed first. Zhao Yutong sent him to the door, and Zhang Wuyo, carrying his school bag and propping up his crutches, came out of her house and returned to his own house across the street. His own front door is a sensor light, and when a person stands in front of his house, the light turns on. Open the door, walk through the living room and into the bedroom, fall back on the bed and use that random card. A yellowish light flashed before his eyes. Snake poison ivy. At the bottom of the props bar, he saw a strange flower with petals like snakes. Bizarre and inexplicable. Check out its description. Snake flame poison ivy, a yellow-ranked herb that can be used to refine poisonous substances such as the poison dragon pill and the 10,000 snakes pill. When cultivated, it needs to be fed with the blood of a living person, and is therefore not tolerated by the righteous path. Looking at the props bar, this snake inferno poison vine whose petals were writhing like a viper. Zhang Wuyo's scalp went numb. What's the use of this thing? He didn't even dare to take it out of the props bar. In case he was careless and was bitten by that viper-like petal, he didn't know if he would see blood in his throat and die a violent death. Very good, very good. As an average high school student who has a few months left to take the entrance exam, he's got an extra murder weapon. Looking to the bottom left corner of the system, he now had 10 points left. In his mind, there was a whole set of Heavenly Demon Ultimate Bliss Technique, and in the props bar, there was a heaven-ranked Supreme Dragon Slaying Sword in this yellow-ranked Snake Flame Poison Ivy. The system had been kind to him. It just didn't seem to be working at the moment. That said, this Snake Flame Poison Ivy was originally an otherworldly medicinal herb, and by the looks of it, it hadn't absorbed much aura when it was cultivated. If one cooked it and ate it, and then practiced the Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss Technique, would one be able to obtain the aura as well? Zhang Wuyo looked at the flailing petals of the poisonous flower in the system props bar, thinking that while the idea is good, it's better not to go for the jugular. After washing up, go back to your bedroom and meditate and exhale. A week later, it was just after 4 a.m. when I opened my eyes and was full of energy. After memorizing English words for half an hour, I soon got sleepy again. Threw the English dictionary away before the sleepiness disappeared. After 6 o'clock, got organized and started out the door. Useless. Mom shouted. You have to go to the hospital this afternoon to change your medicine. So remember to come back at noon. I've already asked your homeroom teacher for leave. Good. Zhang Wuyo opened the door, and the opposite door also happened to open at this time. Zhao Yutong walked out carrying her pretty pink and white shoulder bag. Coincidence? Zhang Wuyo greeted. At this time, there was a ding system beep in his ear. What's wrong again? Zhang Wuyo was puzzled. Quietly opened the system taskbar. The host has successfully refined Zhao Yutong, a female disciple of the second peak of the Yang Immortal sect, into a walking corpse, and has been awarded 30 points. The system is giving you an additional Earth-ranked magic code, the Magic Amazing Corpse Refining Technique. Whether or not to receive the Amazing Corpse Refining Technique, yes/no. What the hell? Zhang Wuyo stared at Zhao Yutong. Walkers? How did my childhood friend become a walker? Zhao Yutong came to the elevator door and pressed the down button. Soon, the elevator doors opened. She turned back toward the boys staring at her. Come here yet? Zhang Wuyo hurried over. He entered the elevator with Zhao Yutong. Zhao Yutong pressed the close button and the elevator moved down. As the two stayed together in the closed elevator, Zhang Wuyo turned his head and continued to look at his childhood friend who had turned into a walker. The face is still clear and the lips are still red. The nose is small and the eyelashes are long and thin. Originally a girl with decent features, it's no wonder she can look better as she gets older. Zhao Yutong's face began to heat up, and with her head lowered, she inadvertently raised her hand and brushed the hair around her ears. Why are you looking at me like that so early in the morning? Obviously we parted last night at almost 12 o'clock, and we haven't seen each other all night. Why does he just stare at people like that? Zhang Wuyu pondered. Either his childhood friend died and revived in the middle of the night last night, and the corpse changed. Either that or the system is crazy, considering the crappy system has been insane from the start. The reality is self-evident. After exiting the elevator, Zhang Wuyo asked, have you eaten your breakfast? Zhao Yutong said, not yet. Ready to eat in front of the school. What about you? I haven't yet either. Come along. Zhao Yutong had brought her bus card with her and was going to take the bus. Zhang Wuyo's mom gave him extra money to take a taxi because his feet are not convenient. Taxi? It's the same price for one person or two. Zhang Wuyo let Zhao Yutong take a taxi with him. There are several breakfast places in front of the school. They were at one of them, and Zhang Wuyo asked for a bowl of soup noodles, while Zhao Yutong ordered that store's millet porridge with some side dishes. During the process of eating breakfast, Zhang Wuyo continued to look away. Zhao Yutong took the soup spoon and brought it into her cherry mouth one bite at a time. Apparently, she really wasn't a dryad. Do what? Zhao Yutong looked up at him. This morning, he'd been staring at himself. Zhang Wuyo averted his eyes. Even if she did turn into a dryad, he wouldn't mind. Eat breakfast together and enter the campus. They parted only at the door of the class. Zhang Wuyo entered the class and sat in his seat, opened the system interface and received the magic amazing corpse refining technique. A set of secret techniques surged into his mind. This secret method is about how to roast, refine, extract the soul and control the corpse of a cultivator alive after capturing him, until they are refined into walking corpses that are completely under their control and follow their orders. Relying on this set of secret methods, the captured disciples of the righteousness can be turned into zombies that are completely unable to resist their own commands, and are even able to retain most of the feats and martial arts used in their lifetime. True to form, it is a necessary means for demonic monks to travel at home and kill people. Those who frequently refine corpses knew that the more advanced the corpse refining technique, the more able it was to retain the strength of the corpse being refined during its lifetime and wash away its self-will. The practicality of this demonic amazing corpse refining technique as a set of earth-rank techniques was quite something. The host has successfully acquired the magic amazing corpse refining technique. Issue a new task, refine 20 male disciples from the second peak of the Young Yang Immortal sect into amazing corpses using the magic amazing corpse refining technique. Points plus 10 for each one refined. Time limit, 1 month. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive a gold card. Very well. The female disciples of the righteous path are captured to help me cultivate, and the male disciples are directly refined into corpses. I am truly worthy of being an otherworldly joyous sect demonic demon monk who was about to become the 6th heavenly demon Buddha. Chapter 12, 20 Gutenbergs? Qianji. Zhang Wuyo took his pen and worked on the new paper that had just been handed out. If you were given an ability that allowed you to sacrifice 20 of your male classmates in order to cultivate into immortality, would you go for it? Money Harp didn't even look up. No way. Zhang Wuyo continued to write his paper. Why? Qian Vertical said. What am I? I am a good student of the 5 speeches and 4 beauties who is full of righteousness and possesses a good moral character and a strong heart. Sacrificing 20 students in exchange for cultivation. How is that any different from demons and devils? Zhang Wuyo thought for a moment and then asked. If you were to replace them with 20 beautiful female classmates and force them to help you cultivate as a way to cultivate into immortality, would you go for it? Qian Er asked. When you say help me cultivate, is it the kind of help I get from Maggie Chung to Zhao Wenjue and Green Snake? Zhang Wuyo said. Right. And absolutely no one finds out. No need to worry about going to jail. Qian Vertical said. This I will definitely do. But don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in pretty female classmates. I just like practicing. Xu Xiaoying in the front seat turned her back to them and didn't look back. You boys are disgusting. What about you, Xiaoying? Zhang Wuyo asked. Assuming that sacrificing 20 of your male classmates would allow you to become immortal, would you go for it? I'm not as boring as you guys, Xu Xiaoying said in a good-natured manner. Go and think about such an impossible thing. Zhang Wuyo continued to ask, what if those 20 boys, as handsome as Daniel Wu, you could make them do anything to you? You could charm them with demonic magic and turn them into your playthings, and absolutely no one would notice. Xu Xiaoying replied, not even Daniel Wu. Useless Shang asked, What if it's Nicholas Tse? I'm not really interested either. What about Louis Koo? Zhang Wuyo said. And the white goo from the period of the Divine Eagles and the round moon scimitar? The small girl in the front seat was trembling in her grip on the black water pen. 20 paku. 20 of them. You can make them do anything you want. Xu Xiaoying looked up. It's not that I want to sacrifice anyone. I'm just interested in what you said about cultivating into an immortal. After all, Gutenberg being mediocre doesn't really appeal to me. Qianli turned his head to look at Zhang Wuyo. What about you? If it were you, would you go for it? Zhang Wuyo sneaked a look at the system taskbar inside. If I sacrifice 20 of my classmates, male or female, as long as they can help me get into an undergraduate program, then I absolutely can't resist the temptation. Xu Xiaoying looked back at him. You're really realistic here, Qian Vertical said. If that's the case, it would be good if half of your lifespan with Zhang Wuyo could be exchanged for me to get into one of the exams. Zhang Wuyo raised his hand and patted his shoulder. That is, it's not otherworldly. Otherwise, an NPC like you would have already been refined into a dry corpse by me. In the midst of the idle chatter, Zhang Wuyo picked up a whole paper filled with writing and was very accomplished. Because it's a language paper, you can always write a lot of nonsense. Unlike math, if you can't, you can't. By noon, Zhang Wuyo packed his school bag. He also told Qian Vertical that if there were any new practice papers issued in the afternoon, he should help hand them to Zhao Yutong in the next class before school. Then, it was time to leave the school and go home first. When I got home, my mom had already made radish and pork chop soup. First, I ladled a bowl of rib soup for him. Then I ate. It wasn't long before Dad Zhang Tao came back too. You need to change the medicine in the afternoon, right? Zhang Tao said. Why don't I accompany him to the hospital? Mom said. Who's going to look at that store when you go to the hospital? Zhang Tao wanted to say. Why don't you go watch the store, wife? However, looking at his wife's glaring eyes, he hurriedly said. Why don't you let your son help with the store first, and I'll replace him when I get back from the hospital? Then the mother and son looked at him like he was an idiot. That store was actually doing okay because of the 2 hotels in the neighborhood and the proximity to a certain alley. But unlike convenience stores, which can usually be closed after 10 or so, that store had customers showing up even in the middle of the night, so it couldn't be closed at night. It's usually not until 5 or 6 a.m. that you have to turn it off, and then you have to turn it back on again around 9 a.m. Tired is certainly not tired, and when there's nothing else to do, it's to lie down in a chair and sleep, or to swipe your phone or watch TV. It's so much easier than a caterer or something, but one just has to keep it there. In the past, Lao Dang used to call people over and play mahjong in the store. Then I was scolded by my wife, because in that kind of store, if there are too many people inside, customers won't want to go in and buy anything. Not many people want, after all, to be watched by a group of people picking at one of those little umbrellas. For this reason, Zhang Tao wished that his son would inherit the family business earlier. After eating, Zhang Tao continued to watch the store. Zhang Wuyo took a nap. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was taken out of the house by my mom and headed to the orthopedic department of the city hospital. Before he even got close to the city hospital, the system went crazy with red warning bars popping up. Warning, the host is approaching the medical center of the Union of Immortal Doctors, which is invested by the court. Serious warning, once the Immortal Medical Union detects that the host is secretly practicing devilish techniques, it will definitely be reported to the court, leading to a siege by the Department of Demon Suppression. Warning again, please have the self-consciousness of being a demonic villain and avoid dangerous areas immediately. Warning, warning, warning. The warning bars that popped up frantically made even Zhang Wuyo start to get nervous. What would happen if the hospital found out that I secretly practiced such evil magic arts as the ultimate bliss heavenly demon technique? Will they immediately report it to the government and send experts from the Department of Devil Suppression to come and round up the people? So, have I practiced the ultimate heavenly demon technique? There is no aura in this world. I cultivate AP. Can I not go to the hospital today? Zhang Wuyo looked at his old mom. The orthopedic department isn't open on weekends, so if we don't go today, won't we have to take tomorrow off again? Mom was blunt. No. Well, it's not that I have to go. I really can't not go. Detected that the host is being coerced by a powerful force and forced to enter a medical center built by the Immortal Doctor Alliance, which is secretly controlled by the Imperial Court. It's in a zone of absolute danger. Issuing an urgent mission. Task 1. Successfully pass the Immortal Medical Union's detection means to avoid being discovered by the court traders within the medical center that the host is secretly practicing the Devil's Sect technique. Mission 1 completed. 50 points earned. Task 2. Get out of the medical center safely. Task 2 completed. 50 points earned. At this time, Zhang Wuyo had already entered the gates of the city hospital. Looking back at the security guard at the door, and then at the people coming and going in the neighborhood, Having said that, city hospitals are supposed to be public, and all doctors in city hospitals are career doctors. It seems right to say that the city hospital is secretly controlled by the court and that the doctors here are all traitors to the court. Chapter 13 Taoist Heart Planting Demons in Heaven and Earth in the Same Green? Enter the hospital outpatient building and pick up your number from the automated teller machine. To the orthopedic clinic. After waiting a while, their number was called. Zhang Wuyo entered the outpatient clinic, and the person who saw him was a male doctor in his 50s. The doctor asked him if he was in any pain or if he was having any trouble anywhere during this time. He was then prescribed x-rays and told to go ahead and get them taken and come back for him in half an hour afterward. If there are no problems, the medication and cast will be changed today. Should I remove the cast first for the filming? Old Mom asked one more question behind Zhang Wuyo. The doctor waved his hand. No need. Just go through. Zhang Wuyo resupported his body with his crutches and left the outpatient clinic, going to the hospital's examination building. The place was pretty crowded, so first you go to the window and line up your number with your health insurance card. Then you wait for your number to be called. It doesn't look so fast, Mom said. I'll go over to the hospitalization department first and see if your Auntie Zhu is there. Other people's doctors are busy. You're going to find her at this time? Zhang Wuyo said. It's fine. I told her. And it just so happens that she's looking for me for something too. Mom was dressed in beige and white, with a handbag, and went off in high spirits. Zhang Wuyo leaned on his crutches and limped toward the seat in the corner. A young girl next to him with dyed orange hair and a floral dress looked up and locked eyes with him. Chang Wufei? Zhao Rong? Both men were simultaneously staggered. Zhao Rong's gaze moved down and landed on his leg in a cast. What happened to your foot? Nothing, got hit by a dump truck. Broken bones. Zhang Wudo's gaze went towards Zhao Rong's feet. The weather is actually still a little cold, but Zhao Rong wants style not temperature, wearing a beautiful skirt on her body that is very short, and her calves are wrapped in meat stockings. The reason why Zhang Wuyo subconsciously looked at her foot was because this foot of hers had almost been broken by her own kick before. When he was in middle school, it was Zhao Rong who brought a few girls and went to bully Tong Tong before he got to him. If Zhao Rong's 3 liquors hadn't arrived quickly, she was afraid that her leg would have been broken on the spot. That incident scared Zhao Rong to the point that he later made a special effort to invite him to dinner through one of Zhang Wuyo's cousins. Zhang Wuyo also became the school bully of Shaoyang Junior High School because of this. Of course, the school bully is what others think. He himself had indeed gotten acquainted with these people at the time, but really couldn't be considered a gangster per se, much less ever bullied anyone. What about you? Zhang Wuyo sat next to Zhao Rong. Recently, my stomach and intestines have been a bit uncomfortable, so I came over to have a checkup and an ultrasound. Zhao Rong smiled a little awkwardly. It's rare to even see you now. Senior year, Zhang Useless said. You were a junior when I was a sophomore. You're 1 year ahead of me. You graduated from the vocational high school last year, right? Zhao Rong said. Did not study in vocational high school, graduated from junior high school and came out to work. Rather, I didn't think that you actually went to high school as well. At that time all thought that you would follow everyone to the vocational high school. Zhang Useless said, rubbing the edge in. The second middle school all-year section last place, do you dare to believe? Don't say another 1 point less. Another 0. 1 point less can't go on. Zhao Rong said. That's not bad. Senior year was intense, right? You were the only one from the group we were playing with who was able to go to college. Zhang Wuyo was a bit embarrassed, because according to this, he would soon be coming out to do something as well. After 3 more years of schooling than anyone else, you end up no different than anyone else. Zhang Wuyo asked, where are you working now? Zhao Rong smiled. That is to do wine promotion and so on. Now with the previous is not the same. Not like before is blindly mixed. Serious to do something. While she was speaking, Zhang Wuyo heard a ding sound. The system jumps out of the taskbar. Observe that the gangster demoness Zhao Rong is pregnant with an evil seed. If this evil seed can be born, it will be a natural-born devil, and will have an unlimited future in the devil's path. Issued mission, persuade Zhao Rong to leave his evil seed behind. Successful persuasion earns 30 points. Agree to raise the evil seed with Zhao Rong. Receive 500 points and a golden card. The evil seed was successfully born. Gained 1000 points, 5 golden cards, and obtained the heaven-ranked demonic codex Dao Xinc Demon Heaven and Earth Great Compassion Fugue. Useless sham. He twisted his head, his eyes looking down. I had just been looking at her legs, but now I realized that her belly was slightly bulging. Perceived his sight. Zhao Rong was even more embarrassed. Her skirt pulled down and her hands folded in her lap, trying to sit upright. Zhang Wuyo retracted his gaze and looked at this newly assigned task. Again, wanting me to take over? What is this Taoist heart planting the devil and the heaven and earth in great sorrow? How about calling the Taoist heart planting the devil and the sky in the same green color? Right. How are you and your girlfriend doing? Zhao Rong asked. Your girlfriend's grades have always been good, right? Can't be considered a girlfriend, Zhang Useless said, but still together. She's in the class next to mine. Zhao Rong sighed. That's good. It's still better for you guys to go to middle school together, go to high school together, and then later on, go to the same university and go to college together. You too, quite enviable. Zhang Wuyo felt that she was being sarcastic, but he had no proof. He said, nowadays, even for college students, it's not easy to find a job. It's better for you guys to come out early and make money early. Right. My home, that store. You also know the location, right? Have time to often do business. Girls go out, or to protect themselves well. My dad is usually the one who looks after the store there, and sometimes I go and cover the shifts. If you go there to buy something, just give my name and my dad will give you a discount. Zhao Rong felt that he was being sarcastic, but she didn't have proof either, so she smiled and nodded. Okay, thanks then. I'll be over there often for business. I sell some things here too. In the future, if you or uncle need anything, you can also come to me, and I'll help you guys get a discount as well. Zhang Wuyo was stunned for a moment. Don't you sell alcoholic beverages? Zhao Rong's smile didn't diminish. Actually, they sell some other things as well, but that's okay, they're all discounted. Useless Shang, you'd better not go on my store. I'm afraid my old Deng can't stand the test. In the midst of idle chatter, the speaker called again. Zhao Rong looked at the number in his hand and got up. It's my turn. I'll talk to you later when I have the chance. Zhang Wuyo nodded. Okay, good. It's better not to chat anymore. The ultrasound room was on the second floor, and Zhao Rong headed upstairs. Zhang Wuyo waited for a while longer, and after a while, Mom also came back from the hospitalization side, and then only when the number is called. Entering the X-ray filming room, Zhang Wuyo lay down as the doctor told him to. System crazy warning, an unknown magic weapon is about to test the host. Attention! Attention! Chapter 14, Cutting the Grass Without a Pair of Killing God. Xiao Xiao. Zhang Wuyo was worried during the X-ray machine's filming that it would suddenly pop out. She of dough. 3 stages. Of course nothing happened in the end. Simply finish the movie and simply leave. Wait half an hour, as the doctor had told me, and then rejoin the orthopedic clinic. This time there was no need to wait again, and after speaking to the doctor, he went through the computer and looked right through it. Not a bad recovery. The doctor said, there's nothing wrong with it, just change the medication and reapply the cast. Zhang Wuyo had not yet spoken. Mom was right next to her and went ahead and said, Doctor, can we skip the cast and just use a splint? The child is a senior in high school after all, and a cast is even more inconvenient. The doctor looked at the x-rays on the computer again. Let's see if is okay. Let the nurse help Zhang Useless to remove the plaster, remedication, and change to splint fixation again. When she left the hospital, Mom was very proud. Luckily I went to your Auntie Zhu. She said that the doctor will only put you in a cast if you don't talk yourself into a splint instead. In fact, you basically don't have much of a problem with this fracture, and you can even use a splint at first. Zhang Wuyo didn't know that there was such a thing. Changing to a clipboard does make it much easier though. The splint would only have to cover the part of his calf that was injured, but the cast would have to cover him from the sole of his foot up, from the joint to the leg, and it would be much more difficult. Out the hospital door. Ding! Mission 1, successfully pass the Immortal Doctor Alliance's testing methods, and prevent the court traders from discovering that the host is practicing the Devil's Way technique is completed. Plus 50 points. Ding! Mission 2, safely escape from the court-controlled medical center completed. Plus 50 points. Zhang Wuyo looked at the lower right corner of the system interface. Now he has another 140 points. 160 points until the next card draw. I said it's not right. People are able to trade 160 raw stones for 1 encounter edge for card draws in 1 game. Why do I need 300 points? Can't you take a lesson from Michaels? It's still early. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some things. You go back first. Mom said to him, when you go back, put the rice in the pot first, and wait for me to go back before you cook it. Zhang Wuyo asked, burning dry rice or thin rice? Dry rice. There's quite a bit of rib soup left over from lunch. Good. Instead of taking a cab this time, Zhang Wuyo waited for the bus. Removing the plaster and using a splint does make it much easier. He even thought that he could go ride his own little electric donkey all tomorrow. But odds are Mom won't be willing to do that. And in case she falls again, she can stay in the hospital until her senior year. When he got on the bus, because he was holding a cane and looked disabled, someone immediately offered him a seat. On the way, Zhang Wuyo opened the system taskbar again and looked at it. Now, he has 2 unfinished business. One is to refine 20 male disciples from the second peak of the Yang Immortal sect into the so-called Amazing Corpses using the Amazing Corpses refining technique, with a time limit of 1 month. The other was just released to him at the hospital. Persuading Zhao Rong to leave behind the evil seed, it is best to take over directly. The second mission, while not time limited, is, in reality, actually time limited again. Both of these, Zhang Wuyo did not intend to accomplish. There are no other quests at the moment either, and I don't even know how I'm going to get the 160 points left over from the next card draw. Even if the card draw is successful, odds are it has little to do with one's desire to get into an undergraduate program. LOL. Obviously I'm a systematic person too, and that's it? All the way back home. Arrived at the house, propped up his crutches and went to the kitchen to wash the rice. Put the rice with the pan in the rice cooker and turn on the fine cooking. There was nothing to do for a while, and when I tried to read, I couldn't read at all. On that side of the school, at this hour, school wasn't even out yet. When he thought that, after studying for 3 more years, he ended up being no different from someone like Zhao Rong, who didn't study in middle school. He felt heartbroken. No, the difference is still there. The other Zhao Rong really can't, but in the end, she was able to find an honest man to marry. In a sense, one is not as good as others. Zhang Wuyo came to the study and turned on the computer. No more reading. Proto-God. Activate. The computer on this side of Zhang Wuyo's study hadn't been turned on for quite some time. Now that he's in his room doing his homework, this side of the den isn't being used much. To be able to settle down and study, he doesn't touch his computer or his smartphone. As a result, grades still don't come up either. It was hard to obtain the otherworldly cultivation system, but the dump truck was not strong enough to send him to the otherworld. Junk system, useless. When I turned on my computer, I started Proto-God and actually had to update it. It's past a major release? Forget it. Just wait. The good thing is that the internet speed at home is okay and the download is relatively fast. Waiting for the update to finish, he launched the game. Look at the game's sister, Fluorescence. It's true that the master is still the most durable. Zhang Wuyo saw that there just happened to be a combat-related activity, entered the campaign, assembled a team, and used General Thunderbolt, Little Grass God, Xin, and Fernina, all-female team. He played for a while, and after a few levels in a row, he felt a little self-conscious again. It's almost the entrance exam, and you're still playing Harakami here? What people fear the most is the internalization of the spirit. Zhang Wuyo's mental internal depletion was very serious right now. It's not that I don't try hard, it's all because the system doesn't work. Never mind. I'll never count on this crap system again. After you beat this event, collect your protolith and today's daily quest. Turn off your computer and go read. This way, killing an unknown number of chuchas in succession. Master's hands were covered in blood. Ding! A system alert sounded in his ears. Zhang Wuyo inclined his head, opened the taskbar and saw the new task. The host is worthy of being a murderous villain of the demonic path, and has currently killed 50 innocent and weak people. The system awards 50 points. Trigger the new mission Thousands of Killers. Kill 1,000 innocent and weak people. Upon completion of the mission, you will earn 1000 points and obtain the Xian rank martial art Thousand Hands Blood Mango Finger. Time limit, 7 days. Currently completed 57/1000. While checking out the system quests, Zhang Wuwu's fingers did not stop and he destroyed 7 more chuchas in passing. Zhang Wuyo froze. That's okay? If it was in the other world, this mission would be inhumane. Killing 1,000 people in 7 days. And there's no limit to what kind of people. That kills simply unarmed, innocent civilians. It's really a bloody mission sent to the demonic monk of the devil's way who will become the 6th heavenly devil Buddha. But here, the kills are the game's churros. Do the chuchos have human rights? Zhang Wuyo continued to open kills, and after doing the activities, he went to the big world to open kills again. I don't want to count on this misbegotten crap system, but who else can I count on right now but the system? No, not right. Killing Chuchuans in Proto-God is just too slow and efficient. It's hard to say if you can kill 1,000 people when you've killed all over the great world. Zhang Wuyo quickly closed Original God and launched another game that he hadn't opened for a long time. The 3 Kingdoms of Mowing the Lawn Without a Double. This is a land where human life is not life. The god of murder, Zhang Useless, descended. Plus, this cutthroat no-frills game he's patched before. At the moment, he is using Little Joe, playing the patch. Cough. Know it all. Chapter 15, The Patchy Sister Sanghyang. Little Joe, who couldn't find a single piece of fabric on his body. Slayed. For each enemy general you kill, you must cry out the enemy is shy. I'll undress him. True. 3 Kingdoms series. Not many people play it anymore in the present day. The reason why Zhang Wuxi still keeps this version on his hard disk is because, well, he modded the game. It's normal for boys to do this kind of thing. This version of Little Joe uses a fan. She jumps up and down, does the air splits, and moves in a pleasing manner. Enemy soldiers came up in waves and were cut down by her in waves. Zhang Wuyo saw that the number of innocent and weak people killed in the system quest bar was jumping upward frantically. It's not for nothing that Three Kingdoms is known as Lawnmowers Unlimited. In this game, human life is like grass, killing one wave and then another. Especially in this version, enemy soldiers will refresh in waves if you deliberately don't try to occupy a stronghold. In this level alone, Zhang Wuyo had successfully accomplished the task of killing 1,000 people. After all, there is an achievement for 1,000 breaks in this game's levels. Ding! The host has successfully completed the quest thousands of decapitations, plus 1,000 points, and can obtain the Xian rank martial art 1,000 hands blood mango fingers. Receive 1,000 bloody mangled fingers, yes/no. Trigger new mission massacre of 10,000, kill 10,000 innocent and weak people. Upon completion, earn 5,000 points. Obtain the 10,000 blood execution formation diagram, an earth-ranked secret technique. Time limit, 1 month. Currently completed 1,013 10,000. Zhang Wuyo's mind moved slightly. This Xian rank martial arts and earth rank secret techniques, were they useful to him? Odds are it won't work, because there is no aura. You can't practice your kung fu. If you can't practice your kung fu, it's hard to put this martial arts, secret methods, or whatever, to use. However, the 2 missions thousands of killers and 10,000 slaughterers will earn you 6,000 points upon completion. That's enough for 20 draws. 20 draws, can't you draw one that's actually useful? Zhang Wuyo didn't believe in this. Zhang Wuyo's fingers were as fit as a fiddle on the keyboard. At this moment, he was so energized that electricity seemed to be flashing under each of his throbbing fingertips. His back was straight, as if he had actually traveled to the chaotic world of the Three Kingdoms and was on a killing spree. A question came to Zhang Wuyo's mind. Why did the system determine that he would become a great villain after traveling to the other world? Is Zhang Wuyo a villain? In all fairness, he thought he was pretty kind. But if one actually traveled to an alien world where one's original loved ones were gone, and then lived in a new era where gods and demons were in turmoil, the mindset would definitely be different. It's like treating life in the game. Having traveled to a world that doesn't belong to him, and without the weakness and concern of his family, how different are the innocent beings of other worlds from the weeds on the side of the road in his eyes? In that case, a villain is a villain. No big deal. Kill through a level, move on to the next level, and keep on killing. Quest Massacre of 10,000s. Currently 2,000/10,000 completed. Kill through one more level and move on to the next. Quest Massacre of 10,000s. Currently 30,000/10,000 completed. Currently completed 4,000/10,000. Currently completed 5,000/10,000. Tired of playing Xiao Xiao, dumped her and started playing Sun Shangxiang again. The fruit body patch still works, and the various poses of Sanghyang's sister are pleasing to the eye. Useless? Mom suddenly shouted from the direction of the living room. The sudden shout scared Zhang Wuyo. On the one hand, he killed with full concentration. While driving to kill, he looked at the numbers that kept jumping up in the system quest bar, and his entire body fell into an extraordinary exuberance. On the other hand, it's also because of this game patch, and it wouldn't be good if it was seen. I'm here, he answered hurriedly. Why are you running off to play games if you're not going to read? Mom casually glanced inside from outside the door. Fortunately, the doorway of the study had a curved opening, and Zhang Wuyo hurriedly turned sideways, so she naturally couldn't see the game screen. What's wrong? Zhang Wuyo called back. It's okay. I came back and didn't see you in your room and thought you weren't there. Mom turned around. I'm going to go cook. Zhang Wuyo leaned back, his head peering in the direction of the doorway, and then continued to kill. Kill, 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 kill. Currently completed 60,110,000. Currently completed 70,110,000. Currently completed 80,110,000. It's almost over. It's almost over. Sister Sanghyang, you hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon. Currently completed 90,110,000. Mom's voice came from outside the door. Useless is playing with the computer in that study. Tong Tong, you just go in. Zhang Wuyo was startled. His hands were busy, and he hurriedly pressed the ESC button, allowing the game interface to enter the system panel. Turning back, he saw Zhao Yutong walking into the study in her white school uniform, even with her school bag still on her back. The 2 practice papers your class handed out this afternoon. Zhao Yutong handed him the 2 folded papers. Thanks. Zhang Wuyo took the roll from her small hands. Is this playing Three Kingdoms Unlimited? Zhao Yutong saw the game system interface. 2 years earlier, she had also come over during her summer vacation to use Zhang Wuyo's computer and play True Three Kingdoms Undivided a few times, so she was able to recognize it. It's not just recognizable, it's even a little nostalgic. She moved a plastic stool and placed it next to Zhang Wuyo, shrugging her fragrant shoulders again. First the left hand came out of the bag strap, then he let the bag slide down his right arm and then to his feet. Looking at his childhood friend's stance of wanting to watch him play the game, Zhang Wuyo's head tingled. You didn't go home first? Zhang Wuyo asked. My mom will be back later, Zhao Yutong said. There's no one at home now. Do you have a lot of homework today? Zhang Wuyo wanted to drive her away. Why don't you go back early and do your homework? It's okay. I did a lot of it in school, Zhao Yutong said. You play the game. I'll watch from the side. The problem is I can't play it. Now, just press the ESC key. His own childhood friend will soon see a bear, asked Sanghyang's sister. Hey, what's with this feeling of hiding a shirtless mistress in the closet, where the main man happens to find her and wants to open the closet to get her clothes? What's wrong? Zhao Yutong saw him raise his hand and stagnate there against the keyboard, and looked toward him in confusion. Her pure eyes were as clear as water. During this time, she also did, and continued to do questions every day. Now that I saw him playing a game, I was tempted to watch from the sidelines and decompress, even though I wouldn't be playing it myself. In her clear and pure eyes, Zhang Wuyo Alexander. Chapter 16, Bloody-Handed Slaughterhouse. Demons Open Killing. Why aren't you playing yet? Zhao Yutong looked at him strangely. Nothing, Zhang Wuyo said with a smile. Just having a chat first. You don't need to mind me. I'll just sit here. Zhao Yutong gave a faint smile. It's okay, I'll keep you company. The game can be played anytime. Yes? Zhao Yutong glanced toward him. After all, he was a childhood friend, and Zhao Yutong felt keenly that he was a little flustered. She looked at the game system interface suspiciously. It's true. 3 kingdoms. Why is he so nervous? She reached out and pressed toward the ESC button. It was too late for Zhang Wuyo to block it. As soon as the button is pressed, you are immediately returned to the game screen. The game shows a group of pawns with lances, stabbing at Sanghyang's sister. Zhao Yutong's eyes widened. Zhang Wuyo wanted to find a hole in the ground. What could be more embarrassing than being seen playing this game by a girl? Although this was supposed to be a normal game, the problem is that it's being made abnormal by his patches. He saw that a red haze colored Zhao Yutong's face. I'll go back first. Zhao Yutong's pretty face turned red, and as soon as she picked up her school bag, she fled outside. Zhang Wuyo could do nothing about it. Looking had been seen. Want to quit the game? Look at his own system taskbar. Just a few hundred people short of the massacre task will be completed. Let's finish this quest first, and then we'll go find Tong Tong to explain. This doesn't seem to be able to be explained, either. Tell her that I don't play this game to see this look at Sanghyang's sister, but to kill people. 10,000 people? You think she'll believe it? No, it's better to go to her first. Zhang Wuxi wants to get up. There was a movement behind him, and when he turned around, he saw Zhao Yutong carrying her school bag in both hands and coming back. Zhao Yutong sat back down on the stool, her book bag gently placed aside. You play. Zhang Wuyo twisted his head to look at her. Ha, you keep playing. Although Zhao Yutong's face was still slightly haloed, her tone was flat, as if she wasn't angry. I'll watch you play. Still not playing. Zhang Wuyo wanted to turn off the game. How could he play this kind of Sanghyang's sister in front of her? Auntie, Zhao Yutong called back. Useless is playing. I play. I'll play. Zhang Wuyo almost had a heart attack from her. Useless. What did you do again? Mom yelled from outside. It's okay. It's fine. Zhang Wuyo hurriedly called out. Twisting his head, he glanced at Zhao Yutong. Her rosy lips quirked slightly as she looked toward him, a little smug. Zhang Wuyo knew very well that as long as she complained, no matter what it was, her mom was sure to be toward her. You play. I'll watch. Zhao Yutong's voice dripped with menace. Zhang Wuyo thought, she really has learned the hard way. In just that short amount of time, the patched-up sister Shangxiang had been stabbed over several times by the surrounding minions. He hurriedly operated the keyboard and continued to drive the kill. Sanghyang's sister with a bow and arrow was so colorful that she also occasionally shoots arrows while flipping upside down with her legs splitting. Zhang Wuyo took a sneaky look at his quest bar. We're getting closer and closer to the completion of the massacre. During this time, he twisted his head to look toward Zhao Yutong. She was seen sitting quietly, occasionally opening her eyes wide and staring at the screen. Sensing his gaze, she turned her head to meet his eyes. Her gaze was still clear, and it made him sweat. Turning back to his head and continuing to look at the game interface, he straightened his mind. The study was quiet, and the temperature, which had climbed so rapidly just a moment ago, slowly eased. Once you pass one level, it's on to the next. A ding sounded in Zhang Wuyo's ear. He didn't need to look at the quest bar to know that the quest of mass murderer was completed, but he didn't bother with it. How many times in life do you get the chance to play this patched-up game for your childhood friend and school sweetheart? After a while, Zhang Wuyo heard something subtle. Couldn't help but look back at his childhood friend. Is there something vibrating on you? Zhao Yutong touched her pocket, pulled out her cell phone, and pressed the connect button. Mom. Okay. It turned out to be a cell phone, presumably set to silent vibrate mode to avoid sudden noises during class. It scared him. My mom said she had a serious patient over there and had to work overtime, so she told me to cook noodles for dinner at home by myself. Zhao Yutong put her cell phone back into her school uniform pocket. Zhang Wuyo said softly, "Why don't you just eat at my house?" Propping himself up with his crutches, he came to the door and called out in the direction of the kitchen. "Mom, Auntie Zhu is not free to come back late. Then let's keep Tong Tong over here for dinner." He hadn't even finished speaking when Mom shouted over there. After saying that, Zhang Wuyo turned back around. As he spoke, in the game interface, Sister Shangxiang was under attack. Zhao Yutong took over the keyboard and helped him play. Letting her take over first, Zhang Wuyo quickly clicked on the Demon Monk cultivation system and took a look. Mission Massacre of 10,000s completed. Gained 5,000 system points. Obtained 10,000 Blood Execution Formation Diagram. Obtained the title of Bloody Hand Slaughterer. Bloody Hand Slaughterer. When the devil kills, the immortals and the Buddhas are not easy to kill. When he kills, his murderous aura will surge and his deterrent power will be multiplied. There was an extra space in the upper left corner of the system interface. Apparently it was possible to move this newly acquired title up and load it on oneself. Those of you who kill a lot know that the aura of killing and the deterrent effect on more enemies is a very important factor in a group battle. It just still doesn't seem to work for a high school student who will soon be a senior. Another look in the bottom right corner shows the current point total, 6,190. Closing the interface, he returned to his computer and moved his sort of stool a bit out of the way to make room for his childhood friend. Then sit on the sidelines and watch your childhood friend play a patched-up version of Three Kingdoms. In all fairness, it was a thrill to watch a childhood friend play with a patched-up Sunga sister. Unfortunately, the childhood friend game doesn't operate very well, and the patched Shangxiang sister is always getting stabbed by pawns. Useless. Tong. Mom called from outside. Come out for dinner. Only then did Zhao Yutong exit the game, and Zhang Wuyo turned off the computer. After dinner, Zhao Yutong went back to her own home across the street and took a shower and changed into her pajamas. He came over to teach Zhang Wuyo some more homework. By the time her cell phone rang again, her mother, Zhu Youngmoon, had returned home and asked where she was. Only then did she put away her homework and go home. After she left, Zhang Wuyo was alone. First, he received the 1,000 Hands Blood Mango Fingers that he obtained after completing the 1,000 People Beheading quest, as well as the 10,000 Blood Execution Formation that he obtained after completing the 10,000 People Slaughtering quest. After obtaining it, the cultivation method of the purple rank martial art 1,000 Hands of Blood Mango Fingers and the deployment method of the 10,000 Blood God Execution Formation all flooded into his mind. Not bad. If this is in the other world, as the villain of the Demon Monk, he is bound to be much stronger. Together with the title of Bloody Hand Human Butcher, will certainly be much stronger, and dominate the party. Cross your arms for a moment. Chapter 17 1 puff, 20 puffs. 1,000 Hands Blood Mango Fingers is a powerful finger technique. When using it, it was as if it transformed into the 1,000-handed goddess of mercy, and in an instant, the hands transformed into thousands of serpentine blood shadows, striking at the enemy like lightning. However, from the point of view of power, at least the Heavenly Demon Ultimate Blitzgong must be practiced to the second level before it can be activated. Of the 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang, and Yellow, as a set of Earth rank martial arts, in that so-called Mirage realm, this set of fingering techniques was already enough to be used as a family heirloom in many prestigious families. As a family heirloom. As for the 10,000 Blood Execution God Formation, it is a set of magic path formation that can be set up in advance to bring in strong enemies and kill them over the level. Because of the blood sacrifice of many innocent people before the opening of the formation, it is not tolerated by the righteous. Zhang Wuyo searched his mind for knowledge related to the Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss technique. According to the introduction of the Gong method, the Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss Gong had to be practiced up to the 6th layer before one could step into the Yuaning stage, with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. But with this 10,000 Blood Execution God Formation, even if the Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss technique is only cultivated to the 3rd layer, it can still be arranged in advance to assassinate Yuaning stage powerhouses. Awesome. A powerful tool worthy of being the protagonist of a traveler. It just doesn't do much for him right now. Never mind. Let's go draw cards. Still, even if this system jerks, I can't believe there's not a single useful one in 20 draws. In order to show his sincerity, Zhang Wuyo first went to take a shower, bathe and change his clothes. It was a pity that there was no incense in the house. Otherwise he would have wanted to offer incense to the gods and goddesses and Buddha. As a protagonist with a system, there's probably no one worse off than me. With the system all still have to worship Buddha, who has to shed a tear of sympathy when he sees him. After dressing, Zhang Wuyo closed the door and sat on his bed. Exchange 6,000 of those system points for 20 random cards. He took a deep breath. First draw. A greenish-colored meteor that crossed in front of his eyes. Before his eyes, an additional image of 2 swords appeared. These 2 swords, one long and one short, shone with light. Invincible Mandarin Duck Sword, Xian rank weapon. They are called invincible, but they are not invincible. Thousands of years of iron casting. Comes with inflammation. Ice 2 gas. 500 years ago, Mingyue twins husband and wife practiced this 2 swords. Intercepted and killed by delusional snake demon. This 2 swords also become delusional snake demon's collection. The 4th order of heaven and earth. The supreme Dragonslayer sword was of the heavenly rank, and calling it supreme would be fine. This is just in Xian class, and it's called invincible? No wonder its owner practiced the dual swords and then took them to his death. Is this not a little bit of becounting? With a thought, the invincible Mandarin Duck Sword flew into the props bar and became a small icon between the props bar. Second draw. An orange meteor streaked by, and a feather appeared, which exuded a weird black aura and looked poisonous. Evil Hat Feather, Yellow Order Herb, commonly used in the refining of poisons. It is also poisonous in itself, and if an ordinary chi refiner takes it, he or she will die on the spot. Great! As a high school student, I have another murder weapon. Third draw. Another orange meteor. Red flamestone, yellow ranked casting material, used for refining ordinary flying swords, of average quality. Aha! Not bad. Sell it to rich Middle Easterners as a mystery collection sometime in the future. Fourth draw. Cyan meteor. 1,000 years of red flamestone, a casting material of Shen class, used for casting flying swords, of good quality. Keep selling it to the big rich Middle Easterners and it can go for a lot more. Fifth draw. Orange meteor. Thunderbolt poem, yellow rank martial arts. Zhang Wuyo did not even bother to look down, and directly down a draw. This kind of martial arts can be seen at a glance. Is this kind of card draw mechanism used to make up the numbers? Similar to a certain game bell sword. Zhang Wuyo had once drawn 7 bell swords at once. To say that it was bad luck. 7 bell swords in a row. The probability of that was not simple. If we're lucky, what can we do with 7 bell swords? Sixth draw. Cyan meteor. Millennium red flamestone. This is also for filling, right? Seventh draw. Another orange meteor. Dan formula Peiyuan Dan, yellow rank Dan formula, required for refining Peiyuan Dan. Whether to receive the formula of Puiyuan Dan, yes/no. Zhang Wuyo nodded yes and the Dan formula flew into his brow. Good. I now know what kind of materials I need and what kind of Dan fire to use to refine the Peiyuan Dan. You might as well just give me a Peiyuan Dan. On the 8th draw, it's actually a purple meteor again. Magic Sea Night Fork Bone, ground level casting material, required for refining special magic weapons and blades, taken from the brain bone of the Night Fork race at the bottom of the Magic Sea, need to be dissected out during the life of the Magic Sea Night Fork, in order to be preserved, and it's relatively rare. Zhang Wuyo inclined his head. So, purple represents the earth rank, cyan represents the Xian rank, and orange represents the yellow rank? That said, how many draws does it take to bail out of gold? This system should have a bailout mechanism, right? There should be, right? Zhang Wuyo looked at the props bar and drew out these things. It's all good, but again, none of it works. The gods sighed as they watched, and the Buddha shed tears. Zhang Wuyo recalled that in junior high school, the homeroom teacher of their class held a pep rally and told them not to eat duck eggs 1 month before the midterm examination, and if they had to eat them, it would be better to poke them with chopsticks first, so as not to have to take the duck egg test. It's best to go to the temple and worship before the exams. Worshipping may not necessarily help, but not worshipping certainly won't. That's what the homeroom teacher said. Zhang Wuyo felt that the words of his junior high school homeroom teacher were more reliable than this system. Didn't bother to smoke them one by one, just clicked them in a series. 9th draw. Orange. Xianguang sand, yellow ranked casting material, used for making talismans. 10th draw. Orange. 100 years of iron, yellow order casting material, made of iron that has become refined and then returned to its original source, of ordinary quality. 11th draw. Cyan. Red Devil's Heart Blood, metaphysical grade medicinal herbs. Wanlu Desert Inferno Devil's Heart Blood, highly poisonous. Kill sharpshooter +1. 12th draw. Orange. Gunko sand. 13th draw. Orange. Xianguang sand. 14th draw. Orange. Xianguang sand. Sis, I shouldn't have thought of that bell sword 7 in a row draw just now. 15th draw. Cyan. Breaking You Feathered Hammer, Xian rank weapon. 16th draw. Orange. Open Mountain Breaking Palm. 17th draw. Cyan. Purple Heart Bamboo, metaphysical casting material. 18th draw. Purple again. Dan formula 9 turns solid spirit pill, earth order Dan formula. What are you giving me the formula for? You directly give me the elixir. Garbage system, return my original stone. No, return my card. A series of extractions left Zhang Wuyo disappointed. Decapitated tens of thousands of people for nothing. I traded tens of thousands of lives for these? Can you give me a high school entrance exam to use? 19th draw. Cyan. Red Devil's Heart's Blood. 20th draw. White. No gold. Forget it. No more games. Zhang Wuyo doesn't even want to look at it anymore. Close the system interface. Sleep. And so on. White. What's with the white? Reopen the system and take another look. Marrying Dream Talisman, a trashy talisman that is not popular and only works for uncultivated mortals. Chapter 18. Did it really come in handy for him? No good? Lower than the yellow order? Zhang Wuyo's eyes widened as he stared at the last item on the props bar. He knew that the other world's classifications of these heavenly materials and treasures, in addition to heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, did indeed exist higher than the heavenly rank, as well as worse than the yellow rank. The heavenly demon extreme bliss technique was a heaven stage technique. The supreme Dragonslayer sword was a heaven-ranked divine weapon. But above the heavenly ranks, there is also a divine weapon that rarely appears in 10,000 years, called the Emperor's Soldier. Below the yellow rank, it is the uninspired, which is almost useless to cultivators. The system seems to be treating him well. 20 draws, only to come up with such a no good. In the last 20 draws, even the ground level has come out 3 times. The earth rank was already enough in that otherworldly cultivation world to be used as a family heirloom in many lineages. The system doesn't even bother to give this unimpressive that even ordinary chi refiners don't see. It was the first time Zhang Wuyo had seen it. Marrying Dream Talisman, unimpressive. A garbage talisman that only works on uncultivated mortals. From the hand of a so-called Confucian scholar who failed to refine his chi. Through the introduction, Zhang Wuyo roughly figured it out. In the other world, there was once a Confucian scholar who knew some minor arts and failed to refine his chi. This Confucian scholar has a colored heart and no colorful guts, coupled with a low level of competence. So secretly, I researched this dream marrying talisman. This dream marrying talisman, which was only effective for ordinary people who hadn't practiced at all, was able to allow one's consciousness to enter another person's dream world through the art of dream marrying. That Confucian scholar was a moralist in the daytime, but at night, through this marriage dream talisman, he entered the neighboring woman's dream and did whatever he wanted to her. The neighboring woman woke up one night, only thought it was her own aphrodisiac dreams, since they did not dare to say anything to the outside world. The Confucian scholar relied on this marriage dream talisman, but also spoiled a lot of women. Later, when he did his own death, he saw a girl dressed as a village girl passing by, so he used it on her as well. He did not want that girl, although she was dressed as a village girl, but she had accomplished chi refining, and realized on the spot that he was casting evil spells on himself, and chopped him into 2 pieces with a sword. Marriage dream charm, no entry, remaining usable times 5. In the other world, this stuff is absolute garbage of garbage. After all, even if it is only the refining stage of the demon, catch a few ordinary women to scourge. Those women also have no resistance. Why bother to masturbate? If Zhang Wuyo had really traveled to an alien world, he would have looked disgusted at this kind of thing. I'm a bloody-handed butcher who slaughtered tens of thousands of people with my own hands. A supervillain who treats human lives like ants and destroys countries like chickens. That's all you're giving me? But now, he reached out and squeezed gently. The icon disappeared from the props bar, and in his hand, there was an additional piece of dark yellow talisman paper. The talisman paper was roughly made, and when pinched in the hand, it had a very serious grainy feel to it. At the edge of the runic paper was a circle of orange and yellow ink, and within it were odd runes of red and green. After all, it was a talisman created in a spiritually rich otherworld, and although it wasn't in the top tier, it should have carried some aura with it. However, Zhang Wuyo hadn't practiced at all, and since he couldn't perceive the existence of aura, Zhang Wuyo stared at this marriage dream talisman for a while. Deep inside, he was surging with intense excitement, but suppressed it. Put the talisman back into the props bar. Looking at the item bar next to the props bar, all the little compartments were still grayed out, and it was not clear how exactly to enable them. Zhang Wuyo looked over all the other things he had extracted tonight. Only then did he realize that among them, the yellow-ranked martial art, the Thunderbolt Pong, and the earth-ranked Dan formula, the 9-turn solid spirit pill, had not yet been collected. After ordering pickups one after the other, a bunch more useless knowledge was added to his mind. Is it because your name is useless, so all the systems you give are useless? However, as far as Zhang Wuyo knew, his name was actually given by his grandfather. The older generation felt that the cheaper the name, the better it would be to feed them, and that the more useless the name was, the more successful they might be in the future. Right now, Zhang Wuyo's mind had the heavenly rank technique extreme bliss heavenly demon technique, the earth rank devil codex demon amazing corpse refining technique, the earth rank formation diagram 10,000 blood execution formation, the earth rank Dan formula 9 turns of solid spirit pill, the Xian rank martial arts 1000 hands of bloody mangled fingers, the yellow rank martial arts thunderbolt palm, and the yellow rank Dan formula Puiyuan pill. There was no aura in this world, and all of these techniques and martial arts could not be cultivated. But so much knowledge, all fed into his mind, made him feel like his head was filling up. It was as if there was a lot of uncultivated wasteland that had been plowed over, and although it had not yet become good land, it was no longer considered a desert. Zhang Wuyo thought to himself, these drawn-out things, although they are not useful, they definitely have aura. Will it work if I take them out, keep them close by, and spit and meditate among them at night? Like the evil hatchet feather in Red Devil's Heart's blood. From the introduction it is a poison that seals the throat at the sight of blood, so naturally Zhang Wuyo did not dare to take it out. After all, he was just an uncultivated mortal, so he might die violently if he touched it. The Devil's Seanite Fork bone was an earth-rank casting material, but looking at this introduction, it was necessary to cut open the head and take the brain bone raw on the spot while the Devil's Seanite Fork was still alive. It sounds cruel. This kind of thing, it may bring its own grievances. It's better not to touch it. He first took out a box of Xianguang sand, metamorphic sand, yellow-grade casting material. The box of Xianguang sand in front of him was placed in an emerald-colored jade box, with a halo of light emanating around it. Every grain of sand in the box looks crystal clear. He drew a total of 4 boxes of Xianguang sand, so he took them all out and placed them at the 4 corners of the bed. Then he sat down in his bed and sat on his knees, exhaling and meditating. Still, there was no feeling, though, of an aura entering the body. Presumably, with this type of casting material, the aura and the material itself are one and the same. It's like taking a piece of iron and trying to extract iron from within just by breathing and using it to replenish your blood. More or less delusional, but whether it works or not, it's always better to do it first. Just like that, Zhang Wuyo vomited for a week and a day. When I opened my eyes, it was just after 4 a.m. again, and I was full of energy. The 4 boxes of Xianguang sand were in his periphery, still flowing with light. Zhang Wuyo did not feel any extra coolness in his body. It was thought that in the other world, the heaven and earth were already full of aura. And this extreme bliss heavenly demon technique didn't teach one how to go about forcibly drawing aura from the casting materials, because in the other world, there's no need for that. He put away the Xianguang sand and got up to read. English words will not be memorized. The more you memorize, the more sleepy you get. Simply take out your language materials and go read the literature. Unexpectedly, that one piece of literature actually got better the more I read it. Unlike in the past, each one, after a few casual readings, was immediately able to understand the inner meaning. He gave it some quick thought, followed closely by the realization of what was going on. The techniques, martial arts, Dan formulas, and so on that were imprinted into his mind were surprisingly in the Chinese language. Entire martial arts mysteries were imprinted into his mind, and at the same time, the system's understanding of these martial arts mysteries was directly engraved into it in order for him to be able to cultivate directly. Unconsciously, he understood these ancient texts as soon as he read them, and along with that, his entire comprehension of the literary language had increased dramatically. Chapter 19 As a protagonist, how can I allow green tea to tease? In the college entrance exams, the written language still occupies a considerable amount of space, and it is quite difficult for Zhang Wuyo to get points, because a lot of times, the whole thing is too much to read. But now, Zhang Wuyo took out his language paper and did several questions related to the literature in a row. Surprisingly, it was a handful. This made Zhang Wuyo overjoyed. Either way, it's always that little bit of a boost. Pull out the English word dictionary again. Though still sleepy at the sight of it, after memorizing a bunch of it, I did manage to feel that I remembered a bit more than before. But whether it was the mental power boost that came from exhaling and meditating, or whether the head did get a little bit of development from being pumped with tons of knowledge, or maybe it's both, this he didn't know. After sunrise, because my mom got up earlier, she helped him to press the rib soup and fished the thread noodles with the rib soup. Zhang Wuyo then ate thread noodles at home before going to school. Today is actually Saturday already, but they, the seniors, had to go to school on Saturdays, too. There were fewer people today because the freshmen and sophomores didn't have to go to school. On his way out the door, he asked his mom if he could go in his own little donkey, and then was really criticized. He took the bus, which was naturally very empty on an early weekend morning. Getting off at a stop close to the school, he braced himself on his crutches and headed for the entrance. Warning, a female disciple of the Young Yang Immortal Sect's second peak direct disciple is approaching the host with the intention of misbehaving. The system suddenly popped up with a red warning. causing Zhang Wuyo to be stunned for a moment. The word firsthand stands for the Hongji class. Only those in the Hongji class are full disciples, while the other classes are inner disciples. There are no outer disciples to be found, and presumably all the parallel classes, in the system's view, belong to the inner disciples. He turned back quickly to see who was intent on misbehaving with him. Student Zhang Wuyo. A delicate voice sounded behind him at the same time. Zhang Wuyo saw a taller girl, wearing a long red flower-scattered dress, walking towards her. Ms. Yao. Zhang Wuyo gave her a smile. Looking around again, the only person near him at the moment was this girl from the ambitious class, Yao Shuaqin. In the last mission of 20 female disciples to help me cultivate, the last girl in the ambitious class who came to help him cultivate on her own initiative. Money Harp had said that the girl used to be very high-strung, but at that time, Zhang Wuyo thought she was quite kind. At this moment, she was still wearing a smile, walking towards him. Zhang Wuyo took another quick look at the words intent to commit mischief in the system warning bar. Zhang useless grades, ranked extremely poorly in the yearly section. The Hongji class is full of second middle school academics, and basically, every single one of them is able to casually get into an undergraduate program. Although he was in the next class, he didn't really have many acquaintances in the Hongji class. The one with the closest relationship was naturally his childhood friend Tong Tong. The others, even if they are named, are largely recognizable only. It was actually a little chilly in the morning, but since it was a Saturday, the school didn't force them, who were forced to take extra classes over the weekend, to wear uniforms. That said, it was rather unique for her to be wearing a dress so early in the morning. Mr. Zhang Wuyo, is your foot better? Yao Shuaqin looked down. Much better. Zhang Wuyo lifted his foot. It's been replaced with a splint, and in another week or two, the splint will be able to be removed. That's good. Yao Shuaqin joined him, walking towards the school gate. Zhang has been studying very hard lately. I've often seen you asking people for help with your homework these past few days. Zhang useless replied. The grades have always been bad, so if I don't use some energy, it will be too late. I have to thank you for last time too. Yao Shuaqin smiled. No need to be so polite. If there's still something you don't know how to do, just come and ask me. Stick it to his side again. Zhang Wuyo was relatively tall, but at this time, because he was propped up on his crutches, he naturally appeared shorter than usual. Yao Shuaqin is a good size, and she's kind of pretty, in Zhang Wuyo's opinion. Although it was not as good as Tong Tong, it was just a little bit worse, and when Tong Tong was small, she wasn't really pretty, she just had decent features, and it was only after she went to high school that she got better looking the older she got. She was so close. If it was any other boy, I am afraid that he would not be able to avoid being excited and flattered. Zhang Wuyo, however, quickly headed to the system taskbar and took another look. It has been detected that Yao Shuaqin, the first female disciple of the second peak of the Yang immortal sect, has bad intentions and intends to toy with the host in order to achieve her personal goals. As the host is the protagonist, how can you allow others to toy with you? Release mission, counterattack and play with Yao Shuaqin's body and mind. Upon completion of the mission, earn 50 points and receive a purple card. Time limit, 36 hours. The gold card is out of the gold. Do purple cards come out purple, or purple and above, and include gold? I don't want a gold card or a purple card. Give me a colorless card that's bound to come out unimpressive. My good system. I heard that student Zhang was injured in order to save a child. Yao Shuaqin looked admiring. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. I'm afraid not many of the boys in our school can compare to you. Zhang Wuyo said. Actually, it was nothing. I didn't think much at that time. I just rushed up. Yao Shuaqin further pressed towards him. That's not easy. If it was me, seeing a small child about to be hit by a car, I'm sure I'd be terrified. Zhang Wuyo said. This is not necessarily true. Without reaching that moment, no one knows how they will react, right? His mind moved slightly and he looked up. I just saw that Zhao Yuton was being dragged out by some girl at the entrance of the Hongji class on the third floor of the teaching building ahead. Zhao Yuton looked their way. Yao Shuaqin also happened to be at this time, stretching out her hands, wrapping her arms around his left side, speaking in a delicate voice. It won't be I don't think a lot of people can do this kind of righteousness thing. I kind of like guys with good hearts and courage. Zhang Wuyo smiled and said, this looks like it. He looked upward, though it was still relatively far away, but with his knowledge of Zhao Yuton, he could almost clearly see her, that slightly curved mouth. Then she turned and headed for the class to go inside. Zhang Wuyo didn't care very much. Just as he understood Tong Tong, he believed that Tong Tong understood him. Last time, he said something bad and it did make Tong Tong angry, but because the two people understood each other, after he apologized seriously, Tong Tong also quickly forgave him. He also saw that the girl who had pulled Zhao Yutong out, also glanced down here before following her in. While walking he was also whispering in Zhao Yutong's ear, saying something interesting. He lowered his head and continued to look at the system taskbar. Classmate Zhang, useless. Can I just call you useless? It's a bit more intimate this way. Yao Shuoqin whispered a lot in his ear. When they reached the school building and went up the stairs, she reached out and assisted him, even though he didn't really need help. She didn't separate from him until she reached the door of the second class. Chapter 20. Your girlfriend won't be mad, will she? Yao Shuoqin. Ah. She's the study committee member of the Hongji class. Chen Vertical held a pen and kept writing on his math paper. I was in the same class with her in my first year of high school. At that time, she had quite a few suitors. Zhang Wuyo finished the multiple choice questions and looked backward. No, it really won't. Chen Vertical continued. But she is so cold that she can't even look at those boys. Last semester, didn't their class choose the class flower? In the end, most of the boys voted for your childhood friend. As a result, that childhood friend of yours is the class president of their ambitious class. Zhang Wuyo said. This is really boring. These people have read too many novels, right? What's wrong with choosing the class flower? Chen Vertical said. Yao Shuoqin is better at making up, so at first glance, she will look a little more stunning, but as long as we get along for a long time, everyone will think that it's still Zhao Yutong who looks better. And as far as personality goes, everyone will feel that she's better after a long time. Every midterm and final, as soon as the list is released, she's always ranked first. If we were to choose the school flower in our year, no matter how, it would have to be her. Right? It's only people like you who are born in bliss and don't know it. Zhang Wuyo was puzzled. Why would you say that, Tong Tong? Zhao Yutong has a better personality? She's even less accustomed to being in contact with people, right? Chen Vertical gently said. That's because you don't understand Yao Shuoqin. She looks very high and cold, but she actually has a very nasty personality. At that time, there were also two very outstanding boys in our class, and both boys were hung up on her and later fought. As for her, she looks like she did nothing. Very innocent. Only those who have really spent a lot of time with her know what she's like, and the average guy who just comes into contact with her can easily be played to death by her. Zhang Wuyo turned his head and glanced towards him. Is that why you reminded me last time? Well, Xian Jia said indifferently, when I was in my first year of high school, one of the two boys who got into a fight was a friend of mine. At that time, I actually persuaded him, but I couldn't. Zhang Wuyo said. That's right. Xian Air also glanced toward him. You came to school with her today? She seems to be treating you well. Zhang Wuyo raised his hand and patted his shoulder. I'm not a fool. I can tell who is really good to me. Xu Xiaoying, who was in front of her, didn't even look back. I say, you too, can you do the questions properly and stop talking? Money Harp said. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Don't always blame others for influencing you. Xu Xiaoying looked up, and gripped her hair vigorously with both hands. Why is it so hard? Zhang Wuyo looked at his empty white paper. Right? It's hard, isn't it? Even you can't do it, so you can't blame me for not knowing how to do it, right? Xu Xiaoying glared back at him. Don't compare me to you. You came in at the bottom of this year's section. Zhang Wuyo was indifferent. So what? The junior college welcomes me as well as you. Xu Xiaoying's head slammed forward, touching the desktop in a dead faint. Xu Xiaoying, why did you choose physics and chemistry in the first place? Qianzhang asked. You're better at languages and English, not math and physics. Obviously. If you're so heavily biased, shouldn't you have gone for history and politics? Xu Xiaoying sat up again, two fingers hooked over her eyes. Don't ask me. The tears I'm shedding right now are all from the water that went into my head when I first chose my subject. At that moment, the math teacher came in from down the hall and scanned the room. They didn't dare to speak again, and continued to work on the questions that they simply couldn't do. This paper was really hard today, although for Zhang Wuyo, it was no different from the past. But it was evident that the class was in a position to try to kill themselves. At the end of the second class, the system suddenly dinged again. Zhang Wuyo opened the taskbar and looked at it. Persuade Cho Young to leave his seat behind. Mission failed. After this prompt popped up, he saw that the quests related to Zhao Rong had first drawn a deletion line and then disappeared. He wasn't surprised, just thinking, do they do that at the hospital on Saturday mornings too? This matter, after all, has nothing to do with him. It was also impossible for him to persuade Zhao Rong just for the sake of completing this task sent by the system. As far as going for a pickup, it's even more unlikely. But then it does seem that there is no penalty for mission failure. It's just a matter of not getting points and rewards. There was no early morning exercise on Saturday morning, so the second class took a 10-minute break to continue. But also, as a result, the morning dismissal time will be earlier than usual. Zhang Wuyo's leg, although it was changed from a plaster to a splint, it was still inconvenient to go home, so he stayed at school at noon. Useless. as he was just getting up. Yao Shuochen walked in through the door and looked at him with a smile. Did you go to the cafeteria for lunch? Let's go together. Zhang Wuyo responded with an unmistakable, good. Grabbing his cane from the table, he joined her out the door. Just saw. Zhao Yutong passed by the door of the second class. Zhao Yutong glanced at them and without a word, she just walked over in front of them. Oops. Yao Shuochen said embarrassedly. I just happened to see you here and wish to go with you. Your girlfriend won't be angry, right? It's really T. Zhang Wuyo smiled and said. No, it won't. She's not my girlfriend's yet either. Ah, then I'm relieved. Yao Shuochen raised her hand and placed it in front of her breasts with a look of peace of mind. But I'm still not going to the cafeteria. Zhang Wuyo thought about it and said. I'll just go to the kiosk and buy some random bread to cope with the situation. Yao Shuochen said. How can this be? We'd better go together. Zhang Wuyo said. No need, or politely refused. By the afternoon, there was more time for self-study. Zhang Wuyo once again opened the system props bar and read over the introduction of the dream marrying talisman again. Right. So which subject is Yao Shuochen stronger? He turned his head and looked toward Qianji. All relatively excellent. Right. Qian Vertical said. But she's in the ambitious class. Besides being a study committee member, she seems to be the physics class representative. This way. Zhang Wuyo quietly took out the marriage dream talisman and put it in his pocket first. When it was time for school to end, he took his time packing his book bag first. It was only when everyone else had pretty much left that he picked up his backpack and propped up his crutches and headed out the door. Useless. Once again, Yao Shuochen walked towards him with a smile as if she knew him well. Such a coincidence. Zhang Wuyo gave a smile. It's not exactly a coincidence. Yao Shuochen revealed a subtle smile and walked with him towards the stairway. I heard that you are very good at physics. If you have time, can you teach me? As he descended the stairs, Zhang Wuyo asked her. Yes. Yao Shuochen looked happy. Tomorrow is Sunday. Why don't I go to your house tomorrow morning, do my homework together, and teach you along the way? Just will it be inconvenient? I heard that you and Zhao Yutong are across the hall from each other. Never mind. One of Zhang Wuyo's hands, out of his pocket, reached toward her. Then it's a deal. Handshake. Chapter 21, He's got a hard fist. Then it's a deal. Yao Shuochen extended her hand and shook Zhang Wuyo's. The two exited the school gates together before separating. When Zhang Wuyo left, Yao Shuochen turned back to Zhang Wuyo's limping back as he propped up his crutches and hummed disdainfully. Yao Shuochen and Zhang Wuyo, naturally, had no grudges and actually didn't know much about each other. She just didn't see eye to eye with that Zhao Yutong. On Saturday evening, although school was out, the entrance to the school was unusually cold. The stores that used to be bustling at this time of the day were also empty at the moment. The boys back. Shapeless. Boys are really easy to get rid of. Just show a little bit of kindness and they will be attracted at once like a pug. Yao Shuochen was very unwilling. Ever since I was a kid, I was the one who attracted the most attention from the people around me. All it takes is a little bit, being nice to some brilliant guy, smiling occasionally like she has a little crush on him, and that guy will be pestering her in no time. As a result, during the last semester, those damn boys had chosen Zhao Yutong as the class flower. It was really hard for her to accept something like that, especially, when it came to studies. Zhao Yutong was dead ahead of her, making it impossible for her to surpass. She was passed over in the class flower election and has been suppressed academically. Yao Shuochen, who had always felt that she was radiant, only felt that this entire high school was gray. If, however, I can attract the boys that the so-called class flower has her eye on. Not only was she able to get back in the game, but she was even able to completely blow her away in this last period of time before the college entrance exams. It might even cause Zhao Yutong to misbehave in the college entrance examination as a result. The best laugh is the one that comes at the end. As long as she could score more than Zhao Yutong in the final college entrance exam, the way Zhao Yutong had suppressed her during those 3 years of high school was nothing more than a joke. I really don't know Zhao Yutong. How could she fall for such a boy? Yao Shuochen peered towards Zhang Wuyo's distant back. His grades are so poor. In her opinion, this useless-looking man was not bad, and his heart seemed to be quite good. Not everyone could do such a thing as seeing justice. But so what? Don't even try to get into a second-year college. People like that are not destined to be successful in the future. And it's also just too good a lie. It's no different than any other stupid thing in the schoolboys. Slightly more words. Think I will look at him. At this time, he must have been happy in his heart because of my proximity just now. And when he went back, he was afraid that he would not even be able to wash the hand that he had just shaken. The corners of Yao Shuochen's mouth overflowed with a satisfied smile. These boys, they're just so singularly stupid. Zhang Wuyo arrived at the bus stop and lifted his palm. Only he himself could see that there was a mysterious rune in his palm. He shrugged absently, got on the bus and went all the way back to the neighborhood. Enter the building and get into the elevator. When he reached the 9th floor, the moment the elevator door opened, Zhang Wuyo stepped out of the elevator, followed by a beautiful girl holding an English dictionary in her hand, leaning against the wall at the aisle next to her. At the outer wall of the aisle is a wisp of parallel quadrangles. It is capable of transmitting both light and safety. It wasn't quite dark yet. The slanting sun's rays seeped in, and chunks of orange-yellow light fell at the girl's feet. Tong Tong, are you worried that I won't be able to withstand the test? So wait here to see if I brought her home? Zhang Wuyo said in a joking manner. Zhao Yutong slanted a glance at him. I'm afraid you'll beat her up. After a pause, she said, it's just over 100 days until the college entrance exams. You don't really want to do it. It's not worth it if you can't take the entrance exams because of her. No, not to that extent, Zhang Useless said. I was just a school bully for 2 years in middle school, and I was very proper in high school. Zhao Yutong's back was to the outer wall. She'd returned early and had changed into the family's goose yellow separates pajamas. Her feet were hooked back against the wall and she was holding the dictionary in her left hand. As soon as the dictionary closed, she continued to stare at Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo asked, what's wrong? Zhao Yutong said softly, if she was just targeting you. I know you're in control, but she. Zhang Wuyo raised his hand and waved it. Don't worry, of course I know what she's up to. I really won't make a move. After all, she's still different from that Zhao Rong from before. Zhao Yutong pursed the corners of her lips. That Zhao Rong. Didn't see her again after you went to high school, right? Zhang Wuyo asked. What's wrong? Zhao Yutong said softly. The group built by those girls from my class in junior high school in the past is still there. Last year, someone told me that the girl who bullied me in middle school seemed to be doing something bad. Looking toward him again. You didn't meet with her, did you? Zhang Wuyo didn't hide it from her. It's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time, but when I went to the hospital yesterday to change the medicine, I really did see her in the hospital, and she just happened to go for a checkup. Zhao Yutong's eyes widened. Such a coincidence? Zhang Wuyo said. It's really just a coincidence that it's none of my business what she did for the checkup. This I can say. Zhao Yutong was puzzled. What kind of examination? Zhang Wuyo said. In short, it's the kind of check that good girls don't ask too many questions about. Zhao Yutong looked surprised and like she wasn't that surprised. By and large, it was the kind of expression that felt like she should react somewhat, but felt as if such a thing didn't seem to warrant a reaction from her. Right at this moment, at Zhao Yutong's chest, her cell phone rang. The split pajamas she wore only had a pocket at her left breast, so that's where she kept her cell phone. She pulled out her cell phone and looked at the new message she had received. Another glance toward Zhang Wuyo. What's wrong? Zhang Wuyo felt that her glance was strange. Zhao Yutong flipped her cell phone screen over to him. Zhang Wuyo walked forward and looked down at her cell phone screen. There was a message on the screen. Yutong, useless classmate invited me to play at his house tomorrow morning. I know you're closer to him. You won't be angry, right? Zhang Wuyo clenched his fists. Tong Tong, can I really beat her up? I think I have a hard fist. No. Zhao Yutong tensed her face and glared up at him. What kind of people are these? Zhang Wuyo sighed. The most important thing now is to get through the college entrance exams. Zhao Yutong shook her short shoulder-length hair and turned around to walk towards the door of her house. I'm going back to eat. You go back too. Watching her open the door and enter the room, Zhang Wuyo also resupported his crutches and returned to his own doorstep. Use the key to open the door and return home. Back. As usual, it was Mom's bright, high-pitched voice coming from the kitchen. How was your reading today? That's it. Chapter 22. Even if you scream your throat out, it's useless. Zhang Wuyo went downstairs first after finishing dinner. It's getting late, so he tries to take out the invincible Mandarin duck sword that he harvested yesterday in the back of the neighborhood where no one is around. Bam! The female and male swords smashed on the ground. The two swords were interlaced in a cross, one long and one short. Zhang Wuyo propped up his cane and stepped forward, grabbing at one of the shorter female swords with one hand. It turned out that after a lot of effort, it still couldn't be grabbed. These twin swords belonged to the Xian-ranked weapons, and compared to the Supreme Dragonslayer sword, they were far too inferior. But again, they were cast in basalt iron, and each one weighed hundreds of pounds. Oh, no, never mind, it really doesn't come in handy. In fact, even if he was able to pick them up, he didn't know what he could do with them. Putting this invincible Mandarin duck sword away, he took a walk outside and returned home. He turned over a large number of physics papers and laid them out on the bed, looking through them one by one. It's like reading a book. Find another language exercise book and go through the topics related to the language specifically. That one piece of literature was really able to be read more smoothly. It's just that if you do the questions, you still get them wrong a lot. By 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Wuyo stood by the window. He pulled open the curtains and looked out of the window. Looking down from the 9th floor, the buildings are strewn with lights. The weather is indeed getting warmer and not so much cooler. At 12:30, he sat back on the bed and grabbed his hand. The marriage dream talisman, which was outlined in yellow edges and contained mysterious runes, appeared in his hand. He sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and married the dream charm and shook it. The runes flashed, and the arcane spiritual light, centered on him, spread out to the periphery. The secret of glow, spread along the ground like a rising tide, rose again along the surrounding walls. But very quickly, the aura closed in. Zhang Wuyo opened his eyes. The girl is still not sleeping? It's okay, just wait a little longer. Zhang Wuyo got up, propped up his cane, and went out of the bedroom. He went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water to drink. Re-entering the living room, by this time, the lights were off in Mom's room. Ever since she saw on Jitterbug that going to bed early helps with her beauty routine, she's been going to bed early. Once again, he went into the bedroom and closed the door, locking it behind him at the same time. After another half hour, he drew the curtains, sat back on the bed, took out the marriage dream charm, and shook it. Once more, the aura overflowed, a metaphysical, flowing, warm-toned glow that rose around him. Like a tidal wave it overwhelmed him. Zhang Wuyo stood up. He realized that his feet were no longer splinted and his body was light. Looking around, still in his own room, he pulled back the curtains and it was dim with no lights outside, so he knew that he had arrived in the dream world. It was in a dream world, but it actually didn't feel like I was dreaming. Everything was so real again. Zhang Wuyo came to the door, stretched out his hand, and opened the door. On the other side of the door was a girl's room, a dreamy, warm yellow glow spilling from high above, a bed with a girl hugging a furry doll. On the girl's hands, there were fluorescent flashes. Zhang Wuyo stepped out of the girl's bedroom. This bedroom is covered with toys, big and small, in all corners. A smile full of evil meaning flowed from the corner of Zhang Wuyo's mouth. With his intention, his own bedroom turned into a cloud of darkness that encroached toward the young girl's boudoir. Yao Shuochen opened her eyes in a daze. The moment she opened her eyes, infinite panic surged through her. Where am I? What is this place? Why have I been brought here? She saw that she was being held in a bizarre prison cell. Around it hung a lurid instrument of torture. She was tied to a stool and struggled hard with her hands, but couldn't break free at all. Ahead of her, a man, wearing a blood-red mask, was shirtless and grasping a whip in his hand. Snap, 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 snap. The man in the mask, flinging his whip, took a step toward her. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Yao Shuochen screamed. Her screams resounded through this cold, eerie prison, cascading back into her own ears. What do you say? The man's voice was indescribably evil. My family will call the police. It's a lawful society now. You can't escape. Yao Shuochen screamed. You let me go. I won't tell the truth about you arresting me. You let me go. After all, it's just a senior girl who hasn't even entered college yet. The situation in front of her caused infinite panic to well up from the depths of her heart. Why would something like this, which only happens in movies, happen to you? Help! Help! She called out. It's useless even if you scream your throat out. The man closed in on her with a grim, murderous air. What the hell do you want to do? Do you want money? Yao Shuochen screamed. How much money do you want? I'll call my parents. Money? The man sneered in a voice that sounded like a razor blade scraping through glass. Sharp, harsh. I'm not interested in money. Yao Shuochen's pupils contracted, growing more and more desperate. Getting her here is not about money. That is. Yao Shuochen knows she's quite pretty. When she was in school, there were a lot of boys who wanted to pursue her, though being in the class and surprisingly not being the class flower annoyed her. But either way, she certainly qualifies as beautiful. On weekdays, it doesn't even take a finger ticking, just a word or two, and there are plenty of boys willing to do things for her. She has a lot of fantasies. She has the future, full of all sorts of wonderful imaginations. Her future boyfriend should not only be very handsome, but also very, very rich. There must be nothing wrong with her own undergraduate degree, in which case her boyfriend must at least be from Tsinghua University and her family must also run a company. But how could she have ever imagined that she would end up in such a situation? The man whips away. The ropes on her were jerked off. She screamed and sprang from her stool. She tapped on the bars but couldn't get out, not even to find the door. She tapped on the wall, looking for an exit, but there was none. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? She turned and cowered in the corner, watching the evil man who was gradually approaching. What do you say? The man pinched his knuckles and sneered grimly. Don't violate me. I'll do anything. Please, spare me. She fell to the floor, crying and begging. Anything else? Really anything? The man laughed. That's what you said. With a wave of his hand, the desk and stool all flew over and were placed in front of the girl, with piles of exercise books and papers on top of them. Start then. Teach me physics. Good, good. I teach. The girl was in tears, lying on her desk. I'll teach you. I'll teach. Right away, eh? Chapter 23, locking me up so I can teach homework? You grabbed me into a basement like this and locked me up just so I could teach you your homework? Yao Shuochen looked at a physics exercise book in front of her and the piles of papers. Let's start now. The man removed the hood from his head, revealing his handsome face. Zhang useless? Yao Shuochen was very surprised. It's actually you? What? Is there a problem? Zhang Wu used his hood to go over his head again and grabbed the whip. I teach. Yao Shuochen was startled. She looked around openly and became even more fearful. Zhang Wuxi removed his hood. In this dimly lit location, Yao Shuochen herself didn't know how long she had been teaching him. More importantly, she realized that she had to teach from the ground up. He didn't even have a good foundation for middle school, did he? And for some reason, there were uncountable volumes here, as if she was able to take whatever she wanted from this weird place. Zhang Wuyo studied very hard. Time doesn't mean much in the dream world, and not everything needs to be logical. Physics exists and yet it doesn't. After realizing he hadn't even laid a good foundation, Yao Shuochen was forced to teach him from the basics. Her thoughts were clear, her perception of time and space, yet muddled, and even more so, she was completely unaware that she was dreaming at the moment. It's a normal thing to do, because basically, everyone dreams like this. Zhang Wuyo himself was able to successfully dominate the dream realm by relying on that dream-marrying talisman. Useless student, how long have we been studying here? Not knowing how long it has been herself, Yao Shuochen asks, has it been a few months? We still have to take the college entrance exam, right? It doesn't matter. Zhang Wuyo continued to learn. Catch up. After teaching for a long time again, Yao Shuochen said, useless student, but it's just for the sake of studying. It's not too good for you to commit such a crime of kidnapping, right? If you turn yourself in now. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and gave her a cold look. Yao Shuochen hurriedly said, no, it's fine. It doesn't matter if you don't turn yourself in. Zhang Wuyo realized that what Yao Shuochen taught him was easy for him to understand. Is this because, as they are in a dream state, this is actually spirit-to-spirit contact? In short, a topic that she has only just begun to explain. He just seemed to understand her whole solution right away. Such efficiency in learning was unprecedented for him. Mind you, during normal classes, he was fully engaged and often couldn't understand what the teacher was trying to say. This is especially true if he has a poor foundation himself. But now, as soon as Yao Shuochen started to talk about the topic, it was as if her inner composition, direction of thinking, and so on, would also be transmitted immediately. It is, after all, a direct connection to the spiritual world. I don't know the year in my dreams. Yao Shuochen gradually felt a certain torment. She felt that she had been cooped up for too long. The time for the high school entrance exams is most likely all behind us. Looking at the boy who was seriously working on the problem, she thought the man had gone crazy. Locking a beautiful girl in a basement just so she can teach her homework? Deep down, Yao Shuochen was terrified to the core. Being locked in a basement by a man and going through all kinds of 18-band drama, and being locked in a basement by a man and being forced to teach him his homework. Which one is more frightening? At this moment, she couldn't tell. After all, the previous one, at least, was still an understandably normal man. The latter has gone crazy, hasn't it? Useless student, she whispered. Does it really not matter if you stay here all the time and don't go back? If you stay with me, Zhao Yutong will be angry too, right? Zhang Wuyo didn't even raise his head. No way. She's already broken up with me. It's all because of you. You're the one who texted her that I invited you over to my house. And she got mad. And she got mad. And she got in a fight with me. And she burned down my house. And I'm homeless. And this is my home. Zhang Useless felt that his understanding of physical knowledge was rapidly improving. How could he leave at this point? Turning the paper in front of her to Yao Shuochen, she said, how do you do this question? Yao Shuochen's entire body was trembling. So it's all your fault? This person had really gone crazy. And the reason why he had gone crazy was because of that text message she had sent to Zhao Yutong? Originally, he only wanted to deliberately strike Zhao Yutong. Zhao Yutong actually burned down his house, broke up with him, and drove him to this? Yao Shuochen snapped and shed tears as she narrated. She really did herself a disservice this time. But how could I have imagined that it would turn out this way? Zhang Wuyo quickly understood her solution. What's more, for some reason, in the dream world, he was extraordinarily focused and his thoughts were extremely clear. Was it because of this period of spitting and meditating, or was it more or less the effect of placing the Xian Guang sand beside him yesterday and spitting it out according to the heavenly demon Extreme Blitzgong? And so it was. One teaching, the other learning, and perceptually a long time passed. I want to leave. I really want to leave. Yao Shuochen finally lost her composure and rushed over, grabbing the railing and shaking desperately. "Let me go. I beg you to let me go." Zhang Wuyo dragged her back again and touched her face. "It's fine. I will release you. Let's learn a little more. If you teach me for a while longer, I'll let you go back, and I'll even offer to turn myself in. Come on, let's continue." "Ha, I'll give you two choices. One is to continue to teach me and learn. The other is #UN% at hashtag, delete hundreds of words. Don't want to teach? It's okay, I'll go to your house now. Tong Tong, just because of you. Set fire to my house. I will go to your house. Right now. Good boy. Let's learn a little longer." And so it goes. One threat at a time. It wasn't until Zhang Wuyo realized that even in his dreams, Yao Shuoqin's mental state was starting to be about to go awry. Okay, that's all for tonight. He recalled what he had learned tonight. A large number of physics formulas, problem-solving ideas and so on all flooded into his mind along with Yao Shuoqin's teaching. "Really? You will really let me go?" Yao Shuoqin knelt in front of him and cried. "Don't lie to me. You'll really let me go?" That's right. Zhang Wuyo touched her head. "Don't worry, it's just a dream. By the way, remember to come to my house tomorrow morning and we'll study together." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "Now, wake up." All the scenery around them was shattering. Zhang Wuyo snapped his eyes open, and by this time, he had already returned to his bed. Getting up with the light on, I picked up the alarm clock on the nightstand and looked at it. Just after 5 in the morning. That means this dream was in reality. For over 4 hours? But in the dream world, it felt like more than a couple months had passed. At the same time, somewhere in the distance, a yell rang out abruptly from the girl's room. "Shuoqin? What's wrong?" A light came on in the other room and a couple hurriedly got up and went to their daughter's room. "No, nothing." The girl sat up and looked around. A cold sweat on her back. I had a nightmare." The woman couldn't help but laugh. "What nightmare? Screaming so loud? Hurry up and go to sleep. Didn't you say that you have to go to a classmate's house this morning and teach him his homework?" Yao Shuoqin let out another scream and lay down, grabbing the quilt to cover her entire head. "I won't go even if I die." Chapter 24, What you're resting is your body. What you're wasting is your life. Zhang Wuyo picked up a physics paper in his hand and quickly scanned it. He realized he really understood a lot. All the knowledge learned in the dream was really brought back. Another look at the props bar. Marriage dream charm. 4/5 times remaining usable. It's really not bad. This otherworldly demon monk cultivation system wasn't all useless, although according to the system's perception, at this time, he should be holding the Supreme Dragonslayer sword, cultivating the extreme bliss heavenly demon technique, slaughtering tens of thousands of civilians, and already becoming a villain in the devil's way with his hands full of blood. Zhang Wuyo got up. His feet hurt a little. That's when he reacted and rushed to pick up the cane that was sitting next to him. After spending so much time in the dream, I almost forgot about the fact that my leg was still healed. Propping up his cane, he went to the window, pulled back the curtains and opened the window, took a deep breath of the fresh air that poured in from the darkness outside. At this moment, he felt that he was more or less mentally exhausted. Opening the door, he went out of the bedroom, made a trip to the bathroom, and went to the kitchen to pour water to drink. Re-entering his bedroom, he closed the door and once again took out the 4 boxes of arcane sand and placed them in the 4 corners. Continue to exhale and meditate. It's after 9 in the morning after a weekday. Refreshed, he picked up his cell phone and dialed. "Call Yao Shuoqin." "Of course." "Hello?" A stammered voice came from the other side. "Student Shuoqin." Zhang Wuyo smiled. "Didn't you agree to come over this morning to teach me how to study? Why haven't you come over yet?" "Far away." Yao Shuoqin cowered under the covers. She reached for her cell phone and listened to the voices coming from the boys on it. As soon as she heard that she was going to be asked to go over and teach him how to study, her petite body trembled and winced. "Excuse me," she hurriedly said. "I caught a bit of a chill last night while bathing, and I'm not feeling well with this fever. I won't go over there today." Zhang Wuyo said. "How can this be? The college entrance exam is coming soon. We are senior students. What's a little fever and cold? In a lifetime of life, the most important time is the college entrance examination. The sky is big. The college entrance examination is the biggest. If we don't work hard now, we will be sad in vain in the old age. How can we give up at this time?" Yao Shuoqin hurriedly said. "I'm not giving up. I'm just not feeling well. Today I want to rest for a day." Zhang Wuyo continued to criticize. "When can't you rest after the college entrance exam? I told you to study hard and not to slack off for a moment. Is it just for my own sake? An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and an inch of gold can't buy you an inch of time. At this moment, what is rested is only your body. What is wasted is your life." Yao Shuoqin didn't know why she had to be told off by the guy who couldn't even get to 300 or so points in his entire subject. But by this time, Her head was swollen and her whole body was sick with chills at the sound of the other's voice. When you mix the other person's voice with the word study, there is an immediate fear of being confined. But she had no way to explain it. Couldn't tell him that the reason he didn't go over there was because he had a nightmare last night and dreamed about him all night? I'm not feeling well in person. I have a bit of a headache. No more. I'll lie down for a while. She hurriedly hung up her cell phone and lay down again. She wrapped the covers around her and felt her head really burn a little. In a daze, it seemed like she was dreaming about being locked up by the boy again. It's not over. Keep studying. The boy set a mountain of papers in front of her. Her legs stomped in fear, and she woke up again after the strong sensation of stepping through the air. She tossed and turned, wanting to get up but sleepy, wanting to fall asleep but afraid of nightmares. Why did she have that weird dream? She was in tears. Zhang Wuyo put his cell phone down and looked at it. Forget it. Looks like she's not coming over. After fiddling around, Zhang Wuyo ate the breakfast made at home. Brace yourself for the crutches, grab your book bag, and head to the opposite door. After ringing the doorbell, it didn't take long for Zhao Yutong to open the door for him. Auntie is not here? Zhang Wuyo asked. On duty at the hospital. Zhao Yutong let him in. Why are you alone? Where's Yao Shuaqin? Not coming over. Zhang Wuyo spread his hands. I thought she was really going to come over to teach me, but I called her and said she wasn't coming over. She can't be relied on at all. Along with Zhao Yutong, he came to her bedroom. The quilt had long since been neatly folded, and on her rectangular desk against the window were open exercise books and black water pens resting on top of them. Zhao Yutong tidied up her desk in general to make room for him. Zhang Wuyo placed his own book bag on the corner of the table, sat down, and did his homework with her. He started by flipping out the physics paper his teacher had handed out. There's still a lot that's not quite right, actually, but it's clear that it's so much better than it used to be. He gave himself an hour. After finishing this paper, he handed it to Zhao Yutong. Correct it for me. Zhao Yutong took the paper, starting with the initial multiple choice questions and changing them down one by one. Slowly, a look of surprise crossed her face. Almost 68 points for a 100-point paper. She raised her head and turned to look at Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo sighed. Sure enough, it's still quite a bit worse. Although in the dream, forcing Yao Shuaqin to teach him for so long, but wanting to reach the level of Yao Shuaqin, it really wasn't too good. Zhao Yutong looked at him, but her gaze was already permeated with surprise. If he hadn't been sitting beside her, head buried in his writing, she would have thought that he hadn't written the paper all by himself. With Zhao Yutong's strength, he could naturally see that the difficulty of this paper was not small. Even if it was her, she'd probably only get about 90 points. In her original perception, at Zhang Wuyo's level, she would at most get 20 or 30 points. Among other things, there were several multiple choice questions that had to be masked. Have you been secretly cramming all this time? Zhao Yutong looked at him with wide eyes. Sort of. Zhang Wuyo cocked his head. It was in a dream, but I really crammed quite a bit last night. The world of dreams simply cannot be measured in terms of time spent in reality. In many places, what's wrong is actually the details. Zhao Yutong picked up a pen and began to explain it to him. Under her explanation, Zhang Wuyo, from time to time, slammed his thighs. It's obviously such a simple mistake. How could you not notice it when you wrote it yourself? This is normal, Zhao Yutong said to him. In fact, everyone makes mistakes, and in the beginning, the comparison is how many will do it. At a certain point, it's all about who makes fewer mistakes. This paper was able to make 60 points. And next, you should collect every paper and assignment you missed and take it out at certain intervals and look at it again to avoid continuing to make mistakes in the areas you missed. Especially for multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. It's important to collect as many mistakes as possible. That's the way to keep your grades up. Chapter 25, Of course I choose Zhao Yutong. That is to say, to have a collection of wrong questions? Zhang Wuyo raised his head. Yes, the wrong question sets are very useful. A lot of the questions actually go back and forth. So if you can get the scores for those frequent questions, you can get a pretty good score on the test. Good. Zhang Wuyo nodded. Zhao Yutong continued. Actually, you don't necessarily need to specifically copy down the wrong questions. Get a handout folder and organize all the science papers you've done into it after you've revised them. A day or two before each test. Take them out and look specifically at the topics you missed before. This will enable you to boost your score very well. Zhang Wuyo thought that this was a very good method. As for why he hadn't bothered to do it before, it was because, naturally, his entire previous knowledge was a mess, and he hadn't gotten a few questions right at all. But for now, at least in the subject of physics, it worked for him. Zhang Wuyo looked back. Did Auntie Zhu not come back at noon? Zhao Yutong said. Well, she'll stay at the hospital. I'll tell her that there's no need to rush back on purpose. I'll just cook some noodles for lunch myself. Let's eat at my house for lunch then. I'll have my mom cook more. That's fine too. Zhao Yutong didn't refuse. Zhang Wuyo also did not go back to the opposite door to say. He took out his cell phone straight away and called his mom. Naturally, there's no problem on mom's end. Following closely, Zhang Wuyo did another physics paper. As per Tong Tong, do more papers and collect the wrong questions after revising them. This is the most effective means of improving your grades. After lunch, Zhang Wuyo continued to do the roles in Tong Tong this way. Ever since he began to follow the paragraph at the very beginning of the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Demon technique and exhaled and meditated every day, he would not get tired even if the whole day was a high-intensity study. Zhao Yutong lay down on her bed and went for a nap. After finishing a roll, Zhang Wuyo looked back. Noon was much hotter than usual. Zhao Yutong's quilt was still relatively thick, and at the moment, with her back to herself and the quilt covering her waist, most of her delicate body was exposed. A goose-yellow duckling nightgown and pajama pants outlined her delicate, buoyant figure. The legs hooked toward the wall, forming a wonderful curve with his back, made his heart pound. In fact, in middle school, there was no shortage of such images. Why is it such a stagecoach at the moment? Has Tong Tong grown up, or has she grown up herself? Zhang Wuyo turned back and continued to work on his paper, until there was a rustling sound from behind. Zhang Wuyo turned around again and saw Tong Tong sitting up and stretching her waist. Stretching upward, her petite body revealed a small section of her pale belly with the upward pull of her nightgown. Being able to see the small, delicate eyes of the belly, she rubbed her eyes, and at some point, the button at her collar had been loosened by one, revealing a section of snowy slope down her collarbone. Able to see the edge of the pink and white bra inside, Zhao Yutong lowered her hands and looked sleepily toward him. It was about this time that she realized that he was in her room, and her delicate, watery face flushed slightly. In the afternoon, the two continued to work side by side on their respective assignments. Why have you been doing physics papers all this time? Zhao Yutong was a bit puzzled. Don't you have homework in other subjects? Zhang Wuyo then took out the math paper that was handed out yesterday again. For a while, after it was done, Zhao Yutong took it over and looked at it. Then a ghost of a sigh escaped. Learning isn't easy. Mother Nature sighs. I'm still working on it. Zhang Wuyo was a bit embarrassed. It's fine. Being able to bring up physics so quickly is already not easy. Zhao Yutong comforted him. And physics is also very difficult to learn. Being able to bring up your physics grades can at least prove that your talent for science studies is also sufficient. Actually, my language literature seems to have improved quite a bit as well. Zhang Wuyo took out his language paper and finished the 2 literary readings in the paper first. I've been able to understand the whole thing, but I don't know why, but I still get it wrong when I do it. Zhao Yutong brought the paper over, checked it, and said in surprise, at least all of them were able to get half the points. It's already not easy to get half a point in the literature. Zhang Wuyo said, is that so? But I did get the light wrong before. Zhao Yutong said, in fact, the language does not really pull the score. The vast majority of people reading and literature get a score of about half. The ones who can get high scores are in the minority, and the ones who can't get any scores at all are in the minority. She began to teach Zhang useless. As long as one is able to read and understand, the rest is really all about the skill of getting points. If you don't know the points to take, I'm afraid you'll only get half the points even if you bring the original author in. Under her repeated explanations, Zhang Wuyo finally slowly understood why he still lost points. Language scores are difficult to mention quite high for the vast majority of people. Zhao Yutong told him, it would be better to focus mainly on mathematics and chemistry while raising reading, literature, and composition to about the same level as the vast majority of people. Zhang Wuwu followed the solutions taught by Tong Tong and did the other literary readings in the language booklet a few more times, and was able to get a little more points indeed. At this time, Zhao Yutong had long since finished her homework and was working on the college entrance exam practice papers she had bought. Why doesn't Yao Shuoqin come to you anymore? In the evening, Zhao Yutong raised her head and looked at the orange sunset outside the window. I thought that even if she didn't come over in the morning, she would continue to do something in the afternoon. Looks like you know her well too. Zhang Wuyo leaned back and stretched his waist. Then again, when she entered the school with me yesterday morning, who was that guy who deliberately pulled you to the class entrance? Thornley, with her. So, that said, you're just going to let her go and pester me at noon too? Are you really not afraid that I'll be seduced by her? If you were seduced so easily, would it still be you? Zhao Yutong lowered her head again and used her pen to write her essay. What? Do you really fancy her? Forget it. It's too much tea. Zhang Wuyo said. It's not even as good as my computer's sister Shangxiang. Really? Zhao Yutong thought for a moment. Then what if, like Sun Shangxiang in your computer, she stood in front of you without clothes? Zhang Wuyo said. Hey, Tong Tong, don't test the cadres with such things. Zhao Yutong said, I'm just asking casually. If Yao Shuoqin and your sister Shangxiang were standing in front of you without clothes, which one would you pick? It's okay, you just say it. I was really just asking. Zhang Wuyo raised his head, looked out the window, and thought seriously. Then I'm definitely picking Zhao Yutong. Yes. Zhao Yutong continued to write her essay, and as she wrote, she felt that something wasn't right. Suddenly, he stood up, pressing one hand on his shoulder, grabbing the book with the other, and slapping it hard at him. Her cheeks were red, like ripe red apples. Chapter 26, Playing with Mind and Body, complete? A whole Sunday, just like that, passed in learning. Through actual combat, Zhang Wuyo took the gains from last night's dream and further strengthened them. Also started collecting physics problem sets as taught by Tong Tong. That night, he continued to place the Xianguang sand at the four corners of the bed and exhaled and meditated in the center himself. 4 hours a week. Open your eyes and it's just after 4 a.m. again. When you get up, keep working on your physics paper. This physics paper was given to him by Zhao Yutong. It's a physics practice paper she bought herself. The last 2 big questions still won't do it. It wasn't even 6 in the morning when Zhang Wuyo woke up. Despite the habit of propping up his crutches, he couldn't help but lift his right leg. Is my foot almost healed? He was a bit dubious, and felt to himself that he should be able to walk even if he didn't have to prop up his crutches. He glanced at the 4 boxes of arcane sand sitting in the corner of the bed. The Xianguang sand emitted a mysterious spiritual light. He inclined his head and eventually continued to prop up his cane after putting away the arcane sand. It's better not to try it, in case it causes the wound to widen. It's not worth it. Useless. Up so early? Do you want me to get up and help you cook noodles? Mom heard the commotion in the bedroom and asked loudly. No, I'll eat breakfast outside. Zhang Wuyo replied. This Monday, Zhang Wuyo arrived at school very early. After breakfast, practice continued in class. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Zhang Wuyo went to the restroom, and when he returned to the entrance of the school, he looked downstairs. I just saw Yao Shuoqin and the girl named Jing Lei. Overjoyed, he went back to his seat and turned out the mock paper. On the other side, Yao Shuoqin and Jing Lei were going upstairs together. Jing Lei asked, Shuoqin, in that case, you didn't go to that Zhang Wuyo yesterday? Didn't you originally want to intentionally dress up and go fight Zhao Yutong that? Yao Shuoqin has a headache. I was planning to go that way, but I was just a little sick yesterday morning, so I didn't go. But let's just forget about it and let him go. Jing Lei grunted. I just don't like that Zhao Yutong. If she's so good at reading, she should go to the first middle school, making it seem like she has the best grades all day long. And he's got poor taste in men like that. That guy was the last in his year group to enter the second middle school, right? What a joke, Yao Shuoqin said. It's better to forget about it. When I approached Zhang Wuyo, Zhao Yutong didn't seem to take it to heart at all. I feel that I might not be able to separate the two of them, and even if I do this, I might not be able to anger Zhao Yutong. Thornley said, I think she's just pretending. As they spoke, the two went upstairs. A person came out from the front. Shuoqin student, I don't know these 2 big physics problems. Can you please teach me? Yao Shuoqin looked up at the boy who, although handsome, inexplicably made her feel a powerful shadow. Another glance down at the physics paper he held in his hand. The dead dreams began to attack her. I don't teach. She stepped back steeply, taking several steps in a row, stepping on a foot and rolling her entire body downward. Shuoqin? Startled, Jingleberry turned and popped downstairs. Zhang Wuyo also did not expect Yao Shuoqin's reaction to be so great. Ding! Counterattack. Play with Yao Shuoqin's body and mind mission completed. Gain 50 points. Obtain a purple card. No time to look at the taskbar. Zhang Wuyo stepped forward. Student Shuoqin, how are you? Yao Shuoqin sat down on the ground below and looked up at him. I am okay. Jing Lei raised her hand and pointed at Zhang Wuyo. Why did you push her down? Yao Shuoqin turned her head. Ha! Zhang Wuyo called out. Hey. Jing Lei snatched. Zhang useless, you've gone too far. Even if Shuoqin rejects your entanglement, you can't go so far as to push her off the top. Zhang Wuyo couldn't help but curse. What the are you talking about? As they spoke, a female teacher came upstairs and looked at Yao Shuoqin who was sitting on the ground. What's going on? Another looked up towards Zhang Wuyo who was further up the stairs. This female teacher, wearing a tube skirt, black uniform and glasses. At first glance, it makes you feel very deadpan and mean. She is none other than Liao Xiaomei, the math teacher of the ambitious and second class, as well as the homeroom teacher of their ambitious class. Zhang Wuyo suddenly reacted that Jing Lei was the one who saw Liao Xiaomei go upstairs and shouted loudly like that. At this moment, Zhang Wuyo, staring at Jing Lei, was unusually annoyed. If it was his temper in middle school, he was afraid that he would immediately rush down and slap her a few times. But he's a senior now, and it would suck to get suspended if he did it at this point in his life. He couldn't let what happened when he was suspended from middle school happen again in these months leading up to his senior year.
He's the one who pushed Shuoqin down.
Jinglei pointed at Zhang Wuyo and looked at the homeroom teacher. He was pestering Shuoqin all last week and wanted Shuoqin to go to his house on the weekend.
Shuoqin didn't go.
He just blocked Shuoqin on the stairs and pushed her down. Zhang Wuyo said angrily, "You're bloodthirsty." She fell down by herself.
What's it got to do with me?
Liao Xiaomei looked up coldly, glancing upwards, and saw more students gathered around.
Can you get up? She looked to Yao Shuoqin. Yao Shuoqin was helped to stand up by Jinglei.
Liao Xiaomei saw that nothing was wrong with her, then looked at the boy on the steps once again.
Zhang Useless, come with me to the office. Zhang Wuyo clenched his fists, but eventually slowly loosened them. Zhang Useless was brought to the office. In the office,
Liao Xiaomei sat on a chair and asked icily,
Zhang Useless, why did you do such a thing?
Zhang Useless said, Teacher Liao, there is a surveillance over the stairs. Please go over to the security section first and ask them to call the surveillance to take a look.
Liao Xiaomei said angrily, what kind of attitude is this? Could it be that the two of them would still wrong you?
Zhang Wuyo had actually known for a long time that just because his grades had been bad, he was a poor student.
So no matter what, it's your own fault. He was annoyed, but this was the only time he was going to put up with it no matter what. He whispered, Yao Shuoqin wasn't pushed down by me. I just had 2 questions I didn't know and wanted to go ask her for advice.
He spread out the roll in his hand as evidence.
Liao Xiaomei snatched the paper from his hand, casually glanced at it for a few moments, laughed back in anger, and said sarcastically, when did you become such a hobbyist of learning? If you love studying so much, why did you do this? Did you make this paper? You have the face to say you made these questions yourself? Zhang Wuyo held back his anger. I did it myself. By this time, there were several teachers in the office. They all looked this way. Enough. Liao Xiaomei took the physics simulation paper and slammed it on the table.
It's already the 2nd semester of your senior year and you still do something like this.
You're suspended from class first. You'll go home right now and call your parents again. Zhang Wuyo clenched his fists. Can you please look at the surveillance first? Liao Xiaomei said angrily, you still have the face to watch the monitor? It's for your own good to let you go home now. And if things get out of hand, I don't believe the school will expel you directly. What kind of attitude is this? Still want to hit the teacher? Zhang Wuyo raised his fist. Useless. A girl just happened to come rushing in from outside, and seeing that something was wrong, pulled him back. The one who came was none other than Zhao Yutong. Chapter 27 Uncle can endure. Auntie can't. What kind of attitude is that? Do you still want to hit the teacher? Liao Xiaomei slapped the table and stood up violently.
Zhao Yutong pulled Zhang Wushu behind herself and looked up at Liao Xiaomei.
Teacher Liao, I think there's a misunderstanding in this matter. Zhang Wushu wouldn't do something like that.
Liao Xiaomei raised her hand and pointed at Zhang Wuyo.
With his attitude, where does he look like a good student? Could it be that students in the Hongji class would still falsely accuse a guy like him whose grades are a mess? On the other side, Class 2's homeroom teacher Do Hong walked in from outside. What's going on?
Liao Xiaomei pointed at Zhang Useless. Her face white, Zhang Useless pestered Yao Shuoqin from Hongji class and pushed her down the stairs,
causing her to almost get injured. I'll tell you what, Zhang Useless, this is a critical time. If she gets the slightest injury, you don't want to take the high school entrance exams, just go straight to the station for me. Zhang Wuyo said coldly. I said, just go watch the surveillance. His clenched fists were a little cold, his fingers trembling slightly. Zhao Yutong grabbed his hand as she continued to raise her head. Mr. Liao, I think that it's better for you to go look at the surveillance before you do so. Do Hong looked at Zhang Wuyo. Where did it happen? Zhang Wuyo said, it's at the stairway next to the classroom. Then let's go check the surveillance. Do Hong turned to look at Liao Xiaomei. I don't think Zhang Wuyo would do something like that either. That place has surveillance anyway. Let's get things straight first. Liao Xiaomei lifted her handbag and took the lead to walk out. Do Hong glanced toward Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong and said, go and take a look first. Zhang Useless, do as you please. Don't worry. Zhang Wuyo nodded and quieted his mind. Several people came to the security room together. Do Hong let the people in the security section to help adjust the surveillance. That side of the staircase was originally where the surveillance was focused. And then luckily, it didn't come across any coincidental events like the surveillance equipment just happened to be damaged or anything like that. On the surveillance, it was clear to see that Zhang Useless did take the role and went to ask Yao Shuoqin for advice. By that time, both Yao Shuoqin and Jing Lei had already gone up the stairs. Yao Shuoqin herself took a few steps backward, and Jing Lei clearly saw that Yao Shuoqin had fallen on her own. That clears it up. Do Hong, as the homeroom teacher of the 2nd class, still had a better understanding of the students in his class. Although it was true that Zhang Wuyo's academic performance was not very good, he believed that Zhang Wuyo would not do something like that. This is a good student who almost got sent away in a dump truck to save a little kid he didn't know. Liao Xiaomei opened her mouth and said after a while, "It's good that it's a misunderstanding. The first class has started. Go back to class." Zhang Wuyo propped up his cane and asked, "What about Ginglei?" Liao Xiaomei suspected she heard wrong. "What?" She clearly knew that it wasn't me who pushed her. And when she saw you show up and purposely yell, what is she going to do about it? Zhang Wuyo stared at Liao Xiaomei. Even if she does have bad points, aren't you at fault at all? Early in the morning, what are you doing blocking them? Liao Xiaomei was annoyed. These words caused Zhang Wuyo to step forward as he could no longer control himself. Useless! Zhao Yutong shouted. Zhang Wuyo turned around angrily and walked out of the defense section with Zhao Yutong. Behind him, Do Hong looked at Liao Xiaomei. Ms. Liao, I think it's better to investigate this kind of thing in the future before saying anything. Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong walked together at the edge of the playground. By this time, the playground was empty except for them. On the other side, the sound of loud reading came from the senior class. Zhao Yutong turned her head. Why don't you say anything? Zhang Wuyo's face was expressionless. I'm angry, but I can't be angry at you. Zhao Yutong grabbed a step forward and turned to face him. She grabbed Zhang Wuyo's hand and wrenched his clenched fist away, finger by finger. Then lifting his palm, he placed it on his face. Is that better? Zhang Wuyo's hand was forced to touch her delicate and watery pretty face. The morning sunlight that fell on her beautiful face burned. His tense muscles, too, were slowly relaxing. Go! Not afraid of being seen by the other teachers, Zhao Yutong did just that, holding his empty hand and walking towards the school building they were in. It was only when they reached the third-floor stairway that they split up. Zhang Wuyo went into his own class. Zhao Yutong walked towards the Hongji class further ahead. After letting go of Zhang Wuyo's hand, her own fists, instead, clenched tightly. At this moment, her eyes surged with anger, and her single, rosy lips, too, were tightly pursed. She knew very well that if Zhang Wuyo was really successful in being falsely accused, then it was likely that he would really have to be suspended until the college entrance exams. If he hadn't controlled himself just now and moved against Mr. Liao, the consequences would have become worse. She came to the door of her class. The language teacher, who was giving a lecture, looked at her. Come in. I don't know why she was late, but the one who was late was, after all, the top-ranked honor student in the entire year. The second school was already much worse than the first, and that's why the top students' grades are extraordinarily important. Zhao Yutong entered the class. Her own seat was at the very front, but she didn't walk towards her seat. Instead, he made a big circle and walked towards Jingleberry's seat in front of everyone. The others didn't know what was going on and everyone was looking at her. Her pace was steady, her shoulder-length hair cascading behind her head, her face somber, her gaze downcast. She came over to Thornley's seat and gave Thornley a deadly stare. Thornley half turned on her side and looked up at her, her voice small. Doing what? Zhao Yutong raised her hand. Pop. In front of the whole class of teachers and students, a hard slap fell on Jing Lei's face. The slap was so loud and crisp that the entire classroom seemed to shake, stunned everyone in the class. A slap without mercy, without any holding back, caused half of Jingle's face to go straight red. You hit me? Jing Lei was very surprised and stammered, her entire body shaking under Zhao Yutong's intimidation. Do you want to call the police? Zhao Yutong picked up her cell phone with her right hand and pressed 110 in one smooth motion, pointing the screen at her and her thumb at the dialing button. The surveillance video has already been pulled up. Why don't you call the police and see which one of you and I go in? Thornley said. Slap. Zhao Yutong slapped her left hand again, dropping the left side of Jing Lei's face hard as well. The language teacher rushed down. Zhao Yutong, calm down. The others then reacted and hurriedly separated Zhao Yutong, who wanted to fight again, and Jing Lei, who was crying from the fall. Zhao Yutong was forcibly pulled away by the other students and glared angrily at Yao Shuoqin again. Yao Shuoqin panicked inwardly and lowered her head, pretending to continue working on the problem, not daring to meet her eyes at all. Class 2. Zhang Wuyo returned to his seat. By this time, he had calmed down, turned out his homework, and was about to listen to the lecture. Suddenly, they heard a mess in the Hongji class next door. Other students were also curious to listen, and a student in the window seat called out, "There's a fight. The girls in the next class are fighting." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuyo steeply shouted, ********. Grabbing his cane, he didn't hold it up and ran straight out the door. Tong Tong, didn't you tell me to hold back? Why didn't you hold back yourself? Chapter 28, You Can Become a Magician. It's been a bit of a chaotic morning. Zhao Yutong, Zhang Wuyo, Yao Shuoqin, and Jing Lei were all called by the director of instruction. Faced with the surveillance images that were pulled up, Yao Shuoqin decisively abandoned Jing Lei, emphasizing all the time that she never said that it was Zhang Wuyo who pushed her down. In fact, she did say nothing about it, just didn't deny it when Thornley said it that way. For Zhao Yutong, The director of instruction had a headache. After all, Zhao Yutong was the top student that their second middle school focused on. Their second middle school is not a first middle school. It's not easy to produce one or two top students who have a chance to go to 985. And in this case, it was indeed Jing Lei who was at fault first. Liao Xiaomei was also panicked. It didn't matter to her at all what happened to Zhang Wuyo. But Zhao Yutong was different. This term, she was counting on Zhao Yutong to fight for her honor. Only, despite all the fuss, the end result was a forced rapprochement. Criticized Thornley severely for a while. To Zhao Yutong, Liao Xiaomei focused on pacifying her. The result was that Zhang Wuyo was wronged for nothing, but Ginglei also received 2 heavy slaps for nothing. Meanwhile, Zhao Yutong's fame grew bigger and bigger. The whole school knows about the senior class flower of the ambitious class, who wrestled a female classmate in the same class for a boy in the next class. But also because of this, no one knew about the whole thing. Plus, Zhang Wuyo was actually quite well liked on weekdays, at least among the students. It caused Jing Lei to be completely isolated, though she was even more angry with Yao Shuoqin, who had decisively abandoned her at the end. At the end of the 3rd period, Zhang Useless was called by the homeroom teacher of his class. Smoking? The homeroom teacher, Do Hong, handed him a cigarette. Lao Do Ah, I don't smoke. Zhang Wuyo held his cane under his arm. You don't need to say anything to me either. I understand. Don't worry. Really get it? Dohan glanced toward him. Don't you look at me like this. Zhang Wuyo said. When I was in middle school, I was called by the school no less than 10 times as a parent. He actually bragged a bit. The number of times I've actually been called as a parent was 3 times. Except for the time when I almost kicked a female classmate's leg off and snapped and knocked over 3 boys, which was too big of a deal and made the school a little scared. Zhang Wuyo said. It's the 2nd semester of my senior year. I'm not going to get into trouble, and I'm not going to retaliate again for this. Of course I know you won't get into trouble. Lao Do coughed dryly. But really, you won't go for revenge? When you were in the defense section, if it wasn't for Zhao Yutong on the side, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to pull you out. Zhang Useless said. Old Do, you've also heard Mr. Liao's words. What do you mean even if Jing Lei is at fault? Don't I have any responsibility at all? Is this completely unreasonable? Lao Do said helplessly. It's not like you guys just learned about Mr. Liao's style today. Zhang Wuyo thought about it and couldn't help but nod. That's also true, but whenever my grades are good, she isn't talking to me like this. Foot healed? Old Dog looked at his foot and then at the crutches he had wedged under his arm. It seems like I can run. Zhang Wuyo lifted his foot. If he hadn't heard Tong Tong hitting people like next door, he wouldn't have realized he had been able to run that fast. Okay, anyway, there are only 100 days or so left now, so it's not bad to work harder and be able to get into a public junior college to help the family save some tuition. Old Do said to him. I understand. Zhang Wuyo smiled. Back in class, the 4th period teacher talked about the topic for a while and let them study on their own. Zhang Useless, you're considered to be rich, Qian Er said from the side, while looking down to write his homework. Why do you say that? Zhang Wuyo didn't raise his head. The high school beauty went and fought with another girl for you. This kind of thing can be publicized for the rest of your life. Qian Er sighed. Why don't I have a childhood friend like that? Xu Xiaoying in front of them turned her back to them and didn't turn around. Why don't you pay me a sum of money, Qian Jia, and I'll help you to beat up someone else as well? Qian Vertical said. What you want is the school flower. The school flower. Xu Xiaoying, you're not even the class flower. Xu Xiaoying said without a trace of anger. Wasn't Zhao Yutong the class flower chosen by the Hongji class itself? How did it become the school flower? Money Harp said. Is there a difference? Is there anyone in the year group who looks better than her, as well as having better grades? But really no one expected her to make a move. After all, she usually looks quite quiet and pretty. Zhang Useless said. It's not even if Jing Lei owes a beating, but more importantly, it's still the fact that Liao Xiaomei was obviously pulling her punches at the time that made people angry. When I was in the office, I almost did it myself. Xu Xiaoying said. Liao Xiaomei, she is that way. I heard that she used to fall in love in college and was dumped by her boyfriend right after she left school. It's also only 29 now, and I'm not married, and I have a widow's face all day long. That's why, when you reach your 20s, you either have to marry or at least get a boyfriend, or else she'll be what she is, deadpan, like anyone owes her. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and looked at Xu Xiaoying's back. Why do I feel that you have more resentment towards her than I even have towards her? Qian Vertical said. Because Liao Xiaomei is all about grades. Who made Xu Xiaoying bad at math too? It's not like she's usually targeted by her. In the midst of idle chatter, Zhang Wuyo quietly opened the system interface and looked at it. Now have points 250, but another purple card. Originally there were only 190 points, but after completing the so-called playing with Yao Shuoqin's body in mind,
I gained 60 points plus this purple card.
In all fairness, Yao Shuoqin being scared back was indeed out of his expectation. Did that dream psych her out that much? Forget it.
She deserved it for approaching herself with bad motives from the start.
Zhang Wuyo quietly tapped the purple card. In his eyes, a dark golden meteor, which no one else could see, fell from the sky. Dark gold? Isn't it a purple card? According to his previous experience, the golden color corresponded to the heavenly rank. The purple color corresponds to the earth rank. There is also a cyan color corresponding to the Xian rank and an orange color corresponding to the yellow rank. And the least useful, but by far the most useful to him, the uninspired. Now what's with this dark gold color? It was different from the golden light drawn earlier using the golden card. The golden light that appeared when he drew out the supreme dragon slaying sword was dazzling and brilliant. This dark gold color is equally golden and looks dignified, but it is dull and dull. Gained item cell +3. After skipping that sentence, his item bar began to flash. Zhang Wuyo tapped on the item bar. In the system interface, the item bar and props bar are on the same page. The props column listed those weapons, casting materials, and so on that he had drawn earlier. The item bar was instead a small, dark-colored grid. But now, the 3 small grids at the very beginning have been lit. Zhang Wuyo looked around for a moment as he picked up an eraser with a thought. The eraser disappeared from his hand and appeared in one of the small compartments of the props bar. Useless Shang. Seems like he really drew something useful to him. With this hand, you don't have to worry about running out of food in the future. He could go on to become a magician. Simply better than Lu Qian. Chapter 29. Is it a big deal to be number 1 in your year group? Garbage system. Even the storage function of the item bar needs to obtain an item grid through card drawing to be able to use it? Zhang Wuyo really couldn't help but want to spit. However, compared to the previous 20 consecutive draws, in the end, only that unimpressive dream marrying talisman was useful to him. This storage function was more or less really useful for him who hadn't been able to cross over. Even if you don't go to be a magician, when you're delivering takeout, just throw the whole takeout box in and you don't need to worry about spilling it on the way. And, Zhang Wuyo looked at the eraser in the item bar. Another look at the corner of his table. The mind moved slightly. Unbeknownst to God, the eraser appeared at the corner of the table. This one's good. Just why is this feature drawn with purple cards? Broken systems are baffling. At noon, he was in no man's land, trying to put his crutches in. As a result, he saw a projection of the walking stick appear in the item bar, but the length exceeded the 3 squares. Turns out the crutches wouldn't fit at all. Got 3 bricks and put them in so that each of the 3 bricks takes up 1 square. Remove the 3 bricks and take a stool and put it in. This one stool, occupying 2 of the compartments. Zhang Wuyo really wanted to roll his eyes, but no matter what, it was better to have this feature than not. At least for him who couldn't cultivate those feats of martial arts because he didn't have aura and got those feats but couldn't cultivate them, it was considered more practical. The first period in the afternoon was the math class taught by Liao Xiaomei. Looking at the newly issued papers, Zhang Wuyo looked at them for a while, and sure enough, he still basically couldn't do it. He began to look around, thinking about who had good grades in his class, then used the marrying dream charm and go to him for a tutorial. Xu Xiaoying didn't need to count on it. Her math scores were a little better than his, but certainly not a strong point. Money vertical math is not bad, but Zhang Wuyo didn't want to be alone with another boy in his dream. What if Qianzhu thought he was dreaming about another boy, thought he had a problem with his orientation, and started pestering him from then on? This kind of thing cannot be prevented. Zhang Useless. A tremor came steeply from the podium. Zhang Useless looked up and saw the math teacher, Liao Xiaomei, holding a whip and hammering the lecture. Liao Xiaomei's age, among teachers, is actually really not that big. 29 years old. Looks actually not bad. Just all day a dead fish face, as if everyone owes her $1 million. Her breasts were quite full, and her women's suit added to her meticulous appearance, the whole thing looking ancient and mean. Underneath was a black tube skirt, with flesh-colored stockings showing on the bias underneath, and a slightly higher heel. If you don't study hard, what are you doing looking around? Liao Xiaomei scolded. Stand outside for me. The others all looked towards Zhang Wuyo with more or less sympathy. Anyone could see that Mr. Liao was deliberately targeting. Zhang Wuyo was equally annoyed. Even if I did look around, it's not like I was talking. Even just to his left, there were people turning around and discussing issues and talking, but he didn't bother to argue because it was pointless to argue with the teacher. So he simply grabbed a language and physics paper for himself and stepped out. The crutches are on the table. If she was holding a cane, when she passed next to Liao Xiaomei, she might impulsively give her a head start. When he got outside, he placed his physics paper on the railing of the aisle and wrote to himself. The breeze was fresh and the sun was shining. Plus I didn't have to look at the smelly faces, so it was a pleasure. That's how it was written for most of the class. Suddenly felt a shadow around him. and when he turned around, he saw that the class teacher Do Hong didn't know when, and was looking at his side with his arms crossed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old dog, you scared me. Dohan took the roll from the stone fence and looked at it again carefully. Looking toward him, someone's been tutoring you this whole time? Yes. Zhang Wuyo nodded. Got a nice girlfriend? Dohan handed the roll back to him. It's a little tight, but it's not too late. Zhang Wuyo knew that old Do thought it was Tong Tong who helped him with physics. A few other subjects should also be tightened up, especially math. Do Hong glanced towards the classroom and looked like he had a headache as well. Mr. Liao's ability to teach is definitely very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to teach the Hongji class. The relationship still needs to find a way to get it right. It's not like it's up to me. Zhang Wuyo was very unkind. At the end of the afternoon school day, he waited at the door for a while. He waited until Zhao Yutong came out of her class before going downstairs with her. Is your foot really okay? Zhao Yutong realized that he was no longer propping up his crutches. It's fine. I can even jump. Zhang Wuyo attempted to jump for her. Don't. Zhao Yutong hurriedly pulled him back. Don't get hurt again at this time. Zhang Wuyo said. On Friday, I'll go back for a review, and it should be fine. The two walked across the plaza toward the school's entrance. In the first class of the afternoon, Mr. Liao asked you to stand at the door? Zhao Yutong asked. You saw that? Zhang Wuyo gasped. There's no one more careful than her. It must be the incident in the morning that made her feel disgraced. She didn't dare to get angry at you, and she didn't want to punish those two, so she rushed at me. Speaking here, he looked towards Zhao Yutong. It's you. You pulled me back from making a move, but you went and slammed someone yourself? Zhao Yutong said softly. Aren't you the same yourself? Remember, when I was in middle school, I also pulled you back from going to fight Xiao Rong and the others, and it turns out you did it as soon as I wasn't there. Zhang Wuyo said. That's different. I'm a big man, so if I do it, I'll do it. Zhao Yutong said. It is indeed different. You're going to be suspended for striking, and you might even get a demerit. I hit her, and Mr. Liao in the teaching department gave me a thought exercise, telling me not to take this little thing to heart. I was also assured that I wouldn't call my parents and told not to think about it. John useless. The first of the year is great, isn't it? Well, it is indeed remarkable. Outside the school gates, walking on the way to the bus stop, Zhang Wuyo once again looked at Zhao Yutong. It's getting late for darkness now. It was still relatively light at this hour. The rays of the slanting sun fell on her face. The girl's peach-like, smooth and sweet-smelling face seemed to emit a flowing luster in Zhang Wuyo's eyes. What's wrong? Zhao Yutong turned her head and looked at him as well. Thanks, Zhang Wuyo whispered. Why should you thank me? Zhao Yutong turned her head. Obviously you didn't do anything wrong, and you're angry. After thinking about it, he once again cautioned him. Although Ms. Liao will more than likely be targeting you lately, it's better not to go and start an argument with her. It's just a little over 100 days, so if you pass it, you pass it. Don't worry, I've had enough to mess with that lustful spinster. Zhang Wuyo said so, but he was obviously filled with resentment. So much so that Zhao Yutong had to warn him again. Don't mess with her. She knew very well how vindictive her childhood friend was. Chapter 30, The Mysterious Area of the Shop. Don't worry, no matter what, I won't joke about the most important high school entrance exam in my life. Zhang Wuyo said. You yourself are the one who should not be impulsive. Don't go back to this kind of slamming people in the face. I've endured it. How come you didn't endure it yourself? Zhang Wuyo recalled that on the way back to the class. She held her hand for fear of being impulsive. Her hands were so gentle and warm, like a soothing spring breeze. As a result, he returned to his class and only just sat down. That hand is right next door slapping people hard. By the time he arrived at Hongji class, Jinglei was crying with palm prints on both sides of her face. It looks like it was smoked pretty hard. When the bus arrived, he propped his crutches under his arm. The people next to him saw it and didn't dare to squeeze with him. As soon as the car door opened, he ended up with his crutches under his armpits and rushed up with a huff. The other people next to me. Feelings you deliberately with a crutch to pretend to be disabled? Ah? Zhang Wuyo grabbed 2 seats in the back row and gave one to Tong Tong. Slow down. Zhao Yutong looked at him. At least wait until after you go to the hospital for a review before jumping up and down. You still have splints on all your feet. The two were side by side, all the way home in the car. The slanting rays of the setting sun shone into the car windows, traveling back and forth across their faces. When they reached the bus stop near the neighborhood, they walked into the neighborhood and into the elevator together, only to part at the elevator door. Zhang Wuyo returned home and unexpectedly saw that Zhang Tao was actually at home as well. Son ah! As soon as he saw him, Zhang Tao was overjoyed and clasped his hands together. Can you go and look after the store for me tonight? I have an old classmates gathering over there. Before 12 o'clock, I'll definitely rush back to take your place. It's okay, Zhang Wuyo said. For him, it's just a matter of whether he does his homework at home, or at the store. That store has been open for a long time, and since elementary school, he's been taken around a lot, doing his homework in the store. Then from time to time, Olden went off to play by himself, leaving him there alone to watch the store. That is, now is in high school. Mom is afraid of affecting his study, so go less. I just closed the store door first. The key is here. Zhang Tao gave him the key. You don't need to prop up your crutches? No need. Zhang Woyo lifted his foot. It seems like it can all run. On the other hand, Mom came out of the kitchen and said something similar to Zhao Yutong again. It means it's better to hold out until the doctor is sure it's okay. Zhang Woyo ate at home and went downstairs with the key. The store was almost a mile from his neighborhood, and he went to the woodstove and rode the electric bike that he hadn't ridden in a while. The car was bought for him by his family in his freshman year of high school for the convenience of getting to and from school, only he didn't touch it during the time he hurt his foot. Right up to the front of your own store. His store, which just happens to be on the corner of an alley and the main street. There were at least 2 hotels in the neighborhood, and a couple of smaller, less formal inns at the end of the alley, as well as a couple of foot washers. This is the main reason why he has always done well with this store. The storefront was redecorated 2 years earlier. Use the key to open the roll-up door and enter the store. This store of his doesn't really only sell small umbrellas of various brands and models. There are several rows of cabinets listed in the store. The counter is on the right side of the door, and under the counter there are sacred oils, and all kinds of medicines from regular manufacturers. Inside, opposite the front door, there were various erotic paraphernalia and some odd lingerie. In addition, at the end of the main entrance on the left, the store itself is very formal. Although the store was open, a curtain with oil paintings hung at the door, so passers-by could not see inside. Zhang Woyo entered the counter. The counter is relatively high. The glass against the outside of the counter is actually one-way transparent, and sitting under the counter, you are able to look through the glass into the store. However, for guests in general, they can only see the heads of the clerks behind the counter, and therefore don't feel like they're being watched. There are no monitors set up in the store, and most of the time when someone comes in, they don't have to get up on purpose to introduce the products, which would just make people feel uncomfortable. There are some guests who are old farts, so of course it doesn't matter, but there are many who do not like to be watched while picking out various products. Behind the counter was a bench that stretched out so a person could recline on it. There were compartments on the other side of the counter with quilts and stuff. Zhang Woyo took out his homework from the book bag he brought and just wrote. There is actually Wi-Fi in the store. Lao Deng usually has nothing to do. He brushes Jitterbug every day, and now that short videos are hot, he watches Return of the Dragon King all day long. But that's better than Mom, who's already doing Rich Young Man Falls in Love with Menopausal Sweeper and Hygienic Me. Zhang Woyo didn't use a smartphone, mainly because he wasn't that confident in his self-control. As it got dark, in 2s and 3s, people who came to buy things gradually appeared. Basically, they are all picking by themselves, picking a good one to come to the counter, and Zhang Woyo stood up and swept the code, letting the other party pay for the payment, and that's it. Of course, there will be those who talk too much. A little after 8 o'clock, 2 women in their 20s with dyed red and blue hair came in, both looking pretty good, just a little more powdered. They bought small umbrellas as well, and when they paid for them, they saw that the clerk was a handsome little man, so they kept asking him if they were any good. He was also asked what it felt like when a man used it, which brand would feel better, and whether he preferred pellets or something else. Zhang Woyo did not care about it and made up his mind, flirting with them for a while. While it's true that he's never used it, that doesn't stop him from babbling about it, and strangely enough, if he chatted with Tong Tong and accidentally brought up some not-so-serious topics, he would also blush and his heart would pound. But talking deeper and more intensely with these women, he felt nothing and cared little. After the 2 women, the redhead and the bluehead, playfully walked away, he sat down and continued his homework, and so it went on, until just after 11:30 p.m., the curtain of color-printed cloth hanging in the doorway was lifted again. Zhang Woyo sat behind the counter, raised his head, and through the one-way transparent counter glass, he saw a black tube skirt with tightly wrapped flesh stockings underneath. The visitor was a woman who lingered by the door for a moment, then, slowly, headed for the pink-tinted half-compartment farther diagonally across the counter. Zhang Woyo didn't care. After doing this kind of store for a long time, he would know that it wasn't just men who had a need. Many women actually had a need as well. Leaving the guests to their own devices, he opened the math paper that had been handed out that afternoon with a headache. Since he was able to read the language literature easily and physics was starting to pick up, he now took physics and language out first when he did his homework. By the time these 2 were done, there was much less interest. Especially, after what happened, he was even less interested in math homework. but it's not good enough not to do it. It's a blank slate, and I'm sure I'll be targeted with excuses tomorrow. LOL. What is it going to take to bring up my math scores? Chapter 31. Take care, teacher. The female customer in the other corner of the store seemed to have trouble choosing and picked for a long time. Zhang Wuyo didn't bother with her. Some people do hesitate to buy things, even if there are only two choices. It's a case of picking and choosing between them. Zhang Wuyo was fine on his own, but he knew that Zhao Yutan was also having trouble choosing. Don't think she was so rigid and bold in the morning when she was beating people up. She was actually the girl who was able to choose between two different brands of jelly for most of an hour. That's why the last time Zhang Wuyo brought a bunch of snacks to her house to make amends, he took the initiative, first bringing her pineapple jelly and then sesame seed candy canes. Zhang Wuyo took it directly to her so she wouldn't have to choose. Otherwise, she would have hesitated for a long time on her own over which one to eat first. He felt a long time pass before the woman on the other side of the pink half compartment came over with something. Halfway down the hall, it turned back around and walked back up, one in the left hand and one in the right as it re-emerged out of that pink half compartment. So, what's the point of choosing so long? Why don't we just take them all? Through the glass of the counter, Zhang Wuyo was able to see that the female customers had already come over. He didn't get up right away, though. It will make the other person feel that he or she has been paying attention to her. Some guests don't like the feeling of being watched, and if she is made to feel overly noticed, she won't come back the next time, until the other person walks up to the counter on their own, with a black tube skirt and a straight dress. It felt like the other woman was a serious and decent woman. This counter has two levels, high and low, and Zhang Useless math paper is placed on the low level, next to the cash register and code scanner. I'll take these two. How much? Straight feminine suits cinched around slender waists appeared beyond the counter glass. Okay. Zhang Wuyo put down the black water pen and picked up the code scanner next to him. He felt that the voice was a bit familiar. It always felt like he had heard it every day. So with a glance up, he glanced toward the other man. The other man also happened to lower his head and look at him behind the counter writing his math homework. At this moment, both of them froze at the same time. Zhang Wuyo opened his eyes wide and looked at the face that he had seen basically every day except for weekends. It was a face that, during the day-to-day, made him more and more angry. He couldn't help but look down at the math paper he was working on again. It has been done on the reverse side. Basically, each question has only a few words written on it, and at most, some formulas have been filled in on it, which are blindly filled in. For a moment, Zhang Wuyo was worried that the other party would grab this roll, reprimand him, and then make him stand at the door. But it's my store. The tall woman at the counter, too, was thoroughly confused. She looked down at the boy, sitting behind the counter, who had just put down his black water pen. The rolls he made were all still the same ones he had just handed out this afternoon. Looking at the boy's paper with some formulas ghosted on it, she took one look and knew that the boy wouldn't be able to do any of it. At this moment, she wanted to reprimand the other man a few times and make him stand outside for punishment. Mr. Liao. Zhang Wuyo nodded with a smile. Buying something? Ha? Well, Liao Xiaomei asked rhetorically. You are here to watch the store, part-time job? My family's store, Zhang Wuyo said. Most of the time it's my dad who looks after the store here. One by one, he successively scanned them with a code scanner. It's 360 in total, and I can get a 10% discount if I'm an acquaintance. Let's see, 10% off is. He pressed the numbers on the register before looking at the monitor, which was only 17 inches. 324? Liao Xiaomei said subconsciously. Right. Zhang Wuyo looked at the screen and nodded. 324. Truly worthy of. Aha! What a math teacher. The atmosphere was so awkward it was like, someone couldn't wait to gouge a 3-room apartment on the floor with their toes right now. Zhang Wuyo actually really didn't care. After all, that's the business the family is in. Liao Xiaomei's face, however, has been like an ice sculpture being filled with rose-colored sunrise. This is used to massage the shoulders with. Liao Xiaomei took out her cell phone to pay while explaining in a low voice. Recently, I've been grading homework and my shoulders and waist are rather sore. I know. Zhang Wuyo smiled. That's certainly not possible. It is indeed hard to correct homework every day. Zhang Wuyo grinned and smiled, following her words. Luckily I didn't increase the teacher's workload. He pointed to the practice paper he was working on. If only every student's work was as well corrected as his, she wouldn't have such a sore back. Zhang Wuyo took out a fine large bag. The bag in this store, the surface is very plain. Carry in the hand cannot see what is inside. Take care, teacher. As he said this, he took a quick glance at the quest bar prompt that suddenly popped up. At this moment, Liao Xiaomei's entire head was congested with blood, as if it was about to explode. There could be nothing worse than buying something like this and being caught red-handed by one of your own students. She had actually been to the store a few times before, but she had not seen Zhang Wuyo here before. But now that I think back, the shopkeeper, whom I had met a few times before, did look a bit like Zhang Wuyo. Her insides panicked to the core. She was worried that tomorrow the whole school would know about her shopping at this store. It doesn't even need to be tomorrow. How many kids these days don't play with smartphones? Maybe as soon as she left, he'd pull out his cell phone and talk about it in the student body. Liao Xiaomei opened her mouth, wanting to say something to Zhang Wuyo, but found it impossible to speak at all, because in the afternoon, she had nothing better to do than scold the boy and send him to stand by the door. Now that I think about it, that incident in the morning, Jing Lei falsely accused. Yao Shuoqin knew that he was falsely accused and deliberately kept quiet. Zhao Yutong slammed her classmate twice in front of the whole class in class. All three of them had actually made mistakes. Except for this boy who really hadn't done anything wrong. Favor yourself against him alone. She couldn't open her mouth, so she just carried the bag he handed her and walked out. As she left the store, she felt that she couldn't stay in this city any longer. Whoops, can you blame me? People are just stressed out lately. Why did it come to this? Chapter 32, Mission Deception. After Xiao Mei Liao went out, Zhang Wuyo quickly checked the new quest that suddenly popped up in the system. Young Yang Immortal Sect's second peak Deacon Liao Xiaomei bullied you and humiliated you. And as a disciple of the Devil's Path lurking in the Immortal Sect, you had to swallow your anger, lower your voice, and make false pretenses. Today, when you found out that Liao Xiaomei secretly purchased the magic weapon used by the Devil's Joyful Zen, how could you not make use of this handle to bully her and take advantage of her, forcing her to help you cultivate? Task: deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestor, play with the body and mind of Liao Xiaomei, the deacon of the second peak of the Young Yang Immortal Sect, and force her to help you with your cultivation. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive plus 1000 system points and a golden card. That's a much higher reward than playing with Yao Shuoqin. Yao Shuoqin related quests only gave 60 points, and a purple card. This is a straight-up gold card, as well as 1,000 points. Zhang Wuyo shook his hand and the marriage dream talisman appeared in his hand. He first chanted the rune of the marriage dream charm and imprinted it in his own hand, then ran out. Mr. Liao. At this hour, the street was largely empty, and several of the surrounding stores were closed. On the other side of the street, there is a small fry store. A few people at the entrance of the store, guessing and drinking. The sound is so loud that it carries over to this side. Liao Xiaomei carries her two temporary boyfriends and walks through the lights. Alone, the slender but straight back made her even more lonely. Hearing the boys call behind her, she turned around. Zhang Wuyo made an effort to curb his wicked, quirked up mouth and make himself look serious. Taking big strides, he walked over to Liao Xiaomei and extended his hand to her. Teacher Liao, don't worry, just pretend that I'm not here tonight, and I won't tell anyone about your purchase at this store. When he didn't have to prop up his cane, Zhang Wuyo was very tall. He was also more robust in size, and the full force of that Fulbright smile seemed to bring light to this chilly night. Ha, good, good. Liao Xiaolan saw him reaching out to him. So too, he extended his hand and shook his own students. Liao Xiaomei had originally wanted to talk to him, but she just didn't know how to open her mouth. Now, seeing him come out after me of his own accord, he promised never to tell. She was also much more at ease. When you think about it, the boy's grades were poor, but his nature wasn't bad. I really shouldn't have treated him like that today. The two men's hands, touching each other, shook. Zhang Wuyo let go of her hand, waved her off, and went back to watch the store. Liao Xiaomei was much relieved to receive his assurance. Carrying the bag, which on the surface contained absolutely nothing, he turned with it and proceeded to leave. Zhang Wuyo uncovered the cloth curtain with the colorful characters printed on it, and the arc of his mouth, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, once again raised. He lifted his hand and looked into his palm. That smile, it got more and more evil. It's true that Zhang Wuyo isn't bad, but he's more vindictive. If not, the class teacher Do Hong and his childhood friend Zhao Yutong would not have advised him several times in a row. However, to be fair, even if it was Zhang Wuyo, under normal circumstances, he would definitely not dare to rebel or retaliate against Liao Xiaomei at a time like this. In case something goes wrong, expulsion, suspension, demerit, which is a price he can't afford to pay. But what if, for example, it's under abnormal circumstances? Return to the counter and learned the role for a while longer. It wasn't until the curtain lifted again that Olden finally came to replace him. Just now I went home for a visit. Your mom found out that you left your crutches at home but drove your little donkey away, and scolded me a whole lot. Zhang Tao glared at him. This kind of thing, in the future, you tell her yourself ahead of time. Zhang Wuyo got up and gathered his homework. If I had said so in advance, where would she have been willing? Zhang Tao asked. How's business tonight? Not bad. Zhang Wuyo smiled and said, it's quite good. After handing over to his father, He left the store with his backpack on his back and once again rode his little electric donkey all the way home. The weather has started to warm up gradually though, but it sure is still pretty cold in the middle of the night, especially on a bike. The good thing is, he's got big gloves on both handlebars, and with his hands inside, at least his hands don't get cold. Biking home, naturally, is quick. Parked the little donkey downstairs in the electric car parking area and didn't put it in the wood stove. Entered the building, took the elevator, came home, and Mom was still up. Mom brought out the rib soup that had been warmed up in the rice cooker while she gave him another talking to. Don't go rampaging around there when your foot isn't all healed yet. If you get hurt again, see who's in charge of you? Mom nagged hatefully while placing the hot soup in front of him. It really has gotten better, Zhang Wuyo said. If I had known, I would have kept you in a cast. Mom glared at him. That way you'd be more peaceful. It's fine. You go to bed early. When you're done eating, leave the bowl in the sink and I'll wash it tomorrow. Go to bed early yourself. Good, Zhang Wuyo casually answered. Finish eating the hot rib soup with a lot of energy. Zhang Wuyo went to take another hot shower, changed into his pajamas, and brushed his teeth. Refreshed, I returned to my bedroom and checked the time, and before I knew it, it was almost 1 o'clock. Zhang Wuyo locked the door of his room and pulled the curtains of his room. Even the lights were off, just a bedside lamp on. He sat on the bed and once again took out the marriage dream charm, silently reciting the incantation. He shook the marriage dream charm. The aura surged, but quickly, it tightened back up. This means that the jutsu hasn't been bridged to some point in the distance. Still awake? Ha! He shrugged. If you were in the world of being able to cultivate the real world, this marriage dream charm wouldn't actually work very well. Not only does it only work on uncultivated mortals, but you have to wait until the person under the spell falls asleep on their own. Such a talisman, in that world, was simply the trash of trash. To say it's unimpressive is an understatement, but it didn't matter. The world didn't have people who practiced anyway. This also means that it can work on anyone in the world if they have a mind to do so. The rest is just waiting for the other side to fall asleep. That being said, what exactly is the other side of the fence working overtime grading assignments? Or did you use it tonight? Zhang Wuyo got up first and fist pumped, stretching out, walking around in his room with no desire to study. Moved out those math intervals that I had accumulated in the past again and flipped through them. By 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, used the marry the dream charm again. It still didn't take effect. It's this time of night, and you're still up? Zhang Wuyo had to keep waiting. It went on until 2:30, when he was a little too braced for himself. Again and again, used the marrying dream charm. The marriage of dreams talisman shook, and the spiritual light overflowed, spreading out to the surroundings, followed by a metaphysical glow that rose through his densely packed room. On the bed he lay back and fell asleep. At the same time, his own consciousness materialized in this mysterious space where auras were like tides of light. Then he headed for the door. Reach out and open the door. Chapter 33. Have you forgotten? Zhang Wuyo opened the door, and on the other side of the door, the same spiritual light diffused. A much wider sleeping area with a gorgeous Simmons king-size bed at the center. The woman lying on the bed was wearing a silver robe, and underneath the robe, her long, white legs were exposed. The mattress was full of wrinkles and next to it were 2 toys that the woman had purchased only hours before. I could tell she had been playing for a long time before she took a break. Surprisingly enough, in this room, there were no books, no piles of corrected or uncorrected homework. Opposite the bed, there is a wall-mounted 65-inch color TV, and in the TV cabinet below, there is a DVD player that is more or less an antique in this day and age. There were discs on the TV stand, all normal Western romances, but judging by the names, they were all from the 1980s and 1990s, obviously a little short of 30, but living like a 40 or 50-year-old. Zhang Wuyo raised his hand. Snap, snapped his fingers crisply. The surroundings began to change to pink and white, stores with various props. Overall, using the half compartment in the corner of his own store as a baseline, it just expanded further. Then the sleeping woman was rearranged. Liao Xiaomei opened her eyes in a daze, followed closely by the realization that she was in some kind of store with all kinds of toys. The boys are attentively using props to serve her. She tried to struggle, but simply couldn't resist. Her whole being, like a bud that is constantly stung and picked by bees in the season of spring flowers, is clearly losing something, but is constantly gaining. After many unspeakable processes, she woke up with a start once more, followed by the sight that, right next to her at the desk, the boys had, at some point, been sitting there, diligently working on their homework. Mr. Liao, I've already helped you for so long. It's your turn to teach me math problems, right? The boy lowered his head and looked careless. It's clearly a deal. You can't just be one-sided and only care about yourself. I'll teach you your homework? Liao Xiaomei looked around violently. Or what? The boy looked very unimpressed. Or what else could you teach me? Teach me to be a human being? How many people up and down the school really like you? Teach me to fall in love? I heard that you were dumped by your boyfriend as soon as you graduated from college. Teach me aesthetics? Look at you. What girl doesn't know how to dress better than you? Teach me emotional intelligence? Don't look at me like this. I have more friends than you. Oh teacher, your life. The only thing that barely comes in handy is being a successful math teacher. What else would you be able to teach me? Liao Xiaomei was silent. She was speechless, so she sat down next to the boy and began to teach him his homework. Why did it come to this? She tried hard to think back, and all she could think of was her arrival at the store, and as a result, when she remembered her past life, all she could think of was full of sadness. Unable to control it, he rewards himself with a prop from the store, not realizing he's found out. The two made a pact that she would teach the boy his homework and the boy would promise not to tell anyone else about it, as well as help her further. Now it was time for her to return the favor to this boy. Zhang Wuyo listened to the teacher's explanation. Liao Xiaomei does have strength, at least in the area of teaching. Like old dog said, if it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have been placed in the Hongji class. The ambitious class is the most important thing for the second high school. Every year in the college entrance examination, the most hope of the second middle school is to be able to kill one or two ambitious class of top students, to enhance the second middle school in the red list of the highest results. If it was a normal class, Zhang Wuyo would have long since lost track of her explanation, because she was supposed to be lecturing at the level of the class as a whole. But now, she was helping him tutor alone. More importantly, in the dream world, the two of them were connected on a spiritual level. Mr. Liao's solutions to each of his lectures were able to be delivered in their entirety to his spiritual world. You're not laying a good foundation for the entire first year of high school. Teaching to the back, Liao Xiaomei was puzzled. Although the second middle school is not a key high school, but how did you go to high school this way? Before the midterm exam, Zhao Yutan's classmates frantically helped me with tutoring before I was able to enter the second middle school with my tail between my legs. Zhang Wuyo had to admit that his foundation was indeed too poor. After favoring high school, because he felt it was due to himself that Zhao Yutan was not able to get into a key high school, he did not go back to Tong Tong to teach him. You have to start all over again with the knowledge points from senior year. Liao Xiaomei picked up a pen and brushed it, relisting the various formulas and knowledge points from the first year of high school for him. For high school teachers, freshmen, sophomores, and juniors were supposed to rotate. Typically, you teach from freshman year, follow through to senior year, and then turn around and go teach to follow the next freshman year. As for now, like the ambitious class, the second round of review is long over. The entire knowledge structure of high school is all in Liao Xiaomei's mind, without the need for any teaching materials. At your fingertips, Zhang Wuyo felt like he was hanging on, receiving the points of knowledge that Mr. Liao passed over. In reality, if it was a poor student like him, a few lectures and she would likely get impatient. Liao Xiaomei's difference between the best and the worst students is well known. But now, originally, it was a one-on-one teaching, and the direct contact of the spiritual aspect, again, allowed her to very simply let Zhang Wuyo understand her thought process. Zhang useless knowledge of high school math is improving by leaps and bounds. There is no sun or moon in my dreams, and I don't know the years of summer and winter. At the time when Zhang Wuyo felt that her spirit was beginning to show fatigue, it would then turn around and use various props from its own store on her. After all, his own family was in this business, and although it was true that he hadn't used it before, he was comfortable with how each prop should be used. Two people just like that. You help me, I help you. The days flew by, but slowly, Liao Xiaomei also began to sense that something was wrong. A person doesn't know he's dreaming even if he's in a dream. Sometimes there is a subconscious struggle to resist the fall of a desire to make oneself and one's surroundings normal. Thus, in fact, trying to wake up. Why was she with this boy, all the time, in a place like this? Why would one want him, over and over again, to help oneself? Why did he have to be here himself, teaching him math? Zhang useless. She started to get confused. Why isn't it light yet? When are we going to leave? We still have to go to school at dawn. Zhang Wuyo looked up with a shocked expression. Teacher, what are you talking about? I've been expelled. What's the point of going to school? Liao Xiaomei was surprised. You were fired? Zhang Wuyo raised his head, his face full of resentment. Teacher, have you forgotten? Yao Shuoqian said that I pushed her down the stairs, and Jing Lei even testified on her behalf. Liao Xiaomei was still puzzled. But isn't there surveillance that proves you didn't push her? Zhang Wuyo stared at her and gritted his teeth. But, teacher, didn't you say that even if they were wrong, am I not at fault at all? Just because of your words, I was expelled from school. Teacher Liao, you, forget. Remember, chapter 35, I'm going to shock you all. Isn't this a normal thing? Zhang Wuyo directly pulled out the previously issued math exercise book. A thick 24-page math exercise book is mostly empty. It was something Liu Xiaomei had suggested they buy before, but it wasn't assigned as homework, just for them to do on their own when they had time. Zhang Wuyo used to hardly do much because he couldn't finish all those papers that were sent down every day. He said, even Mr. Liao has needs once in a while, right? For his part, Chen Vertical took out the chemistry paper handed out in the last class. Your word demand means a lot, and I have a feeling you're driving, but I have no proof. Xu Xiaoying didn't look back. You boys are disgusting. Zhang Wuyo said. Student Xu Xiaoying, you who can understand, are no better. Xu Xiaoying said. I bet that Liu Xiaomei is definitely still a virgin. Absolutely. Money Harp looked up. Didn't they say she had a boyfriend in college? Xu Xiaoying was full of malice. That's definitely still a virgin too, and will remain a virgin until old age. Zhang Wuyo sighed. Classmate Xiaoying, just how much do you hate her? Xu Xiaoying said fiercely. Do you know why I hate math? The math teacher I met in junior high school was a scum. Didn't teach the books seriously, and spent all day trying to get people to go to his place for remedial lessons. I was so disgusted with him that I wouldn't go to him for tutoring, and I was targeted by him for a while, and then when I ran into a math class, I got sick to my stomach. When I was a freshman in high school, I ran into Mr. Chen and finally got a little bit more interested in math. I didn't expect to bump into Xiaomei Liao my sophomore year of high school. Chen Vertical raised his head. There are times when one does come across such things. When I was in the 4th grade of elementary school, the language teacher I encountered was rather disliking the poor and loving the rich. There was an inexplicable targeting of me. And even though it was in elementary school, I can't get it out of my head until now. Zhang Wuyo recalled. I'm not so bad, am I? Didn't I get suspended for 3 months in my 2nd year of junior high school? Our homeroom teacher even called often, and didn't scold me, just told me that my temper should be changed when I grow up, and that I shouldn't do things too impulsively. On my first day back to school, I was even treated to a nice meal out at noon. Xu Xiaoying looked back at him. This middle school homeroom teacher of yours isn't bad then. You've made such a big mistake and he's still so nice to you. Aha! Zhang Wuyo continued to write, but at that time, everyone around me was panicked, afraid that I would do it again. Chen Er couldn't help but say, asterisk 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 asterisk. Just how far did you beat the people? Scared them like that? Zhang Wuyo raised his head and was very helpless. It's not really much. It's just hitting the point where, back there, I clearly didn't cause any trouble. And everyone says I'm the school bully, right? Xianjia and Zhu Xiaoying looked toward him together. Xianjiang sighed. Seriously, your looks are quite fierce sometimes, especially your eyes. If we hadn't spent a lot of time with you, and we didn't know you well, we might have panicked if we suddenly got a glare from you. Xu Xiaoying raised her head. That's not true. As far as I remember, it seems like Zhang Wuyo hasn't gotten angry much and has always been quite nice to everyone. My temper really isn't that good, Zhang Wuyo said. It's just that I never get angry and lash out with my own friends. Xu Xiaoying turned around. Is that so? Anyway, as far as I remember, you get along quite well with the majority of people. Money Harp said. Is it possible that it's the vast majority of people who are afraid to get along with him? Zhang Wuyo said. Hey, as for that? Xianjia laughed and said. Just kidding. In fact, Zhang Wuyo's character is quite understandable, and people in general who don't go too far can't mess with you at all. In the midst of idle chatter, Zhang Wuyo made a few in a row. Comparing the answers, I realized that I had done a smooth job but still got a lot of things wrong. As Tong Tong said, even through Mr. Liao's whole night of helping him practice last night, the questions and everything can be understood and the solutions are correct, but it just makes all kinds of simple mistakes. Big and small. Do more. Practice more. Collect more mistakes? He muttered. Xu Xiaoying in the front seat heard his words and turned her back to him. Wrong question book? Let me tell you, Zhang is useless. That's useless. It might be useful for those with good grades, like us. Throw a whole book in there and that's the wrong book. There's not a lot of places where you'd do it anyway. Zhang Wuyo was full of confidence. Classmate Xiaoying, I'm not like you. In these last 100 days, I'm going to be furious and shock all of you. Xu Xiaoying, aha, you've read too much online literature and think you have a hangover, don't you? Next week is the first model. I'll see how you shock everyone. Don't come out with another 200 or so points on the test. Zhang Wuyo fumed. Next week is the first model? Wasn't last semester's final exam the first model? Chen Vertical said on the side. Zhang useless, what kind of books you read in the end? It was only the end of the last semester of their first middle school that was the first model, and it was the same paper as the other city exams. We didn't participate in the 2nd grade, probably because the school was afraid that if we did, we'd get a bad grade and lose face. We were taking our own school paper. Zhang Wuyo bowed his head and contemplated. A mold.
He felt that his math and physics scores must have grown quite a bit with Mr. Liao and Yao Shuoqin helping him practice. The language has also made some progress in the literature. But even so, could he reach the undergraduate line? He still wasn't sure. He really wanted to go to undergrad. Tapped on system again and looked at the props bar. Marriage dream charm. Remaining count, March 5th. In the morning after school, I happened to meet Zhao Yutong at the entrance and learned that the morning math class in their class was also self-study. By the afternoon, the first class Dohan didn't have a class. He was in his office, making a cup of black tea with goji berries and sipping it slowly. Suddenly, I saw a woman, dressed in a snow-white, girlish, flower-embellished dress, with a white sun hat slung over her head and a transparent purple scarf around her neck. Which student's parent was it? He had originally thought so, and then thought that the age was not right, and that being so young, he should not be a parent. But why come to their teacher's office? He saw that the woman had ignored his watchful eyes, sat herself down diagonally across from him, and had taken the liberty of opening her computer. Hello, this is Ms. Liao's seat. That's also her computer. Do Hong put down his teacup and was about to warn the young woman not to enter the teacher's office without authorization and move other people's computers. Take another hard look. Puff. He spewed out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 36, A Different Kind of Schoolteacher. Liao. Mr. Liao. Do Hong patted the water stains that had spilled on his legs and looked in surprise at the almost unrecognizable Liao Xiaomei diagonally across the room. Liao Xiaomei smiled uncomfortably before nodding. Mr. Dao. What's wrong? No, it's fine, Do Han said. Teachers coming and going, all coincidentally looked toward Liao Xiaomei. This was really the first time they had seen this kind of Liao Xiaomei. By second period, it was almost time for class to start. It seems like a pretty girl is heading to Hongji class. Hongji class has a new teacher? How can that be? A new teacher at this time? Dressing so fashionably, is it that hot now? You want style but not temperature. While Zhang Wuyo was writing his paper with his head down, on the side by the window, his classmates were talking. Who was that new teacher who just went over? Xian Er was also very curious. You're asking me? Zhang Wuyo didn't raise his head. I'll go take a look. Xu Xiaoying took advantage of the fact that the teacher of her class hadn't come yet and got up straight away. She ran to the door, and looked over to the stairway first, then a quick dart over to the ambitious class. Not long afterward, she came back, her face stinking. Who is it? Qianzhang asked curiously. The teacher who gives substitute lessons to the Hongji class? Don't ask me. Xu Xiaoying tensed her face and lowered her head to write her homework. Zhang Wuyo and Qianzhang looked at each other curiously. What's the situation? Qianzhi was puzzled. After a while, their own class biology teacher arrived. The biology teacher was in his late 40s, surnamed Li, and had a cheerful disposition. Someone asked him, Mr. Li, which one is the beautiful girl who just passed by in the next class? The new teacher? Changing teachers at this time of the year? Will she come to teach us too? Mr. Li snickered. I'm sure I'll come and teach you guys. It seems like your next class is math too, right? The students immediately murmured. It's to replace Mr. Liao. In that case, Mr. Liao didn't come in the morning either. No, in that case, the one who walked past just now seems to be Mr. Liao. Are you kidding? How could teacher Liao be dressed like this? That's right, how could it be that spinster? Zhang Wuyo raised his head and looked thoughtfully at the back of Xu Xiaoying, who was buried in writing. It was hard to make it to the end of chemistry class. Many people looked out of the windows, and after a while, they saw the beautiful woman, wearing a sun hat and a pretty white lace dress, pass by the window. Noticing the students inside the window all looking towards her, her stern, as if scrutinizing a prisoner, gaze also swept across the window toward her classmates. Students averted their eyes and inwardly exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. How could they not expect that it was really Liao Xiaomei? That Liao Xiaomei who used to only wear women's suits, who couldn't be more serious, and who looked more like an old woman than those female teachers who were over 50 years old. Liao Xiaomei, who had taken them for 2 years, even yesterday was still stern like a knife frost rolled over in a cold winter month. It's springtime overnight? When Liao Xiaomei went back to the office, the students were talking. What's the situation? The iron tree has blossomed? It could really be Mr. Liao. Am I blind? Find a new boyfriend yesterday? There are also some students who originally had good grades and were treated well by Liao Xiaomei on weekdays. They can't help but speak up for her. What's wrong with Ms. Liao dressing up once in a while? That's right, people can't dress up? Qianli turned his head to look at Zhang Wuyo. What do you think is going on here? Did Ms. Liao take the wrong medicine? Did you secretly go to guard her last night? Cover her head and beat her, knocking her out of her head? Zhang Wuyo continued to work on the question. What does it have to do with me? Waiting for the next class. Liao Xiaomei came to give their class a lesson. Everyone's eyes were interlaced on Liao Xiaomei's body. If anything,
the previous Liao Xiaomei, dressed really old-fashioned. At the moment, she's a little too dressed up for the season. The pure white dress embellished with pink flowers showed white calves below the knees, not even flesh stockings. There are flower knots on the chest, lace on the shoulders and waist, and a pink flower knot on the sun hat. It's about the kind of outfit that teenage girls wear on summer vacation, specifically for touring and taking pictures. This clearly not casual outfit is more often seen in pictures than on the street. Because the contrast with her past was so great, the crowd didn't know whether to praise or lament. But anyway, at least for the moment, it feels not just fresh to everyone, but actually more or less amazing. She started by talking about the papers she found yesterday for about 20 minutes and then had the math rep hand out the new papers. Zhang Useless, come out for a moment. In front of everyone, Liao Xiaomei glanced over to Zhang Wuyo's side. Then she walked out on her own first. In the class, all the students looked towards Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo got up. Why are you looking at me like that? Write your papers. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Wuyo left his seat and stepped outside. He doesn't need to hold up his crutches? Xu Xiaoying asked. Yesterday, there was no need, right? Jianzha's gaze followed Zhang Wuyo's back as he walked out of the class. Didn't you see that yesterday? When he heard about the fight with the class flower next door, that he ran like hell? The others couldn't help but whisper. Sure enough, he's still being targeted by Mr. Liao, isn't he? This outing is still going to be a lecture. That's for sure. It's been nice not to have him outside for a few minutes of punishment like he did yesterday afternoon. Alas, Zhang Wuyo is also unlucky, obviously being framed, but also being targeted by the teacher. What can be done about it? Who made someone else a teacher? In front of Zhang Wuyo's empty seat, Xu Xiaoying bit her lip and muttered. So what's the point of starting to dress up? Dogs can't change their ways anyway. Immediately following that, he looked towards the door again. Zhang Wuyo will be alright, won't he? I've heard that if a person suddenly starts to change drastically, they might have become completely perverted inside. That spinster won't explode all of her inner distortions on Zhang Wuyo, or even force him to take a break from school, right? Qian Vertical said. Xu Xiaoying, you're overthinking it. No matter what, it won't come to that. It's not like Zhang Wuyo did anything wrong. It's possible that Liao Xiaomei might really think that way, but Lao Dou would never be willing to do it. Xu Xiaoying turned back. Then what did she call Zhang Wuyo out for? Qianzhang thought for a moment. It should just be a matter of scolding him. He'll be fine if he puts up with it. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuyo exited the classroom and came to the stairway. He stood in front of Liao Xiaomei. Ms. Liao, you need something? With his size, he was naturally quite a bit taller than Liao Xiaomei without propping up his crutches. Liao Xiaomei looked up at him, wanting to say something. Then she blushed herself all at once. Chapter 37. Hello classmates. The students have worked hard. Liao Xiaomei looked up at the boy in front of her. If it were in the past, she would have been so aggressive on account of being a teacher that she would have had a power struggle and then a full-blown criticism. However, at this moment, looking at the other party, the dream from last night, that picture immediately came to mind. In that continuous dream world, they only did two things. She taught him, as well as he helped her. She taught him okay. Every image of him helping her would have been book-blocked immediately if it had been detailed in an online article. Unless the author publishes somewhere that is an irregular site, or as a perk in a book group. If anything, the dreams of the past are blurred with time. That last night's dream, to this day, the details of that are still so clear. This made Liao Xiaolun, facing this teenager at the moment, find herself unable to control the rolling of her cheeks. The feeling of calling him out on purpose. It's like trying to actually repeat, in reality, what happened in the dream last night. Especially when you think about it, at the end of the dream, the teenager suavely told her the change begins with buying new clothes. Then she literally went shopping all morning today for new clothes in a completely different style than her old self. Liao Xiaomei tried to suppress her emotions and said softly, yesterday's incident, it was the teacher who was wrong. You didn't do anything wrong, yet you were wrongly accused for no reason. In the morning, I've already talked to the teaching office again over the phone, and on Jing Lei's side, the school will give her a warning penalty. As for Yao Shuaqin, the tentative decision is a verbal criticism. She has been emphasizing that she never spoke up, that the false accusation had nothing to do with her, and that the school is not in a good position to give her a disciplinary action. Zhang Wuyo was very surprised. He hadn't expected that one night had passed and Liao Xiaomei's transformation would be so great. Could it be that, like Inception, this married dream really has an effect on a person's mind? In fact, he hadn't expected Jing Lei and Yao Shuaqin to receive any disciplinary action in the first place. After all, it's practically customary for schools to make peace with things like this. A warning sanction that would be documented in writing is actually serious enough from the past. Thank you, Ms. Liao. He looked seriously at Liao Xiaomei. At the moment, Liao Xiaomei, dressed in fact too flamboyant. Where the shoulders and sleeves meet, the pleated lace is printed with pink dots, and the face that was always too serious to smile in the past is now as easygoing as a thawed peach blossom. The collar is not too high. Seriously, look, a piece of snow white under the scenery is infinite. As for the inner hidden things, last night's dream he has been clear. The gathered waistband is tied with ribbons, which are actually attached to the skirt. No wonder everyone thought there was a new teacher in front of them. This girlish dress was like a different person from the one who always had a uniform tube skirt. When Jinglei finishes her college entrance exams in the future, most of the disciplinary actions in school will still be removed for her. Liao Xiaomei brought an apology. This is something I still need to talk to you about. I know. Zhang Wuyo smiled. This he knew very well, because he had a demerit in junior high school, which was also eliminated by the Shaoyang Middle School side after he graduated from junior high school. It is almost impossible for a school to keep such a sanction on file. Once it is recorded, it will be affected in the future when you take the public examination. Since he himself had enjoyed this kind of treatment, he couldn't stop Jingle from getting the same treatment. At least, he'd been pleasantly surprised by his willingness to give her a disciplinary action now. It was certain that this must be because of Liao Xiaomei's own insistence. If not, the side of the teaching office would definitely not have done so. Also, since Jinglei received a disciplinary action, then on Jia Yutan's side, I will also give her a verbal criticism. But since it was my side that didn't handle it properly that caused her to overact, so just like Yao Shuaqin, it's just a verbal criticism. No need to call her parents. Liao Xiaomei raised her head, looking guilty, but with a resolute attitude. That's something you should know a little bit about as well. I hope that after this incident, the two of you will not be affected and continue to meet the college entrance exam. Zhang Wuyo nodded his head. Originally, it was Zhao Yutong, Yao Shuaqin, and Jinglei who were all fine, and he was the only one being targeted. Now it became three of them disciplined and criticized, and he received an apology from the teacher. Though in this way, Tong Tong, who was fine yesterday, was dragged into it. But with Jinglei and Yao Shuaqin each receiving disciplinary actions and warnings, it really doesn't make sense to not even criticize her for hitting someone in front of the class. Teacher Liao's change was so drastic that it made Zhang Wuyo more or less uneasy. How much of last night's dream did she really remember? The average person has, at best, some fragmentary memory of what they dreamed last night, and knows what happened in general. Then after a few days, you can't even remember the clip. Isn't Mr. Liao like this? Zhang Wuyo pondered, guessing if it was because, in her dream last night, she had triggered a strong sense of guilt in her by blabbering about her expulsion from school. Let her make a strong adjustment to this directly today? This marriage dream charm. It's more useful than expected. Ah, you can go in now. Liao Xiaomei walked towards the classroom door. Also, if there's anything you don't understand in your studies, feel free to come and ask me later. Teacher knows that I may have had some problems with you in the past, and this is something that teacher will change in the future. If there's anything else on your mind, you can tell your teacher that too. Zhang Wuyo stopped there. Can you say anything? Liao Xiaomei looked back at her student, her eyes full of encouragement. Yes, if you have anything to say in the future, just talk to me. Zhang Wuyo seriously looked at him who was full of girlishness and smiled brightly. Then I'll say yo, Mr. Liao, you look good today. Very pretty. Under the boy's sincere gaze, Liao Xiaomei only felt her cheeks rolling. The picture of last night's dream, of being helped by him, all came flooding back. Wanted to chastise him for how he could say such a thing to a teacher, but had just said that anything could be said. Got it. Get in. She shook her head, trying to shake off the snippets of memories flooding into her mind, and fled into the class. She stood on the podium, but saw all the students, all staring at her. At this moment, the entire second class, surprised to see their Ms. Liao's pretty face was suffocatingly red. Her hands and feet were at a loss, as if she was a pregnant girl who had been molested and then fled in distress. Immediately following that, everyone's gazes, in turn, focused on a certain handsome boy who followed behind Mr. Liao and appeared in the doorway. Zhang Wuyo entered the classroom with a negative hand as if he was making a tour. Realizing that everyone was looking at him, he simply raised his hand. Hello class, classmates have worked hard. Chapter 38, staring at Qingmei with a fierce look in her eyes. The gazes of the entire class were interlaced on Zhang Wuyo's body. At this moment, they felt that this guy was particularly in need of a beating. Moreover, the sight at this moment was just too strange. Mr. Liao, who had just properly called him out, fled back in a mess with a red face. This guy's getting cocky? Zhang Wuyo sat back in his own seat. Liao Xiaomei, red-faced, took the whip and hit the lectern to quiet everyone down. Keep working on the problem, she scolded on. Yet this look was not at all as harsh and terrible as usual.
It even made some of the boys think that it looked like a teacher in one of those little movies.
John Useless, did you catch something on MS, Leo? Jian Vertical lowered his head, just now outside. Was it walloping her? Telling her things like you don't want your business to be known either? Zhang Wuyo also began to write the title. This Eastern Japanese netizen collects the flavor. Liao Xiaomei's sudden change was indeed a very rare event for everyone. Not just the students, but in fact, even the teachers at the school were surprised. But no matter what, every student, as the college entrance exams approach, continues to function at a high intensity. Going home after school, Zhang Wuyo ate dinner at home and first wrote some homework. After a while, it took the homework again and went to the opposite door. Zhao Yutong let him in and let him be in his room, doing his homework with her. Zhang Wuyo then picked up the topic he couldn't understand earlier and asked her for advice. Chemistry?
Zhao Yutong sat on the left side of the desk and turned her head to look at the paper.
Aha! Chemistry, Zhang Wuyo replied. As he was doing his homework today, he unexpectedly realized that he seemed to have some understanding in this aspect of chemistry. Hurry over and let Zhao Yutong help him explain. Zhao Yutong then picked up a pen and taught him on the roll he was holding. This one paper, in fact, is all sophomore year, probably because both math and physics had begun to improve. Zhang Wuyo found that Tong Tong's explanations were becoming easier and easier for him to understand. Speaking of which, today, Teacher Liao seems like a completely different person. Zhao Yutong picked up the black water pen, the tip of the pen slightly nudging her jaw, looking like she was still surprised even now. Also, I was called over by the teaching office in the afternoon and verbally criticized, and Jing Lei also had to take a disciplinary action. I know, Zhang Useless said. Teacher Liao called me out and apologized to me during our class's afternoon math lesson, and she said she shouldn't have said something like that yesterday. Zhao Yutong couldn't help but ask, is this what happened? She's been our homeroom teacher for almost 2 years, and I've never seen her dressed like that before. Zhang Wuyo lowered his head to solve the puzzle. People always change, right? Maybe she originally wanted to change herself and just happened to encounter some opportunity. Zhao Yutong once again turned her head to look at him. Useless. Is it true that you caught her in something and forced her to apologize to you? Zhang Wuyo wondered. Why do even you think so? Besides, what leverage does she have that can be caught by me? Zhao Yutong didn't have any clues on hand, so naturally she couldn't think of any names to come up with. The two sat in rows, working on their respective assignments. The lights in Zhao Yutong's room were cool white, warm white, and yellow-toned. The cool white color used at the moment makes it easier to focus. Right, Zhang Wuyo chatted idly. Some people say that my eyes look fierce. Tong Tong, do you feel that? Zhao Yutong turned her head towards him and saw him staring at his homework. His eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a fierce look. She got up and patted him on the shoulder. Then he turned himself to the bookcase to put the books away, and after a moment, turned out 2 identical language books. What's wrong? Zhang Wuyo asked as he followed her and got up behind her. Zhao Yutong took these 2 books and placed them on the same page. She shoved one of the books to Zhang Wuyo. Take it and lay it on your chest. Yes, that's it. Stand here and don't move. Then, she herself went to that side of the wall first, and placed the one she held in her hand, which was also laid out on her chest, with the side with the words on it facing towards Zhang Wuyo. She first looked at the language book in Zhang Wuyo's hand and took 2 steps forward herself, before asking, Useless, what does it say? Zhang Wuyo stared at the pages of the book in front of her full breasts, his eyes narrowing slightly with a fierce glare. Zhao Yutong took another step forward. Now what? Zhang Wuyo continued to stare. He waited until his childhood friend had taken another large step forward before reading the words above. Zhao Yutong looked at him. Useless. Actually, you are nearsighted, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Wuyo denied it. Zhao Yutong took 2 more steps back and looked at the pages of the book on Zhang Wuyo's chest herself. You are definitely myopic. Maybe not very deep, but myopia is definitely there. Zhang Wuyo desperately denied it. But I was able to see the blackboard. Don't you have to squint your eyes to see it? And after a long time, your eyes will get tired and it's easy to get lost in thought, right? Zhao Yutong said in a nonchalant manner that, your seat isn't far back, middle, and it's normal to see the words on the board if you're not deeply nearsighted, but you squint and stare a lot, and people don't know you're nearsighted because everyone knows about the fights you got into in middle school. That's why they say you have mean eyes. Zhang Wuyo said, this is impossible. My eyes are definitely not nearsighted. He couldn't accept that instead of improving his grades, he'd become nearsighted. Tong Tong gets such good grades and isn't even nearsighted. Zhao Yutong sat back down again. Tomorrow, you should still go to the optician to get your vision tested and get a pair of glasses. There are still 3 months to go before the college entrance exam. And you've been working hard on your schoolwork lately, so don't overstrain your eyes at this time of year. Zhang Wuyo also sat back. No need. There's nothing wrong with my eyes. with grades like mine, how can I be nearsighted? Zhao Yutong said. You have to think about it the other way around. It's because you're nearsighted and don't get glasses that you can't keep up with your studies. It's easy to get tired of looking at the blackboard when you're nearsighted, and it's easy to get distracted when you're tired. So it's not your fault if you don't study well. Zhang Wuyo heard. Tong, you're right, that should be the problem. Zhao Yutong raised her hand and patted his back. Right? It's like coaxing a child. By the next day, just after school in the morning, as soon as Zhang Wuyo went out, Zhao Yutong called out to him. I've already told Auntie about your nearsightedness on WeChat. Zhao Yutong took out her smartphone and raised her head in front of him, shaking it at him. I'll take you to the eyeglass store at noon today, and we'll eat outside for lunch. After the optometry, the money for the glasses, Auntie also sent it to me first. I think it's better, Zhang Wuyo said. It's not a big problem if I don't wear glasses. I'm not much of a glasses wearer. Go! Zhao Yutong grabbed his hand, held it and left, not allowing any explanation. Chapter 39, he also thinks it's pretty cool. Zhang Wuyo followed Zhao Yutong, and the two of them first ate lunch at a store that was 200 meters away from the school. Then it was off to one of the more formal optical stores in the neighborhood. The interior of this store is bright and spacious, and the store is staffed by two sales ladies in their 20s and a woman in her 40s. Entering the store, Zhao Yutong asked the store to help Zhang Wuyo with his optometry first. The store told them that the optometry is free if they get glasses in this store after the optometry, and if they don't get them here, they can take the prescription away by paying the $50 optometry fee. Zhang Wuyo followed the woman and entered the inner room. He found out that eye tests are kinda a pain in the ass. Various instrument operations operated before his eyes, repeatedly adjusting the degrees, ended up with 175 in one eye and 225 in the other. It's still considered mild, but it's actually myopic enough to be noticeable. I still think that I don't need to wear glasses for this amount of prescription. Zhang Wuyo was very resistant to wearing glasses. He still felt that wearing glasses degraded his image as the Shaoyang school bully back then. No way. Zhao Yutong didn't give him any chance to refuse at all. Matching is definitely necessary. It's just a matter of which store to match it at. Next, she helped Zhang Wuyo pick out frames and lenses. Obviously, she had done enough to prepare herself, via her cell phone. Before this, finally, she picked out two half-rimmed glasses for Zhang Wuyo. One of these sidebars is a little stiffer and the mirror is taller. The other is softer and the mirror height is a little narrower when it's done. She then took the two frames and had Zhang Wuyo wear them over and over again. So Zhang Wuyo knew that she was having trouble choosing again. He himself was feeling that although there was a difference, it wasn't really that much of a difference. So he voluntarily chose the one with the softer side stripes, because it felt like it would be a little less comfortable to wear. When it came time to haggle, she was so articulate that she eventually got the store to go from the customary 15% off to 70% off. Zhang Wuyo was a bit dumbfounded. As Zhao Yutong went to pay, a young lady next to him stood beside him and said with a smile, "Your girlfriend, huh?" Zhang Wuyo said, "Sort of. You're a pretty good girlfriend." The young lady said, "It's nice to be a girlfriend and a mom at the same time." Zhang Wuyo couldn't help but laugh as well. At his bright smile, the young lady in the eyeglass store looked toward him, slightly lost in thought. When this little brother entered the store just now, his eyes looked fierce, plus he was very tall, but he had an air of being taut and ready to punch someone at any time, so he didn't dare to look at him much at all. Now look again. The gaze of the boy looking at the back in front of him was as soft as water, and his whole body was as relaxed as an idle cloud. This sudden, bright smile is like the sun that warms the heart in March. So this little brother is so handsome? The young lady had a feeling that her heart was racing. The frames and lenses are in stock at the store. The woman who helped Zhang Wuyo with his optometry said to Zhao Yutong, "You're students from the nearby second middle school, right? Just come over directly after school to pick them up." Zhao Yutong shook her short shoulder-length hair. Good. She collected the list and walked out with Zhang Wuyo. After all, it was already March, and the midday sun, too, was beginning to heat up. When Zhao Yutong and Zhang Wuyo walked together, there would be a strange phenomenon that there would often be people who would turn around to look at Zhao Yutong, yet they didn't dare to meet Zhang Wuyo's eyes. Zhao Yutong really does look better the bigger she gets, with a well-proportioned body and breasts that have a very obvious sense of maturity without being too much. She was pretty, though she was only in her school uniform and not overly dressed, but walking down the street, it still turns heads. There's a wonderful sense of contrast between the two of them when they're together, and it makes you think that two people like that don't look like a good match at all. There's really no one else to blame for this. Zhao Yutong entered No. 2 middle school ranked No. 1 for the entire year. She was able to get into a major high school with ease, and just played out of her mind. Zhang Wuyo was the last in the yearly ranking at that time. He wasn't even going to get into the second grade. He just overachieved. Two people like that would have a very distinct difference in temperament. If they hadn't been childhood friends, but instead met at school, I'm afraid they wouldn't have had much chance to get in touch with each other and get to know each other. You still have quite a bit of time left for your afternoon classes. Zhao Yutong looked at the time and then took a glance at Zhang Wuyo's hair. You can change your hairstyle as well. It's almost unchanged since middle school. Zhang Useless said. The store in front of the neighborhood took care of it. Simple and comfortable. From junior high school to now it's $10. It's pretty good. That store. It's even if you give it to a child to manage. You're not a child anymore. Zhao Yutong was a bit worried. Uncles and aunts, aka useless parents, are really quite good with their kids. But there was too much attention to detail. This nearsightedness of his was definitely not something that had happened in a day or two. But even his own parents hadn't noticed it. What would we do without ourselves? Forget it. If we go to the barber store now, in case it drags on too long, we won't be able to make it to class in the afternoon. Zhao Yutong said. Let's find a milk tea store to sit in first. They sat at the milk tea store until almost the end of the afternoon when they returned to school together. In the afternoon math class, Liao Xiaomei lectured for half the class and continued to let them practice the rest. As she made her rounds, Liao Xiaomei passed by Zhu Xiaoying and looked down at her papers for a moment. Zhu Xiaoying was nervous. She thought Mr. Liao was going to start reprimanding her again, but she couldn't do it. She just couldn't. Who knew that Mr. Liao was beside her, bent down, took her black water pen, corresponded to the topic, and took apart the listed formulas to explain them. Her voice was very gentle and flattered Zhu Xiaoying, but Zhang Wuyo was a little worse for wear. Liao Xiaomei wore a different, but equally youthful and beautiful corseted long dress from yesterday. She was bending over at Zhu Xiaoying's side, her skirt drooping and swaying at the edge of his table, and underneath her skirt were white, slender legs, folded forward at the waist, forming a wonderful amplitude with the skirt. Reminds him of the many times in that night's dream that she held this pose while he held the toy. Hastily collecting his thoughts, he lowered his head to keep his gaze from slanting away. I think now, Mr. Liao is quite good. After class, Zhu Xiaoying looked happy. Zhang Wuyo couldn't help but nod his head as well, thinking that it was quite something. When school was over, he gathered his things, went to the classroom door, and waited a while. Once Zhao Yutong came out, the two of them left the campus again and went to the eyeglass store first to get their glasses. By the time I got to the opticians, the glasses were ready. Zhao Yutong pulled him to the mirror and told him to try it on. Zhang Wuyo put on those half-rimmed silver and black-rimmed glasses and looked in the mirror. He himself looked left and right and thought it was okay. Looking again at the mirror, Tong Tong standing beside him, only to find her staring at him in the mirror. Her pretty face flushed. Chapter 40, Will a fight not be tough enough? What's wrong? Zhang Wuyo put on his glasses and looked toward Zhao Yutong, turning his head around again. He allowed himself to familiarize himself with his glasses. He felt that his surroundings did light up. I had gotten used to the fact that there would be a blurring at a slight distance. It even feels like that's what everyone is like. Now I realize that I'm nearsighted. Ha! Inexplicably, there was a feeling that heaven and earth were new. What do you think? Two young ladies from the store approached him. Pretty good. Zhang Wuyo felt his entire body relax. He smiled a little. Both young ladies looked at him and couldn't take their eyes off him. Here's the eyeglass case. So if you normally wear them dirty, you can always take them here and wash them. The first time you wear glasses, it may take a few days to get used to them. One of the young ladies leaned against him as if she couldn't stop talking. We know these. Zhao Yutong pulled away from Zhang Wuyo, carrying a small bag with their eyeglass cases. They exited the optician's store. Now go to the barber store. Zhao Yutong looked up at him. Your hair is about to cover the top end of your glasses. The day after tomorrow is the 100-day pledge meeting. At least fix your hair before then. Zhang Useless said. I had planned to organize these after the college entrance exam. Zhao Yutong said. Are you still planning to go 3 months without a haircut? Let's go. Pulling him, she walked towards the other side. Which one are we going to? I really think the one in front of the neighborhood is pretty good, and it's too late to go back. I've already told my mom and aunt that we're going back later tonight. It's still early in the day anyway. It was indeed still early to see the color of the sky. It's late in the day and daylight saving time hasn't started yet. So much so that it was still light when they got out of school, without the original feeling of reading until dark. Zhang Wuyo didn't carry a backpack. It's senior year, and now every day is about handing out papers, going back and forth to school, and just putting them in your pocket. Zhao Yutong's backpack is a habit. The pretty pink and white duffel bag was still carried nicely on her back, but the school uniform was also put in her book bag. It was starting to get hot, and she was wearing a beige heart-printed top with a lined white collar and a pair of slacks that were on the tight side. Zhang Wuyo instead had to wear his school uniform because he didn't have a backpack, although it was also possible to put the school uniform into his system item bar. It wouldn't be good for the uniform to suddenly disappear when Tong Tong was right next to him. Zhao Yutong took him to a hair salon by the park near the school. The hair salon is bright, neat and clean,
and the guy in the store has a unique haircut.
just the guy looks a little girly.
The barber store that Zhang Wuyo usually goes to,
an old man, a chair, and a homemade water heater.
It's a world away from places like this.
The haircuts here won't be by the root, right?
Zhang Wuyo said jokingly. When the time comes, we won't be allowed to come out without $20,000 to $30,000.
It's not like we're here in H-State. This isn't that kind of store either.
Zhao Yutong rolled her eyes.
Enter the store and sit down. What kind of haircut does little handsome boy want? The effeminate barber, behind Zhang Wuyo,
rubbed his shoulders with both hands.
Zhang Wuyo, who was a straight man, inexplicably felt a sense of ill will. I am whatever, Zhang Wuyo casually responded. What about the girlfriend's opinion?
The barber shook his petite body and looked toward Zhao Yutong. He had actually seen that the girl who had dragged the boy in was the one with real dominance. The boy's opinions he just casually asked.
First of all, no bangs in front. Zhao Yutong's first reaction.
It doesn't matter if we've seen it too much.
Every time other people look at him, they feel like he's black-faced and wants to swing his fists and punch someone.
Little handsome boy has a good-looking face.
The sissy moved forward and touched Zhang Wuyo's face.
You should be generous and reveal this handsome and good-looking face. There's no need to make it too complicated. Just have a backcombed inch like Hu Ji's. He took a picture of Hu Ge backcombing his inches and placed it in front of Zhang Wuyo, letting him see for himself.
If we fight, it will make people feel that it's not tough enough, Zhang Wuyo said subconsciously. Don't think about fighting. Zhao Yutong was in a bad mood.
Zhang Wuyo endeavored to tilt his head to avoid the face of the sissy touching over.
Tong Tong, you help me decide.
Zhao Yutong had another discussion with the barber, and the effeminate barber took several more hairstyles to show her.
Finally, Zhao Yutong took this photo of Hu Ji's backcombed inch hair and another photo that was more similar, but slightly different, and began to look at it over and over again. This one then.
Zhang Wuyo hurriedly grabbed the Hu Ge photo and made the final decision.
Otherwise, Tong could consider going until tomorrow at dawn.
Zhao Yutong helped him put his glasses away first.
Zhang Wuyo sat in his seat and let the barber cut, wash and iron him. When he was finally tossed out, Zhang Wuyo stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. It feels like I don't even recognize myself anymore. Mainly, the original center-parted hair, with his hair cut short and chopped and combed back, with his entire face showing, gave him a weird sense of how easy it was to attract people to his face in a fight. Backcombed inches is the most suitable hairstyle for a handsome man. The sissy looked satisfied as well. Little handsome, when you walk down the road, soften your eyes a bit. Don't always have such fierce eyes. Wait.
Zhao Yutong reacted as she took out her glasses and came to Zhang Wuyo.
Bend down. Zhang Wuyo faced her and bent down. As he bent over,
it was as if Tong Tong's beige puffy breasts imprinted with tiny heart-shaped patterns were about to force their way towards his face.
Zhao Yutong pawed at his feet,
raised his hands, and put the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Then pulling him, he turned him to face the mirror.
In this moment, she and the effeminate barber, looking at the handsome boy in the mirror, both hearts pounding. The young man in the mirror, his body is straight, handsome, and handsome face is not the kind of soft lines, but the five senses are clear, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. The court is like a full moon, full of masculine handsome, with half-rimmed glasses, and a more elegant, quite a kind of ancient Confucian warrior style. What a good-looking little handsome boy. The sissy barber stuck towards him. Why don't you come to us first in the next few days and try to be a model? We have a lot of good-looking little girls here too. No need, no need.
The one who grabbed the chance to speak was Zhao Yutong. Seeing this sissy sticking it to Zhang Useless,
she, who had been relatively indifferent just a moment ago, suddenly began to panic. Thank you, Useless, let's go.
Putting on her own pink and white school bag,
she pulled Zhang Wuyo and ran outside.
Wait. The sissy scrambled out after him, shaking her hips. You guys wait.
Do what?
Zhao Yutong shielded Zhang Wuyo behind her and glared away like a female tiger,
rather like she was about to slap someone again. I don't think we've paid yet. Zhang Wuyo spoke up behind her.
Yeah, sis, the barber commiserated.
You guys haven't paid yet. Chapter 41. Men can change in size. Zhao Yutong was embarrassed.
She told Zhang Wuyo to stay here and went up herself,
re-entering the store and scanning WeChat to pay the bill.
Then they left together and walked on their way to the park site.
Along the way,
Zhang Wuyo realized that there were still many people turning back, but they were no longer just looking at Tong Tong.
That boy is so handsome.
A girl on the other side of the street exclaimed as she pointed toward them. Zhang Wuyo turned his head to look and saw two girls over there, looking towards him together. In the past, they would have avoided his gaze when he looked over, but now, they were actually smiling at him. This kind of haircut and glasses together is really not suitable for fighting. Even the little girls who don't know him are not afraid of him anymore. He had a bit of a headache. Following closely, the two made their way to the stop by the park to wait for the bus home.
I'll take another look.
Zhao Yutong made Zhang Wuyo sit on the stool at the site. Standing in front of him by himself, with the last remaining rays of the slanting sun, he looked earnestly at Zhang Wuyo. Her eyes sparkled as if reflecting the sun. Zhang Wuyo sat in his seat, his gaze forward, looking at Zhao Yutong's developed and matured protruding parts. Tong is really growing up. His eyes were glowing too, as if reflecting two suns. The bus finally came and they got on. But at this stop, there are no more side-by-side seats. The two men had to sit separately, and Zhang Wuyo took the vertical, connected seats. Zhao Yutong sat in the back seat of the bus. At this time, beside Zhang Wuyo, there was also a small junior high school girl from another school sitting beside him. Somehow, that little girl was very anxious, sitting beside Zhang Wuyo, sometimes lowering her head, and sometimes turning her head to look at him. The whole person panicked. After 2 stops, the little girl took out her cell phone with a pink pendant and whispered, "Handsome, can we add a WeChat?" It took Zhang Wuyo a while before he reacted to the fact that she was talking to herself. He whipped his head around to look at the little girl. The little girl's head was bowed and her cheeks were so red they looked like they were going to erupt into steam. "Sorry," Zhang Wuyo laughed. "I didn't use a smartphone." So, the site arrived, and the girls fled down the stairs, red-faced and in distress. Zhang Wuyo turned his head and looked toward Zhao Yutong. Zhao Yutong, who was sitting in the back row, twisted her face to look out the window and curled her mouth. When that little girl asked Zhang Useless for WeChat, she didn't panic at all, because Useless didn't have a smartphone. The two arrived near the neighborhood and got out of the car together, heading towards the neighborhood. He entered it and was greeted by an old woman on crutches. "Tong Tong." The old woman laughed. "Just got out of school." "Ha, yes, Granny Chen." Zhao Yutong greeted with a smile. "Which handsome guy is this? Where is your family's Useless?" Granny Chen asked. This, Zhao Yutong didn't know how to answer at once, so she laughed it off. "Hello, Granny Chen." Zhang Wuyo greeted politely as well. Good, good." Granny Chen nodded, leaning on her crutches, continuing forward, sighing in her heart. Tong Tong really did find another boyfriend after all? Alas, Useless the child is pitiful. Walking, suddenly feel wrong. Just that handsome boy, how a little familiar. Holy, Granny Chen turned around violently, her walking stick pointing the ground one after another, wanting to chase after him and get a better look at that handsome man again. Unfortunately, she was too slow to catch up. Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong entered the building and went into the elevator. When they arrived at the door of their house, the two of them separated. Zhang Wuyo took out his key and opened the door to his house. Entering the house, he headed towards the dining room, just in time to see his mom coming out from the direction of the kitchen, carrying a tray. Mom stared at him. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Zhang Wuyo didn't have time to answer. Mom's hand loosened and the plate fell down. "Son." Luckily, Zhang Wuyo was practiced, and with quick eyes and hands, he snatched a step up and grabbed the plate at the moment it was about to hit the ground and shoved it back into her hands. "Son, let's see." Mom set her plate on the dining room table and circled him. "It's still Tong Tong who's capable." After looking at it for a while, Mom was happy, with a feeling that her son had finally blossomed. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Useless was in his room, first finishing his homework in physics and math, 2 subjects he had clearly grown in, then go back to writing the language. By the time you finish your language homework and look at chemistry, a lot of it is between will and won't. So he got up and went out, took his homework again, and went to the opposite door. The light in front of Tong Tong's house was a touch switch, and he reached out and turned it on before ringing the doorbell. After all, it was late at night and it was important to show who he was on the other side of the door. Inside the cat's eye, light flashed continuously. It stayed that way until the lights went out again and he pressed again before the door opened. "Useless?" Auntie Zhu opened the door and looked at him with a surprised look on her face. "Auntie Zhu, is Tong Tong here?" Zhang Useless asked. In, come in." Xu Zhangwen stared at him. "I've only heard that women can change, but I've never heard that men can still change." Upon further inspection, though, the kid actually looked like this in the first place, just with glasses and a different, backward combed hairstyle, with a full forehead and eyes that showed through normally. Zhang Wuyo entered the living room and headed towards Tong Tong's room. Xu Zhangwen was behind him and couldn't help but sigh. "So it's true that people can't recognize Superman when he wears glasses?" Zhao Yutong was wearing her pajamas and doing her homework in her room. She gave up half of her desk for Zhang Wuyo, who sat beside her and laid out the questions she couldn't answer for her to see. Then, Zhang Wuyo was by her side and continued to do her homework with her. From time to time, Zhao Yutong turned her head to look at him, cut to a back-combed inch. His hair, which had been on the verge of covering a third of his ears, was also short. From the side, the angular and clear lines outline a handsome side face with radiant, 3-dimensional features. Zhang Wuyo lowered his head and did it carefully for more than half an hour. Suddenly,
The childhood friend got up. Useless. You can go back. Ha! This was the first time Zhang Wuyo had been in her room and was a bit caught off guard when she kicked him out. I have no way to study with you here. Zhao Yutong blushed and quickly folded his things and shoved them to him, then pushed his back with both hands and pushed him outward. Why? Zhang Wuyo couldn't figure it out. It was fine a moment ago. Don't ask. And don't think too much. Zhao Yutong pushed him out of the living room. Go back to your own home and study. Don't be around me tonight. Auntie Zhu. I'll go back first. Zhang Wuyo had no choice but to speak to Zhu Zhenwen. Ha? Going back just like that? Zhu Zhenwen walked out from her own room. Tong Tong, why are you kicking people out properly? It's fine. It's fine. Zhang Wuyo hurriedly said. I'm going back. Chapter 42. Watch out for Zhang Wuyo to beat you up. Zhang Wuyo returned to his own home. He went to his own washroom, turned on the light, and looked into the mirror for a while. It was clearly Tong Tong herself who made me look like this, and I ended up saying that I look like this and it affects her studies. He lifted a finger and tapped the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Sure enough, it's a face that will have people punching the face in greeting when they fight. Zhang Wuyo tapped on the system and looked at his introduction again. Host, Zhang Useless. Title, Bloody-Handed Butcher. Age, 17. Repair, undetectable for unknown reasons. And then point to the words Bloody Hands Massacre. Bloody-Handed Butcher. When the devil kills, the immortals and the Buddhas are not easy to kill. When he kills, the murderous aura surges, and the deterrent power is doubled. From the introduction, it was clear that the title would only work after killing someone. It was basically useless to him as a high school student. He started brushing his teeth, and when he was done, he had a toothbrush in one hand and a glass of water in the other. The toothbrush and water glass disappeared at the same time, appearing in his item bar in 3 small compartments, each taking up one. Picked up the toothpaste again and tried to put it in the glass of water, but it wouldn't go in. So he took the cup out first and then put the toothpaste in it. Then with a shake of the hand, the water cup with the toothpaste disappeared. Both the toothpaste and the water cup went into the item bar, taking up only one space. Work on your high school entrance exams first, and if you really don't do well, become a magician. With this hand, even if you don't go to inherit your tens of billions of dollars, you don't have to worry about starving to death. As for the Supreme Dragonslayer Sword, Invincible Yuanyang Sword, various medicinal herbs, casting materials and whatnot in the props section, forget it. Looking at the Marrying Dream Talisman again, there were still 3 times left in the usage limit. That night, he continued to take out the metaphysical sand and placed it in the 4 corners of the room, exhaling and meditating by himself in the center of the bed. The next day refreshed. I went to school. Entering the campus, there were many girls looking at him along the way. Zhang Wuyo did not like the feeling of being stared at, only that he followed his past habit of looking back in reverse, wanting them to avoid the sight themselves. They ended up smiling at him instead. Zhang Wuyo came to his class, where quite a few people had already arrived. Everyone's looking at him. They thought, there's a hot guy in their class that they don't know. But upon closer inspection, this handsome man is another one they used to see every day. Zhang Useless? A girl called out in surprise. What's wrong? Zhang Wuyo headed for his seat. I didn't realize it was really him. The girl couldn't speak. In front of Zhang Wuyo, Xu Xiaoying held a piece of bread in her mouth and looked up at him. Then the loaf of bread dropped, and she looked at him coming her way with her mouth open in surprise. Eyeing it, the handsome man walked over to her, and she sat down to the side, giving him an empty seat. But Zhang Wuyo had a seat behind her, so he took his own seat. Useless Zhang, you changed your hairstyle? Why are you still wearing glasses? Xu Xiaoying grabbed the bread that had landed on her lap and looked back at him. Zhang Wuyo didn't bother with her. After a while, Money Harp also came to the school. Money Harp came to his place and saw a boy with back-combed hair and glasses, looking down at a book. Xianji sat down and turned his head. This student, you're sitting in the wrong seat, aren't you? Be careful of Zhang Wuyo beating you up later. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and looked toward him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xianirect grabbed both sides of the table and almost fell to the ground. What are you doing wearing a glasses for nothing? And your hair is combed like this? Is it weird? Zhang Wuyo reached up and lifted his glasses again. Still a little uncomfortable, although it's really much clearer to see people and things around you, and you don't have to squint as much as you move. Pretty good. Xianji sat up straight again and asked, it wasn't you who wanted to change your hairstyle, was it? Zhao Yutong asked you to change it? How do you know? Guess. In the morning reading class, there was no teacher to control. Only the class president Chen Ming led everyone to read English. When it came to the first period math class, Liao Xiaomei, still dressed in flamboyant clothes, entered the class holding a stack of papers that she had corrected last night. Ascending the podium, she kept looking at the extra handsome boy in the center seat. It took a while for him to respond. Zhang Wushu?
the entire stack of rolls slipped from his hands. Jiang Wuxi was more or less accustomed to it.
Hello, Mr. Liao. Ha, good, good. Liao Xiaomei looked at Zhang Wuyo and froze. It took a while to respond and end down to pick up the rolls. Zhang Wuyo saw that mess. Liao's hands were busy, so he could only go forward to help her pick it up. The class stared at his back. By the end of first period, there were girls outside looking into their class. Others were called out by people from other classes. Who's that handsome new guy in your class? It took a while before I realized that it was that useless Zhang who I heard used to be a great fighter and was also a school bully in junior high school. The girls were all shocked. Throughout the day, many girls in the neighborhood came to add him on WeChat, but he didn't have a smartphone, which disappointed them, because they thought that what he said about not using a smartphone was an excuse for not wanting to add them to WeChat. Zhang Wuyo did not take this to heart. He felt that he was still himself, merely putting on a pair of glasses and changing his hairstyle, which didn't really change anything. Only that one, the girl who knew how good he was, understood him from the beginning, and was always good to him, was the one he really valued. In the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Do Hong, told them again about the 100-day pledge assembly on Friday. He looked at Zhang Wuyo and said snidely, Zhang Wuyo, you've really changed a lot after combing your hair. Why don't you come represent our class on stage on the day of the 100-day pledge assembly? Zhang Wuyo raised his head. Old Do, just give me a break. I'm not even a class member. Do Hong laughed. You want to be a class member, don't you? I'll arrange one for you now. The others followed suit, and class president Chen Ming called out, Zhang useless, just go on stage. You don't have to do anything anyway. Just follow the representatives of the other classes around, and when the class flower from the next class is almost done reading, just follow her and shout the last sentence. If Zhang Wuyo didn't go, Chen Ming himself had to go on, but Chen Ming is on the fat side and on the short side, so he doesn't want to appear on stage unless he has to. Then it's a deal. Do Hong didn't give Zhang Wuyo a chance to refuse. It's actually very simple. There will be a rehearsal in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Zhang Wuyo, as the class grass of our class, just follow the class flower of the next class then. You guys are familiar with each other anyway. Since Lao Do had said so, there was nothing Zhang Wuyo could do. Speaking of which, Do Hong said jokingly from the podium, Zhang Wu's eyes you used to have, looking fierce as if you were looking for a fight every day, turned out to be because of myopia? That's really disappointing to everyone. The rest of the class roared with laughter. Zhang Wuyo stiffened his mouth. It has nothing to do with myopia. Then start saying things like you can really fight and looks have nothing to do with fighting. The classroom was filled with quick laughter. Although Zhang Wuyo used to look fierce, he was actually well liked in the class. Although Do Hong was the class teacher, he was good-tempered and had always fought with the students. This is the type of joke that everyone has long been accustomed to. That night, home from school, Zhang useless in their own home after a bath, began to do homework, unknowingly, busy until more than 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. At the same time, somewhere in the distance, a large bedroom with a large bed placed in the center. There was also a woman in a silver robe on the bed. Chapter 43, the spam system is puzzling. The woman in the silver robe looked to be struggling. She remembered, again, that night, that absurdly strange dream. The teenager in the strange dream, superimposed on the sunny, handsome face and the handsome, upright figure when he saw it in the afternoon. She was tempted to pull out again the 2 temporary boyfriends she'd bought from him, which she'd kept deep in her possession. She warned herself that she couldn't be that way again, but she tossed and turned, unable to sleep at all. Finally, she was not able to resist the devil's temptation. The 2 temporary boyfriends seemed to be incarnated as the sunny, back-combed-inch teenagers with glasses. Zhang Wuyo leaned his back against the bed, holding the biology review materials in his hands. Although it's a little too late to start reviewing freshman and sophomore biology points, but he really felt that every day was a gain. At the moment, he was wearing pajamas and glasses, holding a book in his left hand and a pen in his right. If any of his junior high school classmates, seeing him now, would definitely feel that his whole person is 1 point less sinister, but a lot more bookish. A lot of notes were taken and some points were gradually strung together in my mind. Suddenly, there was a ding in my ear. Zhang Wuyo revealed a look of dismay and tapped on the system quest bar. Mission: deceive the master and destroy the ancestor, completed. Gained 1,000 points. Obtained a golden card. Zhang Wuyo deviated his face. What the hell? This deception is for him to play with Liao Xiaomei's body and mind, but he is now staying in his own home without doing anything. Obviously more was done in that night's dream, but this task was not accomplished. Now all of a sudden he jumps out on his own and says he's done? Zhang Wuyo scratched his head. The spam system is baffling. Now, he had another gold card, and won 250 points. He shifted his hand, and the gleaming gold card appeared in his hand. Gold cards can either be taken out, squeezed in your hand and drawn, or placed in the system props bar and used directly. Come on, out of the money. Golden light bloomed. Before Zhang Wuyo's eyes, golden meteors broke through the air. The golden light shattered and a small bottle that looked a bit like a nail polish commonly used by girls appeared. Blood Devil Pool Tiani Magic Water, heavenly ranked magic potion. Taken from the evils of all evils in the Blood Demon Pool, the purest and cleanest bit of water. Pure and transparent, but for the sin of all poisons. Only a drop of this can destroy a city. It can also be used to make magic weapons and poisons, and is a rare supreme evil water. Zhang Wuyo looked at the introduction. According to this introduction, all he had to do was to pour this drop of Tiani Devil water at the source of the city's drinking water, and he would be able to make more than 100,000 of the city's people die by using the invisible and unseen devilish chi. That's good. Very useful. As a high school student who will be taking the college entrance exam in 103 days, he's got one more weapon of mass destruction. Back in the day, U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, armed with a small bottle of laundry detergent, accused Iraq of messing with weapons of mass destruction at the UN Security Council. There may be a day in the future. At the United Nations Security Council, someone took out this small bottle, which resembled a nail polish bottle, and loudly complained. That murderous maniac known as the Bloody Hands Man murderer, that svelte scum with glasses and backcombed inches, killed hundreds of thousands of lives all over the city with a single drop of water from this small bottle. His reputation has since been recorded in the annals of the globe. If anything, the Supreme Dragon Slayer knife he was thinking of selling to Middle Eastern bigwigs as a mystery collection someday. Then this blood magic pool Tiani magic water, he sold all dare not go to sell. One could only say that this Tiani demonic water was useless because it was overly powerful, leaving this Tiani magic water, which was destined to be used only for social retaliation, in the props bar. He did not intend to take it out at all. Zhang Wuxi had exchanged another 200 of those points, for 3 random cards. He's hoping to pull out one more uninspired piece. The system. I don't need to out what you think is best, and I don't need to out what you think is better. What I need are the ones that are classified as the most trashy. First draw. A purple meteor streaked by. The formula for the frenzied demon nodding pill, an earth-ranked formula, capable of absorbing the surrounding aura and forcibly raising the demonic power at the expense of a small amount of blood chi. At a glance, I knew that it was something similar to the heavenly demon unraveling technique in some novels, which relied on sacrificing part of one's essence blood to enhance one's power when one was under siege and one's life was at stake. If, say, any other Dan formula, Zhang Wuyo would still spit out why he didn't just give himself an elixir. He didn't even want to spit on this Mad Devil's Not Fury Dan. There was originally no power in the body, so how could one forcefully raise it? On the second draw, the orange meteor streaked by. 3 elements poisonous ginseng, yellow-ranked medicinal herb, used in the cultivation of poisonous arts, with ordinary efficacy. On the third draw, another orange meteor crossed the line. Evil hat feather, yellow order herb, commonly used to make poisons. It is also poisonous. Ordinary chi practitioners will die on the spot if they take it. At the end of the 3 draws, not a single uninitiated one. The garbage system gave me back my original stone. Zhang Wuyo shrugged helplessly and continued to read the review materials. It's unfortunate, but in a way, it's to be expected. It's more difficult to stay out than it is to get out of the gold. At least, he now possessed the heavenly grade divine armor supreme dragon slaying sword and the heavenly grade magic pill Tiani magic water. In his mind, there were also the heavenly demon extreme bliss technique and the 10,000 blood execution god grand formation diagram. Heavenly ranked feats divine weapons magic pills array diagrams, all got 4 pieces, and the uninitiated only got 1, but he had nothing to complain about, even though those were treasures that could only come in handy after crossing over. But if you don't cross over, you don't cross over, and it's good to stay in this world. Looking at the task bar again, the only task left to be completed was to refine 20 male disciples of Young Yang Immortal Sect's second peek into amazing corpses. In short, keep studying with the goal of getting a bachelor's degree. Turn off the system and continue reading. By the next day, the math teacher, Liao Xiaomei, actually took another leave of absence and didn't come until the afternoon. After she appeared, she could not be seen, but it just made Zhang Wuyo feel as if the teacher did not quite dare to meet his eyes. Despite this, when school was over, there was a type of math problem that Zhang Wuyo didn't really understand, so it was time to go and ask the teacher for advice before she left. Liao Xiaomei was in the office, still patiently explaining things to him, just not daring to look at him the whole time. Zhang Wuyo a little suspicious. Last night he did not do something to cause him to deception of the mastered mission suddenly completed. It was dark by the time I got home, missing the point in time when the buses were most available. He waited at the bus stop for quite a while for the bus to come. There is nothing that can be done about it, after all.
The bus company schedules the most vehicles when students are going to and from school. Miss that time frame and there will suddenly be a lot less cars. Better ride the little donkey to school tomorrow, he thought helplessly. Suddenly, it felt like there was something on his feet. When he looked down, he was surprised to see a mosquito, biting at the bare area under his pants, looking for death. Zhang Wuyo became furious and slapped his palm. With a snap, the mosquito died on his leg in a bloody mess. Looks like it really sucked a lot of blood from it. Zhang Wuyo sighed. Looking around again, he suddenly realized that everyone in the surrounding area was trembling and looking at him with horrified eyes. What's going on? He looked around in confusion. These people were so frightened that they all avoided his sight, and none of them dared to look at him. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and touched the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Chapter 44, The Bloody-Handed Butcher. Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo had actually always felt that it was better for people to look fierce. Having come through the entire middle school as a poor student, he knew deep down that school bullying, in fact, never went away. Only, the ones who get bullied tend to be the kids who are on the introverted side and no one cares about. These kids are often afraid to talk about it, and even if they do sue their teachers, most of the time, it doesn't really help much. Unless they're in the school, the ones who are doing quite well and are being looked over by the teachers, but the best are only a few, after all, and because of the law, there isn't much teachers can do about kids who bully others. In junior high school, Zhang useless to know some people. The police station have come and gone I do not know how many times, simply become a habit. In the beginning, those kids would still be afraid to go into the police station, but then, they all didn't matter. Zhang Wuyo himself certainly wouldn't be a bully. But he was convinced that as long as you look like you could fight, people wouldn't dare to actually come and beat you up. In middle school, although he was known as the school bully, the fights he had actually fought were actually not many at all. It was because, the one of the few times he had struck out, he had hit someone too hard, and he looked fierce on a regular basis, with long hair that always half covered his eyes and a menacing gaze that looked like it was coming through his hair. For the past 2 days, people weren't afraid of him anymore, and he was still a little out of sorts. Now, it was as if he had returned to the feeling he had when he was called the school bully in junior high school. Walking among those underclassmen, it was obvious he had done nothing, and those students spontaneously avoided him and feared him. He took off his glasses and looked at them, then raised his hand to touch his bare forehead. Zhang Wuyo's forehead is very full, the so-called sword eyebrow and starry eyes. The court is like a full moon applied to his features. It is just right. The current back-combed inch hair, the advantages of his features are completely displayed. This is completely different from the kind of so-called handsome man who has to keep his hair long and cover his forehead to make it look feminine and soft. He put his glasses back on and stood there without speaking. For quite some time in middle school, he was used to being treated as an alien, so it didn't matter if he was suddenly shunned and feared. During that time, only Tong Tong always stayed with him and trusted him. The bus finally arrives and everyone else at the stop ducks out of the way. He got into the car alone, as if he were a king. There were obviously quite a few people waiting for the bus, but surprisingly no one dared to follow. When he got on the bus, one by one, the people on the bus, too, avoided his gaze. The car started, but the men were uneasy as if terrorists had gotten on board. Zhang Wuyo pondered as he secretly tapped on the system and looked at the character bar. Host, Zhang Useless. Title, Bloody-Handed Butcher. The words bloody-handed slaughterer changed from white to a blood-red color full of fear, shaking like the beginning of a horror movie after his name. I just killed a mosquito. As Zhang Wuyo looked around, he saw that the hands of the driver gripping the steering wheel were shaking. There were women in the seats, women with babies in their arms, babies that didn't even dare to cry. Zhang Wuyo was now really worried that the shaking hands of the comrade driver would create a car accident on the spot. Then he really is a terrorist. He tried to take the title of Bloody-Handed Slayer off his name, but that blood-red title, there was no way to take it off. When he got to the next stop, he decided, after all, to get out of the car. The bus stopped. At the moment he got off the bus, all the other people in the station, all panicked to avoid. No one dared to block his way. Those passengers in the car all breathed a sigh of relief. The infant was in his mother's arms and wailed out. The comrade driver also finally settled down, and for a moment, he was worried that the boy just now suddenly took out his bag of dynamite and said he was going to hijack the whole car. That man was definitely a wanted robber. The comrade driver tried to recall the most recent wanted notice he had seen at the office. From the police. I always felt that one of them could definitely correspond to the guy just now. Zhang Wuyo walked along the road, spreading his smile as much as possible to make himself look amiable. But it didn't work. The devils open to kill. The gods and devils are not easy. Even the gods and devils had repelled the easy. How could a mere mortal be able to withstand his intimidating power? That is, he didn't rise to kill per se, merely a deterrent outburst. Otherwise, I'm afraid that just walking around like this, a lot of people along the way would have to pee their pants. It was only after half an hour that the effect of Bloody Hands massacre gradually weakened. At this time, Zhang Wuyo had also basically walked to his own neighborhood, until the role of the bloody-handed manslaughter completely disappeared. The surrounding passers-by are no longer afraid of him, and there are even passing girls blushing to add his WeChat. He glanced at the title again, and the words bloody-handed butcher turned white again. He took the title off with a flick of the wrist before starting home. If he returns home before the effect of the Bloody Hands massacre wears off, his mother is afraid that she will think that he has just finished taking revenge on the society outside, and she will be so scared that she will ask him to abscond in the night. Luckily that title can be taken off. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to hit a mosquito this whole next summer. That night, Zhang Wuyo read until midnight. It was not until 2 o'clock in the evening that the body and mind were adjusted by meditating and exhaling. It was Wednesday, and I had planned to ride his little electric donkey to school, only to find that my mom had taken away all the keys. There was no choice but to go onto the bus. It just so happened that Zhao Yutong also came out at about the same time, and the two of them were in the same car. It just looked like Tong Tong hadn't slept well, constantly looking down in sleepiness. Did you learn late last night? Zhang Wuyo asked. I practiced for too long, and when I came back, it was almost 3 o'clock. Zhao Yutong said softly. Don't work too hard either. Zhang Wuyo said. You still need to adjust your work and rest, so you don't suddenly fall ill at a critical moment like in the midterm. Aha! I'll pay attention. Zhao Yutong said. Zhang Wuyo felt that his spitting method, which was taken from the opening chapter of the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Demon Technique, should be effective. He began to consider whether he should find an opportunity to teach Tong Tong. That whole day basically went by peacefully like that, until school ended in the afternoon. Zhang Wuyo walked on the way out of the school gate. As far as the eye could see, the school gates were in sight. Warning, a mobster gang, the Typo Gang, has been detected, intending to hijack the host. Release mission. Task 1, defeat or dominate the Typo Gang. Mission complete. Get 200 points. Mission 2, find out who is behind the scene. Abuse or kill. Mission complete. Get 200 points. Giveaway item grid 2 points. Zhang Wuyo cocked his head. The Typo Gang? What's that? Chapter 45, Old Friends of Typo Street. Zhang Wuyo was faintly puzzled. If there are any so-called gangsters in this city, there certainly are. It's not as over-the-top as many urban novels where you walk out and even the police are afraid. But there are still all sorts of rumors, such as So-and-so is very capable of fighting. So-and-so has opened a few bars. So-and-so has bagged many projects and raised a bunch of minions. These things, by and large, were what Zhang Wuyo had heard from other people when he was known as the school bully and loitering. The ones at school who don't do well in school and hang around all day have an abnormal admiration for the kind of guys who are rumored to be very good fighters and hang around very well. But that's about it. After all, we are here in China. But he knows there's a Typo Street, which is quite close to Shaoyang Middle School. Zhang Wuyo was in no hurry as he slowly walked forward while wearing his glasses to look out the school gates. Scanning around, he did find members. In front of the small store at the right corner, there were 2 punks who had dyed their hair yellow. He really did recognize both of these punks. One was nicknamed Knife Palm and the other was known as Dog. Don't ask why the name calling is so strange. All these people who don't study well and hang out are like this. Zhang Wuyo looked at his quest bar again. Interesting. These 2 guys, they mainly hang out over at Typo Street. So are they from the Typo Gang? Well, the second middle school is known as the second peak of the Yongyang Immortal Sect. Then it's only natural that a Typo Gang would appear. Zhang Wuyo was in no hurry. He crouched among the flower beds along the roadside and searched for a while. He saw that an ant was crawling on the leaf. Zhang Wuyo reached out his hand and pinched the ant, which directly disappeared. When I looked again, the ants appeared in one of the compartments of the props bar, still moving around in that grid. That's good. It seems that the system props bar is able to be used to house living things. Immediately after that, he put Bloody Hands after his name. Only then did he stick his hands in his pockets and head out the door. As he exited the school gates and was nearing the entrance, both Knife Palm and Dog looked toward him. They felt that Zhang Wuyo was the person they were looking for, but they didn't quite dare to recognize him, because there's just so much change. The boy was stocky, wore glasses, and was handsome and sunny. Although she was wearing only the most common white school uniform, she still made people feel dazzling when she walked on the road. His forehead was full, his features defined, and within his half-rimmed glasses, those eyes were sparkling, but with a soft gaze. Zhang Dafan? Knife Palm opened his mouth and shouted. Zhang Wuyo turned his head, looked toward them, and laughed brightly. If it isn't Blade Palm and Dog, you two haven't seen each other for a long time. So it's really you? Dog went forward and couldn't help but say, you're really different from before. You look like you've really become a cultured person.
Zhang Wuyo said snidely. Have you? Don't I always look like this? This look a ghost. Knife Palm sized him up. It feels like you're taller as a whole. And you're a lot more handsome. No, you used to be good looking too. You just liked to grow your hair long. And then you were creepy when you looked at people. Now it feels like a star. Zhang Wuyo smiled and said. You guys ran to the second middle school. Did you come here specifically to compliment me? What? Waiting for someone here? Knife Palm stared at him. Just waiting for you. Waiting for me? Zhang Wuyo deliberately showed a surprised look. Waiting for me for what? Dog said. Howie said he hadn't seen you in a while and asked us to come over and invite you to have a seat. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, encircled Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo raised his head. Chen Hao. Alright. Knife Palm and Dog looked at each other, both surprised by how quickly he agreed. Zhang Wuyo raised his foot. Where is he? Still hanging out on the store over on Taibao Street? I remember there's a mahjong parlor there. When I wasn't in school in middle school, I used to go over there to play cards. Knife Palm said. It's around there. Just follow us. Zhang Wuyo said. I don't have a bike. You guys give me a ride? Looking at the two shabby little electric donkeys parked on the side of the road, Dog said. Alright, I'll take you. Dog gave him a helmet, and Zhang Wuyo took it and put it on. Sitting back, the two of them drove around in their little electric donkeys with the wind in their sails. As he turned the corner, a junior high school student on an autocycle got in Dog's way. Dog yelled, How do you ride a bike? Get out of here. At this point in time, there were already a lot of people, and he rode himself to the back of the pack. Instead of cursing first, the student was so scared that he almost fell over and didn't dare to say anything. Moving aside, looking formidable, Dog accelerated further and drove forward. Zhang Wuyo actually didn't like his bullying approach, but this kind of people, in these loitering punks, that's really much. In junior high school, he knew a lot of these brothers, but he just wouldn't do it himself. Knife Palm and Dog led him all the way to Taipei Street. Instead of going to the same mahjong parlor as before, he drove into a shady alley. This neighborhood, Zhang Wuyo was a bit nostalgic. It seems like it's all about dating. He remembered that in middle school, dates between a few parties of punks were often quite fun. He's been there a lot to get involved, but the truth is, it's basically never been a fight. Often, it's all about some two people getting into a conflict, being mean to each other, and dating each other. Each calls a group of people in places like this, but the city is so big that between two groups of punks, there's usually an acquaintance. So, it's you. You're here too. You're one of us, and so on. In the end it's just a handshake, or even get together for a meal and then the holidays are written off. Occasionally, it happens that two groups of people confront each other, but there are no acquaintances on the opposite side, so each one of them would say harsh words and put on a fierce face, but they just couldn't fight. That would be embarrassing. There was another time when the hair was so vicious to the extreme that one of the parties started to make a move. The other party did not fight back and immediately called the police. The one who started the fight was then taken to jail for half a day. Deeper into the alley, two small electric donkeys were parked next to each other. Zhang Wuyo stood up and looked around. On both sides is the old fence. The surrounding buildings on how many years ago said to demolish, but never demolished the building. More inside the head, there is a store. Do not know what to sell. This place is really remote. And 1 year, the city's fight against gangs and evil. This place also became the dead center of the joint patrol. Meanwhile, on the third floor of that store, a couple of people were looking down from high above. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A woman let out a gasp. Is that Zhang Dafan? So handsome? Then, another grim man's voice, asterisk 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 asterisk. That face. Old man would love to punch that face. Chapter 46. Are you all nearsighted? Chen Hao condescendingly looked down at Zhang Wuyo, who had been brought in below. He was surprised that Zhang Dafan, who used to look fierce and capable of fighting, had become what he was now. Next to him, with glowing eyes, was his girlfriend, Gusi. Yan Yan dyed her pink hair and dressed in a revealing outfit. Looking at Zhang Wuyo below, she was very surprised. He didn't seem to look like this before. Looking at Yan Yan's eyes that were guilty of womanizing, Chen Hao was tempted to swing his fist at Zhang Wuyo's glasses-wearing, glossy face. Obviously you used to be a street person like everyone else, but now you're pretending to be a scholar? Brother Hao, just help my cousin teach him a lesson. Yan Yan pressed herself towards Chen Hao, but don't really break him, he still has to go to the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam? Chen Hao was very upset. I'll make him not want to take the test for the rest of his life. Turning back to the others, remember, do what you said earlier. This guy, Zhang Dafan, he generally doesn't mess with people himself, but if others mess with him, it's hard for him to hold back. Let's all come together and surround him, but force him to make the first move, and then we'll teach him a hard lesson. Chen Hao knew very well that regardless of whether he could read or not, Zhang Wuyo was, after all, a senior who was about to take the college entrance exam. Once it got out of hand, their side would have even less to show for it. But as long as Zhang Wuyo was forced to make the first move, even if their side dealt with him on the basis of the number of people, if they were caught over there, at most they would just beat each other up. Those of them, the institute has been coming and going for a long time, also understand, better than anyone, what those at the institute are doing. People who have not been exposed to society either question the law too much or believe in it too much, and those of them, however, know more about the law than the vast majority of people ever will. The law can't do much about them, either. This is the main reason why, in and out of school, bullying can never really be eliminated. Those bullies who are used to it already know that the most they'll get is half a day at a time, and ultimately nothing will happen. What's more, the more serious the bullying is, the more the campus leaders will never admit that there is bullying on campus. Go! Chen Hao led a group of people downstairs. Zhang useless this person. The reason why junior high school can be in Shaoyang middle school bully, because he at that time, really hair hard and dare to fight. The jerks around the school are not that complicated. As long as someone is really ruthless, others just don't dare to mess with them. But now, the guy's been in school for 3 years, and he hasn't been on the outside much in those 3 years. I'm afraid he can't even call anyone if he's asked to do so now. And look at him, so polished and beatable. Yo, brother Hao, sister Yen, long time no see. Zhang Wuyo saw them and smiled brightly. There was a clamor as a group of people came around to him. It looks like this is to find trouble with me? Zhang Wuyo also tightened his smile and extended his hand, lifting his glasses and revealing a hint of mockery. Zhang useless, I heard that you're arrogant in the second middle school. Ha! One of them reached out and poked him in the chest. Do you guys have to care about this too? Zhang Wuyo felt amused. The second middle school actually had its own jerks from the second middle school, a few from the basketball club who knew him as well. It's just that after Zhang Wuyo went to high school, he did study all the time and didn't socialize much with those people, though he has never been able to raise his grades is all. Chen Hao stepped in front of him and grunted. We don't care about the rest, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Zhang Wuyo spread his hands. I would like to know who actually asked you guys to deal with me? A few people around him started abusing him. You deserve to know? You're looking for death. Believe it or not, we'll break your legs right now? Still think you're so powerful yourself. Let's see if we don't beat you half to death first. The men were raging, looking like they were swinging their fists and about to him. Zhang Wuyo disdained. He knows the routine like the back of his hand. In short, it's all about being loud and tough looking first. Many of the students couldn't help but be scared, intimidated by the way they looked like they were going to round up the students, cowed by their lustful presence, and that they would soon be able to do whatever they wanted. It can't be said that those students were timid, after all. In a society governed by the rule of law, many students had never seen much of the world in the first place, not to mention the fact that many times, because of some protective law, the fight is really fought for nothing. However, Zhang Wuyo also knew that these people would not make a move right away. The ones who do it at the drop of a hat are idiots who are just starting out. What really well-traveled member of society doesn't know how to study the law properly? To be able to scare him down and bring him to his knees would certainly be the best. If it doesn't scare him down and bring him to his knees, it forces his voice to follow suit and eventually turn into a quarrel and a fight with each other. Looks like it's time to make a move. Zhang Wuyo took off his glasses and raised his hand, showing off. One-on-one? Who's first? He looked around the room. For some reason, after he took off his glasses, everyone felt that his eyes were sharp as hell. Zhang Wuyo was tall and robust to the naked eye. Most of these so-called socialites are actually short and thin. The two closest shrank under his provocative-like gaze. At this moment, this Zhang Dafan, who had been studying every day for nearly 3 years, was more like a socialite than they were. Those who knew Zhang Dafan recalled his prowess in beating 3-by-1 back in the day. There were also a few who had only started hanging out in the last year or two, and had only heard of his glorious past, but seeing him in this position, they couldn't help but be a little timid. Though people like them are refusing to admit that they are afraid, no matter what. Who are you going to fight you alone? Everyone together. You really think you can fight? How many can you beat? You're getting cocky, aren't you? Haven't you ever died? Believe it or not, I'll chop you to death with a knife. These people are extremely profane with a lot of moments, but not a lot of tricks, and not much creativity except for getting louder and louder. Zhang Wuyo was a bit regretful as he put his glasses back on. He had a feeling that his physical fitness seemed to be really on the rise. He wasn't quite sure if it was because, all this time, he had been keeping 4 boxes of arcane sand around him every day, and then exhaling and meditating in the middle of them. He really wanted to find someone to try to fight one-on-one, but if this is known by Mom and Tong Tong, it will not be able to scold him to death. It is almost the college entrance exam, but also take the risk of his own health? Zhang useless. Chen Hao waved his hand, arrogantly, and told his little brother to stop first. He lit a cigarette and poked at Zhang Wuyo again. I don't care if you're studying or hanging out right now. You messed with our friend. That's your fault. Tell you what, just kneel down and let us take a picture and send it to her. Count it as you making amends and apologizing, and we'll let you go. And we'll all still be good brothers from now on. Zhang Wuyo laughed. After such a long time, you all still don't have any tricks up your sleeves. But since I'm here today, I'll have some fun with you guys. How about I do a magic trick for you guys? I've newly learned it. He opened his right hand. Look, this hand is empty, right? Spinning around, he showed them the whole thing. Then with a flick of his hand, you guys see it again? The men stared at his hands. Goose couldn't help but ask, what's there? Nothing? There's an ant. Don't you see? There's an extra ant here. Zhang Wuyo was a bit angry. You guys are nearsighted too? Everyone took another look and there was an ant. But the ant was so small, they weren't quite sure if it was really something this guy had conjured up, or if it was already in his hand. Just to let you all know, Zhang Wuyo pinched the ant with a murderous aura. If you really want to offend me, I'll pinch you all to death just like I pinched this ant. Hand squeezes. Ants shatter. Chapter 47, I'm a vindictive person. In the system interface, the words bloody-handed butcher hanging behind the host's name turned into a blood-red color dripping with blood beads and shaking madly. A biting killing intent swept in all directions with Zhang Wuyo at the center. So powerful was the deterrent that even the moths hanging from the surrounding area as well as the lit streetlights rustled and fell. Zhang Wuyo looked around. Chen Hao, Yan Yan, and the others looked at him in panic. They were bloodless and completely overwhelmed. Zhang Wuyo was very upset because he was approached by them for no reason. If it was not he who stood here, but one of the other students who had been approached, surrounded by such a large group of mongrels as they were, he was bound to be scared and fearful. Just because there is nothing wrong with them, they cannot be forgiven for this kind of intimidation and bullying of others. Who was it just now who said that he wanted to hack me to death with a knife? Zhang Wuyo looked toward one of them. You? The punk took 2 steps back in fear. An uncontrollable fear welled up inside him. The cold, knife-like aura that swept in wildly made every cell of his body tremble. The title of bloody-handed butcher was earned by Zhang Wuyo after he completed the task of slaughtering tens of thousands of people. If it is in the other world, he has become a devilish murderer who can easily slaughter tens of thousands of living beings, and is a great villain that the righteous people are as afraid of as a tiger. Although this was not an otherworldly place, but only because of this, these people were even less qualified to resist his killing aura and intimidation. Isn't it you? Zhang Wuyo stepped forward. I remember it was you. Zhang, brother Zhang. The man's entire body was shaking. I was joking. Of course, Zhang Wuyo knew that he was joking. These people shouted and fought a lot, but how many of them really dared to take a knife to someone? In all kinds of news, those who really cut people with knives are often the kind of honest people who don't say much in normal life, who have been bullied for a long time, and then suddenly explode. But he didn't like the joke. A joke? He looked at the guy grimly. Then I'm joking too. Do you believe I'll cut you up right now? Snap. The man fell to his knees in shock. This kind of punk is supposed to be a bully. But now, he felt that this Zhang Dafan really did it. That terror-filled aura was like Tarzan, pressing him down. He even felt that if he moved one more time, he would be pulverized. Chen Hao, Yan Yan, Knife Palm, Dog, and the others, stood by in horror, and none of them even dared to help him. They couldn't understand how a person could suddenly become so terrifying. Inside, Chen Hao's heart was horrified. He even began to suspect that Zhang Dafan, on the surface of the study, in fact has long been in the dark to do a lot of wrongdoing. Hands stained with countless human lives? Brother Hao. Zhang Wuyo slowly walked towards him. You really think you're a brother when I call you brother? He raised his hand and pressed down on Chen Hao's head. The others watched as their boss was pressed downward by this glasses-wearing, sunny and handsome-looking Zhang Dafan, with one hand hard on his head, not daring to resist at all. Misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. Chen Hao tried to build up his courage, yet all of it shattered under that terrifying pressure. Brother Big Fist, this is just a misunderstanding. If you say it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding? Zhang Wuyo sneered. If the one who was called wasn't me, but someone else, do you guys really want to beat people up? Chen Hao bent over, not even daring to raise his head. Won't. Chen Hao. Zhang Wuyo looked at him with a face of anger. I've known you since I was in middle school, and you're about the same age as me. I'm almost at the college entrance exam now, yet you're still fooling around on this street now? He condescended and continued to press Chen Hao's head. Soon you'll be 18 as well. A certain protection law can't protect you. Who still hangs out on the streets after reaching the age of 18? Does it really give you a thrill to bully those little kids in a place like this? By the time you're 20, Everyone else will either be in college or starting to work for money, and you'll still be the boss here? Does anyone else really think of you as the boss, other than these few around you? Chen Hao opened his mouth. He was filled with disbelief, but he didn't dare to retort at all. Zhang Wuyo felt amused. Because of such reasoning, he believed that many people had spoken to Chen Hao. Or maybe there are all sorts of truths that these so-called socialites who hang out on the streets have been hearing since they were kids. Now, it's useless to talk about it. Only at a certain point do you regret it yourself, or actually do something irreparable, go on a public diet, and hate yourself for not listening to the axioms that have been repeated a million times sooner. Forget it. I'm too lazy to say these words to you, so listen if you like. Zhang Wuyo coldly forced him to look at him. Now, I just want to know, who asked you guys to deal with me? Chen Hao said. This. Zhang Wuyo pressed his head and casually pushed it. Almost made him plant a dog. He looked at Goose. It's got something to do with you, doesn't it? It was actually you that the man was looking for? Goose's face went green and white for a moment. You guys have known about me for a long time. Zhang Wuyo walked towards her and laughed coldly. I usually don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but I have a small heart, and when someone comes to mess with me, I don't want to let go at all. He came to Yan Yan and looked down at her who, in front of him, appeared to be exceptionally short. Now, tell me, who was the person who sought you out to teach me a lesson? Yan Yan's body shivered, as if the whole person was naked, falling into a dry well in the cold winter months. She wanted to struggle, to try not to betray the man, but she simply couldn't do it under the man's terrifying gaze. She felt that with a slight pinch from this big fist, she would literally be pulverized like that little ant. This wasn't, at all, the aura that an ordinary person who hadn't killed anyone could emit. This man, behind his back, must have done something bloodstained. It's my cousin, Goose cried out, choking and betraying the man. Your cousin? What's the name? Jing Lei. Yan Yan was emboldened. She said that you were at school, causing her to be scolded by the teacher and getting a disciplinary action. She also said that your girlfriend beat her up, and she approached me, asking me to find someone to help her out. Because your girlfriend is a senior in the second high school and it's almost time for the entrance exams, we don't dare to touch her. So we're looking for you. Zhang Wuyo laughed. He had more or less guessed. He didn't seem to have offended anyone recently, and originally guessed that it was either Yao Shuoqin or Jing Lei. But Yao Shuoqin didn't have the guts to find a socialite to teach him a lesson. I'm afraid. Now, he was murderous. I don't care if you use coaxing or deception. Get Jing Lei over here. Chapter 48, Don't say you're sorry yet. Eyeing Goose with a tangled look on his face, Zhang Wuyo choked towards her neck and threatened. What? Is there a problem? Goose was so horrified that he took out his cell phone and called. Zhang Wuyo withdrew his hand and looked at Chen Hao. Don't wait around. Is there any tea? Make some tea. There. Yes. Chen Hao hurriedly greeted his juniors and set out the coffee table and tea set from the store. Zhang Wuyo sat down and allowed them to start making tea. Looking toward Goose, who had dyed pink hair and was afraid her cousin wouldn't come over, she began to weave a lie. Yes, we've got him. Yan Yan took the phone and said to the other side. This kid is scared to death. Come over here. We'll make him kneel down and apologize to you, and when we take a picture, you can send it to his girlfriend to see. Jing Lei got out of the car on Taibao Street, and she took a big stride, heading inside the county front alley. It was getting hotter and hotter today, and she was wearing a pretty purple dress with printed plums, and her hair was tied back beautifully, and her whole body looked very fresh. She wasn't tall and her developmental curves weren't good enough, something she wasn't too happy with herself, but she thought she looked okay. Plus, although she didn't go to a key middle school, the ambitious class in the second middle school was about the same as a key middle school. She was pleased with herself. Right now, she was in a very good mood, because the hateful guy who got her disciplined by the school was about to kneel in front of her and kowtow to her. It made her pace, all of it, unusually brisk. The purple dress swayed and made her feel like a purple lily. She saw that a group of people were milling around in front of the store in front of her. One of them, her cousin. Those people were quiet, but Thornley had blossomed into a smile. She knew who it was that was surrounded by these people. From middle school until now, just because she had a cousin who hung out in society, no one dared to bully her. Her cousin's boyfriend is even a famous boss on this typo street, with several minions. Dare to offend her. Deserved that Zhang Useless had no good ending. When she thought that she would immediately be able to send the photo of Zhang Wuyo kneeling down and apologizing to herself to Zhao Yutong that looked at it, she was happy in her heart. Cousin. She came over to Goosey, who had dyed pink hair. Goose gave her a look and didn't say anything. Thornley followed her cousin's averted gaze to the coffee table in the store doorway. She saw a boy, dressed in their school's white uniform, sitting at a coffee-colored painted coffee table, drinking tea leisurely. Zhang Useless? Jing Lei was stunned. He's Zhang Wu, isn't he?
Jinglei had also heard that Zhang Wuyo had changed quite a bit in the past 2 days. Even some of the girls in their Hongji class started to say that he was handsome, and others regretted that they hadn't been like Zhao Yutong, who had grown up looking for a handsome boy to be their childhood friend. But she, herself, was seeing him like this for the first time. Although the Zhang Wuyo at this moment, which was very different from earlier, was indeed very handsome, but what surprised her even more was the attitude of all these people around her, silenced around him. Even her cousin's boyfriend, Brother Hao, had an attitude of not even daring to breathe when he was around Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and looked at Jinglei. Jinglei only felt as if she was being held directly to her neck by the Fury's steel knife. Why don't you go apologize to Big Fist? Goose yanked at her hair in annoyance and was yanked and pushed toward the encirclement. Jinglei stumbled and was pushed to Zhang Wuyo's side. Awesome! Zhang Wuyo picked up his alabaster teacup and took a sip, looking at Jinglei. Finding someone to beat me? At this moment, he was truly furious. To people like Shen Hao and Yen Yen, he was not that angry, because these punks, it wasn't like it was the first time he'd seen them, and he'd already known exactly what kind of scum they were, and they hadn't really messed with him before. But this girl, originally, had planted a story against him. If it wasn't for Liao Xiaomei being affected by the dream he brought to her, this girl would have caused him to be wrongly accused of nothing for nothing. Although she was given a warning penalty that was entered into her file, Zhang Useless also knew very well that as soon as she graduated, the school would surely be in her file and help her cancel it. And this guy doesn't even know what's going on. He's got a socialite to beat him up? What annoyed him even more was that, listening to Yen Yan and the others, she had originally thought of rushing Tong Tong. It was just that Chen Hao and Yen Yan, these so-called social gangsters, knew better than she did what kind of people couldn't be moved around. A school senior who was about to take the college entrance exam was really not someone they would just dare to move. In the system interface, the blood-colored title shook wildly, swelling like a poisonous dragon. Under the amazing killing aura, the others around them were scared to death, one after another. They rushed at Jinglei and cursed, "Stinky girl, how dare you mess with our Big Fist brother? Big Fist brother is also something you can afford to mess with. Believe it or not, I will rush to your house with a knife and kill your whole family right away." This is the small man who said he would take a knife to cut Zhang Wuyo, the smallest man with the most ruthless words. Dare to mess with the Big Fist brother. See if we do not strip naked your clothes, rape you, hang you on the street lamp in the sun. This is dare to think, not dare to do, said the most cheap words. In fact, the girl hand has not even touched. Where had Jinglei experienced this kind of thing? Being surrounded by a group of punks who threatened to insult her? Even she knew that these punks didn't really dare to do those over-exaggerated things. But this, the experience of being threatened and verbally abused by a group of vicious gangsters, was ultimately fearful and frightening for a young girl of her age. But more importantly, she had a horrible feeling that the others were still forgettable. But Zhang Wuyo would really do what he said, with that astonishing aura of ferocity. Even if someone said that Zhang Wuyo had already killed people long ago, she would still believe it. Not to mention, it was clearly himself who told these people to go after him. Why is it that now, it's like he's the boss here? Jinglei was scared to death. Next to her cousin, she was afraid that her stupid girl would get herself involved. Suddenly catching up, she kicked her in the crook of her leg. Why don't you make amends to Big Fist brother? What are you standing around for? Thornley knelt forward, shivering, her head bowed, her head in a daze. It wasn't like she didn't know before that this useless piece of was also hanging out when he was in middle school, but she had originally thought that her cousin, and her cousin's boyfriend were much more powerful than this useless one. As a result, in front of this useless man, they were so small that they looked like ants that could be trampled to death by him at any time. Big Fist brother. Right. Sorry. She didn't know why her cousin had called Zhang Wuyo as Big Fist brother. Did he have a big fist? That was something she didn't dare ask. Don't say sorry first. Zhang Wuyo put down his teacup, and next to him, Chen Hao hurriedly filled it up again. He continued to stare at Jinglei, who was kneeling next to him. Tell me, why did you get someone to beat me up? Chapter 49. This look is not enough. Under Zhang Wuyo's furious gaze, Jinglei shed tears, choked, and couldn't speak. Big Fist brother is asking you. Chen Hao was beside him, poking Jinglei's head with his finger and said angrily. Thornley cried, not daring to speak. You wronged me and framed me in school, and you dare to find someone to beat me up outside of school? Zhang Wuyo laughed. Do you really think that the whole world is spoiling you? Jingleberry sat on her knees and continued to cry. Still dare to cry? Zhang Wuyo's expression grew colder and colder. The surroundings were silent, and that austere atmosphere deadened each and every one of them. They couldn't even imagine how on earth a person could be cold like that. No need to be nervous. Zhang Wuyo raised his hand and stroked Jinglei's head like a kitten. What's there to be nervous about? Really? It's not like he can actually kill her whole family. It's not like he could actually rape her and then hang her from a streetlight. It is now a society governed by the rule of law. Although he was now, indeed, harboring many kinds of murderous weapons, but for no reason at all. The death of a girl was not something he wanted to curry favor with. Come on, talk about it. You're in an ambitious class. How much did you get on the last monthly exam? Jing Lei whispered. 17. She didn't know why Big Fist asked her this, but she didn't dare not answer. 17? That's not bad. Zhang Wuyo smiled. The 17th in the ambitious class is basically the 17th in the whole section. It may not be much in a first school, but it's generally enough to get into a first school. According to the past, the second middle school can be in the college entrance examination on the first book. Probably is that dozen or 20. The other can only go to the second book. There's still about half of them, and it's hard to even get a second degree. Which of your subjects is better? Zhang Wuyo asked. Language, and biology and chemistry. Jingleberry cried. Not bad. Zhang Wuyo got up. Asterisk 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 a little pissed off. Drink too much tea? Make way. He told the people next to him to get out of the way, and walked out himself. Seeing them about to follow again, he turned back. I'm taking a ing piss. What are you guys following me for? The group rushed back. Zhang Wuyo didn't go looking for a toilet either, so he took a dump on the wall behind a nearby lamppost. After that, he quietly took out the marrying dream talisman and imprinted the rune in his hand. Returning back to the coffee table, Zhang Wuyo sat down and reached out to pat Jing Lei's face again. I'll let you off the hook this time. Take the initiative to stay away from me in the future. If I see you again, I'll kill you. Do you know? A boy had just finished going for a pee and it was just not far off to the side for all to hear. As soon as he came over, he used that hand to touch her face. Jing Lei felt immensely humiliated, but was too scared to have any resentment. She nodded her head in tears. Do you know? Zhang Wuyo bellowed again. The anger in his heart was unleashed along with this drink. I know. Jingleberry pleaded. Thank you, Big Fist. Zhang Wuyo looked up. Wait, why does it smell like urine? Looking toward the distant lamppost, thinking have I eaten something bad lately, pulling that far away and having the smell come over too? Big Fist, it's her peeing. Dog laughed from the side. Zhang Wuyo bowed his head. Asterisk 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 it's really her peeing. Pulling out his cell phone. Here, take a picture of her and send it to the group for everyone to see. At this point, the ground Jing Lei was kneeling on was already wet. The men cackled and laughed, stepping forward to rip her down and force her legs apart. The bitter tea had long been wet. Jing Lei, who didn't dare to resist at all, could only cover her face with her hands and keep crying. Zhang Wuyo took his cell phone and pointed it at the bitter tea. After a click, and then even clicked his cell phone, sent it to the group. Don't worry. It's just the group built by those boys in the school, and the group is just 100 or 200 people. They won't spread it blindly. Jing Lei wept deeply. If such a photo was uploaded, her life would basically be ruined. Seeing her crying miserably, Zhang Wuyo laughed. I lied to you. This isn't a smartphone for me. How can I upload it to the group? The others laughed along with them. It wasn't that Zhang Wuyo couldn't actually do such a thing. He has a small heart and has a grudge. This girl had also planned to take pictures of him kneeling down to piss off Tong Tong. As soon as he thought of that, he felt that whatever vengeance he could take on the girl was warranted. But he couldn't do it so blatantly, much less leave such obvious evidence. It's not worth it to affect your college entrance exams for this girl. Why would he bother with something that would leave an obvious handle if he was going to destroy her without a word? You can get lost. Zhang Wuyo withdrew his hand. Thornley lifted her skirt, got up trembling, and went off crying. There were still drops of water along the way, dripping down her calves, drawing jeers from the others. After she left, Zhang Wuyo sneered. Laughing? You guys are also worthy of laughing at her? These people immediately shut their mouths again, not daring to say anything. Zhang Wuyo stood up, did not go any further, did not pay any more attention to these people, and with a negative hand, stepped away. It was only when he had walked away that the men wiped their cold sweat. Someone asked in a low voice, when did Zhang Dafan become so scary? The others had palpitations in their hearts. Although Zhang Wuyo had already left, the way he looked just now, they felt fearful even thinking about it. Chen Hao sat by the coffee table, and with a trembling hand, he pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. He took out a lighter and clicked it, but it wouldn't light. Finally, he grabbed the cigarette and flung it hard to the ground with a sigh. Howie? Goose was beside him, looking at him uneasily. Zhang Dafan is right. Chen Hao got up. It's better to disperse here. I'm not going to hang around anymore, so I'll find a job honestly. Keeping his head down, he stepped away. Goose and the others looked at each other in disbelief, and in the end they were all a bit disinterested. To think that, clearly 2 years earlier, Zhang Wuyo was also someone who was just like them, fooling around on the streets. What is he like now? And what are they like? How long can you mix?
They dispersed wordlessly and went their separate ways home, completely drained of energy. Ding! Mission 1. Destroy or dominate the typo gang is complete. 200 points earned. Ding! Mission 2. Find out who's behind this. Humiliate or kill them is completed. 200 points earned. 2 points for the item grid. Zhang Wuyo, who was walking on the road, opened the system panel and looked at it. There were 50 points left over from the last time, and with this 400 now, that's 450 combined. Only enough for one draw. This draw he is also lazy to use. First save, later more together. In the item bar, 2 more squares opened up. Having accomplished task 1, this is nothing. This mission 2, is it complete? Just scaring the out of that girl and making her pee her pants is considered abuse? But I haven't had enough fun yet. Chapter 50, at that moment, he showed an evil smile. Zhang Wuyo strolled around the less crowded streets for a while, until the words bloody-handed slaughterer behind the host's name and the system interface gradually returned from blood red to white. He took the title off first before going home. While walking down the road, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Wuyo took out his cell phone, looked at the screen, and pressed the connect button. Tong Tong? What's wrong? Zhao Yutong's voice came out softly from the cell phone's microphone. Useless. Haven't you gone home yet? I got to you and you're still not back. Learned a little more in school. Zhang Wuyo said. It's almost at the entrance to the neighborhood. Zhao Yutong said. Auntie's rice is already cooked. She went to play mahjong first. Since you're coming back soon, I'll heat up the soup for you? Zhang Wuyo said. Good. Thanks. Zhang Wuyo entered the neighborhood, and along the way, he met a few more old people he knew, and each of them complimented him on his good looks, but he was used to being complimented. All the way back home, he saw Zhao Yutong wearing his mom's apron, carrying hot soup out of the kitchen. Tong Tong, have you eaten? Zhang Wuyo asked. I just finished eating at home and came over to check, but it turned out you weren't back yet, and I was wondering why you were so late today. I'll go to your room to do my homework first. You finish eating and put it there. I'll come and wash it for you later. That's not necessary, Zhang Wuyo hurriedly said. I can do this bit myself. Zhao Yutong then took her school bag that she had placed on the living room sofa and went to Zhang Wuyo's room first. Zhang Wuyo finished eating and washed the dishes. Pack up before going to your room. The desk in his room, unlike Tong Tong's side of the room, was a set-up 4-square table. The 2 people each sat on one side, and his desk, which was originally a bit messy, was now also neatly arranged by Tong Tong. During the process of writing his homework, Zhang Wuyo turned his head to look at Zhao Yutong. At the moment, she was wearing rose-purple pajamas printed with white kittens, which were more or less childish compared to Tong Tong's already maturing figure. Her face is as soft as water. Goose egg face, agar nose, cherry small mouth. Look carefully, everything is just right. Not outstanding, but together, it is a natural flawless beauty. It's the kind of features that make you look average as a kid, and then better as you get older. And unlike some girls who look pretty as children but are more or less incongruous as they grow up, Zhang Wuyo began to wonder how Tong Tong would react if he himself was incapable and really let Jing Lei have her way and send the photo of him being forced to kneel to Tong Tong. But he couldn't think of such a picture, because it was hard for him to imagine himself being forced to his knees. Most likely, he was driven to anger and beat a bunch of them one by one. It's more likely that you'll end up on the floor covered in blood, right? What if that's what he looks like, and someone takes a picture of him and sends it to her? She who rushed to the class to slap someone just because he was wrongly accused only overreacted. Why are you looking at me like this? Zhao Yutong didn't raise her head as she held the black water pen, the tip of the pen sliding extremely fast on the roll. The day before yesterday you were saying that me sitting with you was interfering with your studies. Zhao Yutong raised her head to look at him and stared for a while. In the past 2 days, those girls in class have been saying that you're handsome, but I've always been me. This kind of thing, why are they only realizing it now? Zhang Wuyo bowed his head. That's why I don't like this look. Zhao Yutong smiled slightly and continued practicing. When I'm done with my college entrance exams, I want to go and make a change too. Useless. What do you like me to become? The pen in Zhang Wuyo's hand stuttered on the blank space. It's up to me? Really? Yes. Zhao Yutong rolled her eyes. So, how would you like me to change when the time comes? Will I be able to answer then? Zhang Wuyo rolled along. I want to surprise myself when the time comes. Really, any way is fine? When have I ever lied to you? Zhao Yutong reached out, flipping the paper in front of him back again with one hand. You've only just made a start. What's the point of flipping the paper? Zhang Wuyo scratched his head. Tong Tong was on the side, affecting his study, but he didn't want to be cruel and kick her out. From now on, don't talk, you don't look at me, and I don't look at you, Zhao Yutong said softly. Aha! Zhang Wuyo also lowered his head. The reason why he was apoplectic the moment he flipped the roll was because of this promise from Tong Tong. She knew that he didn't like wearing glasses and didn't like his current hairstyle. He was changing for her, so she told him, when the time came, she could let him change it too. Change it to his liking. Tong tong ah tong tong. You have no idea what that means to adolescent boys. In his mind, he quickly flashed through those erotic lingerie on his own store, as well as the costumes of Mona, Shenhe, Sister Shang Xian, and Sister Xiao Xiao. He gave an evil grin as he worked through the questions. At the same time, Zhao Yuton, who had said she wouldn't look at him, raised her head and secretly looked at him, caught him red-handed with a wicked grin. She blushed slightly and withdrew her gaze. Adolescent boys always think that girls don't know what they are thinking, but these boys are actually really good at guessing. Zhao Yuton liked the way he looked now, very sunny and handsome, and she also liked to see people praising him, yet he always dwells on the fact that it doesn't look mean enough. Then it's just a matter of equal exchange, and when the time comes, she'll be dressed by him, too. Just hope it's not patched like the Sun Shangxiang in his computer. The two men, each with their own agenda, worked diligently on their respective assignments. In the boys' room, the rustle of the pencil tip grazing the roll was like a beating note, sometimes urgent, sometimes soothing, but always moving forward. It was only around 11:30 at night that Zhao Yutong packed up her school bag and headed back across the street. Zhang Wuyo wrote for a while longer and then went to take a bath. After washing, playing mahjong, Mom just came back. A question. Lost. If it wasn't to create an opportunity for you in Tauntaun, I wouldn't have run off to play mahjong, so I might as well stay home and brush up on my videos. Mom shattered. Don't blame me for your own loss, Zhang Wuyo said without a trace of humor. I'm telling you, Tong Tong is a good daughter-in-law. Mom said. Hold on to her before she goes off to college. Zhang Wuyo said. I know. I'm also studying hard. Mom was shocked. You to that useless place to grasp what to do? I said the grasp is not let you grasp reading. You open the door. You close the door to do what? Open the door. You have to tighten up in other areas. Zhang Wuyo lazily ignored her, locked the door and closed the curtains, took out the marriage dream charm. Zhang Wuyo always felt that no matter what kind of world he was in, there will always be those who don't deserve to be forgiven. Chapter 51, Some people are not worth saving. Zhang Wuyo had a small heart, which he himself admitted. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. And there are some people who don't just mess with him, they come back to mess with him one after another. Zhang Wuyo wasn't in a hurry. He first laid down on the bed and looked at the various knowledge of the biological information. I waited until 12:30, and outside, Mom had gone to bed. Only then did he shake the marriage dream charm and recite the incantation. Spiritual light spread out with the talisman as the center, and around him, it rose like a tidal wave. This time, he didn't wait. After only a moment, his body collapsed and he fell asleep. Zhang Wuyo appeared at the bedside, came to the door, and opened it, walked to the other side of the door and looked at the girl who was already asleep on the bed. The girls were clearly in shock when they were on the late side. School bags and clothes cluttered the nightstand as she curled up petite, wrapped tightly in the covers. Mysterious runes flickered strangely on the face. She had been touched by Zhang Wuyo. Although it was a girl's bedroom, it wasn't neat and tidy. Books, dolls, homework, etc. were all laid out in a haphazard manner, far from being comparable to Zhao Yutong's room. Again, it can't be compared to Liao Xiaomei's room. Liao Xiaomei's bedroom, a very large bed with a video player, a closet, and her temporary boyfriend, but there are no books or homework to take home and correct in sight. You can tell that the bedroom is where Ms. Liao rests and releases stress, never bringing her work in. This girl's room, however, can only be described as cluttered and disorganized, and it is presumed that the family occasionally helps her clean up, and a few more words will be scolded by her. At the corner of Zhang Wuyo's mouth, an evil cold smile spilled out. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Entire girls' bedrooms are breaking up and overgrown with weeds around them. Thornley sat up with a jolt, and to her horror, she saw that she had somehow appeared in a forest. She got up in a daze and looked around. Whoosh! An upside-down dryad was flung down from a height, and the dryad's face appeared in front of her. She saw that the skin on the dryad's head was dried out. It had some gray hair hanging upside down, an open mouth and eye holes with centipedes crawling out of them inside. With a scream, she turned her head and ran. The surrounding area was gloomy and foggy, and every now and then, dark shadows fluttered. Her feet tightened, causing her to almost fall. She looked down and saw that a bloody, living creature, not sure if it was a person or a corpse, had wrapped itself around her leg and had written the word miserable halfway down her thigh. She screamed repeatedly in terror and flung her legs wildly. It was with great difficulty that she broke free from this corpse man, and Jingle stumbled through the dense jungle. She called out to her parents, but no one responded to her at all. Ghost after ghost, constantly scurrying out, scared her to the core. Exhausted, she stepped through the swamp and stumbled, toward a mansion up ahead, half covered in mud. She ran into the mansion and yelled, "Anyone? Is there anyone here?" She saw that a dark shadow carrying a lantern floated in slowly. "This is no place for a girl like you. Get out." Thornley looked back. She saw that there were others, too, fleeing this way, but hordes of zombies caught up with them. The densely packed zombies tore and split those who were caught up, splattering blood and water everywhere in a gruesome manner. There are also many zombies that want to chase towards the mansion, but there is an invisible force that excludes them. They are angry. They hiss, but there is nothing they can do. "Daughter! Daughter!" Someone reached out to her. She saw her parents. They reached out to her, wanting her to pull them along, but the zombies had caught up with them and slowed them down. Thornley looked at her parents and stumbled back. She saw that her father was torn off his arms and legs by those zombies and swallowed them one bite at a time. She saw that her mother was stripped naked by those zombies and suffered inhuman abuse. "Daughter, help me, help me." The mother's fingers clawed at the ground, struggling to crawl toward her, only to be yanked back again. Jinglei stubbornly twisted her head, not to look at her. Now she herself is difficult to protect. How can she care so much? "Get out." The black shadow carrying the lantern looked at her coldly. "This is not a place where people like you are qualified to enter." Jinglei snapped to her knees and kept kowtowing. "Please take me in. I will be willing to do whatever you want me to do. Please, as long as you're willing to keep me, anything will do. There's nothing you need to do here." The dark shadow was murderous. "Get out now." Thornley mourned. I beg you to let me stay. I beg you." From the depths of the courtyard came a grim, cold voice. "Ask this girl how she's doing in school." Before the black shadow could open her mouth, Jinglei had already grabbed the first step to speak. "My grades are good. I was in all the key classes in middle school. My grades are really good." While saying that, he knocked hard. Then she saw that the dark figure inclined its head as if listening to something. After a while, she was told, "It's fine if you want to stay here, but we don't keep useless people here. During the day, you will go to the study and tutor our young master in his homework. At night, you will be in the master's room, going to be the master's plaything. Do or don't do it. You can choose yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't do it. Leave now." Thornley looked up, her head a little confused. So much for tutoring the young master in his homework. Going to be the Lord's plaything? Even if she was just a normal girl, she knew what that meant. But then she looked back behind her and saw the hordes of zombies and her mother, who was already dying. I'll do them all." 3 seconds of hesitation had made her regret that she had hesitated for too long. "Get up." The dark figure carrying the lantern turned. Thornley rose and followed him deeper into the courtyard, and behind her came the sound of her mother's wretched, unearthly screams until they were cut off without her turning her head. High above, Zhang Wuyo watched from above, his face showing disdain and shame. At this moment, he was already familiar with this dream manipulation. The person who enters the dream state is also able to self-rationalize any absurd scenario because he or she is unable to realize that it is a dream. Zhang Wuyo didn't even need to know what her parents really looked like, as long as he forcibly utilized spiritual bridging to create the concept of father and mother for her. She would take it seriously. Dreams amplify a person's desires, but they cannot distort their personality. Although Yao Shuachin was green tea, when she pulled her into the dream world, as soon as she used her chastity or her family as a threat, she was scared like a sieve. Liao Xiaomei's dream, but the reason she feels guilty, and then loses control of her self-loathing after Zhang Wuyo deceives her about her own dismissal is because at the core, she still wants to be a good teacher, but not Thornley, who, as it turns out, is and a one at that. Bad people can be corrected, is not worth saving. Chapter 52 Go, live your life. Jingle stayed at the mansion. During the day, she teaches this young master his homework. The young master looked a lot younger than her. After all, the strange thing was that Jingle always thought he looked like Big Fist, just younger. In addition, the main things the young master had her tutor were chemistry and biology. At night, she was tortured by the Lord in various ways. There was only what she couldn't think of before, and nothing his lordship couldn't do. The old man actually looked like the Big Fist from the next class, but he was much older. At first, she felt aggrieved and humiliated. However, in front of his lordship, she had no value of existence at all other than being toyed with and tortured. She could also only keep enduring, and continuing to endure. The youngest seems well behaved and does nothing but study. Jingle found that his foundation was not solid, but he was a strong learner and learned quickly. Thornley tried to maintain her modesty during the day, trying to keep a good impression in front of the young master. It was the only way she could live as a human being, until slowly, the little young master's base began to catch up, and she wasn't really a teacher after all, and gradually it became more and more difficult to teach. She had to work hard, trying to please the young master. Of course she didn't know that the so-called master and young master were all Zhang Wuyo. being the young master during the day for her to teach, and the master at night to torment her. But Zhang Wuyo gradually became a bit disappointed. Although it was the 19th rank of the ambitious class, the key class of the second middle school, in the end, could not be compared to the key class of the first middle school of the key middle school. Like Tong Tong and Yao Shuoqin, the real top students, even in the key class rankings, were quite high, but in fact, there were only a handful of top students like them in the entire second middle school. Even after the two of them, their grades just fell off a cliff. The gap between Jing Lei, who ranked 19th, and them, that was really not small. In the early stages, the gap between Zhang Wuyo and her was not small, and she could teach herself a lot. By the time he slowly caught up, Jingle's own weaknesses of not having cutting-edge grades and not having comprehensive and solid knowledge presented themselves. It was hard to get her to teach him systematically like Yao Shuoqin and Liao Xiumei. Thankfully, because of the dramatic improvement in physics and math, as well as the fact that I was desperately trying to catch up on biology and chemistry myself in the first few days, plus the fact that they are ultimately easier than math and physics, he does still get quite a bit of reinforcement. But Thornley, basically, is slowly starting to be of little use as well. Sister Lei, that day, he said to Jing Lei, you don't seem to have anything more to teach me, so starting tomorrow, you don't have to come over. Thornley shuddered, because the master had told her that she was nothing more than a piece of rotten rags, and apart from being of some use to the young master's studies, she was simply a meaningless servant girl, although the master was torturing her every day by all means. To the master, such a cheap servant girl was not even close to her. If the young master didn't need her, she'd be thrown out immediately. During this time, she had also been sneaking around, checking the outside, but the truth was, there was no need to sneak around at all. No one was stopping her from checking out the outside of the manor. The entire world has been destroyed, the zombies are thick, and the occasional person who escapes here dies a horrible death for the men, and the women are worse than dead. Here, at least it's possible to stay alive for as long as it takes. Young master, she clenched her fists tightly and whispered, there is something else I can teach you besides studying, but you must not tell his lordship. The young master looked at her curiously. Ha, what else can you teach me? Ray-san? Thornley said softly, the young master is also a man. I'll teach you some of the ones that are interesting to men. Then she began to teach the young master how to play with her and torture her, how the Lord tortured and abused her every night. In the daytime, she secretly taught it to the young master. Sure enough, the young master was so happy that he couldn't stay away from her. Sister Ray, you are so. The youngest was amused. You are so. Time is like a cycle, day to night and night to day. All the bullying and insults every night became the meaning of living the next day during the day. And even, instead of just passively learning, she actively innovated and then taught it to the little young master. Gradually, her whole life, except for the word asterisk 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 asterisk, there is nothing else. She also began to enjoy the NS, relishing it. Until that day, she was in her room, letting the youngest play like crazy. Boom! The door suddenly punched open. She looked up and saw, to her horror, the massive, seemingly smoldering figure of his lordship. Bitchy servant girl, I asked you to teach my son to study, and this is what you teach him. The lord stepped inside, yanked her by the hair, and ripped her out with one hand. Thornley grabbed her hair and screamed in fear. The old master ripped her to the front door of the manor and made her swear at the endless zombies outside. I've known for a long time that you are a cheap servant girl, but I still didn't expect that you, this girl, would actually be cheap to such an extent. You're so cheap and untouchable. People like you should just sell outside. Jing Lei exclaimed. Master, I don't dare. I really don't dare. Don't throw me out. I really don't want to go out and sell. Master, you let me go. Young master save me. Young master begged the master to let me stay. The lord turned around. What do you say, son? Far in the back, the young master's figure shook and let out a happy laugh. Sister Ray is so. She's so, even if she's thrown outside, she can surely survive. That's just it. Being cheap to the extent that you are, it is also considered unique, in heaven and on earth. Master grabbed her hair, lifted it up, and spoke in a serious tone. Everyone has their own destiny. A character like you, don't study in the future. Simply keep on being. As long as you are cheap and untouchable, you can live better than anyone else. People like you, how can it be of any use to be well read? Might as well rely on your NS. Go about your own, and don't influence others, and live out your own NS in style. Go, leave your comfort zone and go be the real you. Only then will you be able to live well even in this already tainted world. When he finished speaking, his lordship threw the weeping her outward. Those countless zombies lunged towards her. After that, his lordship snapped his fingers softly. The dream was like a spider's web that had been torn apart, first twisting into a ball and then quickly shattering. Zhang Wuyo opened his eyes and sat up in his own bed. Chapter 53, As Good a Fighter as Ip Man? Zhang Wuyo woke up and looked at the time. I can't believe it's only 2:30 in the middle of the night. Unlike Yao Shuochen and Liao Xiaomei's 2 times, those 2 times, he tried to get them to teach him in his dreams, straight to the point where they were in a trance. Even in their dreams, they were somewhat unable to hold on. It would really hurt their spirits if they weren't afraid to continue. He will more than likely continue. Jinglei still has no way to compare with the second in the whole year section. And excellent teachers like Liao Xiaomei. He went to the window and pulled back the curtains to open it and get some fresh air. The weather is really starting to turn hot and the nights aren't even that cool anymore. Zhang Wuyo wasn't quite sure how much this dream operation had affected Jinglei. But never mind. He wasn't going to continue wasting his time on that girl. Was thinking of pulling out a few more chemistry and biology papers to consolidate myself. But look at the time. If you take a break at this time, meditate and exhale for a week and a day. Just in time to go to school. So he went ahead and took out the Xianguang sand and meditated and rested. I came to school the next day and started practicing my chemistry paper, making sure that I was, indeed, still much improved in that area. But there are still holes in the knowledge, not as well developed as in math and physics. On the other hand, whether Jinglei came to school or not, and what her mental state was like, he didn't bother. From Yao Shuochen still being scared by him even after 2 days, fearing that he would arrest her for confinement, as well as teacher Liao actually following his advice and making changes from dressing up. As you can see, just like Inception, the art of marrying dreams can still have a tremendous effect on what a person thinks, but a person's nature is not subject to change. After that, Yao Shuochen was still an honor roll student even though she went around him. Mr. Liao himself wanted to change himself. He was just pushed to take that step. If Jinglei could resist the asterisk-ness that he had instilled in her dreams, she would still be a college student with a chance of getting into a university after 3 months. Thinking of this, Zhang Wuyo sat in his seat with an in his hand, wearing glasses, and raised his head. If Tong Tong hadn't pulled him back the one time Jinglei planted evidence against him, he really moved on the spot and hit his classmates and even Liao Xiaomei. Then his life, basically, is ruined, right? There are times when a split-second choice can really change a lifetime. But people aren't always in control. And that's why someone who can pull themselves together in time is so important. By mid-afternoon, he, as the Class 2 schoolboy, went with the class flower of his ambitious class to the rehearsal of the speech for the 100-day pledge tomorrow morning. He and Zhao Yutong, walking together in the school playground. He was already tall and Zhao Yutong was well-proportioned. And many people in the distance complimented them on their male appearance and female talent. The reason why it is a male face is because we all know that the male one has nothing to boast about in terms of talent. And the class flower of the ambitious class is talented and beautiful. Watch out. In the distance, someone called out sharply. When Zhang Wuyo turned around, he saw the basketball speeding towards them from the air, and it was about to hit Zhao Yutong's back. One of the few people scrambling under the basket headed their way, but it was obviously too late. Zhang Wuyo took a diagonal step and jumped lightly. His ape arm stretched and hooked the basketball. The moment it hit the ground it popped up and the basketball threw itself out and flew toward the basket. Bam! It didn't go in. But it still hit the basket from so far away, and it still drew a roar of approval. Isn't this brother Big Fist? The one who ran over was Li Tao, the president of the basketball club. Although it was not on purpose, he was still shocked to see that the basketball almost hit the class flower of Hongji class, and Zhang Dafan was standing right next to the class flower of Hongji class. Li Tao, the socialite of the 2nd grade, whose score in the last monthly exam was even worse than Zhang Wuyo's. Zhang Wu's grades are already very bad. Can be imagined how much more trash than him. Sorry, Big Fist. With a head full of sweat, Li Tao came over and greeted him with a smile. Yo, brother Tao, long time no see. Zhang Wuyo couldn't help but laugh. Haven't seen you for a while. So polite? He used to call himself Zhang Dafan. After all, Zhang Wuyo is basically alone. In the 2nd middle school, although there are many friends, but are not his kind of mixed, Li Tao is with a lot of so-called little brother. Therefore, although the two did not have much close interaction, he used to call out brother Tao when he saw him, while Li Tao just called him Zhang Dafan like everyone else. Of course, nicknames like Zhang Dafan were only shouted by these people. The other people around Zhang Wuyo would not be called that. Who doesn't know now? Big Fist brother. You've changed a lot lately, Li Tao said with a sigh. The matter of you suppressing Chen Hao's gang on Taipo Street by yourself to fight 2 days ago is now all over the place. I heard that Chen Hao disbanded everyone on the spot after you left, saying that in the future, as long as you, Big Fist Zhang, are around, he will never mix with society again. I really didn't see that you're so powerful now, brother Big Fist? Zhang Wuyo felt Tong Tong's puzzled gaze next to him, and he was a bit numb. It's not. I did scare the hell out of that group, but when did I press a fight against a group of them? I'm alone. Holding down a group of them? Do you think I've really practiced? Although I have a ton of feats and martial arts, this world doesn't have aura hello. Besides, it's none of my business if Chunho's gang is a gangster or not. I'm not their father. Yes? No, Zhang Wuyo said. It's just a meeting with Chunho and the others. Well, we're going over to the big playground to rehearse for tomorrow's pledge meeting, so we'll go over there first. Li Tao smiled and bent down. Take care, Big Fist, though he didn't witness it. But now, there wasn't a single socialite in the various schools who didn't know that Chenhao's group had called Zhang Dafan there, and a group of people had come around him. Finally Zhang Dafan dashing out of the alley. Chenhao's gang did not say a word. All dispersed. After the incident, every one of them are afraid of like a tiger. Chenhao directly no longer mixing. That night called everywhere to look for work. The others didn't know what was going on. And the more rumors spread, the more exaggerated it became. Come to think of it, this must be because Zhang Dafan was just too ruthless and had scared that group of people. It couldn't be that he alone just stood there and scared a bunch of people, could it? Anyone who was even stupid enough to think about it with their head would know that was impossible. One can only say that Zhang Dafan is not only able to fight, but is also too ruthless. Then one thought, if just now that basketball, really in the face of Zhang Dafan smashed into this childhood friend in Hongji class Flower's head, Li Tao face changed. Even though he's doing well on the second middle school side, who dares to call the school bully with Big Fist? Behind Li Tao, those who knew Zhang Dafan were okay, but there were some lower grades that asked in confusion, who is that guy? Why is brother Tao treating him with so much respect? Yeah, that guy's face looks so shiny it makes you want to punch him in the face. Who is he? Next to the senior basketball club members, hurried to cover the mouth of this little brother. You looking for death When Shaoyang High School's school bully, 2 days ago also beat down more than a dozen. The Taibao Street County Lane that group of people beat the dissolution of the big boxing brother you do not know? 1 against a dozen? That little brother's face went white. Isn't this as good a fighter as Ip Man? Chapter 54, The School Flower and the School Herb. The eve of the Pledge of Allegiance. Zhang Wuyo walked with the Hongji class flower. The Hongji class flower twisted her head to stare at him. The school bully of the second class. Zhang Wuyo was so terrified that his scalp went numb and explained in a low voice. I really didn't fight with a group of people outside. Zhao Yutong raised her pink fist and made a threatening gesture. There's still 100 days left before the college entrance exam. Absolutely no fighting and no trouble at this time. Completely disregarding the fact that he was the legendary Shaoyan bully who knocked over a dozen of them and won. It's like he's going to beat him up if he doesn't do what he's told. Although Zhang Wuyo was tall, he nodded vigorously. I know. If they come to mess with you, you call the police. Zhao Yutong lowered her voice, her tone more or less pleading. She also knew that he wouldn't take the initiative to mess with others if they didn't come to mess with him. What she was afraid of was that when people came to mess with him, he was so dead set on fighting with them that he refused to go to the police. If you don't fight back, you're being bullied. If you fight back, you're beating each other up, and you might as well all go in. It didn't matter that others were supposed to be assholes. He was at a disadvantage if he affected the entrance exams himself. Zhang Wuyo smiled and said, Don't worry, and it's really a mistake on their part. Why would I go and fight someone else properly? Actually, I've had very few real fights. It's not like you don't know that. Zhao Yutong thought about it and felt the same. The two continued to walk forward. Zhao Yutong thought for a moment. That man just said Taibao Street. Isn't that near our former middle school? Junior high school is according to the district of study. Both of them are divided in the Shaoyang district. But their home is not really close to Shaoyang Middle School. Taipei Street is not big, belonging to an old street that has not yet been demolished. Zhao Yutong also knew that many children who didn't study were just hanging around over there. Zhang Wuyo shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, the previous group is still mixing there recently. When I saw them yesterday, I advised them a few times, saying that it's fine when they're underage. Who's looking at turning 18 and still mixing socially around the school? Their boss probably listened in and decided not to hang around. And then the guys started making up rumors that I beat them into disbanding. Right? I don't think you're wrong either. Zhao Yutong raised her head and looked towards the increasingly hot sun. It already seems too hot to continue wearing the thick school uniforms from spring and fall, though even if it gets any hotter, everyone is still wearing thick school uniforms and no one would even bother to change into the short-sleeved summer uniforms. Right? You think I'm right too? Zhang Wuyo said. At that time, he thought Chunhao wasn't listening. Outside the side entrance of the school, there is a larger square. The location of the second middle school is not like the key middle school one, located in the center of the city. This square does not actually belong to the second middle school. Just in the second middle school itself have activities. Fence a letter, also counted as the second middle school grounds. The main process of the 100-day pledge is actually quite simple. By and large, it's all about the classes coming in and the presenter speaking. School leaders made mobilizing speeches. and teacher representatives made mobilizing speeches. Then the student representatives led the class flowers and grasses sent by each class, vowing to work hard in the last 100 days, to continue to work hard, to make great efforts, and to try to get good grades in the exams. Next, each class picks up a banner or something from the school, has someone write some sentences about hard work and such on it, and finally picks some out to hang on each class's blackboard location. That's pretty much the end of it. In addition, each classroom teacher asked students to invite their own parents to come and watch. After all, it is an important event for their children once in a lifetime, so it is expected that a lot of parents will come. Zhang Wuyo's old mom had already made an appointment with Tong Tong's mother to come together tomorrow morning. Auntie Zhu even transferred her shift. In the area of student representative speeches, the one who spoke on stage on behalf of the students was naturally Zhao Yutong, who was the first in her year group and the flower of her ambitious class. Zhang Wuyo was forced by Lao Do to become the representative of the second class this time, and when the time came, he had to stand side by side with the representatives of the other classes, behind her, and when her speech was almost over, he would follow her to shout out the last slogan. The podium and the plaza, the representatives of the other classes, were already on the stage. Together, they headed towards Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong, who walked out from the school city gates. Tall, back-combed inch-haired Zhang Wuyo, wearing glasses, looks elegant and handsome, very different from the past image. Zhao Yutong has pretty features and short shoulder-length hair, refreshing and beautiful. Two people walking together in the sunlight, both boys and girls, without fail, were attracted to each other. Who's that guy? Some classes were farther away from the second class and didn't yet know about the second class schoolboy who had suddenly made a big change recently. Class 2's Zhang useless. Some girls' eyes narrowed. That Zhang Wuyo? The Zhang Wuyo that the Hongji class flower fought for him? The person who asked had a lost look on his face. No wonder he looks so handsome, but I heard that his grades are bad. Basically the bottom of the school kind. A boy next to him said resentfully. You have good grades. Why don't you go to first grade? 4 girls, handsome is invincible. Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong went up to the stage from the side together. The teacher running tomorrow's assembly waits for everyone to arrive and tells them roughly when they will be on stage tomorrow and how they will stand. In addition, at what point in time, everyone followed Zhao Yutong and shouted the words "Let's write success and glory together in the red and brilliant June." That teacher said to them, anyway, tomorrow Vice Principal Mao will be the first to speak. Then Mr. Liao, the class teacher of the Hongji class, will speak on behalf of the teachers. After Mr. Liao exits, Zhao Yutong goes on stage first and stands in the middle. You guys start from the second class and fish in. Zhang useless, you're the one leading this team. The others will follow you. Got it? Zhang Wuyo hadn't answered yet. A loud voice came from the corner of the high platform. Yo, is this Zhang Wuyo? I was thinking, which handsome guy from senior year is this? It clearly looks familiar, and I couldn't recognize him all of a sudden. Zhang Wuyo turned his head to look and saw an old man pacing over. None other than Mao Guchang, the vice principal of their second middle school. Old Mao, don't suddenly stand on the side and open your mouth wide to scare people, okay? Zhang Wuyo sighed at his age and his voice was still so loud. Lao Mao, I haven't seen you going over to my side lately either. Looking for me for tea. Zhang Wuyo lamented. Don't look at me like this. I'm also studying properly. How can I have time to go to you for tea? Vice Principal Mao looked him up and down for a moment and looked at the teacher. This guy's image has changed drastically. Why don't we just let him and Zhao Yutong stand on the stage tomorrow, representing the boys and the girls respectively, and read their lines together. 1 line each? That teacher looked at the two Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong, and seeing that they were shoulder to shoulder, practically golden children, he felt that it wasn't impossible. Zhang Wuyo couldn't help but say, Old Mao, you should stop finding things for me to do. It's already good enough that I'm willing to come over and stand, and you want me to memorize my lines? Ding! The system suddenly dinged at this time. Chapter 56, The 100-Day Pledge. She's already planning for the future? Tong Tong. That night, Zhang Wuyo was in Zhao Yutong's room, doing homework with her. He kept his head down and couldn't help but ask, when we go to college, will we still be in the same city? Zhao Yutong raised her head and glanced toward him. Zhang Wuyo turned back and met her gaze. He saw that his childhood friend's rosy lips curved upward slightly, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Who knows? Zhao Yutong lowered her head again and didn't answer the question. Zhang Wuyo, however, was shocked. The two had known each other for so many years after all, and Zhao Yutong's appearance just now let him instantly know that she had already made arrangements in this regard. It's not a yeah, what about later or there's always a way kind of look. It's that you'll do what I say when it's time look. That's her. It's always going to be inexplicably difficult to choose where it doesn't matter, though, but there were times when it was unusually decisive and bold. This made Zhang Wuyo curious. Just how far did she think? And what were her plans? But he didn't ask again. because he had his own idea of what he wanted, which was, no matter what, to get his grades up first. Zhang Huoyo took the black water pen and rustled it, writing the scroll with full concentration. If Tong Tong had already started planning for the future, it was all the more important for him to try to do well in the present. Zhao Yutong finished writing half of the scroll and glanced his way as she turned it over. She lifted her pen, its tip slightly touching her own face, and inclined her head, looking at the roll under Zhang Huoyo's pen. After looking at it for a while, she said softly, "Useless. You've been improving your studies very fast lately, not just in math and physics. Are you even bringing up biology and chemistry?" Zhang Huoyo smiled and said, "I do feel that lately. My mind has become very good, like I've become enlightened. Many points of knowledge have suddenly been grasped all at once. I wonder if all the previous efforts are finally bearing fruit." Though the dream is credited with being tutored by female teachers and students for a good portion of it, Zhao Yutong was thoughtful. "I do know that there are some boys who suddenly get the hang of things when they reach high school, and then their grades go up like a rocket, but that usually starts to improve by sophomore year. You're in the second semester of your senior year, and you're starting to get the hang of it in the last 100 days? Zhao Yutong was surprised. She looked up at her curtains. Her desk was close to the window and the curtains were drawn. The light green curtains were emblazoned with the robot cat siblings. Zhao Yutong did have an idea, but her idea was predicated on the fact that Zhang Huoyo couldn't get an undergraduate degree. But now, in these last 100 days, things didn't seem to be going her way. But she couldn't tell him, "Don't study too hard in case you do get into undergrad and disrupt my plans. It really seems like we can only take one step at a time. This is the wrong place to think." She reached out her hand and scratched a circle with a black water pen on the question that Zhang Huoyo was about to finish, circled the errors and corrected them slightly next to each other. This time, it didn't even require too much explanation, as Zhang Huoyo read it all at once. He then crosses out the misspellings himself and continues to solve the problem, following a new train of thought. "I think that your first model next week should be a big improvement." Zhao Yutong twisted her head to look at him. "Maybe you'll really be able to scare others." "I hope so." Zhang Huoyo proceeded to work on the questions carefully. Useless. Early the next morning, Mom asked, "Where is your class located? Where am I going to see you when I get there?" Zhang Useless, who had already gotten up, quickly packed up his homework and put on his shoes at the door. "I don't have a place in the class," Mom asked in confusion. "They won't even let you participate in the 100-day pledge or something? Even if you don't get good grades? This is too much." "No, just not in class. It's okay, son. Whether you can read or not is not important. Even if you are kicked out of the class by the teacher because of this, it is not important. Don't take it to heart. The big deal is that you can't do well in the exams and go home to watch the store." Got it. Zhang Huoyo got up and went out. The 100-day pledge begins at 9 a.m., which is second period at the high school. This is to be able to get more parents to be able to go and participate. By the time it was around 8:40, Ms. Song Mei, Zhang Huoyo's mother, came downstairs with Zhu Yuan from next door. She was in Zhu Yuan's car, and they arrived at the square next to the second middle school. By this time, many parents had also arrived, and there were quite a few people. There would have been several hundred students in the senior class of the second middle school. Although it wasn't yet the college entrance exam, the vast majority of parents would definitely be involved in such a big event. By 9 o'clock, the music started and the classes began to enter. The first class was naturally the first class of Hongji. Zhu Yuan had already known that her daughter would be on the stage today as a student representative and was not in her class. So it wasn't surprising that I didn't see my daughter when the ambitious class came in. The 100-day pledge assembly was different from the field day in that each class was led in by their respective homeroom teacher. In the field day, each class is brought in by their class president or class flower. The goal of the 100-day pledge is to take the college entrance exam, and for the next 100 days, teachers will follow their students. The second class is right behind the ambitious class. Ms. Song Mei kept looking into the second class of students and really didn't see her son, though before Useless left the house, he had already said that he wouldn't be in class today. Still, Song Mei felt bad for her son. Zhu Yuan also looked towards the second class as she asked curiously, "Where's Useless? How come I don't see him?" Song Mei said helplessly, "It's probably because of his bad grades that he was left in the class, right? Alas, it can't be helped that this child hasn't been much of a reader since he was a child." Ms. Zhu Yuan frowned. She felt that the school had gone too far in doing so. Every high school student has the right to take the college entrance exam. On such an important day, a student is not allowed to participate simply because he has poor grades. This kind of thing is overbearing and unreasonable. Moreover, that child, Zhang Huoyo, she had also seen him grow up since he was a child. Not good grades, but a good heart and in fact a good kid. Even in middle school, his own daughter was secretly bullied and didn't dare to tell her parents, and even her grades began to slip.
It was also the boy who protected her from bullies and made her feel safe at school. I think that when the assembly is over, it's necessary for us to talk to the useless homeroom teacher. Zhu Yuan's expression was serious. We can't let our children be isolated by their teachers in the last 100 days. Chapter 57. But my son is handsome. Song Mei was a little hesitant. She was worried that going to talk to the teacher would further target her son. Every parent of a poor student really doesn't want to meet with a teacher unless they have to, because there is a sense of trepidation that nothing good can come from just touching base with a teacher. But Zhu Yuan looks determined. Of course, as the parent of an honor student, she and her own daughter's teacher, so to speak, kept in touch at all times. It's not unusual for children to discuss things with their teachers, although she dreaded meeting with her teacher. This time, Song Mei also felt that it was really necessary to go to her teacher. Of course, you can't let your own husband go, or that guy might just slap the table with the teacher at this critical moment. 100 days away from the college entrance exam, big deal. No more studying. It was better to let Tong Tong's mom accompany her. She knew more in this regard. All classes were entered. The sun moved up into the sky as well, and it was a beautiful sunny day. Parents all around, in the outer circle of the square, watched their respective children and listened to the words of the host on stage. Their faces were either excited or proud. Soon, the school's vice principal took the stage. The vice principal, too, looks to be nearing retirement age, but the voice is very loud. Staccato, even without amplifiers, fear is able to spread his voice throughout the room. The atmosphere of the whole place was ignited by him alone, and the sky of the square seemed to be burning with flames, making all the teachers, students and parents emotionally excited. Next, the teacher representative, Liao Xiaomei, the class teacher of Hongji class, on behalf of all teachers, gave encouragement and expectation to the students. That's Mr. Liao. Zhu Yuan was wide-eyed and dumbfounded. As her own daughter's homeroom teacher from her sophomore year to now, she and Mr. Liao had naturally met and fought many times. But the Mr. Liao she remembered was not like this. The teachers she had seen in the past, all of them were standard blouses and tube skirts, with at most a difference in the color of the dresses and skirts, and almost no difference in the styles. At this moment, however, Ms. Liao on the stage, dressed in a fine pink and white dress, wearing a pretty flower-embellished sun hat, with a silk knot tied around her waist. She looks even more girly than her own daughter. Zhu Yuan almost thought she was hallucinating, or maybe there was a mistake in memory. In fact, the former Mr. Liao was like this. Was it his own poor memory? Perhaps because, in terms of image, she had become different. The formerly serious and old-fashioned schoolteacher on the stage, even her voice was much thinner. Her voice, as fine as the spring breeze, contrasted sharply with the earlier flood of the vice principals, reminding people that the harsh college entrance exams had not yet arrived, that it was still March, and that they still had time to work hard. Wait for Mr. Liao to get off the stage. Immediately following, two students in school uniforms were seen taking the stage together, side by side. One boy, one girl. The two came neatly, side by side, to the center of the stage to face all the teachers, students and parents on the stage. The boy wore glasses, back-combed hair, and was tall and handsome. Girl with short shoulder-length hair, beautiful face, well-proportioned body and temperament. The two stood side by side as if they were golden children, filling the entire square with youthful elegance. My son, that's my son, Ms. Song Mei was instantly excited, pointing at the boy on the stage and boasting to the people around her. Zhu Yuan, however, was a bit speechless. You didn't know that your family's useless was going to be on stage today, and have been looking for him everywhere in his class? This kid didn't tell me. Song Mei was excited and embarrassed. I had thought that I would go to the teacher after the assembly and argue with him, asking him why he was isolating his own son. I didn't realize that my own son had run off to give a speech on stage. The only thing I'm thankful for is that I didn't have to go and argue with the teacher before seeing my own son on stage. Your son? Quite handsome. Someone beside her heard her excited shout and opened his mouth to ask where they were. They were supposed to be at the back of the Hongji class and the second class, so next to them, they were all the parents of these two classes as well. Right, that's my son and the girl next to him is her daughter, Song Mei said. Your kids are good, the woman next to her said. To be able to stand on the stage representing the entire year's students, those are the top students of the second middle school. Some people also recognized Zhu Yuan. You're Zhao Yutong's mother, right? Or your daughter is great. She gets first place every time. Although there are now rules on the Ministry of Education's side that don't allow students to be ranked. Still, for every big exam, the lists of excellence, first and second prizes are put out, and it's obvious who's top of the year at a glance. Additionally, in fact, every time a full year's worth of section rankings are documented, they end up being circulated in a variety of situations that anyone who wants to see them is able to see. That's according to the yearly ranking from top to bottom. And the first name is Zhao Yutong. Yes, Zhu Yuan also recognized the parent who greeted her. You're Wang Yeye's parent, right? Your daughter is actually not bad, and her rankings are all pretty good. Because of her work, she had to deal with various patients and their families every day, so she was much better than the average person at recognizing and remembering people. Wang Yeye's mother was very happy that she actually recognized her and smiled from ear to ear. Wherever, compared to your daughter, it's still a far cry. At this point, the sunny and handsome boy and the pretty and clean girl on the stage read the student pledge together. On behalf of the students, they vowed to work hard and courageously in these next 100 days and never fail to live up to life. The boys looked not only sunny, but refined and loud, no less than the vice principal in front of them. The girl was full of confidence. Her eyes repeatedly contained a smile, and even the already bright sunlight seemed to be further infected by her, flowing with color. Wang Yeye's mother looked at Ms. Song Mei. Your son is also in the Hongji class, right? I don't think I've seen him before. What's his name? Song Mei said. Zhang Useless. He's in the second class. Yeye Wang's mother often checked the class rankings and realized she had not heard of the boy. Turns out it's not an ambitious class. No wonder I haven't heard of it. She smiled and said, it must have been a good grade to be able to represent the boys of the whole section on the stage, too, right? How's that? My son's still handsome, isn't he? I wonder how he did on his last monthly test. My son is handsome. The rankings in the yearbook should be good too, right? But my son is handsome. Finally, the handsome boy and the pretty girl on the stage, one by one, finished reading their speeches. Then with the row of representatives from each class behind them, they shouted in unison the loud slogan, let's write success and glory together in the fiery red and brilliant June. The whole square was once again lit up by them. Chapter 58 Youth is good. Your body is great. As the slogans of the student representatives of each class throughout the year rang out, the teachers and students on stage applauded together. Zhang Wuyo was on the stage and sought his old mom who kept waving at him after the second class venue on the stage. To be fair, though, I'm not a schoolteacher myself but a schoolteacher. But there is still a sense of pride in this moment, standing on stage as a representative of the students. Though he did hang out for a while when he was in junior high school, but the truth is, it would have been either a bad grade and it never lifted. And how many underclassmen are really willing to go out there and be jerks? Every jerk, whose grades just started to drop downward, has worked hard to try to raise up their grades, but either you're not studying the right way, or you're really not gifted and you just can't bring it up, until one's own despair is complete. And those who are able to bring up their grades and become dark horses midway through the process are often the ones who have really found a learning method that works for them. Then the harder you work the better your grades get, and the better your grades get the more you want to work. With continuous positive feedback, learning becomes the greatest interest. Anyway, the next step is to aim to do well on the first model first. The student representative's collective oath ended, and he and Tong Tong also descended from the high platform to the square. Son, why are you on the stage too? Mom came over to him. Auntie Ju is with her too. Zhu Yuan laughed and said, your mom still thinks you're being targeted by the school, not even letting you participate in the 100-day pledge, and she's still preparing to go to your homeroom teacher to argue after it's over. Zhang Wuyo looked at his mom. Didn't I say so in the morning? I wasn't with my class today. Mom raised her hand to knock him on the head. And you didn't say you ran on stage? Scared me. Zhao Yutan lifted her head and said with a smile, the banner for useless last time for bravery and courage was sent over yesterday by the side of the police station. The vice principal said that as a student, learning and morality should be developed in an all-round way, so he let him also be the representative of the students to make the 100-day pledge. His banner was even placed in front of the school this morning. Zhang Wuyo rolled his eyes. I feel like old Mao is looking at me funny. Ms. Song Mei laughed. Good. Also good. It doesn't matter if you can read or not. The main thing is to be a good person. Son, everyone is saying you are handsome. Zhu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Your mom says the most. By this time, banners had been handed out to each class and students gathered in a circle to sign them. There are also many parents who see their child's classroom teacher there and go over to talk. Zhao Yutong returned to her own class. Zhu Yuan saw Mr. Liao, the class teacher of the Hongji class, come down from the stage and go to the side of the students of the Hongji class. So he went over to talk to Mr. Liao as well. Her impression of Mr. Liao had always been very good. Since her sophomore year of high school, Ms. Liao has taken great care of her daughter, and when she calls Ms. Liao about something, it is resolved immediately. Although I have occasionally heard that Mr. Liao's attitude towards the top students and the underclassmen is simply a world of difference, but that obviously had nothing to do with her. As for Song Mei, although she also saw her child's homeroom teacher, she didn't gather around like the other parents. Since middle school, as long as the teacher didn't reach out to her, she was amenable. She had long since stopped counting on her own son's studies anyway. Soon enough, the 100-day pledge was over, and the students began to head back to their respective classrooms. The parents also left one after another. By the afternoon, Zhang Wuxi made another trip to the hospital for another film examination. After the film, as is customary, there was a half-hour wait and then another visit to the orthopedic clinic. By this time, the finished x-rays had been uploaded to the doctor's computer. The attending orthopedic surgeon looked carefully at the x-rays and said at length, "Ugh, MS." Song Mei was startled. "What's wrong, doctor? My son's leg injury is worse? It won't affect him for the rest of his life, will it? This child is really..." Told him that the crutches should continue to hold up to come. He just do not listen. Since childhood is like this, now out of the problem, right, doctor? He this still cure or not? The doctor hurriedly waved his hands. No. I'm just exclaiming that young people just recover quickly. I originally thought that it would take at least another 10 days and half a month before it would return to the normal level, but I didn't expect it to get better so fast. Look at this film. Not only has the bone injury been completely recovered, why do you feel that the bone density is better than the original? It's better to be in good health at this age. It's been a long time since I've seen a patient with so much energy and physical resilience. MS. Song Mei, then doctor, you don't sigh properly? It almost gave me a heart attack. The doctor said, "It's already fine, and the splint can be removed. You've already removed it yourself." Okay. You can go back, and you don't need to come back for a review. Pay attention in the future. Don't rely on your body's ability to recover, and then go looking for a car to crash. John Useless, who has nothing to do to find a car to head off. When he left the hospital, his mom said to him, "By the way, your aunt and uncle called at noon and said that there are still 100 days to go before the college entrance exam. They're planning a family get-together tomorrow night, saying they're wishing you and your cousin good luck on your exams when the time comes." Zhang Wuyo asked, "Tomorrow night? Don't they have late-night study sessions at night in the first middle school?" Mom said, "Tomorrow Saturday. Saturday night shouldn't be necessary, right?" Your aunt and uncle's side kept saying that. There was no way, so I helped you to agree to it as well. Zhang Wuyo smiled. "Alright, it's the weekend anyway." Mom said, "Why don't you bring Tong Tong with you, in addition to your cousin? When the time comes, your aunt and uncle's side of the relatives, who took the college entrance exam this year, that who will also go." "That's not necessary." Zhang Wuyo shrugged. Tong Tong isn't that familiar with them. He knew that Zhao Yutong didn't like parties like that, not to mention that she really didn't know them well. If he had to call, it was not good for her not to go, and it was not good for her to go. That night, Tong Tong came to his side of the room to do her homework and teach him on the side. "Useless," Zhao Yutong asked as she wrote her paper. "Do you have any plans to attend evening study next week?" Zhang Wuyo looked up. "Evening study? Our school?" "Right," Zhao Yutong asked. You went to the hospital this afternoon, so you don't know yet? Starting next week, our school's senior year is also going to start all evening self-study. Of course, it is possible not to attend, but the parents must go to the homeroom teacher, and if there is no parental request, every student must attend. If you're not going to attend the evening study, you have to let your auntie talk to your homeroom teacher in advance by WeChat. Zhang Wuyo asked in return, "What about you? Are you going?" "I don't know." Zhao Yutong's pen tip is not stopping. "It's okay to go. It's okay not to go. So ask you. I'll follow if you go, and I won't go if you don't." Chapter 59, Not a cousin but a handsome man. Zhang Wuyo held the black water pen and thought about it for a while, but he couldn't make up his mind. If he didn't want to go, he told his mom, and she was sure to text the homeroom teacher for him. If you don't go, there are advantages to going. In this case, students study together in the evening, which is both more of a learning atmosphere, and are supervised to arrive without having to worry about self-control. Also, teachers are stationed at the school, so if you have any questions, you can ask them directly. If Tong Tong went to the evening study hall, then he would definitely have to go. Otherwise he wouldn't know who to teach where he didn't know how. But if Tong Tong didn't go as well as he did, then it seemed to have basically no effect on him. But on the other hand, he couldn't all rely on Tong Tong. It wouldn't be good if he in turn dragged her down and affected her. He was also worried that what happened in the midterm when she helped him get into the second middle school and she herself failed to perform well would happen again. What's with the sudden need for evening study hall again? Zhang Wuyo asked in confusion. With the first high school? When this semester started, it was originally intended to have evening self-study throughout the year. Zhao Yutong lowered her head. Classes have to be held on Saturdays, and Monday and Friday are all evening self-study. Even the city's education bureau has arranged it this way. But then, didn't some students sue? It went to the city, and the city tried to press it down, but someone went even higher up.
and it put a lot of pressure on the school leaders of the various schools. Then later, the first school side resisted the pressure and continued with the program. Our school had more students suing up the chain of command, and the school didn't hold up, so they cancelled the forced evening study hall. Even Saturday classes were almost cancelled. But after seeing that first schools with better results than ours were having Saturday classes, the school decided to top it off and follow suit. Zhang Wuyo sighed. So troublesome. Obviously, we're in our senior year of high school. Why would someone still file a lawsuit for this kind of thing? Don't you want to study so much? Zhao Yutong said. It's not always poor students. There are some with good grades who also don't want to have Saturday tutorials or forced evening self-study. And they have good self-control and are still able to study on their own at home through online classes. But unlike Saturday classes, evening study is not forced, so it doesn't matter to them. Right, Shaoyang Middle School over there, where we went to middle school, junior year were originally going to engage in forced accommodation, and even cleared out many of the classrooms to give students bunks to use at night. Then it was posted online by students and forcibly suspended. With that said, she switched to another role. This is also just too curly. Zhang Wuyo shook his head straight. There's no way around it. With high school streaming, half of them won't make it to high school no matter what. Any school would like their school's advancement rate to increase further. And more importantly, if their school doesn't roll, someone else's school will still roll. Zhao Yutong said, boating against the current. If you don't move forward, you're going backwards. Zhang Wuyo didn't decide whether to go to the evening study next week or not. Zhao Yutong didn't continue to pursue the matter. The two quieted down and didn't speak again, each focusing on their homework. Occasionally, if there was something he didn't know, Zhang Wuyo would put it over there first and wait for Zhao Yutong to finish the topic she had in hand before asking her. The next day, Saturday, Zhang Wuyo and his tablemate Qianzheng discussed this with Xu Xiaoying, who was at the front table. I have no choice. Xu Xiaoying looked helpless. Originally, I wanted my dad to help me tell the teacher that I won't go to the evening study sessions from next week onwards, and I'll study at home by myself. As a result, my dad refused, saying that if I'm at home at night and can't move my cell phone, I might as well come to school and have a teacher keep an eye on me. Qian Vertical said, I'm okay. It's good to come to school. Everyone learns together. More quiet than at home. What about you, Mr. Zhang? Are you planning to come? Xu Xiaoying turned back. He still needs to ask? It must be following Zhao Yutong next door. He comes when she comes, and he doesn't come when she doesn't. Zhang Wuyo raised his head. You're right, but it's the other way around. She comes when I come, and she doesn't come when I don't. Xu Xiaoying said. Ha ha, Zhang Wuyo didn't have the good sense to say. What kind of laughter is that? Xu Xiaoying? You shouldn't laugh like that even if you don't believe it. Xu Xiaoying continued. Don't think that the two of you are so in love right now. When you go to college in the future, one in the south of the world and the other in the north, let's see how long you can sustain it. Zhang Wuyo lowered his head. Why do I feel that? Xu Xiaoying, you're gloating? Chen Vertical turned his head. But like them, in the future, if one undergraduate and one junior college, the probability of being in a city instead is quite high as long as they plan to come. Zhang Wuyo looked up in dismay. What do you mean? Don't you know? Study the application as well as admission batches after the scores of the college entrance exams come out. Mr. Useless Zhang. Qian Vertical glanced towards him. Forget it. I don't think you need to consider this yourself. If Zhao Yutong really wants to be with you, she must have already helped you plan it out. Xu Xiaoying turned back and looked straight ahead. Snap. She slammed her head forward, her forehead hitting the desktop. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the classroom. But quickly, he lowered his head again and continued to work carefully on the questions. Zhang useless. Shenli turned his head to look at the paper under his pen. Are you getting tutored by the class flower next door every day now? Why do I feel like you know more and more? Don't ever pass me in your grades. I beg you. Xu Xiaoying turned back once again and also looked seriously at Zhang Wuyo for a while as he wrote his paper. She gritted her teeth, raised her hands, clenched her fists, and made up her mind. In my next life, I will find a handsome guy with handsome grades and very good grades to be my childhood friend. Qianjia sighed. Xu Xiaoying, are you just going to give up completely in this life? On Saturday mornings, because the time for morning exercises was dropped altogether and the next 2 periods were brought forward, school was dismissed earlier than usual. At noon, Auntie Zhu drove to the school gate to pick up Tong Tong for dinner. Zhang Wuyo, on the other hand, stayed directly in the school, and after eating in the cafeteria, he plopped down on his desk for 20 minutes, and got up to continue working on the problems. In the afternoon, after school, as it was already agreed yesterday, my uncle's side of the family was treating me. He then took a cab directly to his uncle's house, arrived at my aunt and uncle's door and rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly and a middle school girl in a pink dress looked up at him. Dazed, Zhang Wuyo stretched out his hand. raised the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and was about to speak. Bells? Who's here? Is it your useless cousin? From that side of the living room came the sound of a woman speaking. The girl turned around. There's a big handsome guy. Mom, I'm going to run away from home with the handsome guy. You don't have to wait for me. Zhang Wuyo entered. Song Ling, stop it. Let me in. It's not a handsome guy. It's a cousin. Songbell shook her head. Not cousin. Handsome. Why? Because the law allows me to marry a handsome man, not my cousin. There's something wrong with the law in our country. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't come with a stereotypical question at your young age too. Chapter 60, what the hell is the quest? Demon breaks the vault? On the side of MS. Song Mei, Zhang Wuyo's mother. There are 2 uncles and 1 sister-in-law. The family that invited the guests was his great-uncle, and this one that was talking was his great-uncle's second child, Song Ling, who was currently in the 2nd semester of his first year of junior high school. Zhang Wuyo entered the door, and at a glance, he saw that at the sofa in the living room, in addition to his own old mom, his great-aunt, second aunt, and sister-in-law were also here, because great-auntie was more hospitable. The relatives on Song's side of the family still came and went more closely on weekdays. Yo, Useless is getting more and more handsome as he gets older. Auntie stood up in surprise. With these glasses on, I'm about to not recognize him when I walk down the road. Let me see. Let me see. Mom Song Mei is very happy that others praise their son handsome, but this time always have to be modest, alas. Don't mention it. The book did not read well, but read out a myopia. The second aunt followed suit with a few compliments. Great Aunt Lu Xiaojun also looked surprised, but she was more willing to praise their son, will not read nothing to do with. Now undergraduate out, are not necessarily good to find a job. Don't look at my family Chinchin, now that he can read a bit. He can barely rank over 100 in the first middle school. Later on, after a few years out of college, I still don't know what will happen. He was afraid that people wouldn't know that his son was ranked in the 100th percentile in a key high school. Certainly, this is one thing that does deserve to be said. The first middle school has 750 students in the year-round section, 13 classes, and within 100 or so, basically 211 is solid. On the other side of the bedroom, 2 young people around Zhang Wuyo's age walked out, a man and a woman. The boy was none other than Song Yichen, the son of Zhang Wuyo's great-uncle. The girl was Lu Qi, the daughter of Lu Xiaojun's brother, the niece of Zhang Wuyo's great-aunt. If anything, Zhang Wuyo is merely mildly myopic. Then Song Yichen's myopia is much more serious than his. Thick lenses, coupled with a lack of exercise and a love of sugary drinks on weekdays, the whole person looks fat. Lu Qi was likewise wearing glasses, the degree of which was quite a bit lighter than Song Yichen's, around 300 degrees. She has an average appearance and also studies in the first middle school. Her usual grades are slightly lower than Song Yichen's, but she is also within the 200th place in the yearly section. With this score, a book is a sure thing, while 211 depends on luck. Zhang Wuyo and Lu Qi were considered to have known each other since childhood, but of course they were not actually relatives. It's just that when it's a holiday, this side of the family invites the guests, and often both sides are invited together. Besides Songbell, there were 2 other little girls. One was Zhang Wuyo's second uncle's daughter, Song Xiaoyan, and the other was Lu Qi's sister, Lu Zhu. The 3 junior high school girls, Song Ling, Song Xiaoyan, and Lu Zhu, surrounded Zhang Wuli all of a sudden. Although Lu Qi was also surprised at how much Zhang Wuyo had changed, he did not greet him. After all, in her impression, Zhang Wuyo had already failed to learn from middle school. His grades were a mess, and he was already lucky to be able to go to high school. She's not a little middle school girl, as long as the boys are good looking. Zhang Wuyo's great-uncle's house has a large living room. It was lively because of the crowd, but the nominal protagonists today were Song Yichen, Lu Qi, and Zhang Wuyo, 3 high school students who would soon be taking the college entrance exam. Therefore Zhang Wuyo had no way to go to the table with the kids, even though the 3 little girls wanted to call him over. Great-uncle and second uncle as well as Lu Qi's father were also on the table. Zhang Wuyo's father, Zhang Tao, didn't come because he had to look after the store, while his sister-in-law was still unmarried. Though long past 30 years of age, she wanted to pick it up again. She had been introduced to well-qualified ones before, but she didn't end up looking at any of them, and she's in no hurry. You see it all over the little red book. Other people living in the countryside in their 40s were able to wait for the prince from Egypt to marry her, and she's only in her 30s, so she can still pick and choose. In the middle of the banquet, Great Aunt Lu Xiaojun raised the cup in her hand. Come, there are still 99 days to go before the college entrance exams. Let's wish our 3 talented sons and daughters good luck and good grades. The others followed suit and raised their glasses. Lu Xiaojun said, Chen, the last 3 months you have to continue to work hard. Do not slack off at this last point in time. Kiki, when the time comes, Make sure you play welcome and try to get into 985. And the useless 1. Work hard and get a better college. The contrast was so great that the others couldn't help but laugh even though they didn't have much malice. Lucci's mother asked, "How many points did Useless score on the last first model?" Song Mei was embarrassed. He didn't do well on the exam. It was worse. She also remembers that it was 1 point short of even 300 because her husband saw the score and exclaimed there that it would be nice to have one more point. Lucci remembered something. It seems that the exam in the second middle school at that time was not the simulation paper issued by the province. Song Yichen snorted and laughed. Useless seemed to have scored 299 points. At the time, which is not bad. After all, it was his own cousin. Of course he knew. The undergraduate line for last year's college entrance exam seems to be 460. Lucci looked at Song Yichen. But last year's college entrance exam paper was on the easy side, so this year it might get harder. Big Uncle hurriedly said, "It's okay. It's okay. Anyway, just try your best. You don't have to care if it's useless. People don't have only high school entrance exams in their life." He did want to comfort his nephew, but it's better not to be comforted. Zhang Wuyo didn't care. After all, they are students now, and grades are everything to students. And the college entrance exam is a crucial battle that determines the fate of all students. It couldn't be helped that his grades were bad and he was more or less used to being looked down upon. But the system seems to care. Ding! The host was humiliated during the family gathering. As the protagonist, how can he tolerate the contempt of the crowd? As the protagonist, how can he tolerate the public's contempt? He should swear in public. And in the immortal sect competition after 99 days, he will reverse his face and shock the family. Please ask the host to shout 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth to be poor in public. And formally open the main mission. Magic breaks the vault of heaven. Devil breaks the vault. The host, being a disciple of the devil's way lurking in the immortal sect, gets a good result in the upcoming great competition of the immortal sect's many disciples. Shocking the family. If you complete the mission, you will receive 2,000 points and a mysterious gift package of a half-step imperial weapon. As the protagonist, why don't you start the road to break the dome of heaven? Zhang Wuyo looked at this quest and felt his eggs hurt a little. Want me to shout such shameful words in public? What do you think this is? A web novel with a scrapbook? However, the mysterious gift package of half-step Imperial Soldier made his heart flutter. The Imperial Soldier was still above the heavenly steps. It was even more powerful than the supreme dragon-slaying sword that specialized against the dragons of the other world and commanded the world that no one dared to disobey, as well as the Tiani demon water that wiped out the entire city with a single drop. Even in the other world, it's once in a million years. Although this is a half-step Imperial weapon, it is also a powerful magic treasure that is unrivaled in the world. He wanted to take this mission, but on the one hand, it was too shameful, and on the other hand, even if it was a half-step Imperial soldier, who knew whether it would be useful to him or not? Abandon this mission, and feel half-step Imperial soldiers. Half-step Imperial soldiers whether it's useful or not, it's good to get it first and use it for your collection, right? Besides, the goal is just to shock the family. With his crap grades, being able to get an undergraduate degree is enough to shock the whole family, right? This task, he may take, or not. Chapter 61. Go for it. This moment was very difficult for Zhang Wuyo. He was even tempted to post anonymously on the internet to ask and see what other people would choose when faced with this situation. If it were you, would you take this mission or not? It would be a shame to pick it up. Not picking it up? In the other world, an Imperial soldier is a legendary divine weapon that comes along once in 10,000 years. This half-step Imperial soldier should be at least once in 5,000 years, right? It was much stronger than the Supreme Dragon Slayer, so maybe it could really come in handy? Besides, what if I do cross over to the other world one day? With the system running out, it's not impossible to cross over. Eventually, in a voice that was barely audible, he said softly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. The college entrance exams haven't been taken yet, and who knows what's going to happen behind the scenes. Though he spoke in a low voice, everyone looked toward him. Zhang Wuyo lowered his head and ate his own food. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed, but I'm so embarrassed. Stinking system. In the future, if that half-step Emperor soldier cannot be used, even if you are the system, old me also peeled your skin. First, Lucci burst out laughing. Then there was the sound of his sister-in-law's laughter as she tried to avoid his embarrassment. It's fine. It's fine. It's good to have ambition. Useless. No matter what, try to get good exams to come. To be able to go to a public junior college. Also be able to save more money for your parents. At least here we're all relatives and family members. Not some villain who had to go against him. Everyone laughs and things go away. Zhang Wuyo quickly looked at the system quest. The magic breaks the vault quest has been received. Zhang Wuyo gritted his teeth as he felt that even a half-step imperial soldier that came out once every 5,000 years would not be enough to undo the embarrassment he felt at this moment. Today's scene was afraid that it would become a shameful memory for him for the rest of his life. On the way home, Mom continued to comfort him. Tell him not to be too stressed. It's okay if he doesn't get good grades. The family won't say anything. It's their business that their cousins can read. We just have to do well. By the time I got home, it was after 9 p.m. Zhang Wuyo took a shower, cleaned up, and took his homework to the opposite door. The doorbell rang for a while and Zhao Yutong opened the door. Come in. She didn't expect him to come over so late. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Zhang Wuyo saw that today's Tong Tong was wearing a sleeveless light blue nightgown, which was light and thin, and her entire person appeared even lighter as a result. Slender and smooth arms, white and lovely calves, all bare. As he walked, the nightgown swayed, occasionally outlining the curves of his slightly quivering breasts. This made him somewhat suspicious that there was no bra inside the nightgown. She obviously hadn't long gotten out of the shower either. Her hair was still a little wet, and there were still some water stains hanging on her delicate and lovely collarbone. Is Auntie Zhu already asleep? Zhang Useless saw that Zhu Yuan's bedroom was closed, and the lights seemed to be off as well, so he lowered his voice and asked. In the afternoon, there was something over at the hospital, and I rushed over there to take care of it for a long time, and I was a little tired when I came back, so I went to bed first. When Zhang Wuyo entered the bedroom, Zhao Yutong turned off the lights in the living room as well and followed into the room before casually closing the door as well. Zhang Wuyo was at the desk by the window in Tong Tong's room, taking out the papers that had been handed out during the day. Zhao Yutong patted her feet, her petite body poking forward, pulling back the curtains, and opening the window halfway, pulling the insect shielding screen shut, letting in the cool night breeze from outside. The two were shoulder to shoulder, each taking up half the desk. Tong Tong, I'm so embarrassed today, Zhang Wuyo said while looking at the multiple choice questions in math. What's wrong? Zhao Yutong asked. Tonight, during dinner at my uncle's side, they wished the other two well on their 985 or 211 exams, but told me to get a good college. Zhao Yutong asked. And then what? Zhang Wuyo said. I told them, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Zhao Yutong lagged for a moment and violently folded her hands on the desk, her whole body lying on her back, her head buried in her arms, laughing non-stop. She was laughing so hard that her breasts were jiggling between her pajamas. You really said that? She laughed so hard she couldn't breathe. I also don't know if there's any place where I can burrow in and hide for a while. Zhang Wuyo sighed. Obviously, this phrase is quite common in online texts, so why is it so shameful to say it in reality? Zhao Yutong managed to catch her breath and looked up with a smile. I told you a long time ago, think more about things and don't be too impulsive. Now you know, don't you? Really, what would he do without me? She lifted her arm. Let's let you hide then. Zhang Wuyo crooked his body and leaned towards her, resting his face on her fragrant shoulder. Zhao Yutong's slender arm wrapped around his shoulder, her gentle hand stroking his head. Touch, touch. Zhang Wuyo leaned on Tong Tong's shoulder for a while. Her body smelled good, so good that it must have been the aroma left by the shower gel after a bath. Her shoulders and arms were clearly this soft, yet this strong enough to support his weakness and helplessness at the moment. Leaning against her shoulder, he rested and organized himself. Zhang Wuyo regained his composure and sat up straight. Shameful as it may be, it's a real battle cry to just keep on working hard and really do well on the entrance exams and drop those people's jaws. He began to take the questions seriously. Zhao Yutong also wrote for a while, during which she twisted her head around and looked at the incomparably serious him. Her starry eyes held a smile that made new buds bloom like a spring breeze. Tomorrow is Sunday and does not require an early start. Zhang Wuyo was right there with her, doing his homework until after 1 o'clock in the evening. At around 0 hour, Zhao Yutong even went to make 2 bowls of bucket noodles, one for each of them with him, as a midnight snack. By the end of the week, Zhang Wuyo didn't go out all day and got up in the morning after sleeping until 9 o'clock. Tong came over around 1:30 p.m. Because he had practiced another paper after eating and just happened to lay down for a nap. She did her homework by herself in his room while she waited for him to wake up. When he reached the late side, Zhang Wuyo looked up and made up his mind. Tong Tong, I plan to follow everyone to the late study tomorrow as well. Aha! Zhao Yutong was on the other side of the square desk in his bedroom, writing English essays with her head down. Then I'll come along too. Didn't ask him why, nor did he ask him for his reasons or thoughts, as if it would be good for him to make up his mind about such a trivial matter. Without realizing it, 2 more days had passed. By the time Tuesday night rolled around, Zhang Wuyo rode his little electric donkey and drove Zhao Yutong back from the school's evening study together. It was late at night, and the two of them took the elevator, which went upward and was dimly lit. When they reached the 9th floor, they exited the elevator side by side. Go to bed early tonight, Zhao Yutong told him, and don't be too nervous, just do well on your own in tomorrow's practice test. Zhang Wuyo said, I know. The two separated, and Zhang Wuyo walked to the entrance of his own house. The sensor light at the front of the house came on, and he took out his key and opened the door. Useless. In the distance behind them, a girl's call came. He turned around and saw that Tong Tong was about to enter the house. She likewise turned back to him across the aisle and said, Go for it. Chapter 62, First Mock Exam. Back home. Before going to bed, Zhang Wuyo read through those literary texts in the language again. He was in his pajamas and took his glasses off and set them aside, then rubbed his brow. Recall what you have learned during this time, because during this time, the main focus was on the 4 subjects of mathematics, science, chemistry and biology, and there was little growth in English. And, at the end of the day, English is still not the same as science. Even if he got someone to teach him in his dreams, there was no way anyone else could help him memorize those thousands of words. In terms of language, he's definitely making progress in the literary language. For composition and reading, Tong Tong has taught him some, but there's still not enough time. Also, the more science he learns, the more he realizes that in high school, that amount of knowledge is already frighteningly high. Originally, he learned in ignorance, and he didn't know enough about this area. Now, the more he learned, the more intimidated he felt instead. Although he was certain that he had definitely made progress, he had no idea in his mind just how much progress he had made. The amount of knowledge, large and small, and the variety of question types that unfold is quite staggering. But no matter what, he had worked his way to this point, and he couldn't afford to slack off here. This time in the second middle school, although the mock exam is not a unified exam for the whole province, there are still more than a dozen schools participating in the various districts combined. The students in each class are seated in a disorganized manner. On this day, it had been drizzling since early morning. The weather, which had just been hot for a few days, cooled down again all of a sudden. Zhang Useless was assigned to Class 11. Class 11 was on a higher floor and he hadn't been there much before. At the entrance to each classroom, there are also teachers with metal detectors, scanning every student who enters the classroom. Zhang Wuyo carried a school bag, and he placed his feature phone in the bag. When he entered the examination room, the teacher at the door even took that metal sensor and swept it over him a few more times. However, Zhang Useless saw that the power lights of that metal sensor were all out. Either they hadn't been charged in advance, or this teacher hadn't used it much and hadn't turned it on at all. In the exam room, everyone had to sit upside down. That is, on the side of the desk without drawers. The decor in the desks and chairs in the second form are a bit older and nowhere near as good as the first form. Even the first high school, which had air conditioning in every classroom 2 years earlier, and the second high school, it's been decided that they'll start putting in air conditioning after this class graduates. Zhang Wuyo sat in the second row and vaguely felt as if someone was looking at him. Once he turned around, he actually saw Yao Shuoqin at the right rear. When their eyes met, Yao Shuoqin hurriedly avoided his gaze. It was as if he was an unscrupulous terrorist who would kidnap her at any moment. Zhang Wuyo didn't bother with her and turned back. Even though the dreaming talisman is a dream, it does not have any effect on reality. Because he had kidnapped and forced her in the dream, she would still be afraid when she saw him, although the two were in the next class. These days, Zhang Wuyo had not seen Yao Shuoqin at all, probably also because she hides when she sees him. The invigilator in this exam room was pretty good, and the papers were handed out before the bell even rang. Although it was emphasized that you can only read it now, not write it yet. At this moment, Zhang Wuyo felt extremely nervous. It could be said that after so many years of taking exams, his nervousness at this moment was almost comparable to that of the midterm. Even the midterm might not have been so stressful because before the midterm, Tong told him to relax, and he had the attitude of putting up a fight and going to junior college if he couldn't. But now, the more hopeful he felt, the more nervous he became. But nervous as he was, the moment the bell rang, he put aside all sorts of distractions and focused on giving it his all. By the time we got out of the exam room, the rain had picked up a bit more. Zhang Wuyo came to the entrance of the building, and at a glance, he saw Tong Tong holding a light red umbrella, carrying her pink school bag, and waving at her. Zhang Wuyo also took out his black umbrella, and the two of them each held the umbrella and walked outside. Zhao Yutong didn't ask him how he did on this exam in language, and he didn't bother to say. When they arrived outside the school, they waited for a while, and Auntie Zhu drove her car and came to pick them up. They got into the car one after another, with Zhao Yutong sitting in the co-pilot seat and Zhang Wuyo sitting in the back. That metal detector is just like a pendulum. Zhao Yutong turned back to him in the back seat and spat. The guy in the seat in front of me was about to start the test when he realized that his cell phone was still in his pocket, rushed out to put it away.
and the teacher at the door held the detector and asked him what he was doing out there. That detector in our exam room didn't light up at all, and I doubt that teacher has ever used it before. Zhang Useless was very sure. Useless, Auntie Zhu said as she drove in the main driver's seat. I heard from Tong Tong that you've been working really hard lately and your grades have been going up. Zhang Wuyo hurriedly said. We haven't taken the test yet. We have to take the test to know whether there is any progress or not. Zhao Yutong said cheekily. It's fine. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Maybe all of a sudden I'll be able to raise 200 or 300 names up and give everyone a shock. Zhang Wuyo felt that she was making fun of him, and he had proof. He laughed and said, if only we had finished the college entrance exams earlier, then we could do anything after the exams, and do whatever we want. Tong Tong, would you want to change too? Zhao Yutong turned her head to look out the window, her face slightly red. She thought he was molesting her, but she had no proof. After the high school exam, what does he really want from her? No more rain for the afternoon math test, because Auntie Zhu goes to work much earlier. It doesn't correspond with the time of their afternoon exam. There would be no way for two people to get another ride with her. Zhang Wuyo then rode his little electric donkey, and Tong Tong sat behind him. He drove slow and steady. At present, the province's college entrance examination adopts the model of 3 + 1 + 2. That is, language, mathematics and English are compulsory. Physics and history are optional, and any two of the 4 secondary subjects are optional. 4 of these subjects, chemistry, biology, politics and geography, will be assigned points after the scores are available, which is also known as the assignment system. When he came out of the examination center in the afternoon, Zhang Wuyo was quite a bit chagrined, because he didn't time it well at all and wasted too much time on the last of the fill-in-the-blank questions. He used to not know how to do quite a few of the topics, so he got by with a lot of it. There are more areas where I know how to do it now, but I'm not quite used to the timing during exams. It was just that, now that the test had been taken, he could only be forced to put him down. The next morning was physics. When I finished my physics test and left school, it was earlier than yesterday. He and Zhao Yutong went out of the school gates together, and even strolled around outside for a while. Zhao Yutong reminded him that there was listening in English in the afternoon and he had to be at school 15 minutes early. Waiting for the third day is the final 2 subjects of chemistry and biology. It wasn't until all 6 subjects were finished that Zhang Wuyo truly relaxed. Although there are about a dozen schools across the province that take the same paper, it is actually the individual school's own teachers who correct the papers. By the evening of the third day, some of them, like math, which changed quickly, already knew their grades. But at this time, Zhang Wuyo instead settled down and didn't think about how he did on this exam, because he felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement, and there was still enough time. However, quite unexpectedly, Mr. Liao called him. Chapter 63. I said, what are you so proud of? Although I just finished a practice test and tomorrow is still Saturday, but classes still continue on Saturday. The students who complained that they didn't get an extra day off even though they had just finished their exams were definitely there. It just didn't work. The school didn't care about their opinions. But it's true that there's no late night study tonight. Although it was much cooler today, Zhang Wuyo still went to the ice cream wholesale store and bought a lot of ice cream, preparing to put it in the freezer at home, so that he could take it out and eat it at any time. He was carrying a whole bag of ice cream and walking through the small district when Mr. Liao called. The biology exam this afternoon ended early, so Zhang Wuyo came back relatively early and went out for a walk after eating. At this point in time, it's just after 7 in the evening. He hadn't saved Liao Xiaomei's phone number, so when he connected, he was still shocked to find that it was Mr. Liao's voice. Zhang Useless, Liao Xiaomei's voice, very soft on the phone, just happened to change to your paper. The last question of this fill-in-the-blank question of yours. Do you still remember the solution? Tell me about it. Zhang Wuyo was puzzled as to why the teacher suddenly asked about this. He was feeling himself now, though, and his memory was starting to get the better of him, and he remembered the title of the last question by and large. After Liao Xiaomei read the question over, he was directly on the phone, talking about his solution process. The solution to this question is very tedious and the amount of calculation is not small. Of course, it was impossible for Liao Xiaomei to let him just take his cell phone and mentally calculate it all over again. After listening, Liao Xiaomei asked suspiciously, how much time did you spend solving this problem? Zhang Wuyo kind of wanted to cry. More than 20 minutes. You human. On the other side, Mr. Liao's voice sounded like he wanted to scold him. This question only totaled 4 points and you spent almost half an hour on it? As a result, even if you didn't do the last question, the penultimate question, after listing 2 formulas, you ran out of time, right? Although you have listed this formula correctly, but there is no solution process. The formula alone is not given points. Don't you know? Zhang Wuyo was helpless. I know, but it's really too late to write.
That's why it's important to allocate time to come. Mr. Liao taught him. This one of the fill-in-the-blanks questions. Even Zhao Yutong is empty there. Do you think it's because she can't do it? There is no need to spend so much time for those 4 points. The college entrance exams are very tight. There are a lot of questions. And the reason for having so many questions is to deliberately make it impossible to finish them in a fixed amount of time. The last of the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions are usually very difficult. You spent so much time on a fill-in-the-blank. Forget the last big question. You had no time to go down the list of formulas for the penultimate question. The penultimate question was done in too much of a hurry, obviously deducting process points. On the phone, Mr. Liao scolded him severely. Ever since Zhang Wuyo helped each other with her in the dream that night, she hadn't spoken to him so harshly for a long time. Although he was scolded by Mr. Liao, Zhang Wuyo could only bow his head and admit his mistake. And in the process of Mr. Liao scolding him, he did learn a lot of useful skills. Zhang Wuyo also knew that this time, his time was indeed badly allocated. It was mainly because he had never had this kind of urgent experience of not enough time before. On previous big exams, he had at least an hour or so to spare on each math test. If it wasn't for the fact that the school forced the issue and didn't allow people to turn in their papers early, he could have done it in an hour and handed it in to the teacher to look at, where it won't. Sitting there dead won't anyway. This was the first time he had clearly felt that the original 2 hours were really seriously insufficient. Mr. Liao, did I do poorly on the exam? He was very discouraged. Originally, I thought I was more or less able to make progress this time. It's not that bad. Liao Xiaomei's voice came softly. I just finished correcting your paper. 116 points. 116? You said I took 116? Zhang Wuyo was so excited that he almost threw the ice cream in his hand upwards. His whole body was on the verge of jumping up. This was the first time he had ever gotten this high on a math test. Mind you, not to mention any 116s. He had never gotten 60s before. This is high school math. I said, what are you complacent about? Liao Xiaomei heard his shout and had a feeling of hating iron and steel. So she had just made a criticism for nothing? She huffed. But if you had timed it properly, you could have done better. And this penultimate question. All 3 points were deducted because of process points. Didn't I say that in class before? Didn't I emphasize over and over again in class before that the process should be written clearly? What's the deal with solving the right problem, getting the answer right, and you deducting process points? Zhang Useless nodded his head repeatedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Liao. Thank you, Mr. Liao. I did it. Next time I will be careful. I will change. He was a bit incoherent. This time, he was genuinely grateful to Liao Xiaomei. After all, without Mr. Liao's systematic and prolonged hand-to-hand tuition for him that night, he could never have done so well in the exam. Although Liao Xiaomei felt that he was able to take the exam better, but this score, in the past, in his opinion, already belonged to a score that could only be obtained at the level of a school bully, though at that time, he did have a hand in helping the teacher, sort of helping each other, but at this moment, his gratitude was still beyond words. He also knew that his math had definitely improved, but he really didn't expect to be able to get this score. Fine. Liao Xiaomei from afar couldn't do anything with him. Anyway, your grades in math have definitely improved very much. It's just the timing that still needs to be mastered. I know, Zhang Useless said. Ms. Liao, can I ask about Zhao Yutong's math score? Although the Ministry of Education now has a rule that test scores cannot be disclosed, but Liao Xiaomei knew about his relationship with Zhao Yutong, so she didn't hide it. Yutong scored 142 in math, which is still the highest score in the year group. She gave up on the last of the fill-in-the-blanks questions, and the last of the big questions was still a bit rushed, and she couldn't finish the last paragraph in time. She got all the other points she should have gotten. Zhang Wuyo said earnestly, Thank you, Mr. Liao. It's fine, Liao Xiaomei said. Although you've made drastic progress this time, your grades are still very unstable. There are a lot of knowledge points in high school, and it's likely that this time it just happens to be a test on the places you know how to do. Keep up the good work next. Don't take it lightly and slack off just because you did well on one test. Do you know that? Zhang Wuyo said. Aha, I know. After hanging up the phone, he carried the ice cream and excitedly rushed towards the elevator. At the same time, Liao Xiaomei, who hung up her cell phone, looked at the roll in her hand, and then looked toward her bedroom with the queen-sized bed. She was very hesitant. Chapter 64. Since you asked the question in good faith, Liao Xiaomei had always kept the place where she worked, and the bedroom where she rested, very clearly separated. This is because work is inherently exhausting. She didn't want to be subjected to work even during the few breaks she had. By this time, the pile of papers piled up in front of her had all been corrected. The marks of these students are also registered in the school worksheets. Liao Xiaomei took Zhang Wuyo's piece of paper and brought it over to look at it again. In fact,
The reason why she called Zhang Wuyo was because she was partially skeptical about the authenticity of this role. During this period of time, Zhang Wuyo often came to ask her for advice, and she was quite certain that the boy had indeed improved drastically in terms of math, but boosting to this score still left her in disbelief. In particular, the last of the fill-in-the-blanks questions was surprisingly done as well. To plagiarize, she knew very well that there was no way to copy the answer to this question. I'm afraid that Zhang Wuyo is the only one in the whole school who made it. That wasn't to say that superior students like Zhao Yutong and Yao Shuoqin couldn't do it, but they would study it for 3 or 4 minutes at most and then give it up. There is no way you will waste your time on such questions that have fewer points and at the same time are super difficult. As for cell phone searches, that's also unlikely. This is a difficult question, but the type of question is very rare. While it is also true that similar questions have also been asked, the number of this question is altered, and the answer is not currently searchable in the various question search programs. She called Zhang Wuyo just to make sure. The moment he spelled out the entire solution, she knew that he had definitely made the problem himself. Liao Xiaomei raised her hand and rubbed her brow. This kid is surprisingly good. It wasn't like she hadn't seen boys with explosive high school grades before, but it only broke out in the second semester of her senior year, which was a first for her. For a moment, she had to wonder if it was really herself. Hand me down for I don't know how many months. Who had taught it? But it was just a dream. At this time, Liao Xiaomei was under a lot of pressure. After the grades were changed, Zhao Yutong played steadily as always and didn't need her to worry. Yao Shuoqin, who used to be only slightly worse than Zhao Yutong, unexpectedly played out of order, and this paper only scored more than 110 points, which was not at all in line with Yao Shuoqin's past performance. The closer you get to the entrance exams, the more stressful it is and the more erratic your play becomes. If that's the case, it's a problem. And what's up with that Jinglei kid? It's necessary to have a talk with her parents. As the class teacher of the ambitious class of the senior class, Liao Xiaomei's pressure, it was quite great. After all, the second middle school is not the first middle school either. And I'm afraid that the children in the key classes of the first middle school don't need teachers to control them at all. After working late and correcting all those papers, she really wanted to go to her bedroom to release some stress, especially after that phone call. It was like that sunny, handsome, glasses-wearing face was floating directly in front of her, and she couldn't wave it away. Liao Xiaomei warned herself that she could never go on like that. It was her student. How could she use her student as an object of intent? She clenched her teeth and steadied her Dao, never letting herself float away. Wanted to keep working, but the roles were corrected, and now as far as work was concerned, she didn't even want to touch it again. In particular, some of the students in the class were so wrong as to be considered retarded, and it made her want to die just looking at them. It was just that she was in a good temper now. If it was before, she couldn't wait to catch them in front of her and scold them. It's better to find something else to do and not let yourself be idle. So she went to take a shower, intending to change into a robe, lie down on her bed, and settle in to watch some classic, albeit dated, rom-com. Halfway through the wash, the water in the bathroom was still clattering. A figure slid out, went to the bedroom, rummaged through the cabinets, took something, and re-entered the bathroom. Only water stains were left all over the floor. Gradually, the sound of running water was accompanied by a thin, soft whisper. Ah, useless. John useless. Can't this way to teacher. Can't be like this. You stop. She does have a strong Taoist heart. Nay. The other party was formless and faceless, a great evil demon that disturbed the Tao, so it's not her fault. Zhang Wuyo exited the elevator, but didn't go to his house. Instead, he headed for the opposite door of his house. The doorbell was rung and the door opened quickly. Zhao Yutong had obviously already taken a bath and changed into her pajamas at the same time. Eat ice cream. Zhang Wuyo opened the bag. It's still so cold and you're going to buy ice cream? Zhao Yutong picked into the bag for a moment. Chocolate crunchy, strawberry, corn ice cream, boxed ice cream, coffee ice cream. Watching her pick and choose, she began to hesitate again. Zhang Wuyo had prepared for this and took out the box of the most expensive matcha boxed ice cream and shoved it into her hands. Zhao Yutong took it, and there was no need to choose. Auntie Zhu, have some ice cream, Zhang Wuyo said to Auntie Zhu, who came out from the direction of the balcony. Zhu Yuan smiled and said, I won't eat it. It's still a bit too cold. Put this bag on your side. Zhang Wuyo took this whole bag of ice cream, took it to their home refrigerator, opened the freezer door, and put it in. Then, pulling out a chocolate crushed crust ice cream of his own, he slammed the freezer door shut, turning back to Zhao Yutong, who had taken out a small spoon and was scooping matcha ice cream one spoonful at a time. Ms. Liao called me earlier, and I even asked her about your grades. Really? Zhao Yutong raised her head. I think I should be 142 points up or down, right? Zhang Wuyo was surprised.
It just so happens to be 142. You really did not miss a beat in your prediction, didn't you? Zhao Yutong narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile in her eyes. And she didn't know if it was because the sweet food that was brought into her mouth had sweetened her over, or because she was complimented on this. Do you know how many points I got in math this time? Zhang Wuyo proudly puffed out his chest. Zhao Yutong scooped up the ice cream and turned around. Mom, you don't have to wear your school uniform tomorrow, Saturday. Then let me wash this set off for you first, Zhu Yuan said. Zhang Wuyo followed behind Zhao Yutong. I'm a bit surprised myself. I suspect that Mr. Liao called me because he thought I was copying it first. Zhao Yutong walked towards her bedroom. Even though I just finished the exam, I still have to go to school tomorrow Saturday. Didn't your class hand out new papers tonight? Have you finished your homework? Zhang Wuyo followed into her bedroom. Why don't you make a guess? I see that you are so good at guessing, so you might be able to guess. The ice cream in your hand is melting. Why don't you just eat it and go? Don't talk. Listening to Mr. Liao's tone. The last question of the fill-in-the-blank question seems like I'm the only one who made it, but I didn't have time to do the last two questions, which is a bit of a pity. I originally thought I would do worse, but I didn't expect it to be that score. It's not even hot yet. Why are there mosquitoes? Mom, where are the electric mosquito coils in our house? Tong Tong just ask. Okay, what did you get in math? Since you asked in good faith, I'm going to be merciful. I remember. Last year I put away my electric mosquito repellent in 116. I got 116 this time. Not bad. Awesome. In the living room, Zhu Yuan shook her head in amusement at these two children. Chapter 65, running around and around and around. In the past 2 years of the college entrance exams, math has produced papers with a large number of questions and a relatively smaller number of points per question than before. And this practice paper is no different. Zhao Yutong helped Zhang Wuyo analyze. In the early years, a multiple choice question was 5 points. The big questions tended to be between 15 and 20 points. Now the big questions have become 12 points, and the difficulty hasn't changed much. The fact that you were able to get this score even though you didn't finish the last two big questions and deducted some step points in front of you proves, at least, that you basically got all the points you should have gotten. Zhang Wuyo was grateful. I followed what you said, Tong Tong. Not only did I do more questions and practiced more, but I also collected all the papers I had done, the choices and fill-in-the-blanks that I had missed. Before the test, I went through those wrong questions over and over again, and sure enough, a lot of the types of questions that came out were ones that I've done before. You're right. It's actually quite easy to get those marks as long as you don't repeat the mistakes again. Zhao Yutong nodded, but still warned. Although this time's paper has a large number of questions, and the difficult ones are very hard, the easy ones are also too easy, and the competition is to see who has a broad base, and then is able to do much more and do it correctly in the same amount of time. Being able to get 110 or above at least proves that you have a pretty broad base, but until it comes out, no one knows what the high school exams we encountered this year will be like. Because last year's math GCSE paper was on the easy side, the general consensus is that this year will be very difficult. In short, it's still not a good idea to be careless. Zhang Wuyo was helpless. I feel like I can do the penultimate big question if I have time, but there really wasn't enough time to write 2 formulas up. And Mr. Liao said that even if the formulas were written correctly, there wouldn't be a single point. I should have known better than to do this question and check more in front. Zhao Yutong eyes with a smile. In fact, every good math score, more or less, have encountered this situation. Need to test a few more times, to be able to really grasp the rhythm and time of the test. Tell you what, from now on, when you do a whole practice paper, you can set a time to do it in a certain amount of time, and then I'll correct it for you. Zhang Wuyo thought for a moment. But this still doesn't have the same sense of urgency as a real exam. Zhao Yutong opened the drawer and took out a few candies, and in her left hand she took a long ruler. How about, when you do well on the exam, I'll give you candies to eat, and if you don't do well I'll beat you up a little? Zhang Wuyo had the feeling that she was coaxing kindergartners. He was tempted to say, how about you give me a kiss when I do well on the test? But still, I didn't say that out loud. He said, does it affect you? Zhao Yutong smiled and said, it's not like I'm playing around. Just give me the paper after you finish the test at the allotted time. Math is quick to correct. Generally speaking, math and English are the two subjects where scores come out the fastest. At this time, not only math, but English scores are basically coming out too, right? When he thought of English, Zhang Wuyo had a bit of a headache again. It also seems that you need to find someone with good English grades to teach yourself in your dreams. Zhang Wuyo looked at the time and it was only almost 8 o'clock. Even though the exams were over the past few days, the teachers of each subject, too, had sent down papers. I'll go get the rolls and come over to do it. Zhang Wuyo got up. No need. Running around is troublesome.
Zhao Yutong picked up the 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulation she bought herself.
I'll go over with you, Zhang Wuyo would like to say. He went over to get the paper and then came back.
And she went with him, finished writing at his home and then came back.
In essence, both are running around.
But since she had already started packing,
he naturally wouldn't object. Mom, I'm going across the street to do my homework. Before leaving the door, Zhao Yutong turned around and said, good. Zhu Yuwen was also long used to this. Anyway, these two kids, either this one went over or that one came over. The next day, Saturday, the sky was cloudy, but it didn't rain. In English class, the respective answer cards, too, were handed out by the English teacher. Zhang Wuyo looked at it and scored 67 points on his English test.
It was actually slightly higher than his previous English score,
by a small margin. Is it because during this period of time,
at the end of his daily early morning spitting meditation,
he would still force himself to memorize some English words? Sure, it's sort of a little bit of an improvement, but it's still extremely poor.
A few other subjects have begun to cover questions, but none of the scores are out yet. Zhang Useless though also tried to judge his approximate score by the teacher's lecture,
but he didn't have Tong Tong's kind of ability to accurately judge his grades to the point of not missing a single point.
Just about knew that he had gotten a lot of the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blanks questions right in physics as well, and he suspected that he would be able to get 90 points. When the first period of the afternoon class was over,
he ran to ask Lao Do,
and it turned out that Lao Do told him that physics 82 after checking. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions did get it mostly right,
but the later application questions deducted some points left and right, and a whole lot of points.
Zhang Wuyo could only sigh that he felt excessively good about himself. Tong Tong was able to predict it by not a single point, and he was almost 10 points off in this estimation.
All in all, the progress is still quite great.
Old Do snickered.
What kind of disappointed expression is this? This is high school physics. This time in the whole year section,
only your family Zhao Yutong got above 90.
You don't really think you've made a step up, do you?
Zhang Wuyo was a bit surprised.
Only her?
The second grade is not the first grade, and there are not many real top students, but he still felt strange.
What about Yao Shuoqin? Isn't she also very good at physics?
Even Tong Tong admitted that at least in physics,
Yao Shuoqin was superior to her.
All the big exams, Yao Shuoqin is almost always the top single subject in the subject of physics. Otherwise he wouldn't have kidnapped her,
imprisoned her,
and forced her to teach herself physics in that dream. It was not surprising that Tong Tong,
once or twice in a while, surpassed Yao Shuoqin in the subject of physics.
However, he now had an overwhelming degree of mastery over the subject of physics, and he personally believed that there was no reason for Yao Shuoqin to score less than 90 points on this paper.
Unlike Jing Lei, in that one dream, Yao Shuoqin taught him to teach him very comprehensively.
The entire body of knowledge of high school physics was like rolling around in her mind, never less than what Liu Xiaomei had taught him in the subject of mathematics.
Yao Shuoqin I don't know why, this time her play was a bit off. Do Hong was a bit regretful. Normally,
she should have gotten close to a perfect score on this paper, and this time she obviously failed.
Zhang Wuyo asked, worse than me? How is it possible?
Lao Do did not have the good sense to say. She took the test 88 points. This subject of the year section of the top 3 or have said the test is bad as compared with her own.
You think it is compared with you?
Well, the schoolboy's test failures are not the same thing as the likes of us.
Lao Do continued.
But she seems to be more than this subject test poor. If the college entrance examination is also this way,
985, 211 is afraid of no hope. Liao teacher is now also very nervous about her. Chapter 66. Hey, don't mess with the triangle at this time. Zhang Wuyo left the office and walked on his way back to his class.
It turned out that he really saw Liu Xiaomei and Yao Shuoqin
by the flower garden on the first floor under the teaching building. Liu Xiaomei was saying something to Yao Shuoqin, who lowered her head and didn't say anything.
Since it was Saturday and neither the freshmen nor the sophomores had to attend classes, the school was quiet and the plaza was deserted. Zhang Useless knew that the first period of the afternoon in the Hongji class was Ms.
Liao's math class, and it should have been after class that Liu Xiaomei called her out and talked about it until now. Today's Liu Xiaomei is still dressed up, although Yao Shuoqin is a student.
They are allowed to be seniors on Saturdays and do not have to wear uniforms.
Therefore Yao Shuoqin was also wearing a beautiful dress, no less than Liu Xiaomei. Although Zhang Wuyo felt that compared to the two of them, it was still his own childhood friend who looked better. Yao Shuoqin happened to be facing his side,
subconsciously pinching her skirt at the waist,
looking uneasy.
Sensing her difference,
Liu Xiaomei followed suit and turned back to see the handsome boy walking in the sunlight,
wearing glasses and a back-combed inch hair. Useless Zhang wore a just-fitting white top and a pair of casual pants underneath.
he has too broad shoulders, so a regular round neck top will be able to simply hold up. Liao Xiaomei looked at him, slightly lost in thought, and her face flushed in the sunlight. She knew that as a teacher, she shouldn't look like this. However, in that one moment last night, she had not been able to hold fast to her Dao, so much so that she now felt ashamed to look at this student of hers. Teacher Liai. Zhang Wuyo stepped forward and greeted Liao Xiaomei. The bell will ring soon. Go to class. Liao Xiaomei was a little afraid to look at his handsome face. Zhang Wuyo continued to walk towards the building. Liao Xiaomei turned back and looked at Yao Shuochen again. She saw that as Zhang Wuyo passed by, Yao Shuochen lowered her head and rubbed her skirt, not daring to look at him at all. Liao Xiaomei is pondering. Could it be that this child also likes Zhang Wuyo? Hey, don't get into a love triangle with Zhao Yutong and Zhang Wuyo at this time. She glanced toward the boy's charismatic back and a headache shot through her. At the end of every college entrance exam, the second high school needs to rely on the scores of those very few top scorers to hold up the red list. You kid, why aren't you handsome sooner or later? And suddenly you're handsome when you're looking at this much time left for the entrance exam? As the teacher of the Hongji class, she was now counting on Zhao Yutong and Yao Shuochen, her two favorite disciples, to help her support her reputation. But don't let these two favorite disciples fight over the boys at the last minute. Liao Xiaomei decided that she would give this favorite student a thought exercise. She wanted Yao Shuochen to know not to be tempted by male sex at such a critical moment. Don't fantasize about other people's boyfriends, especially knowing that they've still been together since childhood and supported them along the way. But she realized that she wasn't convincing at all, because that boy is really handsome. How is she going to convince her students when she hasn't been able to hold back herself? Zhang Wuyo returned to the classroom, and it wasn't long before the bell rang. The teacher for the second period arrived, and he saw that Mr. Liao and Yao Shuochen walked past the aisle outside the window. The 4 classes on Saturday afternoons are usually 2 sessions in a row. The first 2 periods of the ambitious class are math, and the following 2 periods, it's their turn for math class. When the third period came, Mr. Liao came to their class with the answer cards for this math test. She asked the class rep to pass out the answer cards. Asterisk. Chen Vertical looked at his answer card and then at Zhang Useless. Xu Xiaoying in the front turned back and followed suit. Looking at the scores on Zhang Wuyo's answer card and following suit, her eyes widened. This time, there's a student in your class who did very well on the exam, and his grades have improved a lot. Liao Xiaomei said from the podium. This is Mr. Zhang Useless. He scored 116 points. The class was in an uproar. Someone whispered, "You're kidding, right? Useless Zhang? I think it was copied, right?" This. Liao Xiaomei picked up the whip and knocked on the table. There may be people who will doubt Zhang Wuyo's results, but I can assure you that this is what he tested himself. During this time, as a math test, I was also able to sense his rapid improvement in math through his daily inquiries and homework. What does this prove? It proves that even in these last 3 months, as long as one is willing to put in the effort and work hard, one will still improve by leaps and bounds. Each and every one of us, hold on to. Zhang Wuyo is a bit numb. He knew it when Mr. Liao mentioned him. Complimenting him is not an end but a means to give a lecture through him as an example. As it turns out, it's really like this. Mr. Liao has wasted 20 minutes in this class just to talk about it's not too late. He didn't know why, but every teacher was very much giving the class a lecture at every opportunity. Do you realize that this is a waste of 20 minutes for the whole class? That's 20 minutes each. That adds up to 1,000 minutes. When Mr. Liao finally finished this axiom, he didn't forget to tell everyone to learn from Zhang Wuyo at the end. Zhang Wuyo also didn't know how people should learn from him. Capture a female math teacher, put her in a dungeon, and force her to teach herself? Or maybe a real, beautiful, kind female teacher who can inspire him or her by saying, "If you do well on this paper, I'll let you do whatever you want," with a lot of charm? But such a good teacher, normally, is only found in the East. Next, Mr. Liao began to talk about the questions. However, it was because Zhang Wuyo had already studied those big questions through Tong Tong, so he started writing his own homework. Probably because of the rambling thoughts just now. Somehow he conjured up images in his mind as he wrote. Tong Tong, dressed in the uniform and tube skirt that Ms. Liao used to wear, sat daintily in a corner of the desk, holding a thin teaching whip and tapping the desk gently. A sweet smile hung on her face. Useless student, as long as you do well on this paper, Ms. Tong Tong will let you that yo. Zhang Wuyo can't sit still for a bit. Even meditating on Umatbot is useless, only to divert his attention to the money vertical next to him. Seeing that the score on his answer card was 103, which was the normal score for Qianair on weekdays. Xu Xiaoying, how much did you get? He turned the black water pen around and poked the front table. Xu Xiaoying turned around and showed him her answer card. 76 points. Xu Xiaoying, you've improved a lot too? Of course Zhang Wuyo knew that she used to be much worse than this. Xu Xiaoying wasn't sure if he meant what he said or if he was mocking him. After Liao Xiaomei finished talking about the exam paper, she let everyone revise it by themselves. After that, she also came to Xu Xiaoying's side. Xu Xiaoying, your math grades haven't improved much either, so you have to keep working hard next. Xu Xiaoying was a bit unable to resist the compliment, and all of a sudden she perked up again. Ever since Ms. Liao started to turn around and be nice to her, she suddenly became extremely interested in math. Liao Xiaomei thought for a moment and added, but I asked a few of the other teachers, and you're quite a bit worse in science than in liberal arts, so why did you take physics and chemistry in your sophomore year of high school? You should have gone for history and politics, right? Snap. Xu Xiaoying's head slammed forward, her forehead hitting the table. Qian Vertical said leisurely, Mr. Liao, you don't need to ask. Every tear she sheds now. Zhang Wuyo continued to write his homework while following up with, it's all because of the water in her head when she chose her subjects in the first place. Chapter 67, the child has finally grown up. What is it? Gutierrez's expression was suddenly serious, not thinking about the armor plates on his back at all. If reduced to 10 taels of gold or below, is reasonable, or to such as by Qingren account, a string of 10 coins is 1 or 2, only enough to drink 2 cups of the cheapest water wine in the Wind and Moon House, clearly is a big gift. Cao Cao remembered the bizarre things that happened one night in Yeqing 2 years ago and had an epiphany in his heart. He was instantly furious, so he drew his sword and tried to decapitate Bian Yuer and Chao Ji. Too ruthless. With such a soul attack, Mo Feng felt that even if he was replaced by a Qi Tian realm, he would have to fall here. It wasn't that Qi Tian realm was weak, even if Qi Tian realm was strong, what they were strong in was just power. If we talk about intent, I'm afraid that everyone except Mo Feng is the same, and Yakushiji Ryoko frowned, as if she felt a difference in touch, hard, and cold, as hard as a dead, cold corpse, yet it was different from the dead, as if the frozen corpse was nevertheless moving. Night, barbed wire, searchlights, towers. The field airfield where the 1st Air Force Wing is located has been the focus of defense ever since it was moved in. An entire infantry regiment guards it, and mines have been planted on the outside of the barbed wire fence. At the time of confusion, there are footsteps outside. Do Qingmei has been worried. Electric shock like pushing away Feng Jianxiong, running water like hiding inside to clean up. They have always been right here. They are everywhere in the world illuminated by starlight. Using the light as a vehicle, they bring messages from the ancient stars that fall to this earth, and occasionally a portion of the real substantial fragments merge with this earth and become part of this world. Aurora blinked her wide eyes and suddenly drew Gutierrez's pistol, then rustled the waistband of her pants. Looking at the two people far away, Wang Li retracted his gaze. Just as a disciple of the martial arts school came out from the inside, he also detected that there was an internal force reaction in this person's body, just that it was not powerful. That Bianxiu looks soft and gentle. Who knows what she is like inside? Maybe she used some kind of scheme to provoke Gong Wan into arguing with her, and then pretended to be unconscious. Well, news came from the far side of the city wall that the Wei army had sent 5,000 men to beat the war drums outside the city. Although this garden of ours is an old mansion, it has some ancient and simple meaning, and the weather is not very hot at this moment, so it's just right to take a walk in the garden. County King Consort Gu said this. The giant turned a blind eye, and snapped his boogers as if nothing had happened, seemingly with the utmost disdain for his opponent, and just as they were puzzled, they didn't want an abrupt sound of cold laughter to suddenly come from somewhere. The campus exudes vigor and vitality everywhere. The start of the school year is always the busiest season on campus, and as a century-old school with a rich history, Chauncey School of Fine Arts is even more renowned in the art world. Song Shirkai is, after all, a long time in the shopping mall. Some things usually feel irrelevant, but also not willing to ask. Most of the people present, most of the participating members were hired by the big brothers to fight, but now Xiong Dahai looks like this. It is indeed out of character. So while the Tao ancestor, Buddha, and the gods of Olympus began to dispatch their disciples and powerful men to the land beyond the law to track down the cause of the mutation, Huang Shang and the others were also busy. Alright, all shut up. Prince Yong rubbed his slightly inflated brow and opened his mouth with hidden anger. Dongba had been practicing hard for 2 years, yet against this Bone Clan's complete body, he couldn't even get on stage, and in one shot he could only shrink in the corner to cheer for Luo and Biska. I'm sorry, it seems to have touched something deep inside you, but do you believe in that saying? Sow as you sow, reap as you reap. Maybe we really knew each other in our past lives. All that's why I have special feelings for Gongzi. Dancing Qingcheng said, but let go of GMO as she flew towards the outside of the bronze cauldron. I am Chibu of the Mire Swamp. Who are you? Chibu didn't loosen his grip on the black horns. that is also where our bet is. This is a sea of bitterness. Not to get rid of will eventually fall one day. Only the other shore is eternal immortality. The human emperor sighed. As the head of a country, these millions of miles of rivers and mountains are also a bit worthless in his eyes compared to that Pishang heavenly boat. Humph. Cracked the attack of Xiu Al Sai Gao. Also no longer polite. Suddenly turned around like a ghost. Appeared behind the Xiu Al. Casually slapped down. Suddenly saw Xiu Al boom sound. Was knocked down on the ground. Suddenly the stone surface cracked. Stuffed down. Damn it! The God King cursed loudly and was retreating rapidly, as he knew that the power was quite massive, and that there was simply no point in resisting it even if he did. Wan Miao hurriedly replied, I understand. Are you coming back now? Yes. I'll come home as soon as things are arranged over here. Wu Yingying replied with a smile as she followed and hung up the phone. But a few days after seeing the two light pillars of the art of divine power, Yang Yu is convinced that if the cultivation reaches a certain level, moving mountains and filling in the sea is not impossible. The people of cultivation is to palm empty the heaven and earth. That wonderful power, which is very powerful, is unimaginable to ordinary people. It depends on the depth and time of the poisoning. In fact, after taking such an antidote pill once, your body will maintain a very strong resistance to poison for a long time without fear of being poisoned again, and even some poisonous insects, poisonous snakes and the like won't bite you. Old boy said. Huang Shuya didn't say anything, but she lifted Ling Zhao's right hand up, and just as Ling Zhao flattened the palm of her hand, she spat a mouthful of saliva into Ling Zhao's palm. Su Changqing didn't have any defense and just endured it all. Of course most of the Shushan disciples heard the elders punishing Su Changqing with this kind of reasoning, that there was nothing more to say. Chapter 68, you got it, here's your reward. 119. 5. It's a pity. Zhao Yutong sat up straight and wrote the score on the paper with a large red pen, then held it up with a regretful look. It's a pity. It's a pity. As punishment, now tell me the color of your panties. Boxer or triangle, X or XL. No hiding. If the teacher finds out you're hiding it, it's a spot check. Zhang Woyo picked up his pen. It's not right here. This 1 point is unjustly deducted. Why am I deducted 1 point here as well? And the 0.5 points here. This deduction is totally unreasonable. Zhao Yutong took a long ruler and tapped the table. It's all step points. Didn't Mr. Liao also tell you? Step marks are important. When you get to the college entrance exam, are you still able to go and tell the teacher who corrected the papers that they deducted unreasonably? Zhang Woyo complained. You're deducting blindly. You can't deduct points blindly even in the college entrance exam. There's a unified standard for correcting papers for the college entrance exams. Sometimes it's just so strict. Zhao Yutong had a serious face. Your grades are worse, so you don't know much about this. Trust me. It's right. I'll believe the hell out of you. Zhang Useless tried to grab the paper. You're being an athlete and a referee at the same time. I'll take it to Mr. Liao tomorrow to correct it. Snap. Zhao Yutong placed the roll on the table and pressed it down along with her hands and upper body. Her head pillowed up, two folded arms and her body, forming 3 mountains, held it down in death to keep him from snatching it away. Tong tong. Ah, if you're willing to gamble, you have to accept defeat. Zhang Wuyo sat beside her and squeezed her. Now you have to tell me the color of your lining, whether there are any patterns, ice silk or cotton. No hiding. If I find out that you're hiding, it's going to be a spot check, yo. It's obviously you who lost. Zhao Yutong blushed and looked the other way, not meeting his eyes. No reneging. Tong tong. Zhang Wuyo revealed an evil smile. You're an honor student. Honor students can't lie. If you lie, you'll become a bad boy, and you'll have to suffer more and more punishment. You're the bad boy. Zhao Yutong tried to tense her face and raised her head. I'll let you off this time. Sit over there. It's hot. Zhang Wuyo couldn't do anything with her, so he had to move the chair back again. The two continued to work on the problem. The rain outside the window gradually decreased, and the light of the sky became brighter and brighter. Both were a bit distracted and completely out of it. You go to the study. Zhao Yutong looked up. There's no way to study in this condition. Her face was still a little red, and she obviously couldn't be still. Zhang Wuyo actually realized this. At this rate, both of their Sunday afternoons would be wasted. Okay, I'll go over to the study. He gathered up his exercise books for each subject and left from his bedroom to go to the study next door. The two separated before each of them gathered their minds and continued studying. Towards evening, Ms. Song Mei, who had returned from a mahjong game, first saw Tong Tong alone in her son's room with her head down, writing her homework, followed closely by a son who was also studying full-time in the family den. Tong Tong has come from across the street, yet she's sharing a room with her son? She didn't get what was going on, except that she thought the two kids were a little odd, without realizing it. At this time, the two people in the bedroom and the study had quite mixed feelings. want to learn together, but studying together affects each other. And with the college entrance exams coming up, this is obviously not a good look. It seemed appropriate to have one room for one person like that, obviously together, but not together. That night at a little after 8 o'clock, Zhao Yutong was at home, and after tidying up a bit, she went to take a shower first. The warm water spilled over her body, and slowly, and without knowing what was on her mind, her face grew redder and redder. She reached out her smooth, white, wet hand and turned off the hot water first. Then he took a small object from the corner that he had just recently taken off, spread it out, and placed it by the washboard. From the closet where she stored her dry clothes, she pulled out her light blue-cased cell phone, pointed it at it, and clicked. I looked at it myself, and again, I thought it was a little too watery to get a clear enough shot, so turn on the exhaust to get the moisture out of the bathroom. Click. After another sheet passed, she operated her cell phone and sent another message. Then red-faced, he put his phone back in the closet and turned on the shower again. The hot water rushed down, washing over her delicate body. In the other house across the street, Zhang Wuyo returned to his bedroom, still practicing. The cell phone rang at that moment. He guessed it was spam and didn't care. He waited until he had practiced another one before he took his cell phone. I didn't expect it to be sent by Tong Tong. Look at the QQ, were the only 3 words on the text message. Zhang Wuyo didn't use a smartphone, but he had a computer in his study. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, he immediately got up and went to the study, opened the computer, boarded the QQ, and saw Tong Tong's QQ avatar flashing. Click on the avatar and look at the pop-up window called Tianshan Tonglao. Looked at the picture that was sent to me and instantly held my breath. Light pink, triangular, looks very small and smooth and stretchy. There's a line at the bottom that says, "You got the test. Here's the reward." Before I knew it, another night had passed. It's Monday again, and with last week's mock exams behind us, all students and faculty continue to be busy. Zhang Xin, the senior section head, sat in front of the computer, summarizing the grades uploaded by the teachers who corrected the papers of each subject in this yearly section. He's going to make a table of all these grades and send it to all the classroom teachers and have them accidentally circulate it. Now, the state mandates that schools are not allowed to publish grade rankings. Grades are also not allowed to be released to the public. And even theoretically, not even parents can be told. Only the students themselves. The final high school entrance exams, however, are ranked by merit. This could not be moved. And all the rules, then, had to be conceded. Schools don't voluntarily make their rankings public, but parents who want it always have a way to get it. Also, for big exams like this one, first overall, first in each individual subject, best progress, these are all posted on the bulletin board. They just don't post the exact scores. There are also first, second, and third grades, corresponding to the top 10, 11th through 30th, and 31st through 60th in the year group, respectively. They are not strengths-based schools, but in the face of the college entrance exams, to engage in happy education will only do harm to the children. This time, however, Zhang Xin frowned tightly as he looked at the names summarized for the Best Progress Award. How could it be this kid? As a yearbook leader, Zhang Xin followed this class from freshman year until senior year. There were a lot of students in high school, but this kid's name was one that he did know when he first started his freshman year of high school. It's not because the boy has good grades. Rather, it was because, not only did the boy have poor grades, but he was also said to have behaved poorly in middle school, claiming to be some kind of school bully. The school was afraid that he would bring down the morale of the children in the neighborhood, so they focused on him from the beginning, and Vice Principal Mao even made a point of looking for him to have tea. If it's not a hard and fast rule of the state, it can't be dismissed. Second grade didn't want him at all. Now, Zhang Xin stared intently at the name of the boy whose ranking had skyrocketed and felt the need to call him over and talk to him. Chang is useless. This guy cheated, didn't he? And that's going too far. Chapter 69, Zhao Yutong. First in all subjects. Zhang Wuyo, best improvement. Because of this, Lu Bu had great respect for his wife and his eyes were full of love and gratitude. Yan was usually dignified and elegant, and endured any grievances in silence. Yi Yan heatedly smiled. She seems to be a bit understanding nowadays, knowing that she is sending equipment to Lu Zhangling, in order to avoid embarrassment actually know how to avoid suspicion. Very good. It seems that the day is not far away from enjoying the blessings of all the people in the same bed. Du Bo is the commander of the West Front, leading the whole army, and is also the first general under Wang Qing, holding a spear, the courage of 10,000 men. Just as the soldiers who dug the city walls loved talent and wanted to recruit into the army, the people in the military camp that Mr. he was leading had a special appreciation for those who could keep up with their speed. Upon arriving at the Pig Hat Pavilion, Diane looked at Bruce, who had returned long ago, and, at once, let out a grunt of displeasure. Bishop Massey let out a roar, following which, a flash appeared high in the air 100 meters away. Even though the legendary realm was suppressed, yet, he was still able to suppress Gong Sun Shang in a violent fight, so one could imagine his strong strength. They had no place to go. The supplies were already enough for the three of them, and the main thing now, naturally, was to improve their strength. Ben didn't care at all about his body being sped up. He was immortal anyway and didn't care if he lived one day less. The person who flew in completely did not expect Su Han to play like this, and did not even have the chance to cover his ears with his inner strength, and was instantly penetrated by the demonic sound, spraying out a mouthful of old blood and flying out. Hua Ziyin, who had collapsed on the ground, was calm in turn, his 10 fingers linked together twice, under the augmentation of his powerful soul strength. Fan Xiaotian wanted to give Luo Xingchen a yes, but only after stretching his neck. He swallowed all his voice. The other party had accurate information, made a clean strike, and was fully prepared. Ashiya Tadanobu realized he was dead. Right now, since it was rare to meet a person from the Wei family, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to test the waters. However, she is not allowed to fight in anxious time. Gongsun Xian also do not know why actually indiscriminately Yunjin expelled from the division. Because of this matter Gao Yang Yuer just turned around and followed Yunjin has been to this place. Song Yu Woji, the Void Realm, whose teacher, Master Nameless, saw his disciple, Daoist Master Yi Jue, gradually entering into a frozen love affair, but he was unable to do anything about it, so he could not help but be moved by grief. Officer Zhang kept looking at Wegman's face for quite a while, looking at Wegman who was uncomfortable. When operating Su Tianlan to participate in a Hollywood production unsuccessful, Lao Yan also contact with the local branch staff for a period of time. The overall feeling is difficult to say. Of course Hua Ziyin wouldn't pay too much attention to what the source jewelry tree ate. They both benefited each other mutually. He ate enough for Hua Ziyin to be able to exert his strength. For example, the previous Thunder Tribulation with the help of the source jewelry tree was what made it so easy for Hua Ziyin to be unparalleled and to run after the heavens Dao power. In a matter of moments the old man was releasing 3 soul beasts again. This time these 3 soul beasts came out in an unusually disgusting manner, because they were all spat out from Xiao Shunka's mouth. But after hearing that voice, he knew that all hope was lost, and for the first time, he rose in retreat. At this time, Hanium Young still had the same short hairstyle, but it seemed to have grown a little longer, with soft hair hanging down to her shoulders. Plus today's outfit also had a little bit of eyeshadow, which added a little bit of softness to her flavor. They are the gamblers who have lost their homes, the evil thoughts of the ruffians and gangsters, and the evil desires buried in the deepest recesses of people's hearts. This is the poem that the fortune teller gave us. It should be a place, but what exactly is it? He said he didn't know. Heaven's chance can't be revealed. Could it be that Yulan went to this place? The truth was that Lu Mang preferred to be called Big Brother or Boss, but the fact that they were willing to call him Chief was also excellent. At least it proved that they were convinced of him. It is said that it is not a matter of concern, but in this intricate and complex world where cause and effect are linked, who can guarantee that certain seemingly unrelated things will not involve themselves at all in the end? Lu Mang sat with his back against a thick bamboo, embracing a beautiful person in his arms, while lighting a cigarette and smoking. The mirror of spectral dreams directly split on the face of the witch demon Great Zun. The witch demon Great Zun howled miserably and was sucked into the mirror of spectral dreams without even having the power to resist. Just as that black palm print was about to land on top of Jin's head, Jin's mouth suddenly spat out a word. Interesting, Light Huan, give me the hell thorns later. Lin Xin Yu blankly glanced at Mo Chang, to think that she was seriously preparing for a transformation? Chunju, this moment is really difficult. According to that tofu workshop is a thorn in the side of their family. This moment Su Miao said to Rent, give 5 strings of money a year, that is 500 copper, 5 money silver. In fact, Su Miao really did not get angry. It is estimated that their own hands too hard, so people some hold cannot, then hide out is also normal, nothing to be angry. Hearing this, Guyan smiled faintly, and also stopped talking, looking seriously at the battle below. Zhao Qinshin's heart sank and she was almost about to soften her heart and pounce on him to tell him she was willing, but the next moment she calmed down. No, she couldn't go on like this, otherwise she would be too sad. Yamamoto Ganbei's face instantly showed a touch of ruthlessness. His eyes were gloomy and looked very intimidating. She couldn't hide anymore, and when Rizal found this place, it was time to start fighting. When the Demon King left, the remaining Blood Demon Door Ending Fury sect is also the grasshopper after the fall, completely jumped up. Can only bring their respective door under, turn around and leave the blood refining forest. In a short time, the blood refining forest out of the Kunlun Shu Mountain and Yaoqi, the rest of the people have almost finished. Song Weili opened the door.
and the two of them looked at each other with an indescribable emotion running through their eyes. Picking up the creased report, Lang Yaran was ready to dispose of it as waste paper, ready to rub it when an image suddenly flashed through her mind, as if something was wrong somewhere. Although Luo Yi was very strong, however, he wasn't a title powerhouse nor a second awareness powerhouse, and his strength was slightly inferior to his. Although his physique was perverted, it was obviously impossible to defeat him in a short period of time. Therefore, Murto could drag Luo Yi over to support him when Nuha defeated his opponent. Chapter 70, Cheer up and get good grades together. In fact, although every time Zhao Yutan was able to get the first place in the whole year section, but even if it was her, it was impossible for her to get first place in every single subject, and generally speaking, there would always be one or two subjects that Yao Shuoqin would take away from her, especially in the subjects of physics and chemistry. Yao Shuoqin would indeed be a bit better than her. It was only in the three main subjects of language, math, and English that Zhao Yutan was able to be a little bit better than her, and that's why she always pressed her head. This time, Zhao Yutan was also the first time since she started high school that she actually took first place in her yearly section for the whole subject plus 6 individual subjects, but it wasn't really a case of her continuing to improve. It was purely Yao Shuoqin herself who failed the exam. Do Hong said. Actually, Zhang Wuyo had a similar situation when he was in the middle school. He listened to a few months of school in his second year and didn't read much afterward. It's just that before the midterm, he continuously improved. 1 model, 2 models, 3 models, one time better than the other, and finally wiped his tail to get into our second high school. Now it looks like this again. Of course, if it's just this grade, then it's only able to get into an undergraduate program, and it's up to him if he's able to make further progress later on. If he can't raise his language in English all the time, he should just be able to get into a second bachelor's degree. Just at this time, English teacher Yi happened to come back from the classroom as well, and seeing a group of them gathered here, she came over. What's the situation over here? Ms. Yi is a woman, wearing glasses, relatively short, average appearance, but the person is relatively cheerful. It used to be sort of a stark contrast to being in the office with Mr. Liao, talking about Zhang useless grades. The chemistry teacher said, he's raising his grades in all subjects very quickly, and this yearly progress award should be his. Mr. Yi said, let's see, taking the form, he scanned it, all the other subjects are improving, but my English is still a mess. He's looking down on me, isn't he? Liao Xiaomei began to speak for Zhang Woyo. It's also true that English and language are not too easy to improve, and those students who suddenly exploded in the second half of high school in the past all started to improve dramatically in science subjects as well. Language and English are two subjects that still depend on long-term accumulation, unlike science, where if you don't know it, you don't know it, and if you know it, you know it. The head of year retrieves the form. Okay. He was now a bit glad that he hadn't directly asked the radio room side just now to call Zhang Wuyo over to teach him a lesson, especially if even someone as strict as Mr. Liao felt that Zhang Wuyo's grades were fine, then it should be fine. He went back to his office and started making the red list for this practice exam. Zhang Wuyo's head was a bit big as he held the language paper that was handed out. With a language score of 78, it doesn't feel like much of an improvement over the last monthly test. He did feel that he was making progress in languages, though not as dramatic as math and physics. At least for the literary reading, he really did read them all and got his marks in that area for the most part. But the other two readings, he seemed to get a little more wrong than usual again. As a result, the points that were added were returned. You're no good at languages. Xu Xiaoying turned her head to mock him as she held her 120-point language paper. To be fair, being able to score 120 points in language was really impressive. In terms of the language subject alone, there was only one fat person in the second class who happened to have one more point than her. But that fat guy, who was the language class representative, was similarly biased, otherwise he would have been in the ambitious class long ago. It's great, Useless Shang asked. So how many points are you behind me in math? Xu Xiaoying sneered back. What about your English? Your English is worse than mine. Zhang Wuxi continued. And how many points did you miss me in physics? Xu Xiaoying turned back and ignored him. Zhang Wuyo multiplied his words. What about your chemistry? Xu Xiaoying continued to ignore him. Zhang Wuyo hadn't let her go yet. What about your creature? Snap. Xu Xiaoying slammed his head on the tabletop. She rested her head against the desktop and shook her body. Zhang Useless, stop trying so hard and accompany me to junior college. Next to him, Chen Vertical finally finished writing the question in his hand and looked up. Zhang Useless, you should be taking the yearly progress award this time, right? Zhang Wuyo didn't care whether I got it or not. It's nothing. It's not like I'm studying to get a high school certificate. Chen Vertical said. The yearly progress award should be $200. Although it is usually only available at the end of the midterm,
but this time the first model. There should be will also. Zhang Wuyo was shocked. Really pay out money? There's really money to be handed out for this? As an errant student, he really didn't know much about this. Qian Zhao was also surprised. Your family Zhao Yutong hasn't gotten one? It's impossible. She was first in all subjects every time, so she more or less got some money. Zhang Wuyo raised his head. Now look back. Tong Tong had never bragged about this in front of him, but it seemed that as soon as the big exams were released, she would treat him to delicious food, feeling as if she had suddenly become a rich woman. So this is where the money comes from? At the end of second period, during morning exercise time, the freshmen and sophomores assembled toward the playground. Zhang Wuyo just happened to come out of the restroom when the music started. There wasn't much in the hallways, and even though it was already recess, the seniors were largely out. At that moment, he saw Yao Shuoqin wearing her school uniform and coming out from the girls' side of the restroom. When she saw him, she was stunned for a moment and lowered her head. Zhang Wuyo was able to tell that her face did not look too good. He certainly knew very well that Yao Shuoqin had failed in all subjects in this mock exam. Did you fail the exam because you were in the same exam room as her during the exam? He saw that Yao Shuoqin nervously avoided him and walked forward. Student Yao Shuoqin. Zhang Wuyo was behind her and called out. Yao Shuoqin turned her head back and looked toward him in dismay. Zhang Wuyo revealed a smile. Go for it. In that moment, Yao Shuoqin looked at him, slightly lost in thought. It rained 2 days ago and Monday morning was sunny. His smile, as bright as the sun, seemed to make the spring chill go further away. Yao Shuoqin lowered her head and suddenly made up her mind. She turned around haughtily and walked towards Zhang Wuyo. Walking all the way to him, she hung her head. I'm sorry. Zhang Wuyo's size was already much taller than her. He looked down at the suddenly apologizing girl in front of him with some dismay. Yao Shuoqin cried out and choked in front of him. I'm sorry. I didn't say anything when Jing Lei wronged you. I'm sorry. Zhang Wuyo laughed. He said, I forgive you, Ms. Yao Shuoqin. In these last 3 months, let's work hard and get good grades together. Yao Shuoqin looked up at his spring-like smile. It was as if all the load squeezed in her heart were smoothed out by the sun-filled smile of his. That handsome and calm countenance that turned into a bright sun and filled her empty heart. She wiped away her tears and followed him, holding out her hand. Thank you. She knew. This moment would never be forgotten. Chapter 71, My Childhood Friend. I want you to speak for him? After all, Zhang Wuyo was very grateful for Yao Shuoqin's teaching and improvement of his physics performance in the dream that night. Though she herself only thought of it as a dream, she did help him. In addition, Zhang Wuyo was certain that although the marrying dream itself would not affect reality, just like the movie Inception, it would definitely have an impact on one's psyche to a greater or lesser extent. Yao Shuoqin didn't do well this time because he would always see his back in the exam room. Because of that dream, she was afraid of him, who was almost the equivalent of a terrorist in the dream. This also made it so that, although the marrying dream talisman still had 2 more times to be used, he didn't dare to use it easily again. As he walked towards his class with Yao Shuoqin, Zhang Wuyo wanted to ask Jing Lei how she was doing, but on second thought, forget it. In contrast, he was truly disgusted with that Jing Lei, because at that time, Jing Lei not only dared to find social people to beat him, and even wanted to take pictures and send them to Tong Tong. This is something that he absolutely cannot forgive. Relax. At the entrance of his class, when they parted, he looked at Yao Shuoqin. Even if you didn't do well this time, there's still the second and third molds to come. Adjust yourself. I believe you'll be able to do well in the college entrance exam. Yao Shuoqin looked up at him and suddenly felt her heart speed up. Thanks. Almost woefully, she fled toward the classroom of the Hongji class in front of her. Still a bit afraid of me? Zhang Wuyo scratched his head. He's doing his best. If she's still afraid of him, there wasn't much he could do then. He entered his classroom. Yao Shuoqin returned to Hongji class and sat in her seat. The heartbeat, which had been so hard to suppress, seemed to thump, 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 thump again, in the drums of her ears. She lowered her head, trying to hide the flush that filled her face. How can he be so handsome? Yao Shuoqin really knew that she had done something wrong. This guilt, overlaid with an inexplicable inner fear of the boy, disturbed her to the core. But now, when she thought of that boy, smiling so brightly in the sunlight, as if filling up all the darkness inside her, her heart became warm and peaceful all of a sudden. The list of this first model seems to be out. Did you guys see it? That Zhang Useless from class 2 took the best improvement, and seems to have advanced more than 370 places all of a sudden, a girl nearby said. Another boy said dismissively, cheating, ha, over 300? With his old grades? Is it possible that Zhao Yutong was in the same exam room as him and let him copy it? Shoo, keep it down. She's over there. What's there to be afraid of? It must be cheating. He only scored over 200 points in the last monthly exam, right? He's improved so much in one go? How is that possible? Shuo-chin, what do you think? That girl knew that Yao Shuo-chin had never been on good terms with Zhao Yutong, so she asked her about it. Still cheating at this time of the day. What a laugh. Yao Shuo-chin suddenly lowered her face. The year-head and Mr. Liao, they didn't say that he cheated. Why are you guys chewing on the rotten tongue here? Don't talk nonsense about things without evidence. It's disgusting. Those people didn't expect her to be so disrespectful and immediately silenced themselves. Not far behind, Zhao Yutong raised her head and looked toward Yao Shuo-chin's back. Even though it was recess and the music of radio gymnastics was still playing outside, the class in the ambitious class was generally quiet. Therefore, she also heard those people chewing on it, but she didn't give it much thought, because uselessness is in fact improvement. Compared to the so-called best progress, the strength itself is really important to improve. Ultimately, the high school grades will speak for themselves. However, she did not expect that Yao Shuo-chin would suddenly scold these chewers for Zhang Wuyo. She pursed her lips, not really angry yet, but now she was steeped in anger. My childhood friend wants you to go speak for him? When school was over in the morning, Zhang Wuyo walked under the bulletin board at the entrance of the school and looked at it. His name, indeed, was placed on the red list this time. He certainly knew that although none of the teachers had said anything, the students in the neighborhood, for sure, would still have a lot of questions, but he doesn't matter. Zhang Wuyo looked over toward the school entrance. The flags of his bravery and courage are all still framed by the old Mao and placed at the entrance of the school, so that all the students can see them as soon as they come in. That's a personal banner from the police station. Want to question my character? Are those people good enough? Made the list. Ha! A soft girl's voice came from the side. Isn't that smug? Zhang Wuyo didn't even turn around. Are you talking about yourself? He looked at the 7 Zhao Yutong on the red list. Although he had known her for a long time, this was the first time even he had seen it. 1 full 6 single subjects. What kind of divine achievement is that? In fact, in the past, when the list was released, he would often stand here and look at the names of the childhood friends on the list. The name wasn't his, but he was still happy. Zhang Wuyo turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. She was also looking at the red list, but not at her own name. It was as if stars were hidden in her eyes. Let's go. Go eat. He turned. Now that time was short. Neither of them had any intention of going home for lunch, so they coped with a meal at the snack bar outside the school. Coming to the banner at the entrance of the school, Zhao Yutong stood there and settled down to look at it. These days, every time she passes by, she takes a good look. Even though the name on it wasn't hers, she was still happy. Although your grades, this time, have improved greatly, you still can't be careless. As she walked down the road, Zhao Yutong's expression was serious. It looks like you've progressed almost 400 places, but we're not a key middle school here after all. The probability of passing the undergraduate line in the first school is 90%, and if it's in the first school, you're just over that last 10% with this score. Zhang Wuyo also nodded seriously. I understand. The number of people who used to go to the undergraduate level in the second high school is about half, if not less. It's a stretch to see him move up in the rankings in the second school, but that's just a couple dozen over the bottom in the first school. Zhao Yutong continued to analyze. What's more, this year's adoption is still the assignment system. The scores of the main subjects remain unchanged, and both biology and chemistry will be using assignment marks by then. This leads to the fact that the gap that can be opened up between these two subjects is not as big as the actual scores that come out of the test. It's hard to say whether or not your score this time, once it's calculated according to the assignment system, actually reaches the undergraduate line. It's likely to be a 3-book, 2, if it arrives. Nowadays, there is no such term as 3 universities in the Education Bureau, but sometimes people still use the term 3 universities to refer to those private universities at the end of the bachelor's degree program. This kind of university comes out with expensive tuition, although it remains an undergraduate program. Zhao Yutong turned around and faced him. So, it's still very important to bring up language and English. Useless. From tonight onwards, we won't have to come to night study. Chapter 72. Come home with me. While talking, Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong, together, entered the Purple Creek Noodle House on the left side of the school. The aunt of the noodle shop was all smiles when she saw the two of them come in. Such good-looking boys and girls, together in pairs, always make people feel, even themselves, much younger. It wasn't the first time she had seen these two kids walking together. I've seen it since they were freshmen in high school. These two children were always in tacit agreement, never quarreled, and gave an ineffable harmony, as if the bowstring and the body of a violin were destined to be together in order to make beautiful music. Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong sat down facing each other after ordering. Starting tonight, not coming to the evening study hall? Zhang Wuyo looked at Zhao Yutong. To come or not to come? It's not a big problem for him, but Tong Tong had originally said that she would listen to him in this regard, and now that she suddenly changed her mind, it made him feel strange. There's a good thing about coming to something like an evening study, and there's a good thing about not coming. It was harder for her to choose between such things that were both good and bad, and it was easy for her to get into a tangle. So let him choose for her. But now, it was clear that she had a new idea in mind. Zhang Wuyo looked at Zhao Yutong and saw that she had a serious and earnest face. Useless. You promise first. Zhao Yutong looked at him. Starting today, we won't go to night study, and I'll go to your room every night starting at 7. Zhang Wuyo steeply became serious as well. No, tell me clearly first. Why? Zhao Yutong bit her lip. This point, you refuse to listen to me? Zhang Wuyo lowered his voice, but was very insistent. Tell me first, why did you suddenly change your mind? You're improving quickly in science, but language and English will have to take a lot of time to build up. Both are major subjects, and if you don't do well, it will be very serious. Zhao Yutong also lowered her voice. Starting today, every night from 7 to 10, I'll help you with your language and English. From now on, there are still 90 days to be able to help you really bring up these two subjects. Zhang Wuyo said without hesitation. No, useless. Zhao Yutong's voice was harsh, as if it carried an unquestionable insistence, yet it contained more or less pleading. This time, no matter what, you listen to me. No way. Zhang Wuyo, however, was insistent. This look will definitely affect you yourself. He couldn't let there be a repeat of her midterm, when she helped him and she failed to play well herself. It basically has no effect on me. Zhao Yutong said, my grades are already very good, so it's not that bad. It's not a little bit of time. It's 3 hours a day, and you simply can't put it back once you start. Zhang Wuyo didn't even think in that direction. I'll find a way to bring up my grades in these two subjects on my own, and I'll still come to the evening study sessions in the evening as well. You're not going to listen to me now? Zhao Yutong couldn't help but take her chopsticks and slam them against the tabletop. Then what about later? The ant behind the counter looked back at them. Up front it felt like these two were so in tune with each other, as if they always had an invisible understanding with each other. But I didn't expect to have a fight just because I said so? Sure enough, when it comes to senior year, faced with the impending end of your high school career, should you break up or will you break up? Anyway, no means no. Zhang Wuyo had no room for compromise. Zhao Yutong tensed her face and didn't say anything. The auntie was careful, serving them food. She saw that the atmosphere was stiff and silent with this one handsome and one pretty boy and girl. I have the intention to persuade them, but I don't know how to say it. Neither of them spoke to each other again until they had both finished eating and paid to leave. Auntie looked at their departing figures and let out a long sigh. Just know that any relationship you get into in high school is not going to work out in the end. That afternoon just after school, Zhang Wuyo was still sitting in his seat practicing. Next to him, Xianzhang touched his arm and pointed toward the door. Looking for you, right? Zhang Wuyo raised his head and saw Zhao Yutong standing in front of the class carrying her pink school bag. He didn't even move. Zhao Yutong entered the second classroom and walked towards him. As she passed by Zhu Xiaoying, she looked back at her. Because there was still a late study hall in the evening, the vast majority of people, though already dismissed from class, remained in their classes. Just go to the cafeteria later or go to one of the dining establishments around the school and eat whatever you want. At this moment, everyone is looking at the next class flower, who suddenly walked into their class even directly saying that she is the school flower. There are not many people who will object. Go home together. Zhao Yutong stood beside Zhang Wuyo and looked at him. Zhang Wuyo lowered his head. I'm going to stay for late study. Come home with me. I'm not going back. I'll never ignore you again when you're like this. Even if this is the case, I won't go back. Zhang Wuyo had a hardened attitude. Zhao Yutong tossed her head and huffed and puffed her way out. The students of the second class all looked towards Zhang Wuyo. A fight? Money Harp asked him. Not really. Zhang Wuyo raised his head and glanced toward the door. The surrounding students, some of them are not concerned. Some of them whisper, and some of them gloat. Have long wanted to burn Zhang useless? Burn, 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 burn. While there's still a bit of time left before the entrance exams, he and the class flower next door should crash early to ease their jealousy. What's the situation? Xu Xiaoying turned back curiously. She asked you to go home together, and you refused to. Are you guys going back to the same home? She began to float. Zhang Wuyo took the exercise book and knocked it into her head, forcing down the various images that were about to pop up in her head. That night, it started at 5 a.m. Zhang Wuyo, who had finished meditating and exhaling, began to study the extreme bliss heavenly demon technique in his mind. Tong isn't one to give up easily. Being cold with her like this is not an option. The best, of course, was still through the marrying dream talisman, directly allowing Tong Tong to teach him inside his dreams. This way, he learns fast and doesn't hold her back from reviewing. However, The dream of marriage will affect a person's psychology, though not necessarily in a bad way, as Mr. Liao seems to be changing for the better, but he certainly couldn't risk his life with Tong Tong. At a time like this, Tong Tong was still willing to spend a lot of time on him. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't moved. The only thing is that he must also cherish her more, because there was no aura in this world. So this extreme bliss heavenly demon technique, after understanding a beginning, he didn't bother to study it much. It is to meditate every night, following the very first exhale. Now that he studied it in detail, Zhang Wuyo felt more and more that this demonic power was indeed treacherous and evil, worthy of being a necessity for the demonic monks of other worlds to kill people. In particular, there are all kinds of yin and yang harvesting tactics in there. If he really practiced this skill and had evil thoughts, I don't know how many good women's chastity will not be guaranteed under this sky. To say that chastity is not safe is actually conservative. This is simply what comes first and then kills. Why does the system think that I've traveled to a different world to become this demon monk of the devil's way of happiness sect? Obviously I'm so 5 speakers. 4 beauties and 3 loves. Chapter 73, they're good again. Could she tell him she'd been to the hospital every night lately and done nothing but sit there dry all night after night? She couldn't. So she just smiled. She knew he was a gentleman and wouldn't press the issue. The room was as brand new as it looked, although it was a bit cramped due to Kara's disorganized piles of clothing, but those weren't a problem for Nashi at all. Do I look like I'm underage? I'll be 18 in a couple weeks. Nashi looked unconvinced. Want to see a magic trick? Zhang suddenly smiled again. Want to see how these things change back? Maybe if you watch it, you'll know the magic tricks? Enron didn't hear the person behind her and turned her head as if she had summoned up a lot of courage. Customer, sorry, this place has been booked. But also bother to change the location. And several people grinning as to sit down on the side of the shopkeeper quickly ran over to greet. And just at the moment when Fei Lei told the truth, Chester came to Fei Lei's side with a flash of his body, so fast that even Haitong Tian was surprised. It seemed that Chester had never moved with him from the beginning. Is it okay? Is it serious? Why don't I wait for you outside? If it hurts a lot, take you to the hospital later. Han Si-chi asked with concern. What are you doing? How long do you want to keep me locked up? Let me out. Zhang Ting shouted loudly. However, recently, Muyan could no longer feel any increase in strength, and as he kept picking fights, his strength grew by leaps and bounds, but there was no longer a crisis of life and death. Lin Yuhan took the lantern to the person in front. As for Lin Yuchen, also hastily pulled open the person's clothes. In its shoulder, a charcoal handprints are particularly conspicuous. Seeing his cousin Nanako sitting on top of the bench on one side and Seshimari, who was also a reporter for a monthly tennis magazine, and Inoue, who was already playing with his dad, Ekison couldn't help but think in his heart. Seeing this, Bailey Jinyi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Glancing at his own sister who instantly glared at him with rounded eyes, a playful smile crept onto the corners of his lips, and he also left on his own. As for Fan Tianlei, he was moved. Yang Yi's words made it clear that it wasn't impossible. It was just that the prerequisite was that he couldn't be separated from Long Dandan. As long as this condition was met, Yang Yi could be kept. And it was clear that Fan Tianlei was extremely attached to Yang Yi. I'm back, father, mother. The foyer was pushed open and the ferret walked in to see Uchiha Futsuki sitting in a chair drinking medicine with Maiken waiting on him. Mong Kai, the lifelong chief of Zhuo Nengjai Township and former chief of the Prefectural Division, and the 3rd Regiment of the Jungle Division of the 51st Group Army pursued a section of the Sha rebels into the deep forests of Laogao Turnip. Although he had promised Hu Biao that he would take Dusan far away, he had never thought of keeping his promise. As they say in later generations, all agreements are made to be torn up, all promises are broken. Besides, he didn't promise not to get Dusan killed. Cheng Huan's family is so well off. Why did he make up those lies to deceive them? Could it be that he only wanted to gain some sympathy from others? Mom and Dad would have blamed her, too, if they'd found out that she'd fallen back a dozen places on her test scores. I'm sorry, Sue's Island. I have something to do. I'll leave. Fong Mu's face changed, suddenly interrupting Sue's Island's words. After which he took out his cell phone and headed to the side where there were fewer people, and within the 4 Heavenly Kings city. In the Eastern city under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Heavenly Kings Fumes and Fumes Celluloid, within a deserted ancient hall, the Joey Demon Monarch was healing the wounds of his disciple, Yuan Jiofeng. His body suddenly shook as beads of sweat snapped and rolled down his forehead. Frightened, Yuan Jiofeng was at a loss for words. Chen Jinqing has never taken the initiative to look for her. This is the first time. She could not consider it in time. Fearing that Chen Jinqing would backtrack as if she nodded repeatedly, Lu Zhangming was talking when suddenly, a fierce wind rose and thunder and lightning struck. The prince's mansion was in chaos. However, Lance's brain was clear enough to know that this was all predicated on eating the Ohio pig. If he became obsessed with this feeling,
It wouldn't be long before he became a slave to his power. The white geese covered their mouths with their wings and just laughed as their bodies crashed down and ignored them, almost falling to the ground before they hurriedly flapped their wings again and landed steadily. However, all the devil species are with the spellcaster's heart to heart, and have the Kuanping wisdom this ability. The tree demon can be hidden from the inheritance of simple cultivation is not good yen chisha, but in front of Chen Fuxing is nothing to hide, easy to expose it. It won't be long. You'll have the option to decline the offer when our Goldfinger is available in large quantities, the man said. Moreover, in case neither he nor Yin Xiao ended up escaping their original fate, then they could be a pair of outlawed lovebirds after they died. This self-service barbecue restaurant as long as 59 yuan a person. The store in addition to alcohol everything is self-service, but also is considered a civilian price. The store is very famous in the vicinity of this university. Obviously now 4 o'clock in the afternoon is not a mealtime, but the store has been almost full of people. Are you willing to cooperate with me to get my father out? Tu Sai Nan's expression turns serious, looking at the sweet-eating Changshi, full of sadness she and also bit a mouthful of carrots, only to feel that the usually sweet carrots at the moment seem to have no flavor. After some daily lamentations, Yi Qing then took out his cell phone, ready to look through what news had been in the news recently. As a matter of fact, in the human tribe, the patriarch of each tribe would pass on the patriarchal position to the next generation when the time was right, and he or she would cultivate themselves, no longer asking about the affairs of the tribe, and become the guardian of the tribe, and only when the tribe was in danger would they step in again. Don't wait until night time. For this fusion skill Yi Tian was very experienced. Like last time when he got the fighting mastery, he was practicing in his dreams for 50 years. Now it was broad daylight if he fused it. He didn't know when he would have to sleep. If Dalton knew what was in Limo's mind, he would have hated to jump up and strangle him. I just showed a little bit of foresight, and it actually caused such scorn. So how can you see that I'm not a good person? Whether it is junty or primitive. Between the words as blatantly did not put the Emperor Jun the three protagonists of this matter on the heart. Tub after tub of fresh water turned muddy, and a shrug of the nose on the side of the big wooden barrel was a soapy lemon scent. And naturally, Lu Xiaoyu wouldn't put all the burden on Liang Yuanxiu's body. Anyway, he wasn't poor in money now, and with the reversal of the Lu family martial arts school's reputation, he spent money to hire a few reliable helpers from Sun Qian's home to help Liang Yuanxiu with chores every day. Chapter 74, What did you talk to her about again? As Zhang Wuyo opened the door and prepared to go out. Useless, Mom asked from behind him. You had this exam. Zhang Wuyo turned around and saw that she wanted to ask how she did on this first model exam. Mom, however, has already waved her hands. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you do well in the exam. I won't ask. You cheer yourself up, said he fled into the bedroom, afraid of irritating his ego. You ask instead. Zhang Wuyo was speechless, not bothering with her. He pushed his way out. This side just pushed the door open and took a step outside. The door across the aisle was seen to open on the other side of the aisle. Tong Tong, clutching a stack of exercise books and papers and gripping the door with one hand, was about to come out when she looked up and saw him. Zhang Wuyo stopped and didn't move for the moment. Then he saw Tong Tong stop across the street as well. Confusion now on her face, clearly already torn between letting him pass or her coming over on her own. Zhang Wuyo simply closed the door on his side of the room and walked towards the opposite side of the room, so that she wouldn't have to dwell on it for 2 hours just like that. Seeing him come over of his own accord, Zhao Yutong didn't dwell on it and pushed the door further open. She switched to holding her exercise book and papers in both hands and stood by the door, waiting for him to come over. Zhang Wuyo entered her house and helped her close the door in passing. Zhao Yutong walked back. Xu Yuan saw her. What's wrong? You didn't go across the street. Ah, useless. You came over Auntie Zhu, Zhang Wuyo called out. Xu Yuan smiled and said a few words to him, then didn't disturb their studies and went to her own bedroom to rest. Entering Tong Tong's room, Zhang Wuyo placed the ones he brought with him on her desk. Zhao Yutong sat over and put down the papers and 5-year simulation exercise book she was holding after her, and drew another one out from within. Here. Zhang Wuyo took it and looked at it, seeing many English words and sentences printed on it. Zhao Yutong told him helplessly, even if you don't want me to spend so much time every day dedicated to helping you with your tutoring, then at least make it a point to regularly memorize the words and sentences I give you every day. The scores in the language are more centralized, and that's okay. English pulls points very seriously. You test a 50 or 60 points. Others test a 100 or 20 points. This subject alone others have 50 or 60 points more than you. How do you go after others? Since last year, English has made changes in terms of the questions on the college entrance exam, trying not to test grammar and testing more reading comprehension. This is kind of a good thing. Memorize more words. Understand more sentences, try to be able to read and understand the reading.
you have a chance to pull up your score. 3 months should not be too late. Should. Apparently, even she was a little less confident about it. Instead of her personally tutoring him, it was up to him to memorize words and sentences on his own. 3 months is really short for English, which already takes a lot of time to build up. Good, Zhang Huoyo answered. Don't worry, I really feel like I'm getting better and better when it comes to memorization. Even teacher Yi said that at least I got almost 10 more points in English this time than in the last monthly exam. Mr. Yi also said that all the other subjects have improved dramatically. Just her subject improved that little bit, is not looking down on her. Although the sight of English words made his head spin, Zhang Huoyo really did go to memorize the words every day. It's just that I do have a bit of an internal rejection of English. So efficiency is problematic. Honors students always think that learning is an easy task. I don't understand why those with poor grades read that way when they clearly spend so much time on it. They simply can't understand that obviously use the effort grades but can't raise. After generating frustration, the more you read the worse the efficiency. The worse the efficiency, the stronger the frustration. The continuous vicious circle of helplessness. But now, after this first model, Zhang Useless has really gained confidence in his studies. Of course, confidence is confidence, and having a hang is still a good idea. Zhang Huoyo quietly glanced at the system props bar. Marriage dream charm. Remaining count, 2. The two began to sit in rows and do their homework, though there are times when they sit together and influence each other to the detriment of learning instead. But at this time, Tong Tong's mother was right next door, so naturally they weren't being too indiscreet. Jing Lei, do you remember? Zhao Yutong said as she lowered her head to write her homework. The one who wronged you in front of Mr. Liao last time. What's wrong with her? Zhang Huoyo decided to start with the language paper. Instead, it's like the old days, where you finish the more preferred math and science before you go through the hard stuff like language and English. Zhao Yutong said carelessly, because she didn't do well in the first model test this time. She also often wanders off in class. Isn't today Saturday? In the morning, teacher Liao called her mom to ask about her studies at home. Zhang Huoyo asked, at home? Zhao Yutong continued. Jinglei didn't come to the evening study hall, so she was at home at night. But guess what? What? Zhang Huoyo didn't guess. Thornley wasn't home either. She told her family that she came to the evening study hall and told her teacher that she was at home, but it turns out that no one knows where she went. Zhao Yutong quickly turned a page. If you want to not go to the evening study hall, you need parents to personally send a message to the teacher through WeChat or SMS, right? Zhang Useless stared at one of the multiple choice questions in the language and realized that he was also guilty of having trouble choosing. Right. Teacher Liao took a screenshot on WeChat and showed it to her mom. And that's how her mom found out that Jing Lei secretly took her phone and sent teacher Liao a message that she wouldn't be going to the evening study hall, and then deleted that message. This way, Zhang Huoyo turned the language question in his pen to his childhood friend. Tong Tong, what should I choose for this question? Zhao Yutong then took the black water pen and helped him analyze for a while. Only after Zhang Huoyo had figured it out and memorized it, and moved the language homework back again, did he continue to ask absently, then what happened? Not at home, not at school. Where did she go every night? I don't know, Zhao Yutong said. Her mom rushed to the school on the spot, and teacher Liao called her out. The two asked her together, but she just stood there and didn't say anything. Her mom wanted to hit her, or teacher Liao talked her down. Zhang Huoyo said, that's so. Actually, let her be. It's such a time. Just don't try to influence others. Also, Zhao Yutong finished writing another side as she spoke, and she sat up straight and stretched her petite body, stretching her waist and stretching her hands out to the sides, one of which almost pressed on his head. After breathing a sigh of relief, she replaced the practice paper and continued to look down, absently asking, right, and Yao Shuaqin, did you talk to her about something? And what happened to her? It's nothing, it's just that 2 days ago, someone in our class said that you must have cheated on this test, and she got angry and scolded those people. She's quite nice. Zhang Huoyo's ears snapped up, alert and vigilant. Tong Tong, you've been talking about Jing Lei, but what you really want to talk about is this, right? But he didn't lie, and while writing his homework, he told the story of how he met Yao Shuaqin on the road and encouraged her. Aha! Zhao Yutong answered softly. Then the two went back to their homework and nothing happened. Chapter 75, the whole world is quiet. I'm going to take a shower first. When it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yutong raised her hand and pressed the back of her neck. She was still wearing the civilian clothes she changed into when she got home, but it was starting to get hot now, even at night. Go go go. Zhang Huoyo continued to lower his head and write his homework, fully concentrating, and just casually responded. He had originally come over after taking a shower. Zhao Yutong got up, walked around the bed, and went to the other side of the closet to get her underwear and nightgown. Then it was out of the bedroom and headed for the bathroom. Zhang Wuyo wrote for a while longer, stumbled upon a question he couldn't do, and raised his head. Tone. Then remembered that she had taken a bath. When I was writing the question just now, I was so over-concentrated that I clearly heard it, but it was like I didn't hear it. He saw that the language paper that Tong Tong had just finished was still sitting next to him, so he took it over and looked at it. The handwriting is neat and tidy, not in the sense of a dragon's flight, but a stroke, light and neat, with the feeling of a pen tip flying across the page. And then I look at my own handwriting, overexerting myself, each stroke looking like it's going to poke through the roll, and it's breathless. No wonder she's still not tired after all that writing. I read her finished essay again, and once again I marveled at how organized and smooth it was, coupled with quotes from the Bible, and how many books I had read during the week. True to form, my childhood friend, I'm awesome. Cross your arms for a moment. After a while, Zhao Yutong came back. She took the hair dryer, plugged it into the outlet by the door, and held it up to her hair. She kept her hair short, so she didn't need to wash it for days at a time like other girls. Keeping her hair short also seems to be a habit for schoolteachers like her, just so she doesn't spend too much time taking care of her hair. Zhang Wuyo saw that she was wearing a brand new pink nightgown. This nightgown, which I hadn't seen her wear before, was supposed to be new for this summer. The girl has changed, and last year's nightgown is still a little on the small side for her now, isn't it? This nightgown, I'm not sure if I bought it a little big or if it was originally this loose type. It draped rather loosely over the body, and the overlying piece of the chest was not gathered, rather like a bit of maternity wear, but the sleeves on both sides, though short, were tightened with lace with leather straps, so even with the hands raised like this, there was no need to worry about the side being able to look in, though the only person who would sit next to her in a row with her while she was in her pajamas or nightgown was useless Zhang. And Zhang Wuyo is a gentleman. A gentleman doesn't need defense, but this nightgown, at this point, does seem a bit gentleman-proof. Sitting over here and watching girls in baggy nightgowns lift their hands to blow out their hair with an electric hairdryer is a real treat for the eyes. Of course, it's not good to stare all the time. Zhang Wuyo then only looked at it for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and continuing with his homework. After a few minutes passed, Zhao Yutong finished blowing out her hair and took the hair dryer out again. Since the hair dryer had to be taken out, and for some reason it had to be brought in, it's not like there's no power out there. It was only after a little more time that she returned, pulling the stool away a bit and sitting down next to Zhang Wuyo. Help me with this question too. Zhang Wuyo moved the question he couldn't do just now to her. Zhao Yutong raised her hand, ruffled the hair around her ears, and leaned her stool towards him again. There was no corset, but a nightgown that hung downward from the obviously bulging chest, light and airy, with a hemline that fell to the knees and was pulled forward slightly, making the whole thing look like a closed pink umbrella, which was charming in its own way. I don't know why, but this kind of nightgown obviously doesn't outline the figure, but in a sense, it's even more alluring. Zhao Yutong picked up a pen and taught him once. Zhang Wuyo gathered his mind and quickly understood. The two continued to do their respective homework, and by about 11 o'clock, Xu Yuan went to bed first, and her side of the bedroom door was closed. As for Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong, since tomorrow was supposed to be Sunday and they didn't have to go to school, they could learn later. At this moment, Zhang Wuyo had already begun to consider how to imprint the rune of the marriage dream talisman on Tong Tong's body. Suddenly asking her to shake her hand? That's too weird. Take the opportunity to ask a question about the subject and touch her arm? Late at night, around midnight 0, while someone else's mother goes to sleep. Steal her smooth and slender hand. This is molestation, right? Zhang Wuyo took a quiet glance towards Tong Tong. It was almost like the cuffs were tied slightly below the shoulders, and that whole arm was so smooth and slim that it must have felt good to touch. I can't. Chang is useless. Now was the time to step up your studies, and if you floated around, it would not only affect your own studies, but hers as well. Anyway, don't think about it much. Later, before going home, just find a chance to touch her. With Tong Tong's relationship with him, she wouldn't be angry if she just touched her. Zhao Yutong sat up straight in her petite body, reached for a red pen, flipped out the answers, and corrected the paper for herself. Seeing that she finished the paper in her hand, Zhang Wuyo got up. Tong Tong, there's still ice cream in the fridge, right? Do you want it? I'll go get it? Zhao Yutong didn't raise her head. No more. Zhang Wuyo was stunned. Finished all of them? He had bought quite a lot last time. You ignored me for the past few days and I went home alone. And the more I thought about it, the angrier I got and the more I needed to calm down. So I ate one a day. And yesterday I ate them all. Alright, I'll buy some more tomorrow. Zhang Wuyo exclaimed. Aren't you afraid of getting too fat? Got a problem with that? Dare not. Dare not. There's cold coconut juice in the fridge. Go get it and drink it. Zhang Wuyo got up and went out of the bedroom. Although the door to Auntie Zhu's room had already been closed, he still tiptoed around in the dead of night. When I came to the refrigerator and opened the freezer, there was a bottle of coconut juice, but only one, 500 milliliters. Not one of those brands that makes you think your child has milk at first glance. He first took this opportunity to quietly take out the Marrying Dream talisman from the System Props bar and operated it secretly. Then he took the coconut juice out of the refrigerator and saw that Tong Tong's usual water glass was also placed on the low table in front of the couch in the living room. So take it in as well. Entering the bedroom, he smoothly covered the door with his elbow. Although Auntie Zhu must have been asleep, the environment was too quiet, and he always dared not speak too loudly without covering the door. He opened the coconut juice and poured half of it into Tong Tong's glass of water. Zhao Yutong also finished correcting the paper she had just finished with a red pen, stretched her back, turned around and stood up with her cup in her hand, and then supervised. Useless. You haven't memorized the English words and phrases I sent you. Today's can't be saved for tomorrow. Don't worry, Zhang Wuyo said. I'll go home later and will finish memorizing before I go to bed. If I memorize here, it won't be good if I disturb Auntie. Hearing him say that, Zhao Yutong didn't push any further. She went to the window, which was closed although the curtains were drawn. The girl's bedroom was dry and hot when the door was closed. She lifted her glass and took a sip of the chilled coconut juice before setting it down and peeking out to pull the window open. Outside, the night breeze blew in, and the welcome coolness was refreshing. She suddenly remembered something and turned around haughtily. Useless. A Rokugan clawed at her breast. So the whole world was quiet. Chapter 76, Boys aren't the only ones who get ideas. Although the 5 young masters were all used to being high and mighty, they slowly began to change under Jiang Nan's influence. Riding wheel eye? Shimara Yang nodded his head. Futake was older than himself, and was now 12 years old. As the Weasel God and the Second Pillar's own father, his talent naturally wouldn't be too bad, and it wasn't anything unusual to open his Sharingan eyes at this age. Just because he didn't want it himself didn't mean his men didn't need it, especially that Apis guy's laser eye talent. The attack power is extremely strong. It would be a waste not to grab it to enhance the strength of his brothers. This guy, really different from before. Originally the somewhat dulled man temperament has been reduced by half. Upon closer inspection, at the end of the cavern hole, a single passageway appeared in the hard earth, densely packed like a beehive, and there was no telling how many, including the sage. All the legacies ate like hungry wolves. While eating, they were full of praise. If this information were to be put up for auction in the Extreme Darkness's regular auction house, it would only fetch at least tens of millions of gold coins. There is something in the world that is worth more than your own life, and that is the person you love the most. Only he doesn't understand it, because if you don't jump, I'll curse your Luanghua to death. Zhurong feigned a vicious look and said. Yiro looked at Zhurong's eyes that seemed to want to eat him up and was bluffed, so she could only point her feet to the ground, wave her jade arms, and land lightly in the air, dancing with her clothes and sash. The experiment proved that the hammer and sickle flag was not able to suppress the black chi. There was no reaction to suppress the black chi at all. And at this time you see I thought of a lot of magic treasures that deterred the black chi, but she didn't have any of them. Along the way, Hu Chaer was with many of the same thieves' greetings, many of which are orderly, powerful and sturdy man. There are also many of the god behavior is obscene. It seems to be the chickens and dogs of the village thieves of the mountains and fields. That Dr. AI was very curious, but, not knowing, could only go back to Xiangjiang by himself, and now Hua Yingying was just curious to ask. Even later, during the French Revolution, the Rune family remained active, and even into the Napoleonic period, there was a martial rune. Since you want to play with me, let's play to the end, Chen Jun said silently in his heart, although he did not want to cause trouble and was afraid of trouble. However, when trouble came to him, Chen Jun would not just avoid it. However, no matter which one it was, to be able to get into Jean Da's place like that at least showed that the other party's relationship was not simple. Zhuge Jin tried to walk out without looking back. Answering Han Yan was actually just a matter of smooth eloquence. Dong by venting in his arms still continues. All these years of loneliness and isolation, if you can't talk to your beloved, then there is no longer a deliberate person to talk to. At the start of 82, Atari 2600 console and game sales were looking weak, but that's okay. Both Atari executives and Warner executives thought it was a temporary phenomenon, and that as long as they needed to step up their promotional efforts, they would be able to get console and game cartridge sales back into growth mode. The woodcutter was also in a state of shock and anger, with a few moments of fear, as he looked at Jun Yanhan, who had followed him in with a bewildered face, deeply feeling that the latter could not be relied upon, and with just the two of them, with the strength Qi Yun had displayed, they really didn't have much of a chance of winning. If it weren't for the fact that some of the jobs were beyond the ability of the biochemical soldiers, the Alliance Council would have cut all the mechs clean out of the army a long time ago. He. Echen.
I'm afraid you're looking at it wrong, Liang Zian said while reaching out to caress the side of her face.
Was it rare for her face to change? Then how come he didn't have any feeling?
Being suddenly forced to change the subject made Ekison a bit slow to react for a moment,
but after smashing his Zuiba, he realized that he was indeed a bit thirsty. This time the hit was to the right of Ekison's baseline,
which was to the left of the baseline at the time, but with Ekison's speed, he was able to get the ball back before it bounced out.
Alsace will be in the hands of the Holy Sword across. A matchless air force is also from his body emanated out.
Face degree this powerful ogre, not the slightest fear, but with kind of indisputable voice, strong aura, is also led a person for the shock. I heard what you said, it just so happens that my strength has also hit a bottleneck. Don't worry, I'm also at the champion level, Longchen said indifferently at the same time releasing his aura.
It was about 5 years ago. I really didn't expect to be sitting here again.
Wataru was also overwhelmed with emotion.
This conference room was one that was only used when something major was going on.
And if he could, Wataru would rather not sit here for the rest of his life.
The big hand of golden light shining
is also toward Xiaolu was grabbed over, as if the power of the gods in which to punish all blasphemers.
In the end,
the man-eating gazes of the Xie family's crowd could only be forcibly suppressed, as the Xie family did not pass out any news. So obvious was the meaning that made it clear to the crowd.
So the moment Long Tian rushed in,
it chose to crash directly into the mountain wall behind Long Tian,
and then it fainted in a very honorable manner. You must save me. Do you guys want to see the time when the generation change comes? Looking at Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, 100 Beasts Kaido gritted his teeth and grunted, saying, Jinner cried as she made clear Song Yi's previous arrangements and plans,
including the plan to pass on the message through Zhouing, who was by Lu Xian his side, and the plan to take the opportunity to act today and then let the crowd see Lu Xian his true colors.
After saying this, she turned around and went back to the house. Wang Xiao's eyes were still red.
Daniel took the bucket and carried it on his shoulder without saying a word and left, led by Wang Xiao to the village well. When he saw the young man again.
Chapter 77, Enemy Shame.
Zhao Yutong rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed. She saw that Zhang Wuyo had already sat on the desk by the window.
Just dawn already?
She looked down at herself, her light pink nightgown still on.
This ice silk nightgown is new, cool and comfortable to wear. Tong Tong, you've woken up.
Zhang Wuyo turned his head to look at her.
Don't forget,
you said you'd help me with my language in English all day today.
Zhang Wuyo knew that in a dream. At the beginning, one was confused and did not have a goal.
He added that first to set her on target.
Right. Oh, Zhao Yutong got up.
I'm going to help you tutor the 2 subjects of language and English all day today.
Really?
I clearly agreed to help you tutor for 3 hours a day.
And you refused, so I had to use the weekend.
In the dream world, she took the void and filled it in herself. She looked around at the stacks of language and English-related materials laid out.
She rose, went to the window, drew back the curtains,
and stretched her back against it. Followed closely but with eyes wide open, she saw that the buildings outside, like flying blocks,
floated up and down in a grotesque way. No, no, she muttered. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Zhang Wuyo looked up. Why are you looking outside? What's there to see outside? Useless. I'll pinch you. Zhao Yutong turned around.
One hand went towards his face and pinched him hard.
Will it hurt? I said, what are you pinching me for? If you want to know if you're dreaming, shouldn't you pinch yourself?
But Zhang Wuyo now knew that trying to determine whether or not he was dreaming by pinching himself was practically useless, because pain is actually a feeling.
In a dream, you may not be in real pain, but you can still feel pain. But excessive absurdity and defiance of logic, appearing in a dream, can make one begin to suspect, even in the dream, that it is not real. No way, he said. Strange, it doesn't hurt at all. Tong Tong, didn't you have breakfast?
Then, he saw that Zhao Yutong's eyes were glowing.
Tong Tong, what's wrong with you?
He felt something was wrong. He saw that Tong Tong was walking towards him step by step with an evil smile on her face.
He started to back away. Tong Tong, what do you want to do? Aren't we going to start studying? We're not studying today. Let's have some fun. Wait. Zhang Wuyo was forced to sit on the bed. Tong Tong, let's study first. Didn't you always say you would help me with my tutoring? What are you doing like this? You can't be like this. Help. He. Even if you scream your throat out, it's still useless. Auntie Zhu, come quickly. Tong Tong is bullying me. Zhang Wuyo, who realized that she started tearing his clothes, twisted his head and shouted. Zhao Yutong was startled. She jumped out of bed again and ran to the door to open it, timidly but looking out. It's a dream, isn't it? It's supposed to be a dream, right? Subconsciously, she thought this must be a dream. But being in a dream, it's not really easy to distinguish between dream and reality. Yet there was no one to be seen outside. And even if it was realistic, Mom was out for the day, so it doesn't matter. She turned back to Zhang Wuyo and said cheekily, alright, I'll teach you right now. But then, useless student, just studying alone is still not enough. Learning has to be combined with hobbies and rewards and punishments to be more effective. Zhao Yutong, wearing a light pink ice silk nightgown, asked him to sit on the seat. She herself, at some point, had a thin whip in her hand, along with a surprising pair of glasses on her face. I said, Tong, you're not nearsighted. Why do you wear glasses? And how did the glasses and the whip get out? I don't think they did just now. Zhao Yutong sat sideways and diagonally on the corner of the desk, condescending and staring at him sitting on the stool. So what? Useless student, your study efficiency and academic performance are to be combined with rewards and punishments. Yo, she waved her hand around, and stacks of English tutorials, as if operated by magic, flew over and landed in front of Zhang Wuyo. Zhang Wuyo was a little nervous and a little excited. Is the plot of The Teacher in the Little East Japan movie really about to begin? Tong, this is not good. This is really not good. While this is good for learning, Zhang Wuyo looked up at MS. Tong, if it starts with undressing, he scores a little mention and she takes one off. But this was the only nightgown she had on, and taking one off left her with her little underwear. Take off 2 pieces and even the little underwear is gone. Then the color of this study-related dream changes completely. The thing is, it's really exciting to think about this kind of thing. Tong sat at the corner of the table, crossing her legs, her smooth calves wobbling. She stretched out her thin whip, picking up Zhang Useless' face, tilting her head herself. Her eyes seemed to shoot down along her lovely agaric nose. Her arrogant face, how about it? Mr. Useless, do you dare to accept MS? Tong's challenge? Look, this is the arrogance that characterizes the beginning of a small movie female teacher in the East. I accept. Since MS. Tong herself decided to embark on this kind of drama. It's not my fault. In short, learning begins with undressing. Enemy shame. I'm going to undress her. Thus began the teaching related to English. I don't know how long it was. Tong, this is not a good look. If you keep taking it off, it's really gone. Zhang Wuyo wore a big pants and sat on the stool, looking at the rolls in front of him and shivering. The plot did go in the direction of small colors, but not the small colors he liked to see. The small colors Tong liked to see. Did girls like this kind of plot too? It was a bit beyond his expectations. During this whole process, Tong did teach him very carefully, and it was obvious that she was really preparing meticulously, with tutorials and everything, probably because she had originally put together an entire teaching step and wanted to teach him and help him with his tutoring every day. In reality, the problem is that she gives him papers after every stage of learning, and any that come out will be slightly above his current strength by a level. If he doesn't do well on the test, he takes off a shirt. Do well on the test and she'll give him a candy. Give him a candy. Zhang Wuyo was wearing big pants and looking at the candies that were placed on the corner of the table. It's a big mistake that these candies didn't have them eaten earlier in reality. He turned his gaze back to the English paper in front of him. Deadpan. This time, he had to take the test to come in well, because if he took off again, it would be gone. Chapter 78, Thousands of Poses, one after another. This time they played in the UEFA Europa League and went all the way to win the title, filling in the last piece of the honorary jigsaw puzzle and becoming the first team in England to accomplish the Grand Slam feat. I smiled and asked Rumian to bring scissors and red paper and sat down next to Yang Yan. I picked up the scissors and started to cut a little bit, and Yang Yan also cut the paper as I did. He was very smart and could memorize it after seeing it once. After this game, Sanchez's league goal tally has reached 25 goals and 10 assists. Sanchez has been impressive in the league this season, breaking records frequently and excelling in a way that is expected to vie for the official Premier League Player of the Year. Yen Mumu rolled over and leaped up from the bed, ran behind Jian Mofan, and stretched out her hands to blindfold Jian Mofan. However, human beings are an advanced animal that wants to save face, and even if they see the real image, they may not admit it. Although the war of words ended, the pop-ups did not stop. Tang Chong understood what the other party was saying, meaning that his own body was gone, and now he had the body of a giant dragon. This cool running race on the sand dunes, after Chen Hu turned on sprinting, the cheating artifact, everything had become uncontested, limited by their size and rate of movement. Casemiro and Toni Kroos were unable to guarantee absolute safety at the top of the arc, and the uptake of Sergio Ramos and Nacho was a matter of life and death, with the former's consistency and the latter's resilience to pressure being unsettling elements. By the time the army formally betook towards the city, the rebels on the city walls looked terrified as well. Most of them were just ordinary people, and when it came to the fact that so many imperial troops were going to attack the city, and that the generals they were going to face were raining swords and spears, and even imperial firearms, they no longer had the courage to follow the sect leader. and thought of fleeing for their lives instead. That piece of inheritance since the ancient times, in the middle, has not been fully explored, viewed clearly inside the special star field. I do not know how many good things left behind or hidden. Have the opportunity to go deep into the middle of the investigation? They really cannot be easily missed, but also need to work hard to grasp is. Even though she had a feeling that even if she succeeded in awakening, her talent would be cockamamie, it was still better than nothing, right? To put it bluntly, there is nothing about him that particularly attracts Mu Chonghao, so why should he keep in touch with someone who can't attract his admiration? The seemingly calm swamp suddenly sprouted a horrible, white smoking bubble. If Nanting moved Li Yunchu's words, then the Li family in the back will definitely not be so easy to stop, and the most afraid of the other side is to come to a fish death net. That's right, he was the man in black who had captured Shang Ruosi as Gu Shiran last time due to face blindness, and this time, in order to make up for his mistake, he was the one who personally came to capture Gu Shiran. Zhao Long, however, violently realized that Chun Han had actually come behind him at an unknown time. Sita Mingkong and others now came to a new one out of the location. This place is rich and magnificent palace. In front of a step on top of a step is placed 5 idols. These 5 idols flashing silver light, with the next wall of golden light, intertwined together, really rich and beautiful as heaven. Zhu Yingying knew that it was not good, but before she could ask, she saw the guards on both sides of the red carpet brushing their knees and saluting, and their voices were like bells. At this point, the surrounding people watching know that it is the sheriff, have bowed to see the salute. Even the high as the stands of a pole Jianghu Mingjiu also have walked down the stands to see the salute greetings. Without realizing it, Luo Xian came to the backyard. Although this place was already a ruin, judging from the collapsed scenery, this was indeed the backyard. After this battle, the outside of the bamboo forest finally subsided, and the 4 were able to catch their breath for a few moments and had time to deploy. At this time, the large strange bird seemed to have been unable to bear the weight of the black-robed demonic father, and took a few steps forward, croaking a few times, hearing some annoyance. At the same time, a white light flashed, and a cold 3-foot green blade stabbed towards its throat. After so many years, Lu Qingyi also finally figured out one thing that she couldn't figure out in the beginning no matter what. Why Xiao Baiyu will leave the whispering fairy close to Qin Yushaner, in the final analysis, because he is just an ordinary person, and nothing more. Is it pathetic? Chang Lingji raised an eyebrow and exited the forum. Since she knew the root of the matter, the most important thing now was, who was trying to smear her? After traveling for a few days, he finally reached the plains and came to the man's house, feeling that the house withered in a very downtrodden manner. Xiao Yu said, "What does this mean?" Xiao Yu was assuming that in this cell, there would be no danger for the time being. The smell of blood filled his mouth, and Shin Jiwei's face, which always carried a smile, became dark all of a sudden. Could it be that you can stand the fact that we can't see each other for a month or even longer? Sito Haoyu's tone was filled with accusation. The man's words completely dissuaded him from his thoughts of fleeing, and he jumped off his horse and gave a salute to the man at the top of the city. Only, the soul just disappeared from the body, but did not dissipate. Does it mean that the soul belonging to Tang Sanchi has already entered the reincarnation? Situ Feng was meeting this legendary Third Highness for the first time. It was said that this prince was a half-demon, and his identity in the royal family was very embarrassing and his situation was extremely difficult. Situ Feng didn't think about this side, but it made him impressed with the Third Highness. Chapter 79, Colorful Heart, No Colorful Guts. Shou Shui could be different from the bearded man, and even more different from Shi Jin. He was only looking for Ah Tian. If he keeps on like this, the hope of Ah Tian's survival will be even slimmer. Chao is not Wang Luan. Lin Chongfire and Wang Luan is justifiable. After all, Wang Luan cannot convince the public. He did poorly, although Chao did not do very well, but also a qualified boss. The brother's righteousness, and even still he led the people to save Song Jiang. Song Jiang in gratitude killed Chao. I'm afraid how to say not to go. Lin Qianjun, who was in charge of the secrecy work, also came quickly, and after ascertaining the contents of the email, he received instructions from his superiors to immediately copy the information and send it to a certain aerospace secrecy department to be browsed by several academicians in that department. Hong Lai brother, Hong Lai brother. Shangguan Hong Lai, who was drinking tea with Sienna, heard a clear shout outside the door, and then Gur ran in like a gust of wind, and then with one hand crossed her waist and the other hand patting her own chest, she panted, Mao Chenglu is right, a real warrior, a warrior who is ready to continue to fight, as long as he does not become a deserter. Then he must learn the lessons that his brothers have tested with their lives in the past wars, in order to save their lives, to continue to fight, and in order to kill and maim the enemy more. This is a guarantee, but not as much as a resolute oath. A year? What about a year later? Zheng Pan has already disguised that after a year he will die there in battle. Su Jia heard, On a face, casting cannons and casting cannons. That is not burning money. That is a carload of silver into the fire thrown. And now their own withholding left behind a little home base. Look like it is to be completely gone. The Wang family. That's impossible. How dare they offend our Lu family? Lu Ling questioned. During the process of blocking Feng Zhoutian's attack, as the last barrier against it, Sonya paid a great price. However, as a realm spirit, he had the ability to heal himself, and it was only a matter of time before he waited to awaken. When this farmer heard it, he only felt that Ada's words were too formal, but instead a little twisted, and he wanted to laugh. Seeing this scene, Shuguo was not only not surprised, but instead his lips slightly raised, letting them fight with each other, letting Yi Luyu look at himself with burning eyes, while he just used the other three to block the four people who were controlled by Yi Luyu, while he himself was approaching Yi Luyu step by step. Li Feng was shocked in his heart. Even Xia Yuanyi's cold nature had already been moved, thus showing the seriousness of the matter. Li Feng knew that even if the sky collapsed, Xia Yuanyi wouldn't be able to produce an emotional change, right? Zeheo, you're in too much of a hurry. It's only been a day. How can I possibly get rich? Sister Hong came out from the inner room, wearing a casual outfit, being taunted in public. This is the first time. Shintongsum cannot wipe the face. The heart hates straight teeth, but still forced to smile. See those leaders leave. Don't think that looks are superficial. In fact, people are sensory animals. Good looks always take advantage of a lot. For example, if Gu Xinyan was mediocre or even ugly, Yi Qingning would still be so obsessed with him. Would Yi Qingning still be so obsessed with liking him? Because of these horrifying scenes, coupled with the Hollow Mountain area is not a pass, making the Hollow Mountain on weekdays on the left side of the few pedestrians through. Ever since the wedding for Hua Mulan and Panan, the obscenely fat man, has surprisingly lived inside and not come out. I know, really, you go back and say to the captain, by the way, give me back the matter of military registration. I go back to give you guys to prepare good wine, good food, good girl. I wait for your good news. Prince Hao said with a smile. This trip action, he is most related, or whether he can restore his military status through this matter. Li Feng had just been so focused on worrying about what would happen after the fall that he had forgotten about the fact that he was harboring wind magic. But seeing that the lewd dead old man was also at a loss, the identity of this black-robed man became even more mysterious. Brother Xiao, don't be too pessimistic, be optimistic. I believe that my sister-in-laws are all alive in the world. They may be hidden in some magical place on earth, or they may have left the earth. You and your sister-in-laws will meet one day. Qin Tian comforted Xiao Chen, but Han Zhao's reluctance was true, and her hesitation at the moment seemed to be met with some sort of threat from Helian Yun. Originally, I was not the opponent of the big column. This time I do not attack. It is even more cannot. I was smashed by the big column of the iron bar several times. There is a time that the iron bar hit my head. The whole of my brain a burst of dizziness. Dizziness toward the back of the backward a few steps. Staggering, almost fell down. Lin Mandarin enrollment Zhao Wen completely did not expect Lin Hearing to dare to make a move in front of so many people. Both of them did not come back to their senses for a while. Li Yuanfeng's ghost chariot true body seized the moment. Seeing that the great sun ruler did not notice, decisively mobilized his own power. Silently, indescribably unnameable appeared out of thin air, as if a guiding light, reflecting into the spirit platforms of his heart demon lord and the lord of the upper king demon lord, two demon lords who were battling and retreating. And here's the ING Championship Cup for yourselves. 3 days of who threw the championship cup over. A few days later, Morong Tianlin, who had been in seclusion for a month, came out of seclusion, and his cultivation increased to the 5th heavenly stage of the Tong Tian realm. Go to the 8 heavenly emperors and invite Emperor Jiyan in. These 8 heavenly emperors and Emperor Jiyan's heavenly emperors are jointly responsible for blockading Earth. Not a single Earth cultivator can be let go. Lu Hua made an immediate decision now. Chapter 80. What's the reward for doing it? But no matter if they were so angry that they clenched their teeth, or if they were so angry that they jumped on their feet, they could only watch Mo Feng leave in this way. Don't look at the fact that he was already over the age of old, but in reality, both his qualities and his mental strength were far stronger than the young people nowadays. As for Hua Lu Feng, he was clueless and directly left to cultivate, so now only Xiao Chen and Tan Qingsong were left at the venue. The big fat man stumbled in the air and fell straight down. He was no longer able to support himself any longer. Just pondering, suddenly a cold behind, a burst of creepy, too late to think carefully, and violently lowered his head to lunge forward. Just as I lowered my head, I felt something graze my scalp. After all, compared to the artifact, even if it falls into a third-rate family, it is better than being exterminated, right? In history, there was once a family that chose to do so, but unfortunately, in the end, they handed over the artifact, and were still exterminated.
But the family that was in control of the artifact only lasted less than 3 years, and then it was replaced by another family. Zhang Heng's cheeks became more and more ugly, and by this time, there was no way in pushing back, so he could only harden his head and diagnose the patient. I was a little confused by what I heard. It seemed that the boss and the others had encountered something extraordinary in the past, before they were finally forced to hide in this funeral parlor. Moreover, it's very likely that this has something to do with the Taoist priests. Even so, Meng Yichu was anxious, and she said that Hua Xianyu had taken a more eager expectation of walking and was in a much worse mood since she had felt her legs. Zhao Defang stretched his head to look outside, only to see a person dressed as a palace attendant walk in. Those jailers were shocked to see an imperial decree arriving and fell to their knees in a panic, and all the jailers immediately knelt on the ground. Of course, the amethyst space cast by the residential crystal commander in the floating shadow that he had seen before was also very terrifying, and could also be increased by 100 times. But what Arnold didn't know was that this Reese Jing's mother was even more terrifying. Far away, Shi Lang looked at the exploding sparks, thinking that it is finished. They are all finished. The mission to come here this time is a complete failure. I don't know how to go back to deliver. After a while he heard 3 loud bangs. The 3 ringing arrows rose up to the dark sky to explode, emitting eye-catching splendor. And only then did Shi Lang have peace of mind. Wei Kai of Pingchaolu, a middle-aged man with a serious expression, makes 2 squirrel mandarin fish, arranged in the shape of 2 fish playing on a large white plate. Phew, cool. An Jie, who was still a bit constrained just now, was completely liberalized through these dunks. Although they were sitting in the classroom, their hearts had long since flown out of the classroom and into the classroom where the open lecture was being given. Bai Zhong intended to unseal some planets and gradually turn them into administrative stars of the Iridium United Empire. His first choice was still the planets of the Spirit Elder race, although the differences between the Spirit Elder races were still very large. But the way it was when it was done, it was still very easy to naturalize. Imagining him and Anna walking together with their couple hats, the bastard involuntarily laughed out loud. So expensive? Li Kuang-su also looked at it, and immediately had an egg on his face. A total of just 75,000. How could he spend 36,000 on a hat? But also 36,000 could only buy one. Birth, old age, sickness and death are the laws of heaven and earth. The souls of mortals who die are inhaled into the underworld as undead, while the undead devour each other, which is also a law of heaven and earth. Hey Igu, it's like this. Ji Yun, to practice your nerve reaction speed in dodging attacks, what do you think is the best way? Anna asked. It's fine. I'm mentally prepared. The only thing Shangshur Deluxe cared about right now was her mother. You tranquility. And other than you tranquility, what other people said didn't make him how he was. Su Chunliang came to the door, grabbed the rusty door lock, and with both hands exerting force, the chain snapped in response. Shi Yu's heart was burning hot, her whole face was red. She had been waiting for this moment for years. Dongzhou Hidden Dragon Temple. Wang Zhengdao reverently knelt in front of the Buddha and silently prayed. He prayed that his son would be able to tide over his difficulties, and prayed that everything would slowly get better. Everyone was quite happy for her, but then she made a cold request to quit school. It seems that they are really staying here. He must catch him himself this time and ask him nicely. Lorraine looked at Myra's offer with gratitude, but however the aura of fury in his body still didn't recede. Xuemasian instantly comprehended his meaning. If this matter is done well, they are friends, otherwise he is very likely to settle new scores and old scores together. Is an enemy or a friend all in her mind? Guangxing picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip silently. Originally he wanted to step in and diffuse the scene minus the tension, but once Su Chunliang said this, he began to feel that this young man was not simple. Sua Xian watched Wang Gao leave. She looked at Wang Gao's back and instantly became despondent. Perhaps it is a good choice to find such an honest man and live a good life. A feeling of amusement arose in his heart. Where was there any semblance of a sinister look in Jiggs nowadays? Of course, from the looks, it still felt like Jiggs was like a viper, but the demeanor that Jiggs was displaying now was no longer frightening at all. In the car, Han Kyung-hai calls Han Kyung-hee even though she doesn't believe in her heart that her own brother was involved in kidnapping her and the minister. Just as Devil Hostel was about to leave, he felt the giant claws in the air firmly lock onto him. Stone throwers give me a hard smash. Xin Shubao couldn't care less about the few stones left, and ordered the stone throwers to fire on all cylinders in order to match the attacking troops. Yunli is also very helpless, deep frowning silent, a face slightly white. Green Onion 10 fingers buckled the wall around the force also seems to feel no pain, while Night Cold's body slightly crouched down. His right hand slowly reached out to his back, where a long sword with a pitch-black body emitted a devouring black aura, and a deep and sharp aura slowly emanated from Night Cold's body. Taking the sightseeing elevator, Suhan followed the waiter to the 30th floor. The row of this restaurant was really grand. The ceiling was very high,
with several large silver diamond chandeliers hanging above, shining with 7-colored light under the light. The decorations on both sides were gilded, giving people the feeling of being in a palace. Chapter 81, Physics Doesn't Exist. The employee who had just scolded Luo Qingkue in order to flatter Luo Yuqing's face was already pale at this time. She didn't think that this big order that the company had received that could be eaten for 2 years as soon as it was opened was actually really because of this little cutie. Imperial son, father knows that you have suffered. Can you resent me? The emperor's voice was a little choked. Naturally, by the time Mo Xiaodong took the earliest flight back to China, everything was already considered settled, and for some reason, the lighted runes on the stone pillars instantly annihilated, and the light at the bottom disappeared with them, turning the entire space into pitch black once again. Originally, Carlyle picked a bunch of players that fit the team and fit a yang. Trying to knead them together is not a difficult task. Then, Your Highness, did you just think of a cure? Just now I saw you casting spells to save people. Zi Yan was a bit confused at first, but recalling just now, Mola did not exactly cast a spell to save people, which proves that she has a way, and she does not need to worry too much. One Fei shot, hand to the sick. The next wave of mouse language exchanges. Everyone could only watch Sure phone work, completely unaware of what they were saying. This shows that mastering a foreign language is really important. Guys, stop fighting. This doesn't make any sense. Blake screamed at the frantic White Teeth. However, what it drew was indeed an attack from the White Teeth members. An old woman shivered as she walked down the road, her body shivering slightly from the cold. Hao Wei has a special quality. That is to say things when he is happy and angry. Always very plain look, so that people cannot guess what he is thinking. Most importantly, this blood-red armor was actually absorbing the water of corrupted gold from the swamp. At this time, Yi Shuiling had already jumped out of the window, but when she landed on the ground, she paused violently, and her stomach followed with a sharp pain, and a few seconds later, she felt a hot stream of water gushing out from underneath her body. Wang Yi's parents let out a long sigh of relief when they heard that Wang Yi had not been caught. Inwardly, they absolutely did not believe that their son would be a murderer. In their eyes, these police officers must have framed their son, so they would never persuade their son to turn himself in. Turning himself in is a death sentence. Running for his life, there was still a chance of survival. Seriously, he's not young and he's past those roaring years, and he's worried that Xiao Yuan won't be able to afford to wait, or that he won't be able to afford to wait. As expected, after freezing for a little while, a hint of suppressed smile appeared on Elder Li's face. The mouth is like this, but in the heart, he sneered, with that ghostly spirit of Zhao Feng, it will be difficult to make him hemorrhage money. Let's see how much you guys can do. Damn you, my mother will fight you. Sister Wan was beaten mad. Her face was hot and painful. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Immediately, she rushed towards Wang He. Although he had previously heard Luo Feng say that within the infinite world, players would be forcibly deleted if they fell from a high place in the novice village, he hadn't really witnessed or experienced it after all. Shi Yang felt that it was because he hadn't given Linger enough security that she had mistakenly thought that he didn't care about her in the future. It turned out that one's understanding of the sword Dao was not correct. The Dao gave birth to 10,000 laws, and the laws gave birth to 10,000 arts. In the past, one so-called sword Dao was merely more of a stay above the level of sword techniques and sword arts. Ah, Kai, you're back. Mrs. Zhong looked relieved as she looked at Yi Kaicheng and said tenderly, a good sword. It should be able to reach level 3 or above. The corpse collector said non-committally. Then I'll go bring you water. As soon as Chu Yisen heard this, she immediately got up to go help Su Zoyan pour water. Obviously, the Fire Phoenix didn't take Tianfeng's words to heart and carelessly dealt with a sentence or two before running away. When Xu Shangfen heard it, he quickly asked, although Lin Zhujiwang is mean and old-fashioned, unsympathetic and stubborn, but compared to Zhu Dashang, it is still better to stay by his side to have a sense of security. Styx pulled out as much of the Devil Sect's chi from the Devil Realm origin in his hand and struck it into the Blood Sea Taoist. Li Yan Yan, on the other hand, let out a cold snort, as if she hadn't heard anything, and built up the long sword on the ground on her own, walking down to carry it alone. The narrow road here is really to be more difficult to go. If it is not master skillful, cannot guarantee that there will be some cuts. Often, when Tong Xiaoya woke up from a sleep, she felt that everything that had happened was a dream, but the more she did so, the more she wanted to hold on to everything she had already gotten. Even the automated mining carts didn't escape, their steel shells easily cut open by the bugs, scattering or all over the place. Wedding night need to stay with a strange man. You heart anxious and uneasy. More thought of him. Where is he now? Will he also be controlled physically like her and then forced to take a wife? After reaching the perfection level, it was actually able to completely transform human chi and blood power into a special kind of demonic power. Although this kind of demonic power was very low grade at first glance, Many of the players in the surrounding office buildings took in the scene with amazement, and wondered what the captain was thinking with such dangerous striding behavior. Wang Cheng brainstormed for a while, but instead felt that the strong imbalance he felt in his heart at the beginning was eased. Tian Xianzi waited for a few more moments, thinking, it seems that these are people seasoned veterans, they won't rest until they show some strength. Chapter 82. It's all because the class flower was taught well. According to what the giant bird said, the people living in Block 1 were all semi-nobles with permanent residency in Silver Feather Planet, but they still weren't considered true nobles, and they still weren't qualified to cross that city wall. The larger the space, the larger the sacred spirit world that could be built, the more living beings it could contain, and the more benefits it could bring to her accordingly. Meng Fan entered the backyard and walked towards the old woman's house when he heard a strange sentence. Meng Fan frowned and roughly guessed what the old woman was doing. It should be interviewing Fennel. Alright, listen to Mr. Zhu. Everyone, don't be so motherly. Only to see the villagers rise up from the ground after paying their respects. They all got busy, a hopeful glow emanating from all their faces. Except that Selkirk, as much as he thought Crusoe was an asshole, had to recognize Crusoe's ability, and it was his calculation that this season was the best time of year for Neptune-like activity that had kept them in the windless belt all this way with no surprises. By then, when he, Yao Yu, catches the murderer, his fame in the school will definitely surpass Lin Xiaofeng's. Because of this, these two six-star Saint ancestors both panicked and looked towards Mui Xianyu with bated breath, expecting Mui Xianyu to still reveal a powerful card. After saying that, she instantly left Yuan Fan's room. Yuan Fan sighed and prepared to think of nothing and sleep first. According to the view of the Mu family patriarch and others, the Mu family in Fengqing and the Alchemist Association have no grudges, so under the circumstances, why should they be tainted with all the commotion? When everyone gathered together, Luo Shui Xin, Xiao Yasi and Mo Yan also finally flashed out of the dragon hidden base and appeared on the ground. Before, they were still mountain villagers, and this all of a sudden they became royal relatives, which made it difficult for them to accept for a moment. After that holy light old man spoke about this, he also couldn't help but hesitate in his tone for a moment, and the expression on his face clearly had a few moments of pathos. In the distance, Lei Hao, who thought that the tooth-wound god emperor was already dead, heard the commotion and turned his head to see it, suddenly jumped up from the ground, and at the back, Fei and the three of them also came up. Their bodies were tensed, and they stored up their strength. I fell onto the square platform and slammed down on Sanfat as a burst of dense bullets passed over my head, scaring me. I know that this guy's panic is not the safety of the three fat, but he is worried that once something happens to the three fat, he will no longer have a source of financial resources, so it could only bow its head and admit defeat, and obediently sign the lease, thus giving away the piece of land in Happy Valley. Luo Jiakong got Shinjeja's phone number from somewhere and directly called her cell phone. In a frantic attack, the 9 phantom illusioned mad dragons swiftly blasted through, and in an instant, they were already completely torn apart. In order to exterminate Lu Mu, half of his own body was subjected to the pestle and mortar attack. Nowadays, fully half of his strength is confined in the body that has been turned into charcoal. Joke, do I need to pretend am I not just rich? Gao Shi didn't have a good mood. A street away is 2 different worlds. This rich area where Count Nathan is located is one of the most amazing places in Gadrisi where the price of a house can be worth 10 outside. So the people who live here are all either rich or noble. Su Bank shook his head and said, no, close guards out. Naturally there cannot be a leakage of fish. If this is not done well, of that can really have no face to see the king of you. Have the grandchildren finished talking yet? Finish talking and then you can die together. Wu Zun suddenly bellowed from the sidelines. Okay, you have all kinds of excuses. Heavenly, you say you're studying, but you show me progress, okay? The camera, the big screen didn't give a commentary. Instead, it accurately captured Zhang Feng's expression at this second. He was smiling. Yes, he was smiling. In the eyes of 101 fangirls, there was no moment more handsome than Zhang Feng's smile at this moment. He can live and let live. Even if some people say that but he chose to be fair. Bull asterisk. When did my G family kill your brothers? You, Boss Chen, can just say what you're trying to do, so don't try to cover it up. It will only cause people to be displeased. A middle-aged man in a black-bordered white robe below cursed loudly. That middle-aged man in orange clothes was none other than the boss of Copper Mountain Walled City, surnamed Chen, known as Boss Chen. The entire void, transformed into a field of swords, endless rules and order intertwined, mouthful after mouthful of heavily swords across the sky, densely packed, all exuding an astonishingly sharp aura, so severe that it was mind-blowing. Suddenly, Kor didn't know where she was uncomfortable, and with a loud cry she suddenly had her father and mother's consorts' hands full. The eyes of the few warriors around Lena even became mesmerized. Lena's eyes, on the other hand, remained clear. In the daytime, when he was with Chen Ping and saw Xiang Zhuang bringing Chao Wuxian, the left secretary of Pei Gong, to meet Xiang Yu, Xiang Bo had a bad feeling. In the evening there was a rumor that Xiang Yu and Fan Zhang agreed to hold a banquet at Xinfeng Hongmen to invite Lu Bang to come. 18 Yang glanced at the rest of the room. Kong Jingxian did not come. Her full sister Kong Shuxian sat nearby and looked over when she heard Kong's name. Put, what the hell is this place? Pouncing on my mouth of sand. Suddenly, a chagrined voice came through the channel, instantly causing everyone to laugh. Carlsbad, who was in the shadow realm, looked at the killing chance in Yan He's eyes and inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. The words in his mouth gave a beat, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued. Therefore, when he heard Keisha's playful tone, Long Yu's face instantly became darker, almost like the bottom of a pot. This saw the bride, followed by a banquet outside. Zhang Juntin accompanied the crowd to eat and drink outside. The crowd is naturally some congratulations in play. Points of blue on shot out from his hands, shooting rapidly towards Raphael, not giving the other party a chance to react at all. In the darkness, the shadow warrior surfaced with a throne, and Sula sat on it, leaning back in the chair, suddenly having a feeling of mastering the world, which made him a bit mesmerized, and then disappeared into the darkness together with the shadow warrior. Xiao Chen listened to the stun half a day and then covered her face and cried tears of joy. She did not think that she could really wait until this day. Wait until the day that Yun Qi confessed to her. This really is not dreaming? Sula looked at the stoic two sisters, seemingly unaware of the situation. It was true that the weak would be exploited. If they were strong enough, who would dare to set up a ban in their brains? After the matter of Reina's return to the Blazing Sun Star was decided, there was one last thing left to do, and that was the final arrangements regarding Yin Hyuk's enthronement ceremony. Chapter 83 Heavy-handed in dreams, coy in reality? If, right now, boys throughout high school were asked to choose the one person they would most like to burn, that would definitely be Zhang Wuyo. Why is he able to walk with the no one in the whole year and the class flower of the ambitious class every day? What makes you think you can make up for the class flower every day? What's so great about being handsome? What's the big deal about being childhood friends with a pretty girl? What's even more infuriating is that his grades seem to have really picked up. Some unhealthy thinkers have already imagined in their minds many images of the Hongji class flower making up for that asshole. Though they did admit that they did watch a little too many Little Eastern movies, but they really suspected that those two were doing it by the Little Eastern movie. Looking like. Similarly, there were quite a few girls in the year group who didn't like Zhao Yutong. There was nothing to say about this, because there were already a lot of small groups of girls, not to mention that in the second middle school, Zhao Yutong's grades were a gap between the sky and the abyss with them. But there were also some girls that were quite envious of Zhao Yutong. When she was little, how did she ever think of finding a handsome little boy to raise from a young age? Anyway, with another second model looming, there are just over 60 days left before the advent of the college entrance exams. Envy to envy, jealousy to jealousy, the sky that should fall, no one will help them to top. Everyone could only harden their hearts and brace themselves upwards in droves. This time, the vast majority of high schools in the province all took their exams at the same time, using the same paper. Teachers are also more nervous than they were even in the last model year. The afternoon before the second model, Zhao Yutong's deskmate, Yu Jin, had been asking her for advice on problems she couldn't solve. At this time, the class teacher Liao Xiaomei has finished talking about the notes of the second model. The rest of the time is left to their self-study. The class is not as quiet as in the past. Slightly noisy. Zhao Yutong took a pen and patiently explained for her tablemate. Yi Jiahui, who was in the front seat, looked back at her from time to time. While high school girls have many cliques, their respective cliques are, by and large, still dominated by the front and back seats. The girls that Zhao Yutong was close to in her class were mainly Yi Jiahui and her deskmate Yujin. Are you trying to ask me something? Zhao Yutong also noticed Yi Jiahui's abnormality. Forget it, I'll ask you after this exam. Yi Jiahui turned back again. Zhao Yutong and Yujin looked at each other, both baffled by her. Yi Jiahui was, right now, very curious about the relationship between Zhao Yutong and that handsome guy from the next class. She always felt that there was something strange about the relationship between these two. If they are already a couple, they don't seem to be overly intimate. Every couple Yi Jiahui knew, even when someone saw them, posted around from time to time, slightly unoccupied. It's easy to get hot. Zhao Yutong and the next class's schoolmaster obviously didn't get to that point, but to say it's not a couple, it feels like a couple is not as close and intimate as they are. Especially, that time accidentally heard Zhao Yutong sitting on the ground, being fed by the boys in the next class is the kind of feeding she thought, right? Shouldn't we? Has it come to that? Yi Jiahui's heart was too curious, but it was not good to ask about such things. Yi Jiahui and Zhao Yutong knew each other well,
They were the ones who played better in class and knew Zhao Yutong better, but she couldn't really guess at such things. At the thought of it, Zhao Yutong, who is a school bully and the school flower, sits softly and helplessly on the ground, raising her head with a face of abstinence and humiliation. Even though she is a girl, Yi Zhihui herself would like to go and feed her. Yi Zhihui turned her head back and practiced while trying to forcefully suppress an unhealthy picture that surfaced in her mind. Yi Zhihui, calm down. Don't ever get one where someone else's schoolgirl is perfectly fine and you, a guy who is not even a bystander, have your studies affected. Wait until after this second model test. Zhao Yutong didn't know exactly what Yi Zhihui wanted to ask. Look at her. She clearly looks curious to the core, yet she looks like she can't ask. Forget it. Leaf often has this godly look. That night, both she and Zhang Wuyo didn't stay at the school night study hall. April has really warmed up further. Both have their respective bedrooms, which are also air-conditioned. Although it's not actually hot enough that you really have to turn on the air conditioning. But if you don't turn on the air conditioner, you have to open the window. So Zhao Yutong still closed the bedroom door as well as the window of her room and turned on the air conditioner. After returning home, Zhang Wuyo, who had already taken a cool shower, wore a large pair of shorts and a tight tank top, and ran to her. Zhao Yutong quietly looked at him. His physique looked, indeed, very sturdy, the lines outlined clearly, worthy of being a boy who had been a school bully, though she was kind of wondering why he, whose grades were obviously still bad in his sophomore year of high school, hadn't thought about practicing physical fitness, i.e., taking the gym test. At this time, Zhang Wuyo was still looking down, practicing his language paper. For Zhao Yutong, the language had actually been practiced little for a long time. Tomorrow morning's language, just go straight to the test. So she sat on a piece, sideways, left hand on the desk, supporting her face, just looking at him, arms bare and undershirt clinging to his toned body. Is it just me? Looking at it so seriously, it always seems that he's more fit and toned than before. Obviously he hasn't exercised much in the past 2 months, and he's either practicing or practicing every day, right? Tong, why are you looking at me like that? Feeling her line of sight, Zhang Wuyo did not raise his head. It's nothing. Zhao Yutong changed to folding her hands in front of the table, her face turned sideways and resting on her arm, looking brightly. Just think of it as tomorrow's exam. I'm the invigilator. Can you still ask the invigilator why she's looking at you like that? If the invigilator is really staring at me like that, then I really need to thank her and ask her what she's up to. Don't talk, do the questions carefully. Zhao Yutong narrowed her eyes. Why don't? Zhang Wuxi flipped to the last page of the volume and began to compose his essay. I'll let you touch it? Zhao Yutong's fingers moved, and her arms trembled gently. After a moment, she turned her head and blushed. Who wants to touch? Really? Hands folded. His whole body was like an ostrich, trying to bury itself in the crook of his arm. Zhang Wuyo gave a smile. He kind of saw it completely now. This girl is just full of color and no balls. Thanks to you. In the dream world, you walloped me on the bed and said it was useless for me to scream my head off, and posed me in 108 positions of all kinds. Now I'm sitting here and you're too embarrassed to touch it when I said I'd let you. Heavy-handed in the dream world, coy in reality. Tong. Chapter 84. You rebel you? Zhang Wuyo finished conceptualizing the final argumentative essay for this paper and was ready to start writing. Next to him, Zhao Yutong turned back again and kept looking at him. Tong, get out. You're interfering with my studies here. This is my home. How did it turn into me influencing learning here? Zhao Yutong gently tapped the table. Not listening to me now, is it? Zhang Wuyo said. Then what about later? You turned against you? Zhao Yutong snorted out a laugh, and her whole body crouched on the table for a while, still tossing her hair. She blushed and got up, grabbing the materials she had to review and heading out. Though inverted against the Big Dipper, staying here by himself was really interfering with his studies. In her bedroom, the air conditioning was still on. When she went out, she took the bedroom door with her as well. When she got to the living room, she set her review materials on the large coffee table in front of the living room couch, and sat down on the couch, hunched over her practice questions. By 9 o'clock or so, Zhu Yuwen, who came back from overtime, saw her daughter alone in the living room practicing 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulation with her head down, and the door to her own room was closed. Why are you writing outside? Zhu Yuwen asked curiously. Zhao Yutong didn't raise her head and said quietly. He said I was affecting his studies and kicked me out. Yuwen Zhu. Oh, forget it, leave them alone. The second round of mock exams unfolded in an intense and organized manner. Language, math, physics, English, chemistry, and biology were examined 3 days in a row, making the time fly by. And even just after the exams, students are forced to continue into an intense continuation of their studies. This time, Zhang Wuxi's grades and yearly rankings,
continued to improve. Language, 106. Math, 124. English, 113. Physical, 87. Chemistry, 73. Bio, 69. The total score for the entire course was 572. And the full course score was 564. The total subject score here is the total score calculated by directly adding up the scores of the 6 subjects tested. The overall score is the final score assigned to the 2 sub-subjects, chemistry and biology, ranked according to all the students who took the exam. In the province's 3+1+2 model, each person needs to pick 2 of the 4 side subjects of chemistry, biology, politics and geography. But at the end of the day, all the students who took physics, regardless of the 2 minor choices, were put together to spell out their scores. So much for picking history. However, it is clearly inappropriate to compare scores directly across different subspecialties, so there needs to be an assignment of marks. For example, for all students who take chemistry, according to their ranked grade in the subject chemistry, it is the assignment of points for the subject of chemistry that comes out at the end. This is the points system. Regardless, this time, Zhang Wuyo's achievement once again shocked the crowd. And, compared to last time, no one bothered to question his accomplishments this time around. In particular, the head of the year group, Zhang Xin, was more or less disbelieving because of his previous results, also made it a point to keep an eye on him via surveillance for over an hour in the subject of physics. In the end, one has to wonder if there really are students out there who are able to soar so far in their last semester of high school. The head of year has decided that this case will be documented as material to encourage the seniors during their annual Pledge of Allegiance speeches. Actually, if it had been in the first middle school, the surprise triggered by Zhang Wuyo's improved grades would never have been so exaggerated. But this is second grade. This score was already ranked in the upper middle class even in the Hongji class. He waited a short 3 or 4 month period to go from being a hangover at the end of January last semester to leapfrogging his grades and improving like crazy on 2 big exams in a row. All of a sudden, he was in the top 20 of the yearbook. And with this score, you can probably get to the top 200 or so in the yearly section in the key middle school, the first middle school. To plagiarize, it's not even a plagiarized score. Can you copy one subject and all 6? What's more, this time again, unlike during the first mock exam in the second middle school itself, the seats were specially adjusted according to the past historical scores. Meanwhile, Chen Vertical's assignment score is at 477, a score that is a little better than his first model. With Zhang Wuyo's significant increase in strength this month, as well as his growing interest in learning, Qian Zhang, although he didn't have the schoolgirl to help him with his tuition, was more or less driven and began to move up the ladder. Xu Xiaoying scored 393, and her math score improved, but the rest of it basically remained the same as well, and in general, it wasn't too far off from the first model. The score, probably one that would enable you to go to a public junior college, and you'd have to be desperate to get into an undergraduate program. Her main problem, or the 2 subjects of physics and chemistry, is that they are a little too low. Although she was stimulated by Zhang Wuyo and cried out, "My life is up to me, not up to heaven," she was still very unpopular. Her family, I hear, has already begun to prepare her for next year's repeating program, so that she can change her choice to the liberal arts. But she has her own plan, which is to find a handsome and well-read young man to be her childhood friend in her next life. Zhao Yutong continued to play consistently and scored 633 points. Even in the experimental class of a key middle school, no, one middle school, this score is very high. But to everyone's surprise, this time Yao Shuoqin scored 632 points, only 1 point less than her. Yao Shuoqin was not only unaffected by the loss of the first model, but also more or less overplayed, which made Liao Xiulan and the head of the yearly section overjoyed, although perennially the second in the yearly section. In fact, in the past, she used to be more than a dozen points short of Zhao Yutong, and this was the first time that she had ever tested above 630, bringing her teachers a lot of surprises. You know, this second model paper was actually quite a bit harder than the first model. Everyone congratulated her on going higher this time, but some students also saw Yao Shuoqin locking herself in a single room in the women's restroom and kicking it as hard as she could. I heard that later. Ms. Liao Xiaomei also specifically looking for her to chat and relax. The bathroom was kicked out of the door, did not look for her to pay. That morning, the ambitious class, the language teacher is still lecturing. Yu Jin, Zhao Yutong's classmate, whispered next to her with curiosity, "How in the world did Zhang Useless raise his grades? Other subjects are fine. Even language and English can be raised so fast?" Eugene was able to get a copy of the report card for the 2 exams for the entire year group. Everyone's grades and rankings for the 3 subjects, the whole subject, and the single subject were all on it. She also carefully compared Zhang Wuyo's scores on these 2 mock exams. This time,
Zhang Wuyo's grades had even surpassed her in the Hongji class. She analyzed it. The main reason why Zhang Wuyo was still able to improve significantly this time was because even the language and English had been raised, especially English. Anyone knows that the pull score of English is very big. He mentioned from the last 60 or so points to more than 110 points this time. Here is a difference of 50 points. Zhao Yutong had a bit of a headache and didn't know how to explain to her that she was helping her childhood friend tutor her in a dream like this. She herself, to this day, still finds it very amazing. Can't explain it, so she starts talking. Chapter 85 Metaphysics, 20 Heterosexual Classmates Gaining Laws. At the end of the day, Imoko didn't give her a design, and she had to go back in line to wait for that design assistant to give her a design. This flip of Shi Mingxuan's thoughts was certainly unknown to Xiao Yao and Leng Changrui right now. If Xiao Yao knew that Shi Mingxian had imprisoned her senior brother as if he were a plaything, she would definitely be furious and make Shi Mingxuan's life worse than death. Of course, just because Xiao Yao didn't know now, it didn't mean that she didn't know all the time. Originally thought to be a bloodthirsty wolf, I didn't realize that this wolf was still so cautious that it could actually hold back from biting when the fragrant meat was put to its mouth. She had just casually said it alright. How could she have ever thought that he would really break off the engagement with Bai Yingan? At that time, when she said this, she didn't expect Mrs. Lin to take it seriously, but because it was so unbelievable that there was no need to make up such a lie that could be broken at the first stroke of a button, there were those who believed it and spread the news. The doctor briefly explained and left the ward. Outside the door Lin Shanshan and Lan Ruoshi had also arrived, saw the doctor come out, quickly pulled him up and asked again. When he heard that there was a concussion was also startled. N and Xia Xian, however, changed their faces. It's over. It seems that this afternoon's class is probably not going to be able to go on. Husband, we should rest. Meyer came over and said to Jiang Yu in a low voice that was extremely seductive. You need to figure out who is your own people? Hua Chanyang protested with great dissatisfaction, also wanting to remind His Highness King Chu from the side. As for sneaking into the eastern suburb hunting ground, with Fang Yun's current strength of no more than the peak of astral qi, how could he possibly conceal himself from the elite forbidden soldiers who were at the very least all at the peak of qi field? Over 20,000 dragon riders, all of whom failed to defeat chaos, and it ultimately took Kael'der Dragon Tamer to barely expel the forces of chaos through the Maelstrom program? At this time, it happened that Su Yangda's father was transferred to the defense of Jizhen, so the family settled in Chongping and became a branch of the Su family in Suizhou. Hot milk spilled on the surface of the psychic shield, the milk splattered on the carpet and the shield shattered, and then immediately afterward Sylvia fell to the ground. All of this happened in a split second. Zhang Liang cast an approving glance towards Cao Shen, and then continued his own analysis of the evolution of the battlefield, which was his forte, compared to Qin Ping, the chief historian under Li Yuan, who was a bit weaker than Zhang Liang in terms of grand strategy. Qin Ping was more adept at figuring out people's hearts and minds, and analyzing the enemy's psychological level, hidden behind the endless void turbulence, without revealing his true face. Meng Xinji gave a sigh of relief and said, in that indifferent voice, there was quite a flavor of too much forgetfulness. The strife outside was unknown to Ryan. Instead, the Grail Knight never stopped in his tracks as he walked into the Grail Cathedral. If it were Meng De, I don't know how happy he would be this moment. Liu Bei couldn't help but think so. Natalie is subtle and reticent, and it's difficult to get her to truly express what's in her heart and say I love you out loud. Yes, Liu Bei nodded. There is not a single thing in this world that is more important than responsibility to the people. While listening to Jiang Bai say these words, Guan Hongshan's eyes had always fallen on Jiang Bai's body. His lamp was really recognizable, and from the time he got it, the sky lantern with wishes written all over it impressed him. Wu Jianxuan's condition seems to be improving now, but he knows it's just a flashback. Shu Nong gazed at him, her gaze like a mirror. The tail of her eyes moved slightly, and the bottom of her eyes then revealed a few points of probing meaning, like to the point that even if she only showed a tiny bit of her habits that were similar to Shu Nong's, he would have to think that it was Shu Nong who had returned. A refreshing medicinal aroma immediately filled the entire cave. An instant the three people's spirit violently shocked. Xiang Xiaojie is more aware of his injuries and a little bit of disappearance. Its body twisted up again, and this time it summoned another shadowfish detachment. Only this time there were actually 4 shadowfish detachments. Han nodded politely, smiled and raised his right hand, looked at it repeatedly and lowered it, then placed his left hand on the Bible. Chu Chao, an afternoon of intense brain labor, although he did not make much effort, but already hungry, directly asked for a large tomahawk steak. However, these 3 are well-known figures: self-respect feathers, mouth on the door. For Chu Chao mentioned the stick player Park Daong, but did not mention a word. Wang Dong then took out the Divine Doctor's treasure book from the system space, wanting to see what kind of names were recorded in it. The deployment of the operation had actually been arranged long ago.
and before even setting foot on the ocean-going ship, the new president, Ido, and the Hunter Committee had already planned a meticulous set of operational arrangements. With an ear-piercing shout, Ling Qiushui's long sword wrapped in a layer of yellow aura came out of her hand and went through the air, stabbing straight at Zhong Liu. When Wang Ben heard Wang Dong say that starting today, he would not set up any more stalls for 3 years, Wang Ben also had a surprised look on his face. Speed Chi Gillis was already weak. This time more cannot raise their heads, good at making bad Bei Gutai air, to where are subjected to cold face, but also temporarily convergence of a lot, do not dare to do bad things again. Only if he could not meet Wang Dong. It was obvious that this opportunity and springboard would be hard to come to in his lifetime. Normally, the prison would have no less than 2 earthbenders watching over Bayan at all times for fear that he would cause any trouble. For example, knowing that at specific hours of the night, she could consume a large amount of soul power or life force to be able to temporarily leave the city, even if she was more chauvinistic and chose to sacrifice herself to beg for a piece of hope for the crowd. At this time, the blackguard Tiger Head, who had taken over Meng Yi's responsibility for guarding this place, had also finished his secret talks with Meng Yi. Ghost Talent 7 Killings, Birth Formation. Just when Yi Haotuan was a bit at a loss for words, he suddenly heard Kuyen shouting behind him. A few days later, Anzi adjusted the state in the secret room teleported out of the city, carrying the rabbit imperial sword flying straight to the immortal moon sea, just into the sea more than 10,000 miles. Floating in the space of the Hummer sent a communication alert. Jia Zuo was really a bit happy. However, he realized that he could not get too close to see Daba Shuiyun, because after all, he was a person of the Xiongnu country, while Daba Shuiyun was a person of another tribe. How also have to set up defense. Chapter 86, Useless? What if it really works? Zhang Wuyo began to sigh. They believe in such an outrageous thing, don't they? Zhao Yutong looked at him. Didn't you also believe it at that time? This is called clasp the Buddha's feet when in a hurry. Of course, Zhang Wuyo couldn't tell her that at that time. He did that solely for the points given by the system, as well as that golden card. Though the back of that gold card drew a Supreme Dragon Slayer out that was of little use to him. Forget it, Zhang Wuyo told her. Let them do it. Just like what my junior high school homeroom teacher said. Believing doesn't necessarily work, not believing definitely doesn't. In fact, any metaphysics is able to apply this phrase to it. After returning home, Zhao Yutong opened her cell phone and looked at it during dinner. Unexpectedly, a girl she played better in middle school, but hadn't had much contact with in the past 2 years, messaged her. Yutong, I heard that there's a boy in your school who got 20 girls to teach him how to study at the beginning of the school year. Is it true that later on he went from the bottom of your school to having his grades mentioned all the way up to the top dozens of his year group? This girl had good grades when she was in junior high school, and is now in a key middle school, the first high school. Zhao Yutong inclined her face to think about it and returned a couple sentences. The first one is real. The second one is also true. It's true indeed. And she wasn't lying. She was tempted to add that you knew this boy too, but thought better of it, lest she run and ask Useless. Though Useless didn't use a smartphone and usually didn't go on cue. When you think about it, it seems like you can't really blame these people. After all, in the eyes of the people around, Useless academic performance, the improvement is too exaggerated. They don't see him working hard behind the scenes, and they certainly don't see her dream teaching. Only saw him soar in 2 consecutive mock exams and in the school rankings, especially for the people in the Hongji class, which was clearly the key class in the second middle school. All of a sudden, by Zhang Wuyo, a hangdog that they all knew, over half of the people in the class. It's hard not to want to be shocked, but there's nothing wrong with this look. Zhao Yutong quickly finished her meal, went to take a brief shower, returned to her bedroom, opened her book, and accelerated her revision. It's best that this gust continues to spread as far and wide as possible. Let's all go and do this useless work that was born because of her childhood friend, Zhang Wufei. It's good for both of them to take the opportunity to step up their studies. First one learned at 7:30 and saw that Useless had not yet come. Zhao Yutong lifted her body and began to pack up her revision materials and homework. The doorbell rang again at this time. Outside, Zhu Yuan answered. It should be Useless, and went over to open the door. She resumed her seat, rearranging the revision materials and assignments stacked in front of her back. First secondary school, Class V. Since the results of the second model came out, Lu Qi had also become a bit irritable. This time, she scored 561 points, a score that would be fine for a book. But wanting 211 is basically just impossible. This score, compared to her first model, was a bit worse. Obviously it's going to be harder in the first model. The point was, she felt like she couldn't bring her grades up anymore. While around her, there were always people who were actually able to move forward slowly. In particular, 2 or 3 of the boys in the class were clearly not doing well as seniors,
but since her sophomore year, her ranking in the yearly section has been moving up a couple dozen places every midterm and end of term, annoying the hell out of her. In the past 2 days, she'd noticed that some people in her class, who also had no idea what they were doing, were looking around for someone to teach them. And boys look for girls to teach and girls look for boys to teach. She was also approached by a couple of boys, who left on their own as she set her face. What the hell are these people up to? She asked another girl at her table near the end of school that morning. It's like some weird ritual, said the table, that says you'll be able to drastically improve your grades if you get 20 classmates of the opposite sex to teach yourself. There's a boy right over at the second grade school who just flew up from a 200-something score that way. Lucci didn't have a good gas. Forget it. Where is that kind of thing? And the boys in the second middle school are a bit silly. One of my cousin's cousin is not related to me. The person looks is quite handsome, but poor grades even if the person is also a bit strange. The last time my relatives invited us to dinner, others just let him take a better junior college. He also said something about 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the youth poor. Laugh me to death. The table said, but this time it seems to be true. And I even went to ask my former classmates who used to play well in the second middle school, and they all said that it really happened. I also heard that at first, even their year head didn't believe that someone could improve so exaggeratedly. And during this exam, he purposely stared at him through the surveillance monitor, and finally decided that he hadn't cheated. Lucci raised her head. I still don't believe it. This kind of metaphysical stuff, it's better not to believe in it. It's a waste of time. However, that afternoon, this kind of students who were as busy as ants, looking around for someone to teach, not only did not decrease, but increased. What's more, anytime someone goes to someone in the second grade and asks, the answer they get, they say it's true. After another day, Lucci saw that her tablemate had also started looking for boys to teach her. She finally sulked, took the role, and started looking for boys as well. But because she rejected a few guys in a row when she first started, other guys didn't come to her because of it. Now when she goes to them, they won't teach either. She had anger in her heart. So it was good that she left the class and went to other classes to find boys she didn't know to teach her. And those boys were still willing. And of course, the boys incidentally asked her to teach them again in turn, as a sort of mutual aid. Now of course she didn't dare to refuse. In fact, Lucci, inwardly, still didn't quite believe in this kind of thing. But the thing is, now everyone does it and she doesn't. So what if it does work? Zhang Wusui and Zhao Yutong realized that things like asking 20 students of the opposite sex to teach homework had really become popular everywhere in various high schools. At this point, it doesn't matter what the facts are. This is the same as wearing a cheongsam means victory in the flag. Wearing a vest means success in the horse. Purple underpants means designation, purple buttocks, can be done. Rice cakes and dumplings mean high school. High school, as well as playing good luck in the morning, good day in the evening, the candy luck enhancement method, and the pink crystal 7-star formation. It has become a metaphysics of blessing before the college entrance exam. It's not even just their city. It's even other municipalities in this province where people are starting to do it. The two of them really didn't think that one day they would be able to lead the trend. Of course, regarding this, Zhang Wuyo and Zhao Yutong didn't care too much about it, but instead kept reviewing and practicing the questions. There is always a sense of horror that the second model has just ended and the third model is just around the corner, and the monster keeps closing in. No one dares to be careless when a day of high school is not over. Chapter 87, Give Me Back My Lost Nutrition. The old madman's gaze danced for a moment, and then he struggled, with difficulty, to sweep the sword of Mordor before his gaze quickly averted for a long time before he seemed to have made a decision. For example, in the beginning of the segment, just simply a board is not cool enough, and it is to follow the music beat. Now with the lyrics, it can be completely advanced to follow the lyrics beat. You can make some super transformation. It was this preconceived notion that led Victor not to believe at first, but to have someone go and double-check the situation. Yes, there are songs and poems alive, and the mind must have been filled with emotions long ago, and now only the stomach is still empty, not to mention the rest, just his frequent outbursts. People have never heard of the golden sentences enough to make people cannot stand. Words and phrases are full of life philosophy and life's truth. After Baoyu and Mu Nanfeng hurriedly ate some fasting food and drank a few sips of tea, they went to the main hall of the temple. It's best to add the karma fire and supernatural energy as well, and strive for success in one go. Long Zixing said in a faint voice. After all, no matter if it was in his previous life or this life, Zheng Huanjie did not have any relationship with Nanshan Academy. At the end of the day, the three of them saluted and left. As for the second master, who was just like an invalid, it would be fine to leave it to Cheng Half Academy to take care of it. During this recent period of time, there will be 2 more late-stage foundation establishment masters and brothers who are about to break through to Jindan, and they will have to take care of them well. and he missed her so much that he stood by her bedside in tears when she had just crossed over and her life was in danger. At this time, a few of us have already understood that the ones who came here are from the East Chamber, and they are the only ones who can make the boss talk, but we just don't know whether the East Chamber came here for the housekeeper or someone else. Does it mean that the housekeeper is also known to be whereabouts? This day, finally ushered in the day of the opening of the Sanhang International Trade, Lu Zilong became the man of the hour at this opening ceremony. No one could cover his light, just because he was the giant son of the Linhai trade. Players from two countries with hostile or mortal enemy relationship can attack each other's main city or guild territory. Once the main city and guild territory are captured by the other player, the main city or guild territory will be occupied by the other player, and all resources within the scope of the main city or guild territory will belong to the occupying party. Only after leaving the door did Xiao Fengming ask Xiao Lingxiao what she was going to do. Hearing her say that she was going to find out about that King Mud, Xiao Fengming told her everything he knew as he walked. Ruyan grunted. She wanted to teach them a lesson herself, but listening to Yin Li's voice, she also knew that Yin Lu was angry, and better yet, her master's hand was far superior to hers. I told the old Lu said, "Brother Lu, get a few of them to the house. I have something to ask them." The old Lu father and son of the Chen brothers, one person carrying a, followed me to the house, threw them to the ground. Fell a Gaio's sound. Those three fell hard up a little bit of movement. The thrusters are completely scrapped. Yo, although you can fly with PIC, a body like that still can't catch up. Saying that, Charu stripped the additional thrusters. The one that snapped and squashed was no longer able to fly into the air. Indeed, a movie and television superstar nowadays does have a great deal of influence. Not weaker than a political official in the least. The ghost nodded his head as he listened, and knowing that Shen Xii's godly tactics were superior to his own, he led Chen Jing to leave first. Yes, she waited and waited and waited like this. What was she waiting for? Could it be that now that she had hurt him, she wanted him to turn around and coax herself? Then, he and Huang Fresh talked about some other things, and Huang Fresh urged him to hurry back to comprehend the immortal Emperor Realm's divine abilities. Sung Tian's entire body exuded boundless ambition, and there was no doubt that at this moment, he had become so terrifying. It was completely dark. I had regained quite a bit of my strength, and I moved slowly, scuffing on the ground. It took me a great deal of effort to move my body up against the hill and hunker down to rest, somewhat strangely glancing at Lu Ningyan. I don't know what exactly Lu Ningyan is thinking. Why does she keep stammering? It was the starting point of the Divine War. Originally, this battlefield had already settled down for countless years. After all, the adversary race in Cthulhu Racing Jia hadn't fought for a long time. Ibai was even more joyful to see Master Chen, and cried tears of joy, nodded and followed the saying, which temporarily resisted the terrifying ghost chi that roamed the sky. Finally asked to the main topic, which is also a joint commission of Master Chen and the car owner, which is why it was recorded with a DV to be kept as evidence and handed over to Jin Qingshan in private. After running all day, I could see that my sister was really tired. Turned off the light. She started to take off her shoes and jacket to get under the covers. Before Li Bing finished speaking, Sunan had already slapped Li Bing hard on the face, her eyes full of tears, biting her lips hard, the bright red on her lips. I don't know whether it was the blood she bit out or the color of the lipstick. Although Zhu Bin's movements just now were subtle, they still didn't escape my eyes. He clearly knew what the tomb of the Yellow Emperor was, but he deliberately said it was the Emperor. Lu Dequan finished, looking at Lu Laoshi and Lotus's tablets. Sadness from the heart, cannot help but fall into tears again. They have also led people to take revenge, but helplessly, but nothing. As expected by Lu Dingtian, Xiao Bei began to tempt and solicit up, and it was no wonder that the temperature at the bottom of the magma was still a bit higher than normal. The fire cloud had almost finished falling, and the only sound left inside the sarcophagus was the sound of writhing again. The stranger from before had said that there was something highly poisonous inside the sarcophagus, and only the slightest hint of it could kill him. Could it be a living thing? Chu Hong's tone was fierce. Shi Hao was really puzzled. Where did he provoke her? Why this attitude? So he got Vegas publicist to take the man out of the casino on the pretext of taking Yashirkue out for a good time. Gushua didn't say anything, just nodded silently, as if he couldn't tell her directly for some reason. Lu Dingtian was also left alone in midair, looking at the silhouette with some confusion. There was a very familiar feeling that the silhouette in front of him should be a soul body just like Yi Xian. There was another rush of gibberish as the two bonobos apparently argued about something. Eventually, one convinced the other. They suddenly just turned around, pressing their swords with one hand, and their gazes just patrolled vigilantly on both sides of the road. These four people teamed up to block Zhou Shutian's left, right, front, and top, only leaving Zhou Shutian with a path of retreat behind him, in order to force Zhou Shutian into a dead end.